Hashtag C2033 She is coming. Battle against battle. He turned into a mass of incomparably intense light, soaring up, burning blazingly. An eternal torrent rushed out, and immediately collided fiercely with Wu's blow. After all, Xuanhuan is not God, he is strong-willed, but facing such an existence of unparalleled strength, he is still a bit weak. But no matter what opponent, he will not be afraid. His whole body also appeared to be shattered, and balls of eternal energy filled the air, and he was able to immediately return to his full-blown posture. Only by fighting with God can we understand our own shortcomings. This is a battle with God. Xuanhuan was invincible in his heart. Boom. Boom. In just a split second, Xuanhuan and Wu Shansong faced each other forcefully. The terrifying power emanating from it was unbearable to the Emperor realm, and even the peak heavenly Emperor would be directly shaken to powder. Even comprehending the will of God is not enough. However, Xuanhuan stands here, his majestic Emperor body is unshakable. There is also something strange in Wu's heart. He attacked with his real body, and the invincible magic power of the gods was enough to destroy all Emperor realms. Although he had the complete upper hand, he also found that he was unable to destroy him. This person's spiritual will is like an eternal spar, as if there is an eternal and indestructible force. Martial arts myth. Wu covered the sky with his big hands, and with a monstrous aura, he pressed it down with a single palm. Under the infinite pressure, he controlled everything in his own hands. No matter how strong the will of God is, this person will still be destroyed. The sky and the earth rotated, and countless heavy waves bombarded Xuanhuan endlessly. But amidst this monstrous power, Xuanhuan showed the phantom of the eternal tower, and used the divine weapon to fight against the gods, so that Wu's divine power could not destroy him. God's artifact. Wu's eyes swept away, but he was not shocked by a divine artifact. His giant arm was pressed down, and the Tower of Eternity seemed to be shattered in front of him. This person's threat is too great. If he is not a real god, he will have the power that he cannot easily kill. Once he becomes a god, he must be the most top-notch one. Rei's will has also changed. He originally thought that this person possessed the will of God, and by taking him under his command, he could be cultivated into a little god and strengthen his strength. But looking at it now, it is impossible to subdue this person's determination. What cannot be used by heaven can only be destroyed. No one can survive. Wu's fighting style is straightforward, 9 days and 10 places. Martial arts are vertical and horizontal, the myth of martial arts is being staged, and the power of his god is suppressing Xuanhuan. He is domineering and unrivaled, creating the world from nothing. Xuanhuan stabilized himself. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would not be afraid because of it. The Emperor suppressed it, and the blade of catastrophe brought out the divine light of destroying heaven and earth. In the catastrophe of the world, Wu suddenly discovered that the world he created was being destroyed in the catastrophe. The divine artifact in the man's hand has the ability to restrain the heaven and the earth. At this moment, Xuanhuan was standing under the impact of the long river of martial arts. While resisting the power of Wu, he was comprehending the power of heaven at the same time. You can live in Wu's hands with the Emperor's realm. Fortunately, there was only one Rei present. Otherwise, if this scene spreads out, what a huge impact it will have. He is comprehending my martial arts. Wu couldn't help frowning, which made him even more determined to kill. There was another change suddenly, and Lei's brand was suddenly hit by a force, and it was shattered immediately. The power of reincarnation is you. The brand of thunder condensed again, and a real god of thunder descended. He came from his own thunder world in an instant, and the distance had lost its meaning to him. Lei, Wu, 2 gods deal with one who has not yet become a god, this is your dignity. The divine light of reincarnation was instilled, and she stood tall in the sky, and a woman with an indifferent face appeared here. Her heavenly eyes looked at Lei and Wu, bringing the divine power of reincarnation. God of reincarnation, you are not dead yet. When Lei saw the samsara god, Lei and Wu also had surprises on their faces, as if seeing the god who should not exist appeared in front of them again. You want to say that I have died in the battle of God? The goddess said sweetly. She was originally the cultivation base of the gods, and she achieved her own god's law through reincarnation. Heaven and earth reincarnation is immortal. The goddess said sweetly. What a reincarnation of heaven and earth, reincarnation is immortal. Lei's gaze became more and more fierce, and his killing intent pierced through the ages. In the battle of the gods, the reincarnation of the gods and the king of the gods were in the same camp. God of reincarnation, you disappeared for endless years, and now you come back again, which really surprises me, but I also want to see if your state has not returned to the most prosperous posture. Let me see if your strength is stronger. Rei stepped forward. All the thunder and tribulation in the world are under his control. He and Wu are a different kind of fierce and domineering. A big hand made of thunder directly grabbed Goddess Xuanhuan. The tyrannical power of this thunderous hand and thunderbolt stirred up a rolling wave. Goddess Xuanhuan was unmoved. She sent out a burst of power, with a strange color. It is the power of the reincarnation of the heavens. The reincarnation of the heavens, as long as the heavens are not destroyed, she will not be destroyed. The strength of the two collided completely. This was the real battle of God. The storm that belonged to God spread out, creating a terrifying and ferocious scene in the battlefield of God. Although the power of Lei is fierce. But Goddess Xuanhuan is aloof, stepping in her kingdom of reincarnation. She swung her palm again. It was the storm of reincarnation, which immediately enveloped Lei's body. The power of reincarnation seemed to be shaping a new life for Lei. Boom! The infinite thunder light shook. Life after life. Goddess Xuanhuan, in an instant, the power of reincarnation from generation to generation, the eternal, even the God who represents the heaven and the earth, in her power, has to experience the tribulations from generation to generation. In an instant, it seemed as if he had experienced life after life, and the will of heaven would be wiped out. I still want to drag me into reincarnation. Lei Ba Lai's will was exploding, and the rumbling sound came out vibratingly, and the thunder light from the sky glared out from his whole body, forming a word thunder, breaking the cycle of reincarnation from generation to generation. Goddess Xuanhuan faced Lei's dominance at this time, and she kept waving her palms, which could obliterate his thunder. Use the power of the gods to fight against the gods, and the divine power of reincarnation is not afraid of the dominance of thunder. Reincarnation. A door of reincarnation is opening, shimmering with mysterious colors. It is her divine weapon. She looked at Xuanhuan and said, Xuanhuan, let's go, get out of here. Wu Dao is the strongest martial arts overlord at this moment, dominating the world. His powerful martial arts punches instantly bombard the gate of reincarnation. Lei pushed out a word of thunder with both hands, and also hit the door of reincarnation. The collision of two gods' divine powers created a ferocity enough to leave God behind. The goddess is beautiful and magnificent, and the two forces are coming, but it seems that she has directly passed through the gate of reincarnation. She is in the reincarnation of millions of lives and remains unmoved. Xuanhuan and she walked into the gate of reincarnation, and then the gate closed and disappeared from Wu and Lei's sight. #C2034 The Truth About the Battle of the Gods. Reincarnation God. Wuxia exhibited the strongest martial arts in the 9 heavens and 10 places. Each punch created the world, piercing through the ancient times. But when he penetrated through the gate of reincarnation, the strange power of reincarnation distorted his martial arts power at once. The power of reincarnation. Wu and Lei watched the samsara god and the mysterious heavenly emperor leave, and the expressions of the two gods fell into a kind of quiet thinking. I didn't expect that the god of reincarnation still exists in the world. I thought she was buried with the King of God during the Battle of God. The power of reincarnation, well, is weird and mysterious. Budo. He is good at confrontation, crushing everything with strength. He knew that Samsara God was not as good as him in the power struggle, but he couldn't compare to the strangeness of Samsara. The reincarnation God is also the top God. I'm not surprised. Lay Dao, the power of reincarnation exists in the heavens. The reincarnation of the heavens and the reincarnation God appeared because of that mysterious emperor, that person, who has a great relationship with the reincarnation God, and the reincarnation God was not in the same camp as us back then. Although Lei and Wu fought fiercely, they still belonged to the same camp when they overthrew the King of Heaven. Reincarnation reappeared, and a person who did not belong to the same camp was naturally enough to make them cautious. Even if the reincarnation of the gods reappears, it is no longer the era of the King of the Gods. Wu has the arrogance to dominate the heavens, then in reincarnation, can she still turn the heavens upside down? There is always only one King of Heaven, and he is the first God, and it will end with his death. Back then, in order to overthrow the King of Heaven, many powerful gods united together and paid a huge price to kill the King of Heaven. Without the King of Heaven, they all felt a lot more relaxed, and there was no longer any pressure, restraint. Reincarnation, she can't turn the sky. Thunder said in a loud voice. It would be good for us without the King of Heaven, Ray, don't you like the time when there is the King of Heaven? Budo. Few people miss the King of Heaven. His death is the greatest good thing. This war between you and me must also be temporarily stopped. Lei's body distorted and disappeared into a sky full of thunder. Lei originally wanted to subdue Xuanhuan, but now that he knew his relationship with the Samsara God, he also knew that it was impossible. Yanran, after you return to the heaven realm, you have recovered to the strength of the real God. This is your real strength. The top God exists, even Lei and Wu can do nothing to you. At this time, Xuanhuan and Goddess Yanran had left the battlefield of heaven and walked side by side in the void. Although he knew the true origin of the Goddess Yanran and even more her terrifying strength, Xuanhuan was still used to calling her Yanran, not some reincarnation god. Just as Goddess Yanran often called him Xuanhuan by his name. It's just that I have recovered to the strength of the gods. In the battle of the gods, I also suffered great injuries, but the reincarnation of the heavens, I am reincarnated in 10,000 realms, and wherever there is reincarnation, I exist. Although Lei and Wu are strong in attack, but with the power of reincarnation, these two gods can't do anything to me. Goddess Yanran said in a very calm tone. This is where her arrogance lies. In the battle of the gods, she cannot be killed. Wu and Lei, the best gods. Xuanhuan said. These two are indeed very powerful. They are the main force that caused the King of Heaven to fall, and they also stole the power of the King of Heaven. The goddess nodded sweetly. She looked at Xuanhuan. She and Xuanhuan have known each other for a long time, and almost watched him walk step by step, and achieve the current strength. Although he had just arrived in the heavenly realm, his strength had already stood at the peak of the heavenly realm. He was invincible in the Emperor realm, and he was carrying 2 divine artifacts. Even if Wu shot him, he couldn't kill him immediately. She believes. Even if he didn't make a move, he still has the ability to leave. Stealing the power of the King of Heaven. Xuanhuan fell into silence, thinking about this sentence, and after a while, he said, Yanran, your memory has completely recovered. This time you and I meet in heaven, you should also have something to say to me. I don't know about the battle of the heavens. Xuanhuan, it's been a while since you came to God. How do you think the battle of God happened? Goddess Yanran asked back. After all, I haven't personally experienced the battle of the gods. All I know is hearsay. Many of the truths have been concealed and changed. I can't believe it all, but I have to believe it. Facing Goddess Yanran's rhetorical question, Xuanhuan said. The king of the sky is going against the law. He wants to create his own dynasty of the gods and destroy all the gods who resist him. He is the only voice in the world, so many gods have no way out under this huge oppression. They can only launch the war of the gods, pay a huge price, and overthrow the king of the gods. Xuanhuan said, "This is what I heard." "Then, how credible do you think it is?" the goddess said sweetly. "The battle of the gods was real, and many gods did pay a huge price. The king of the gods was overthrown in the end, but I think it was the motive for the outbreak of the war, which is very doubtful." Xuanhuan looked at the goddess Xuanhuan. He knew that the secret of the battle of heaven would also be revealed. At the beginning, the battle of the gods was divided into two camps, and I belonged to the camp of the king of the gods. Some ancient top gods, such as gods, demons, hell, thunder, and martial arts, formed another camp in order to overthrow the king of heaven. "Camp," the goddess said sweetly. The battle between the two camps broke out, the battle of the gods, and many gods fell. Xuanhuan Dao, if my guess is correct, the camp of the king of heaven is the least in the heaven, but because of the strength of the king of heaven, it is so tragic. The king of heaven is the strongest god. No matter who he is no match for him, but 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. Although his ideas are great and beautiful, they conflict with the ideas of other gods. Not only one, under the siege of many gods, the king of heaven fell, and he exploded at the end, and with his last strength, he opened up a bigger world. Between the goddess Xuanhuan, her power of reincarnation seems to show the greatness of the battle of the gods. The idea of the king of heaven, the battle of heaven, is a conflict of ideas and a difference in road. Xuanhuan was silent, and the truth of history was being revealed. He then said, "I probably understand that the king of heaven has his ideas, but other gods also represent heaven and earth, and they also have their ideas. This difference in ideas makes it impossible for them to shake hands and make peace with each other. To overthrow the king of heaven is the best for everyone. The king of heaven is dead, but the gods who survived will benefit and benefit too much. You should know that the king of heaven is the first god, and the other gods were born after him. Even, the king of heaven also took the initiative to help others to become gods." The goddess said sweetly, "It is an inevitable war. Although the idea of the king of the gods is not recognized by other gods, he is definitely not going to pervert and destroy other gods." #C2035 Shattering of Ideas. Xuanhuan, continue talking. Xuanhuan nodded, and listened to Xuanhuan tell the truth about the battle of heaven. The real truth is not as complicated as you imagined. It is a collision of ideas. Once you know the idea of the king of heaven, with your wisdom, you can fully understand the source of this war. Xuanhuan was very patient. She and Xuanhuan talked in great detail. The king of heaven is the first god in the heaven realm. He has a peace-loving heart and does not like any disputes and battles. He did not stop others from becoming God, but instead helped them achieve God. The appearance of every god will change the world of God. If there is no king of heaven, there will be no world of heaven today, and there will not be many gods. It is the greatness of the king of heaven that has formed the current pattern. The goddess Xuanhuan explained. The king of God helps others to become God. Xuanhuan listened. Then the character of the king of heaven should be relatively selfless. The king of the sky has only one purpose from the beginning to the end, which is to create the world. Xuanhuan, you should know that the world of the sky is limited, but the world created is infinite. The magic power of the sky can turn non-existence into existence. She said. My will used to transcend the realm of the heavens, and it felt like a force that did not exist, but the heavens can create existence. Xuanhuan said. That's right, the king of the heavens has no intention of fighting for hegemony. He wants to fight for hegemony. These gods can't grow up. His only goal is to know whether there is a limit to the created world. If there is a limit, where is the limit? And the limit, what does it represent? the goddess said sweetly. The king of heaven has an infinite mind, and he has been pursuing exploration all his life. Xuanhuan said. Such a mind is indeed great, worthy of being the first god in the world of heaven. Heaven and earth existed from non-existence, so there was the king of heaven. In the early days, with the help of the king of heaven, there were very few gods. Together with the king of heaven, they created the heaven and the earth. As time went by, the god of heaven, after rapid development, the world has entered a peak period, and there will be more gods. The goddess said sweetly. People's hearts are different, let alone a greater god. There are few gods, and the power of the king of heaven can still suppress them. But as soon as there are more, all kinds of exchanges breed greater ambitions, and they disagree with the king of heaven's approach. Xuanhuan is not surprised by this. When you have strong strength, you naturally don't want to obey the orders of others, but want to be your own masters, have your own ideas, and your own ideas. Let alone God. Each god represents a heaven and earth, and there are countless creatures inside, forming factions one by one. Even if people fight, there will naturally be fights between heaven and earth due to differences in Taoism and the attributes of the heaven and earth concepts. Xuanhuan, as you said, when there are many gods, the ambition will be great. The king of heaven loves peace and beauty. Although he does not have the ambition to fight for hegemony, others do. The goddess said sweetly, the king of the sky hopes that all the creatures in the sky will unite and not fight. Everyone will create the world together, gather all the power, and search for infinity with him to see if the created world can reach the limit. But how is this possible? Ambition. As time goes by, more and more gods are dissatisfied with the king of heaven. They don't want to abide by the idea of the king of heaven, and they don't like to be bound. They think that with their own strength, they can create the world and don't need to follow the king of the heavens. So in this situation, the battle of the heavens broke out, and in the end, many gods fell, and the king of the heavens also fell. It is the king of God who brings peace, the many achievements of God. In the end, the king of the gods also killed many gods, because of the disillusionment of his ideas, and fell with regret and pain. This is a causal relationship. Nothing is right, nothing is wrong. Xuanhuan heard what Yanran said, and with his wisdom, he immediately understood the cause and effect, the ins and outs. Although the king of heaven loves peace and is even selfless, whoever is not ambitious for God can tolerate the king of heaven giving orders. They know that if this continues, the king of heaven will always be the strongest. Although he does not fight for hegemony, he only wants to create the world. But even so, many gods cannot tolerate it. Only by overthrowing the king of heaven, without his suppression, everyone can develop freely according to their own abilities. Even if it is war, it will not hesitate. Everyone wants to be the strongest god and annex the heavens. Because the king of heaven is the strongest god, they will unite. Even if he does not fight for hegemony, and he cannot fight for hegemony, he cannot stop others from fighting for hegemony. Where strength stands in the way, it is unacceptable to others, and this legend must be overthrown. In one sentence, Xuanhuan pointed out the core contradiction of the war of heaven. For example, when an emperor strives for hegemony in the world, he wants to dominate the world and submit to Kyushu. The same is true for the gods, who don't want to have a king of the gods who can suppress them. This is an essential contradiction. If it's Xuanhuan, with his ambition, he also doesn't like to have someone oppressing him on his head, so it doesn't matter whether he is right or wrong. Yanran stood on the side of the king of heaven, because she also didn't like that kind of meaningless fight, and also wanted to see the limit of the world. Everyone wants to be the strongest god. Yanran looked at Xuanhuan with admiring eyes. She saw the right person. This person could point out the essence of the struggle with a simple sentence. Nowadays the heavens stand side by side, and the heavens go to war to annex them. This is the current situation. With the death of the king of heaven, there will be endless wars. It can't be said that it is right or wrong. Xuanhuan said. The idea of the King of Heaven is correct. I also want to know whether there is any limit to the creation of the world of heaven. The choices of other gods are also correct, but his biggest mistake is that he failed to control the situation with his own strength. He is too kind. I love peace too much. Only the strongest power can suppress everything and bring about real peace. Xuanhuan said. Strength can suppress everything, and with the strength to suppress everything, you can do what you want to do. Otherwise, if your ideals are imposed on others, it will cause even greater conflicts. You are right. Goddess Xuanhuan said. I think that in the situation of the King of Heaven, the war of heaven must break out. Even if he doesn't let others create the world with him, because of his strength, the ambitions of many heavens will unite to overthrow him. Xuanhuan said. Yes. Xuanhuan agreed, the battle of the heavens is inevitable. Although the King of the Heavens has died, his mission has also been completed. Without him, there would be no world of the heavens today. Xuanhuan agreed. Indeed, it is the King of Heaven who made the heaven realm. And if there is no battle of God, he will not travel through, will not have the system, and will not have the current strength and status. It can be said that it is because of the battle of heaven that there is Xuanhuan today. Xuanhuan, I got a lot of mudstone slabs, which should have been forged by the King of Heaven. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, many mudstone slabs appeared. This is indeed created by the King of Heaven, it is his law of heaven, the experience of creating heaven and earth. Xuanhuan responded. #C 2036 Xuanhuan's support. Really? The slabs of mudstone were forged by the King of Heaven and contain his wisdom. Therefore, on the eternal road, even multiple mass extinctions cannot be destroyed. The tablet of the gods, the artifact of the gods, the endless years, the King of the sky carved a tablet of the gods with his own wisdom, and there are many ways of the gods on it. At that time, countless souls comprehended the steel of the gods, so as to understand the way, and seek the opportunity to become the gods. Xuanhuan said, but with the war, the celestial monument was also broken, some were collected by the celestial being, and some fell into various parts of the world. With a wave of her hand, there was an incomparably majestic and vast phantom tablet, shrouded in hazy vitality. There were regular lines on it, forming the characters of God. But Xuanhuan also saw that in the picture of reincarnation, many gods took action, and this ancient monument was torn apart. Pity. Xuanhuan shook his head, and the god's monument, which contained the infinite wisdom of the King of Heaven, was shattered just like that. This also reflects the selflessness of the King of the gods. He is not stingy and shows his insights to others, hoping that many gods will leave their own laws on them, so that future generations can learn from them and leave experience. He is selfless, but others are not so selfless. Xuanhuan, you also know the reason for the outbreak of the War of Heaven, what do you think? Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan. I don't have any other thoughts. It's a war for different goals. I also want to know whether there is a limit to the creation of the heavenly world, whether it is truly infinite or limited. The purpose of the King of Heaven is also my purpose. Xuanhuan has an infinitely firm heart. Okay, you uphold the ideal of the King of Heaven. Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan, what you said is wrong. Although my purpose is the same as that of the King of Heaven, his idea is too ideal, making it difficult to realize. It is destined to be impossible. There is no killing, no war, how can there be peace, whether you are on the eternal road or in the heavenly realm, no matter what your status and strength are, the essence of the struggle is the same, and it is all for yourself. Xuanhuan said. Small world. The big world, no matter how different the opponents are, no matter how different the fighting methods are, the only constant is the nature of the fighting. If you don't get rid of all those who oppose him, how can you create an infinite world? The way of war is only in the way of war. In the face of strength, any words are pale. When my will dominates God and I keep myself in the strongest state, everything can go according to my will. Xuanhuan said. He added another sentence. Strength determines everything. Strength determines everything. Yanran said quietly, strength can indeed determine everything. Looking at Xuanhuan. Although at this moment Xuanhuan has not achieved God, but he said such arrogant words, he wants to dominate the world of heaven with absolute strength and war. But there is a magical power in this person, and he can create incredible miracles every time, which makes people have to believe it. His strength is indeed very strong, voodoo can't do anything to him. This is also an invincible nature of mind. I can support you. Yanran said suddenly. Oh? Yanran, you have to support me. Xuanhuan said. I will support you. If the heaven realm continues to fight in the current situation, there will still be no essential changes. I have already said that my idea is to see whether the creation of the heaven realm is infinite and whether it can reach the limit. This is also when I stood in the camp of the King of the Sky, the endless battles. I am very tired. Yanran said. She's not interested in that kind of fight. So, this is why you support me. Xuanhuan said. Nowadays in the sky, although all the heavens are fighting together, the situation has stabilized. No matter who it is, there is no possibility of breaking this deadlock. Although you are not the sky yet, I see you step by step to the current state. Only open up a new path, with your way of the empire, the possibility emerges from the impossible, and it may be possible to end the current situation. A strange gleam flashed in Yanran's eyes. She thinks Xuanhuan is very strange. His ambition and domineering let her know that this person is not a person who is content with the status quo. He has absolute courage to set off a huge storm in the upper world. Sweep everything with the power of the empire, so that only one voice can exist in the world of heaven. Xuanhuan's momentum was released. Yanran has made it clear that she will stand by his side and help him sweep the sky. Very good, you are ambitious and domineering, I will support you. I hope to break the current situation, but any plan or conquest, the first premise is that you have to become a god. Once you become a god, your strength lies in the power of martial arts or thunder superior. Yanran said. It is true that if you do not become a god, everything is empty talk, but Yanran also sees that there is no problem for Xuanhuan to become a god. Yanran, what you said is right. I really want to become a god first. Only when I become a god can I have enough strength to carry out my various plans. Xuanhuan nodded. Your empire is within the celestial tomb, annexing the heavens, and in the celestial tomb, there are many god corpses after the fall of the gods, but swallowing these god corpses will bear the resentment of the gods. Time to explode. Yanran said, there is also the heavenly tomb, where the environment is complicated, and besides the god corpse, there are other troubles. This is just a small problem. If I can't bear even this problem, let alone carry out a greater plan. I have absolute confidence. Xuanhuan said. Yanran nodded, and it was this kind of domineering that made her choose to support Xuanhuan. She didn't like the current situation very much, and the only way was to break it. There is no bottleneck for me to achieve the heavens. The only constraint is to promote the whole country and the eternal kingdom to the heavens and the earth. To do this, too much energy is needed, and I am now using all methods to accumulate this power, such as devouring the tomb of the sky, the godstone of the gods, and so on. Xuanhuan talked about the situation. Annex everything, upgrade the whole country, and accumulate enough energy by plundering. This is indeed the easiest and quickest way. If you have a strong will to suppress, all you have to do is plunder. Yanran approves of Xuanhuan's approach. What kind of foundation is not stable? It is for the weak, the real strong will not care about these. The way to plunder is to plunder everything from others. Xuanhuan, although there are many gods in the celestial tomb, their heaven and earth have been destroyed, and their souls have dissipated, leaving a powerful body without the essence of God. Compared with the real God, too little, too little. Yanran said again. Unless it is the real God. Xuanhuan looked at Yanran with sharp eyes. The real God is God. The destroyed world is not heaven and earth. The living God dominates a vast world. The world of God is the source of the structure of heaven and earth. The Godstone of God is just incidental. Yanran is God, so she naturally knows this. The fastest way is for me to join hands with you to kill a few real gods and sacrifice these gods to your eternal kingdom. Only the real gods can transform your eternal kingdom in the shortest possible time. #See 2037 Sacrifice God's Plan. Yanran's tone was flat, but she said shocking words. To kill the real gods to offer sacrifices and plunder their power, so that Xuanhuan can achieve the gods in the shortest time. Every god, no matter how strong or weak, is high above and cannot be desecrated, but Yanran wants to kill them, which also shows the domineering spirit of the reincarnation god. Sacrificing to God and entering the eternal kingdom is indeed the fastest way. Xuanhuan nodded, sacrificing the real gods, one is more effective than devouring the corpses of 5 or 6 gods. This is a qualitative change. Xuanhuan, although God is strong, there is a great possibility of success if we unite and directly kill God with thunder. And I have already achieved this goal. Yanran wanted to kill God as a sacrifice, not because of a sudden idea, but because she had calculated it long ago. God must be killed. The value of a dead god is too small. Even if I annex the heavenly tomb and the battlefield, it will be difficult to build the kingdom of God. And sacrificing to God will also make the foundation of the eternal kingdom extremely stable, and the world of God will become stronger and stronger. The stronger I am, the stronger I will be. Xuanhuan showed his domineering aura, showing his will to annex the heavens. He also saw that some gods, Yanran wanted to kill a long time ago, they must be people who were in the opposite camp with her back then. Before that, you have to be prepared. I can't say who to sacrifice now. I'm afraid there will be an induction. The power of God is mysterious and extraordinary, and I will be prepared. Yanran said. It will make God connect with the power of karma and destiny. Don't worry now. My strength has not accumulated to the limit, and the tomb of the sky has not been completely swallowed. Kill God, and you must be prepared. Xuanhuan responded. Swallow the heavenly tomb in God's battlefield first, then his power will reach a certain limit, which is also the best time to kill God. Yanran nodded, and suddenly said, Xuanhuan, your rise is rapid, you should have obtained a mysterious opportunity. This opportunity is very huge, but I don't know what it is. She didn't know the existence of the system, but she saw that Xuanhuan could come up with all kinds of weird things from time to time. And these things? In the civilization of God, there are those who have been born, and those who have not appeared. I did get a great opportunity, which is also the reason why I can be strong. In Xuanhuan's current state, it would be difficult for the heavens to kill him, and he was no longer afraid of revealing anything. But although I have a huge opportunity, I still don't know what its true face is. I can be sure that it has a great relationship with the world of heaven. Xuanhuan didn't hide this. I know, no matter what the opportunity is, you are the most important thing. For others, treat it as a powerful tool. You don't need to be in awe, you have to control it. Yanran also understood that Xuanhuan himself did not know the origin. When I reach the sky, all mysteries will be revealed. Xuanhuan knew that when he truly achieved the realm of God, the origin of the system would be revealed, and all the secrets would be hidden from him. You have the will of God, and it is difficult for other gods to deduce your origin, but when your eternal kingdom is strong enough, there is nothing to hide, but at that time, there is no fear of everything. Yanran said, I left the imprint of reincarnation, and with the imprint of reincarnation, you can open the door of reincarnation at any time in the world of heaven and contact me. I also have things to prepare. After Xuanhuan and Yanran discussed some things, they separated. Sacrifice to God. He turned into a stream of light, with a swish, crossed infinite time and space, and was active in the realm of heaven. And Wujia and Leijia also temporarily suspended the war, and Samsara God and Xuanhuan made them no longer in the mood to fight. The mysterious heavenly emperor also left behind endless mysteries. At this time, Xuanhuan didn't have the mind to pay attention to these things. A world of heaven left after the fall of heaven. When Xuanhuan was traveling in the sky, he felt the breath of the heaven and the earth, and saw a world after the fall of the sky. In fact, the world of heaven is a complete pattern. No matter what world of thunder, martial arts, gods, demons, etc., they all belong to the world of heaven, a part of it, not an independent plane. The King of the Heavens led many gods to create the heaven and the earth. The reason why there is a division of all walks of life is because after the fall of the King of Heaven, the gods occupied one side and used the means of latitude and longitude to create a barrier in the world. Xuanhuan looked over immediately. This heavenly world is huge and boundless, surrounded by a strong breath. The brilliance is incomparably bright, and the original breath of the gods is intoxicating, and there is a seductive force, which is attracting people to enter this world. It is also the god who fell in the battle of the gods. The rich source of God. Xuanhuan directly entered the world of heaven. The entire heaven realm, because of God's death, is no longer expanding, and Xuanhuan is looking down on this world like the will of heaven above. This heavenly world is broken and torn apart by boundless force. Different from Eternal Road. Eternal Road is also an inner world where God died, but it is completely different from this one. The Eternal Road is closed, exists in the body of God, is dominated by eternal rules, and maintains basic order and rules. But this world is different. He felt that there were no more rules, and the divine body of God had completely integrated into the whole world. What he saw, the aura rising up, was dark, chaotic, bloody, and sinful. This is completely different from the brilliance and attraction he sees from the outside world, it's the opposite. There are still living beings. Xuanhuan looked at the world, it was dim and dark, and there were a lot of creatures living on the broken land. As soon as he swept the will of God, he discovered that there were still a lot of strong men, and there were several eternal heavenly emperors, each of which dominated one side. But no matter where it is, the creatures living in this world are fighting and doing all kinds of evil things. And for countless years, no one has been able to end this situation of chaotic fighting. With Xuanhuan's will, he can know the situation in this world with just a sweep. This place is called the place of sinful killing. All living beings here must not only survive, but also kill. Either you kill me, or I kill you. It's easy to come in and hard to get out. Even the Eternal Emperor, as long as he dares to leave, he will die. Killed by a stronger force, it is like a trial. Xuanhuan analyzed these situations. If the Eternal Heavenly Emperor wants to go out, he will be killed. This is not a regular killing like the Eternal Road. It is someone who prevents them from going out and is dominated by a greater will. Only by killing can one live longer, including the Eternal Emperor. Everyone is desperately struggling to survive inside. There is no way to leave, as long as you have killed enough people and accumulated more points, then you will be allowed to leave. But it was too hard to leave. In addition to being attracted, a large number of outside creatures will be thrown here every once in a while. I already know the real secret. As soon as Xuanhuan's eyes pierced, he understood everything. #C2038 God of all evil. Two completely different worlds inside and outside. Looking from the outside, the divine light is radiant, and the source of the heavens is rich, like a bright pure land, a holy place for cultivation, which is enough to attract many people to enter and practice. but inside. But it is a surer field. Chaos, killing, gore, moments are absent. This environment is definitely not formed naturally. It seems that there is a huge invisible eye staring at this place all the time, and there is also an invisible hand that is promoting the development here. Once Xuanhuan's opinion is scanned, he knows that there is no shortage of cultivation resources here. As long as you have enough strength, you can grab them. But the oppressive environment makes the people living here crazy, and breeds countless evils, even crueler than hell, making people desperate. Once desperate, you can do anything beyond the bottom line. Although there is also the curse of eternal calamity in Eternal Road, it is completely different from the despair here. At least the breath is bright, but here it is gloomy, and people cannot see the slightest light. A place of despair and sin that has been transformed. Xuanhuan looked indifferent. He is about to leave this heavenly world in one step and cross over. But just as he was about to leave, an infinite will locked him. Rumbling, amidst the billowing gray air, a huge vortex appeared, and a gloomy, decaying evil hand condensed out. This evil hand is too terrifying, it can turn the world upside down, and it has the power to kill the Emperor realm. Once the people in this heavenly world want to leave, they will be killed by this big hand of heaven. Sure enough. Facing the killing by the evil hand, Xuanhuan's face remained unchanged. In the darkness, he struck across with his palm, and the eternal light tore apart the darkness, and immediately collided with each other. When these two forces collided, a strong hurricane was created. Go away. Must accumulate enough sin points. A matter of gods will pierce Xuanhuan's soul fiercely, and it was an order that could not be resisted. The so-called evil point is something similar to a meritorious contribution in this world, which can be exchanged for any resources, emperor soldiers, god stone, or even the qualification to leave. But the acquisition of sin points is by killing and countless sinful things. I want to leave, can you stop me? Xuanhuan's expression was extremely cold. Although he had seen the situation of this matter, he didn't bother to pay attention to it. However, now, when he was about to leave, he was blocked by a force from heaven. He was radiant, sweeping away the emperor's prestige, tearing apart the blocking law. The terrifying god's intention is to overwhelm the river, and amid the tumbling dark aura, a huge face is condensed, which is so evil that people will feel fear in their hearts when they look at it. This is the manifestation of God, the revival of the imprint. Today's rules allow no resistance. This God has an absolute self-will and does not allow anyone to resist him, and the end of the resistor is death, without a burial. The huge face crushed over him was the most vicious force, and countless evils surrounded him. Pushing Xuanhuan's palm, a piercing eternal divine light appeared, piercing directly to the huge face, and smashing the face in an instant. As soon as his majestic imperial body stepped forward, it brought infinite light, and the darkness was swept away. Even Wu Shengsheng's real body appeared, and he dared to fight with it, let alone this mere will. Evil God, I already know your identity. Xuanhuan stands here, the light is expanding, and the evil power of the outside world can never get close to him. An eternal emperor of heaven, if you step into the territory of the gods, there is only one fate for you. With a gloomy and evil voice, the gods seemed to see that this person was not easy to deal with, and he was not an ordinary emperor, so his real body was revealed. He doesn't have the majesty and domineering power of Wu Enlai. He walked out of a time and space that ordinary people could not understand. The energy of the gods gathered into a dim vitality. He existed in it, and he could only see a vague and great shadow. God usually manifests with will, but if it manifests its real body, it can overwhelm the emperor's realm. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely sharp, piercing through the fog, and he saw that the god was an old man, whose aura polluted the light and order, and his face was extremely evil. All evil. Xuanhuan beheaded so many people in the battlefield of the heavens, and by scanning their memories, he probably learned more about the powerful masters of the heavens. This is called all-evil God, and he became enlightened after the battle of God. He controls the power of all evil, extremely cruel and cruel. In the age of the King of Heaven, such a sinister force would not be allowed to appear. This heavenly world is his private land. He occupies a world that has fallen from the sky, seals it up, allows countless creatures to be born inside it, and makes them fight inside, turning it into a place of greatest crime. He controls the power of all evil, and what he likes to see most is evil killing. As for accumulating enough killing points, you can leave, which is also a complete change. Those people think that they can leave, but they don't know that once they leave, they will directly enter the world of the evil god, control their souls, and directly become his puppets. He has an army of all evils, which was cultivated in this way. Since you know that you are originally God, you should kneel down and confess your sins before God. The voice of the evil god came rolling and bursting. The dignity of the god made them see that any emperor was high above them, and they were not allowed to desecrate their majesty. Although Xuanhuan used powerful means to tear apart the power of the evil god, in the eyes of God, the emperor realm will never be able to resist God. His tyrannical will turned into the root of all evil, and it forced Xuanhuan to kneel down. Is this your majesty? Xuanhuan smiled. His will also shattered everything. God and God are also different. The strength of this evil god is not comparable to that of Wu and Lei. You will know the means of the gods. There is a wicked expression on the face of the evil god, which is extremely gloomy, and countless schemes flicker. Of course he could see that Xuanhuan was an extremely powerful emperor, the peak emperor, with strong arrogance and unyielding. Such a character is rare, but the gods will not take the emperor's realm seriously. He moved extremely strongly. The more arrogant and domineering he is, the more he likes it. He wanted to catch Xuanhuan, imprison him in his own sinful place, torture him in various ways, let him experience the despair in the world, and let him do all kinds of evil things. Absorbing the power of evil is a kind of cultivation of the evil gods. The more chaotic the world of heaven and the stronger the evil atmosphere, the stronger his strength will be. You will become a member of God's evil army, and God gives you the power of all evil. #C 2039 Strength. The evil gods have taken action. He wanted to refine Xuanhuan into a powerful warrior. Even if he reached the peak of the mere emperor, he was still far behind the great god. With a wave of his hands, the endless cloud storm, containing the most evil thoughts in it, rolled and bombarded Xuanhuan. His power was so vast that it collapsed like the sky. God is a person who transcends heaven and earth, but the Emperor of Heaven is still in this sky. The power of the evil god is completely different from Wu's. Instead of Wu's fierce and domineering, it is evil and gloomy, penetrating the soul. Xuanhuan fights the storm with the storm. He is not afraid of God's shot, but welcomes God's shot very much, and uses their power to sharpen himself. If his thoughts are known by the evil god, he does not know what kind of anger will erupt. Suddenly, there were two storms, colliding crazily. The two fought in a mysterious field, full of lights and shadows, and people in the sinful land could only see that two great and vague shadows were fighting, but they didn't know what happened. The palm of evil. The evil god came in an instant, and the palm of all evil was pressing down like the sky, bombarding Xuanhuan, and immediately there was a burst of dark light, and the terrifying evil thoughts penetrated. Xuanhuan's stature is majestic, suppressing all directions, and the eternal river sweeps out, blooming with indelible colors. He seems to be the greatest, and any evil thoughts that come before him will not have any effect. His power was once again at its peak, and it reached its peak. The roots of his 5 fingers were like pillars of heaven, and when they condensed into one palm, they immediately confronted the palm of all evil. Although the evil god is suppressed by the power of God, Xuanhuan will not be defeated in this kind of confrontation. Evil god was also a little surprised. This person could resist his strength, which made him feel very uncomfortable, as God, if he couldn't even deal with a heavenly emperor, he would lose face. The evil god suddenly turned into a huge dark shadow, covering the sky and the sun, and countless vortexes emerged. In each vortex, a hand of evil stretched out. Pale and pale, whining and wailing voices resounded, and they all grabbed Xuanhuan and pulled him into the abyss. Facing the grasp of the evil hands, Xuanhuan burst out with boundless light. These lights are driving out evil. His gods will also swept over, the vortex exploded completely, and those evil hands were directly shattered. He strode forward with great strides, his will is eternal, and his power is endless. The power of the emperor lit the beacon, and he took the initiative to kill the past with the flames of war. Immediately, when these countless crimes came into contact with the flames of war, they were like the best combustion accelerant, and they started to burn. God's will, you already have God's will. The evil god knows that this person is good, otherwise he would not show up, but he has the will of God, this is not an ordinary master, and he can be called half-god. Damn it, you can't do anything to me. Xuanhuan is majestic and domineering. Okay, even if you are half-god, you are not the real god. Well done, you are worthy of my serious efforts, your value is too great, everything about you will belong to me. Greed flashed in the eyes of the evil god, as if he saw a rare treasure and wanted to take it for himself. The cultivation of God is difficult, and every step of increasing strength is very troublesome. The real god, the evil god, cannot kill the same level, but Xuanhuan has the will of the god, if he can be refined, his strength can be increased by half. Intense danger is coming. The evil god suddenly appeared on top of Xuanhuan's head, and the monstrous evil vitality, carrying the endless origin of God, penetrated through the bombardment. How huge is the fluctuation brought about by a god with all his strength. But Xuanhuan had no fear on his face, and was extremely calm. He punched the sky above, and the eternal divine light bloomed, shaking the sky with his strength, and directly bombarded the past. Evil God did not take advantage of this confrontation. Snort. He suppressed it again with the power of the heavens and the earth. Although he is not the kind of Wu who is good at confrontation, but fighting a heavenly emperor, this cannot be his weakness. The sky is collapsing, and the time and space around Xuanhuan are shattering. The evil power turned into a series of phantoms and shuttled around. But Xuanhuan became more and more excited when facing the all-out attack of the evil god. This kind of confrontation with God is too rare a chance. Eternal vision. When Xuanhuan punched out, there were drums beating and horns blowing, and thousands of troops charged forward with him, directly blocking the evil power of God. He fights on the battlefield, and the emperor himself conquers. The power of his eternal kingdom crushes the power of all evil. He is too domineering, and wants to suppress all evil and create a bright kingdom. Evil God also noticed that Xuanhuan was difficult to deal with. He attacked continuously, using the means of God, trying to suppress Xuanhuan several times, and tried to use the domain of God to control him. But this person's power is extremely ferocious, and the power is endless, even he can't suppress it. The evil God also had deep doubts in his heart. He could tell that this person did not have the brand of any world, and he was a free person who did not belong to any world. It stands to reason that such a strong man should not be unknown. Where did he emerge from? The thought flashed in an instant, and the evil god launched a new round of greater blows. No matter how strong the emperor realm is, it cannot struggle in front of God. A huge vortex appeared behind the evil god, which communicated with his god world, and suddenly, a wave of God's origin, with the suppression of heaven and earth, directly rushed over. This is the direct suppression of power. He could tell that this person had a lot of supernatural powers, and it was difficult to deal with him in ordinary confrontation. Then, all evil God will change the thinking. He doesn't play tricks with you, talking about the dignity of God, he directly suppresses you with the source of God, and completely makes you unable to deal with it at the level of the source. This kind of fighting against the source may not be very effective in the fighting at the level of the gods, but it is the biggest killer against the emperor. Suppress with strength. Xuanhuan's eyes glowed endlessly. His eternal river was sweeping, and with a push of his palm, like an eternal cannon, a dazzling beam of light that drove away any evil was fired fiercely. Evil god, a god of average strength, can just sharpen his strength. You still dare to compete with Ben God for strength, you don't know how to write the word death. The evil god has fierce thoughts and breaks all laws with one force. With the origin of God, he strides forward, urging the most powerful force. Eternal kingdom, annex the heavens. Xuanhuan is becoming more and more powerful in the fight against God. #C2040 Helpless. In the confrontation of power, it is impossible for the Emperor realm to surpass the gods, and can only use various magical powers to even out the distance. One is the creation of heaven and earth. One is living in heaven and earth. The levels of the two are different, how can this be compared? Evil God also had this kind of idea. He wanted to absolutely suppress Xuanhuan. In the face of strength, any conspiracy would be useless. The confrontation of the two forces, the fluctuation of the earth shattering that day, made everything freeze, and fell into a strange stillness. Those countless creatures knelt down directly because of the two great forces. You are insignificant in front of God. There was a biting chill in the thoughts of the evil gods, which hit Xuanhuan twice. Xuanhuan's power was running violently. The eternal divine light was highly condensed and indestructible. Facing the interference of the evil god, he remained completely unmoved. The situation immediately stalemate. Evil God found that even if he suppressed him with the strongest power, he still couldn't make him collapse. No matter how powerful this person is, even he can't completely suppress him. Eternal Devour. A violent devouring surged out of Xuanhuan, and at the moment when the evil god's origin surged towards him, he actually transformed and seized it with the power of devouring, and strengthened himself. You are devouring my origin. All evil god felt it in an instant. He felt a strong insult. It is an insult to devour the energy of God. I will make you suffer the most painful price. The evil god is becoming more and more fierce. He forcibly cut off the transmission of the source, and the torrential power came down violently. His palms created time and space, and the evil time and space appeared. You are my touchstone. Facing such a fierce attack by him, Xuanhuan just said such a sentence. Touchstone? Your crazy tone. Evil God is not big-hearted. Thinking of Xuanhuan devouring his origin of God before, and calling him a touchstone, is this going to step on him to become God? His anger burst out all at once, and his eyes were spitting fire. He completely released the power of the gods. The evil world is full of crazy and desperate thoughts, which are the most terrifying blows at the level of will. And the evil god directly hit it with the power of the sky. But Xuanhuan is now strong on the level of will. The two wills collided fiercely in an instant. The source of evil. At this time, the evil god used his divine weapon. A huge pool is frozen in a time and space. In this pool, there is a source of evil. The pool water is as thick as ink. If it is contaminated, no matter how kind people are, they will become vicious. The power of evil turns beauty into evil. And in this pool of evil, there is also a huge orb, showing a strange and unpredictable color, which is the source of evil. He built a place of evil to collect all kinds of evil powers and strengthen his divine weapon. Boom! The ocean-like water of all evils poured down, sealing the boundless time and space, all instilled in Xuanhuan's body, and that orb was releasing the most evil will. Your end is doomed. The words of all evil gods seem to have doomed Xuanhuan's fate. Xuanhuan is in the ocean of all evils, the eternal brilliance, the determination of God's destruction cannot interfere with him in the slightest, and the brightest divine light breaks through the blockade. He suddenly soared into the sky, showing the demeanor of an emperor and overlord, and the mighty power to shake the sky. I still want to struggle. Evil God is mocking. The more diabolical evils drowned out. But suddenly, his expression changed. In Xuanhuan's hand, a strange weapon appeared, and when the power of this weapon was swayed, it would be a catastrophe for the world, tearing apart the heavy ocean. Xuanhuan used the blade of catastrophe to break through the heavy forces of the evil gods, like a meteor hitting the past. With that kind of power, the sky will be smashed by him. Holding a weapon, he slashed directly, and immediately hit the pool of evil. Although the pool of evil was protected by the blockade of time and space, the blade of catastrophe tore open and hit him. The pool of evil shook wildly, countless magic circles collapsed, and the interior was immediately unstable. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. The pool of the sinful pool is made of thousands of god stones. However, his blade of catastrophe continued to slash, and the pond suffered an extremely heavy blow in an instant, and cracks appeared on it. God's artifact, you want to destroy my pool of sin? The evil god was frightened and angry. He didn't expect that this person would have the god's artifact, and he didn't expect his god's artifact to be so powerful. Absolutely intolerable. The pool of sin is where the source of evil, the orb of sin, is kept. The moment the blade of catastrophe struck again, the evil orb flew into the air, and he saw that if he didn't use the evil orb to resist at this moment, the pool would be shattered. When the orb of sin and the blade of havoc fight together, there is a thrilling sound. Click! A crack appeared on the guilty orb. Although the crack was so tiny that you couldn't see it if you didn't pay attention, the damage caused made the evil god extremely heartbroken. This is not surprising. The divine artifact of the source of evil is a domain-type weapon, but the havoc blade is a purely offensive divine artifact. Xuanhuan was indifferent, and he cut off all the evil oceans, and he slashed over again with the blade of catastrophe. You dare! A thunderous voice resounded. The evil god could no longer allow the guile orb to confront this powerful artifact head-on, so he leaped over immediately, and the evil power poured into him, and his hands were about to take it. But he underestimated Havoc Blade too much. Driven by Xuanhuan's will, the catastrophe of heaven and earth, the catastrophe of heaven, broke out at once, and the evil heaven was immediately hit by heavy destruction and catastrophe. The evil god was shocked and angry. This catastrophe blade actually has the power to destroy the heaven and earth, causing the catastrophe of the heaven and the earth, and the collapse of the heaven. Fortunately, this is not in his heaven realm, otherwise the blow would be even greater. He looked at Xuanhuan, the difficulty made him unable to do anything for a while. Unexpectedly, such a heaven-defying character appeared. Although he is not the strongest god, he is still God. I can't let it go. The evil god is absolutely not reconciled to let it go like this. Damn it, you want to deal with me ignorantly. This is a lesson I have taught you. Xuanhuan slashed out the blade of catastrophe again and again. He stared coldly at Xuanhuan, and he was not interested in fighting him anymore. Xuanhuan had already figured out his strength, and he could not put more pressure on him. He ruled the world, and the gate of eternity opened in front of him, and he walked in with one step. The evil god had the power to bombard the gate of eternity, but he couldn't stop Xuanhuan from leaving, so he watched this person disappear in front of him. At the moment Xuanhuan left, in the land of sin, the figure of a man suddenly disappeared directly. #C2041 Spirit God. Damn, hate, who are you and what status do you have? You dare to challenge my majesty, don't let me see you again, or I will let you suffer the pain of not being able to survive. The evil god let out an angry roar, burning out the wrath of heaven. At this moment, he is like an impotent roar. a god, completely angered by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to his roar. All his experience in fighting the evil gods across time and space at this time turned into a wave of wisdom flowing. His mind has become more and more indestructible in the fight against the evil god. Suddenly his eyes turned to one place. A man appeared there inexplicably. This man has gone through many vicissitudes, his eyes are deep, and some white hair is mixed with his black hair. He suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Looking at him, there seemed to be confusion and erratic in his expression. A god. Xuanhuan looked at this vicissitudes of life man, and said that he was God. But his state is very strange, as if lost. If you don't reach God, you have the power to make all evil God helpless. Your power is very powerful, and your will is comparable to God. Your divine weapon has never appeared in the world of God. The man suddenly said such words. He also saw Xuanhuan's battle before. You were in the land of sin before, and your mind was confused. Xuanhuan stared and said, if my guess is correct, your real identity is the God of the soul, and you cultivate the power of the soul. In the battle of God, you are a staunch supporter of the King of God, his right-hand man. There is a watershed in the strength of God. The old God usually refers to the time before the battle of God. And evil God is after the battle of God. The power of the mind. King of heaven, what am I pursuing, what am I thinking, what am I wanting, is there any limit to this world? The spiritual God did not talk to Xuanhuan directly, he was muttering to himself at this moment, as if he was questioning himself. In the process of pursuing his ideal, he has been lost. You are in a very bad state now, you are confused, you have questioned yourself, and your ideals have collapsed. Xuanhuan stared at the heaven in his heart. I'm lost, I've almost forgotten everything. Spiritual God said. Yes, as he said, he was on the verge of losing himself, even forgetting himself. His ideals have collapsed with the fall of the King of Heaven. He has entered into a dead end, a state of madness, with demons in his heart. If this continues, if he can't come out, he will completely lose his will, completely turning into a rule of heaven and earth, and a God self collapses in heaven and earth. The deeper the obsession, the greater the blow. Pursuing the infinite road, looking for the limit in the infinite. The spiritual God came suddenly and left suddenly. In the murmur, he disappeared in front of Xuanhuan. God of the soul. Xuanhuan watched him leave and disappeared from his sight. This person is already on the verge of madness. At that time, he was firmly on the side of the King of Heaven, and the King of Heaven was the main one, but the death of the King of Heaven and the disillusionment of his ideals made him also haunted by demons and unable to get out. Although he is not dead, his heart has gone with the King of Heaven and buried for him. His faith has collapsed with the death of the King of Heaven. Ignoring the spiritual God, Xuanhuan returned to the heavenly tomb and returned to the empire. Originally, he wanted to find the treasure of the Obsidian Emperor at the beginning, and the location was confirmed, it was in the sky above the demon. But now he doesn't think it's necessary, it's just a treasure of the Emperor of Heaven, and he won't take it to heart. Achieving God in the fastest time. Xuanhuan returned to the empire. Teleported by the gate of eternity, the distance lost its meaning in front of him, and it could be reached almost instantly. It is Xuanhuan's plan to completely annex the heavenly tomb and the heavenly battlefield, and then go hunt and kill the heavenly one with Yanran. Stormy. The frenzy of the empire has swept out. The most violent devouring. Under the engulfment of his ferocious power, the speed accelerated too much, the eternal divine light spread, and the Tower of Eternity was suppressed within the empire. The swallowing of the empire is invincible and unstoppable. There is no danger and it can be stopped. Countless things have been absorbed into the empire, smelted into strands of energy. The celestial tomb is the place where the dead gods fought the most fiercely, and therefore the most difficult to swallow, and the most treasures that exist. If the heavenly tomb is swallowed up, there will be no difficulty in swallowing up the even greater heavenly battlefield outside. Devouring frenzy. Cultivation frenzy. The Emperor is using the most domineering and ferocious means to start the Great Devour. Soon, the entire celestial tomb will be occupied by the eternal kingdom. With infinite energy, more new worlds will be born in the Empire. The Empire is advancing, and the world of heaven is not far away. Annex the heavens, swallow all the gods, create an eternal great kingdom, and swallow the entire gods into the Empire, creating an infinite world. The people of the Empire were roaring with excitement. The promotion of the Empire is their promotion. Xuanhuan now wants to promote his own strength to the peak, have the strongest strength, decide everything, and then proceed to the development of the Empire. The area of the Sky Tomb is shrinking rapidly. And his empire grew bigger and bigger. All the god corpses were swallowed up. During this process, another divine corpse was found, but it was unavoidable. The order to be swallowed by Xuanhuan directly turned into the power of the eternal kingdom. Xuanhuan's great display of power made him too powerful at this moment. Boom! A wave of divine vitality soared into the sky, and the swallowing of the Empire caused a strong resistance from everything. Xuanhuan saw that a pure land was created in a stream of pure vitality, and a huge gourd appeared in that pure land. The body of this gourd is as pure as jade, but there are colorful colors flowing, which are gorgeous and intoxicating. God's artifact, God's gourd. Xuanhuan looked at this artifact and plundered it directly. If many gods died here, there would naturally be god artifacts. Some of the god artifacts were broken in the battle, but some were preserved. Although he has the Tower of Eternity and the Blade of Havoc, no one would think that he has too many divine artifacts. Every divine weapon has the ability of latitude and longitude, suppressing the world and making your own world stronger. Xuanhuan's palm grabbed the past moment, boom. The gourd struggled violently, and the colorful divine light turned into the most fierce aurora, and shot out. The power of the divine artifact is earth-shaking. Spirit. Xuanhuan's eyes penetrated the essence of the gourd, and he saw a real body, which looked like a person. This is the spirit in the gourd. Although God is dead, he has not fallen yet. You, who are you? Feeling Xuanhuan's tyrannical and invincible strength, Qi Ling appeared in shock and anger. He looked at the expansion of the eternal kingdom and the emperor who was the world, and he couldn't calm down. #C2042 Hudian. A middle-aged man wearing a colorful robe emerged from the gourd, very noble and extraordinary. This is also the face of the god who forged him. Although the middle-aged man is only a weapon spirit, his cultivation base is extremely powerful. The peak emperor, the pure strength is even stronger than the Xingwu emperor. Although he did not comprehend the will of the gods, he possessed the artifacts of the gods to make up for it. He could be called the strongest group of people under the gods. Who are you? The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw Xuanhuan devouring everything in the tomb infinitely with a crazy attitude. He could never have imagined that there was such a crazy person. The curse and evil thoughts hovering in the celestial tomb, even God is unwilling to be too contaminated. He dare not be careless. The artifact spirit of God's artifact, very good. Xuanhuan ignored the man's shock. He is eternally invincible. Seeing his appearance, a force turned the world around, shining on the world, pouring down like a vast ocean, and the giant hand of the emperor grabbed him fiercely. You dare. Although he is not God, but his own strong strength also makes the middle-aged man have fierce arrogance. He condensed a colorful palm, and immediately fought fiercely with Xuanhuan. Boom. What made it difficult for the middle-aged man was that, just as his power flew out, a stronger force crushed his power. With a wave of Xuanhuan's big hand, the power of a light wave can shatter all his resistance. How so strong? The middle-aged man tried his best to resist Xuanhuan. He looked at Xuanhuan, the great scene, the majestic body locked him firmly. This terrifying scene was like seeing a real god. With his strength, he could only feel a deep trembling. The vast ocean of the empire flooded over, besieging the middle-aged man. There is no escape. I can't fight against him. I'm no match for him. He's going to be promoted to the greatest god. The middle-aged man turned the gourd into a strong divine light. He wanted to get away, and immediately soared into the sky, exerting the power of the divine weapon to its strongest. As a tool spirit, he knows too much about gourds. But this gourd was going to penetrate the barrier of the eternal kingdom, and a strong attraction made him unable to escape no matter what, and was trapped here firmly. The power to destroy the sky. The middle-aged man opened the gourd at once, and a river of 7 colors swept out of it, with a fierce and extraordinary characteristic. That kind of power, even the heavens and the earth can pierce through and destroy it. And if it is the Emperor of Heaven, he will be directly pierced into a sieve by this power. The Tower of Eternity bloomed with the most intense divine light, suppressing and stabilizing the country. Xuanhuan's sky-like palm carried the most domineering power. He stood there, even if the colorful river rushed at him, he couldn't open half of his way out. The power of transforming the sky. The middle-aged man was furious. Once the power of transforming the sky is aroused, it becomes a kind of bright mist, and the world is bred in this mist, but once it is contaminated with other worlds, its attributes will be reversed, and the world of others will be destroyed. Once melted, it will also become another vitality, which will be absorbed by the gourd. This is an artifact with multiple functions, very powerful. Transforming the sky, educating the sky. Xuanhuan saw through the function of the gourd. The divine power devoured by the empire has a terrifying suction force. Once the mist that melted into the sky was contaminated into the eternal kingdom, it was directly absorbed by his will. After absorbing and refining the mist of Huatian, Xuanhuan transformed it into the mist of Yutian. Yu. When the middle-aged man saw Xuanhuan's change in his power, he was shocked again, and said, "You can actually absorb my Tianhua Wuqi, who are you?" Xuanhuan looked down. The palm of his gods will grabbed it all at once, and the huge gourd was ups and downs in the energy ocean, and he was firmly grasping it in his hand, unable to break free. The gourd trembled violently, and all kinds of divine lights shot out. The middle-aged man tried several times to let the gourd escape, but he couldn't succeed, and he had already started to panic. "Don't force me to fight with you." The middle-aged man still retains the most powerful and final move, which is to self-destruct the gourd, destroy the divine artifact, and die with the enemy. And the price is that he will also be wiped out. Xuanhuan's divine light shone on the gourd, and the lowering of his big hand actually suppressed the operation of the magic circle inside the gourd, making it impossible for the middle-aged man to activate the final self-destruction. A strong suction suppressed the gourd and swept it into the eternal kingdom. He has the divine artifact, and so does Xuanhuan. In terms of strength, Xuanhuan is far stronger than him. It's over. As soon as the middle-aged man entered Xuanhuan's kingdom, he knew that he was doomed. This was a sheep entering the tiger's nest, and he could only be suppressed by him, and it was impossible to escape. I will give you a chance to give up all resistance and integrate your strength into my empire. I will retain your wisdom and make you a member of the empire. If you are stubborn and ignorant of current affairs, I will destroy you. Wisdom, only the divine artifact remains. Xuanhuan's domineering and undeniable voice resounded. After all, the middle-aged man has the cultivation base of the peak heavenly emperor, and is a native weapon spirit. Keeping him can supplement the strength of the empire. However, he is not a soft-hearted person. If you are obedient, then you can only kill. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, suddenly felt a killing force, and shouted, "Surrender, I surrender," I am willing to obey your command. I know, you will become the greatest god. Those who know current affairs are Junjie. The middle-aged man is a handsome man. The god who forged him is dead, and after thinking about it, it is not ashamed to seek refuge in the greater Xuanhuan for his own life. Emperor, my name is Gord, and the god who created me has died in the battle of God. Who respectfully said. Your ability. While annexing the tomb more violently, Xuanhuan asked about his ability. This is the Gourd of Heaven, and it is also the Gourd of Heaven. My former master was instructed by the King of Heaven and walked out of his own way of heaven. He put his world of heaven in the Gourd of Heaven. In the Gourd, he still preserves an extremely intact world of the gods, and he also died fighting for the King of the gods. Who honestly said. A complete heavenly world. Xuanhuan nodded. This is similar to the god of the eternal road. One exists in the world with his own body. And one uses the artifact to put the world into it. However, it is also because the world of heaven is put into the artifact, so it is well preserved, and it will be of great help to the empire. Xuanhuan didn't intend to separate the world of heaven from the inside of the gourd. This is unnecessary. The gourd belongs to the empire, and the heaven and the earth will also belong to the empire. Since they all belong to the empire, there is no difference. Put the world into a gourd. I have many abilities. I can shoot out the divine light of the cave, release the breath of nourishing the sky, reverse it into the power of transforming the sky, and display the power of swallowing the sky. Shuttle defense in the world. Who explained his abilities in detail. #C 2043 Devour All. And various abilities. Calabash has both offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as auxiliary capabilities. Although having more abilities means that none of his powers can reach the extreme, are not outstanding, and will not be as powerful as the Havoc Blade, but it can also be applied to various scenarios and is extremely balanced. There are pros and cons. The reason why the gourd stayed in the heavenly tomb was because he was absorbing the broken heaven and earth for cultivation. And he absorbed this kind of heaven and earth, and using the magic circle of God's artifact, it can also be transformed into a pure 7-colored mist. This kind of colorful mist is released and breathed in, which is of great help to ordinary people, and is suitable for large-scale cultivation and improvement. It can be said that the Blade of Catastrophe is the improvement of Xuanhuan's strength alone, and the gourd is the improvement of the strength of the entire empire, which can become an artifact of the town. The Tower of Eternity, the Blade of Havoc, and the gourd, Xuanhuan already possessed 3 divine artifacts. It's a pity, but more of the divine artifacts in the celestial tomb were broken during the battle. A more violent devouring began. This time, the Eternal Kingdom spewed out a more turbulent eternal tide, which turned into a vast ocean and swept across the heavens. Vast and ethereal, shocking and boundless sound, magnificent picture, legendary eternity, the volume of the sky tomb has been transformed into a part of the empire on a large scale. With the power of devouring, the whole country is promoted. The brilliance within the empire is getting stronger and stronger. The emperor not only wants to annex the Tomb of Heaven, but also wants to spread the glory of his empire to the entire world of heaven, to swallow all the heavens, so that there is only one sky, and that is the eternal Shenwu Empire. Hu Zai was shocked when he realized Xuanhuan's great pioneering work. It's almost impossible to swallow all the sky. How strong was the King of Heaven back then, and no god would be his opponent if he fought alone. But under the siege of the joint forces, wouldn't he also fall and be overthrown? As the spirit of God's artifact. He knew some inside information vaguely. The battle of the gods is cruel enough, and many gods still have lingering fears when they think about it. If this kind of war breaks out again, how many powerful people should die? The general trend of the world, divide and unite. I want to be unified forever. Xuanhuan's grand idea followed the tide of the empire and swept through again, rumbling, and the endless time and space were swallowed up faster. Not long after, a burst of gods will burst out. First of all, a bright light shot up into the sky, and there also appeared a huge god corpse, whose whole body was like a spar, which could reflect all kinds of colors in the world. Another divine corpse. The god was speechless, but the soul thought remaining in the body made an angry soul voice. What Xuanhuan did was to desecrate his dignity. He is going to fight back. Xuanhuan's moves were not fancy at all. He used the Empire's plundering method to the limit, and an eternal ocean was bound to the spar god corpse with a clatter. The wrath of the god corpse seemed to revive again at any moment. In Xuanhuan's soul, such a scene even appeared. The crystal god corpse punched him. It was the fist of God. It shocked people's hearts. But Xuanhuan's soul is indestructible, with an eternal light. He grabbed it with his big hand, and along with the eternal ocean, he sucked this god corpse into the interior of the Empire. The world is sublimating, and the interior of the Empire is changing. It seems that it can be promoted to the world of heaven in a certain moment. Invincible. 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 The people of the Empire roared wildly, gathering in a wave of immortal faith. Apart from shouting invincibility, they have nothing to say. They are all united, and the Empire is in the process of promotion, and they are also breaking through quickly. This behavior of devouring all the corpses of the gods is too crazy. Who is terrified? How could he not know that the value of the god's corpse in the sky, if he swallowed it like this, when the emperor broke through to the sky, wouldn't he be afraid of being hit by boundless resentment and destroying the eternal kingdom? Of course, this is not something that his status can interfere with. 4. Xuanhuan had already swallowed 4 god corpses, and the volume of the heavenly tomb was less than half. There is one last one. With a glance of Xuanhuan's eyes, he could see through the sky tomb. He vaguely saw a body sitting cross-legged. This body is the strongest one among the 5 fallen gods in the heavenly tomb. Although he is dead, his body still exudes the majesty of the gods, which can directly suppress and kill the emperor. There is nothing to say. Expand and annex. The rapid expansion, as the eternal kingdom is getting bigger and bigger, the power of devouring is also increasing, dozens of times faster than when it first annexed the sky tomb. The acceleration of time in the empire is also running to a limit, tens of thousands of years in an instant. Under this acceleration, countless masters are surging. My strength is also improving. The Gord was shocked. He also gets a huge benefit. Xuanhuan used the eternal kingdom to devour the celestial tomb on a large scale, bringing too much energy, so many broken heavens and earths. He never dared to devour such crazily before. But Xuanhuan dared. And a lot of these powers were given to him, allowing him to give birth to more breaths suitable for cultivation. Although most of these auras were given to the people of the empire to practice, he couldn't imagine even this entering the village. Energy is secondary, especially when he is giving birth to a kind of God's will. His original strength was comparable to that of a half-god. If he had the will of the god, it would be difficult to kill him even if he met the real god. Even with the promotion of the empire, with the help of Emperor Xuanhuan, he has a greater possibility of achieving the true state of heaven. God, how many monks dream of the realm? Even if he is God for a moment, he is satisfied. Follow Emperor Xuanhuan and expand the eternal empire. I have the possibility to achieve God. Who sees hope? Originally, his road to heaven was dark, but now there is a light of hope, which has opened up the light for him. Devour. Devour. The more solid the foundation is laid now, the stronger the strength after achieving God. Boom. In this continuous engulfment, the standing god was shaken out. He was tall and stalwart, wearing a robe with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, yin and yang, and the universe. Although the god is dead, he is still unyielding and will fight hard. There are no particularly obvious wounds on his body. His soul was directly obliterated in a high-level battle, and then his heavenly world was shattered. It was killed by the King of Heaven. Xuanhuan said. The King of Heaven helped them achieve God back then, but turned around and killed him, which made him very disappointed and sad. During the war, he personally killed too many gods. As soon as the god's corpse was swept by the power of the empire, it suddenly struck violently and stepped forward. The iron fist of heaven and earth shook in the air, blasting towards the eternal kingdom. His power brings strong oppression. A more splendid ocean swept out of the empire, an unstoppable force that created a huge vortex. Even if he was the strongest god corpse, he could only be swallowed by this kind of force. In the entire celestial tomb, all the heavens were swallowed by Xuanhuan. #C 2044 Wheels of Empire. The gods who died in the celestial tomb have been completely swallowed up, turning into eternal energy flowing through the empire. The power of the empire has also grown to an extreme. The eternal divine light radiates out, that is, an unstoppable rolling wave. The empire is like a wheel, turning, and can only move forward continuously, and there is absolutely no time to stop. Empires either thrive in war or perish in war. This is the fate of the empire. Heavenly Tomb, the final devour. Although the sky has been swallowed up, it has not yet reached the moment of final completion. Woo 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 woo. When the wave of the empire spread, suddenly there was a strange sound of whimpering and wailing, and I saw countless resentful souls gathering together towards one point. Each of these grievances carries extremely tragic and evil power. The bloody wind, like the most terrifying curse, broke out at this time. The resentment of God has exploded. Hugh shouted in surprise. The power of the empire swallows everything. Xuanhuan said. At this moment, the countless grievances turned into streams of air, covering an infinitely huge space, forming a huge, terrifying and hideous face, twisted together. Inside this huge face, there are many smaller faces gathered together, which makes people tremble at the sight of it. It appeared, and the wind was everywhere, and the sound of howling was everywhere. God's resentment. The gods are all figures detached from the sky, and their death will bring a strong unwillingness to burst out the curse of the sky. And Xuanhuan's devouring undoubtedly brought them together. The power of this resentment is too terrifying. Formed a terrible curse. This kind of resentment and curse is not even willing to be contaminated by the same god, otherwise it will pollute their world and destroy the operation of their god's world, which will be harmful and not beneficial to themselves. The wailing voice of the devil's face formed the most vicious curse, and it hit the empire. Rumble. The eternal divine light was battling it crazily. And this huge demonic face also charged towards the empire, wanting to destroy his eternal kingdom and turn the living place into a dead place where living beings could not survive. I suppress everything. Xuanhuan has the will to dominate and be invincible, and is not afraid of any challenge. The power of the empire has once again skyrocketed to a peak. He stabilized the sky and the earth with his hands, and his posture was unmoved by the charging of the devil's face, and nothing could shake him. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant divine light repelled the devil's face. The resentment and curse generated by the devil's face at this moment were too strong, and it actually showed its ferocious smile at the eternal kingdom. Very weird. One look, and the heart of the emperor will collapse. Stronger curse kill. Come in. Xuanhuan Dao. His hands grabbed it directly. Wayne was unimaginable, and saw that the devil's face was directly grabbed by Xuanhuan's hands, forming a strong suction. The devil face is resisting. Boom. But as Xuanhuan's power soared, he was unable to contend at all, so he was directly dragged into the empire. The empire is bright and bright, but the entry of the devil's face has formed a terrifying forbidden zone the size of the universe, full of dark resentment. This devil's face was about to attack all the time, but it was firmly suppressed by the power of the empire. Forcibly suppress the resentment of God with strength. Of course you can see it. But this will undoubtedly bring huge hidden dangers. Now the emperor has enough strength to suppress it, but when he is promoted to the world of heaven, it is very likely that the impact will explode. It's a ticking time bomb. Xuanhuan understands this better than he does. But he has invincible self-confidence. Now he can't destroy the will of God, because the resentment of God must be killed with the power of God. His idea is that when he reaches the heavens, he will use the ultimate move to reverse the universe, reverse the attribute of resentment, turn it into bright energy, and feed it back to the entire empire. After forcibly suppressing resentment into the empire, there is no power to stop it. With the surge of eternal divine light, the tide of the empire has completely submerged the entire celestial tomb, and the radiance has spread, shining into the battlefield of heaven. The swallowing of the empire has entered the battlefield of heaven. The powerhouses of the empire are all watching this scene. Xuanhuan, Fa, what happened? It's the fluctuation in the tomb, there is a change in it. God, what kind of power is that? Something is about to hit. The area of the heavenly battlefield is many times that of the heavenly tomb. Although the number of treasures is not as large as that of the heavenly tomb, it is much safer, allowing many powerful people to come here to explore. When they saw that divine light exploded like a giant star, they were terrified in their hearts. That divine light is an unstoppable wave. During this period of time, there have been changes in the celestial tomb, and the danger inside is that some celestial emperors dare not explore it. Back. No matter what the mutation is, there is a greater power, and it is about to hit. Those who dare to explore on the battlefield of heaven will not be too weak. After seeing this scene, they reacted immediately, turned around and left quickly outside the battlefield. Although the burst of divine light was not aimed at them, it would definitely affect them as well. This scene was like countless people running out before the fire burned. Not long after they started running, the ocean-like brilliance swept over them. Boom! With the sound of infinite explosions, a peerless powerhouse who was cultivating suddenly shook, looked there, and sternly shouted, "What kind of brilliance is this? The ancient tomb has changed, and what is happening there? This power, with an invincible will. This person's strength is also extremely strong, stronger than Hua. His will has also broken through to the level of the gods, 1.5 gods. Such a drastic change, something unimaginable must have happened in the Tianming. Humph. Let me see how powerful this wave is. I have the will of God." This strong man is full of absolute confidence in himself. He stared at the attack of the eternal wave, and a silver-white knife appeared in his hand. It was not an artifact of God, but because he possessed the will of God, he also reached the power of half God. Cut. He stands in the midst of the storm. This knife slashed, domineering in the world, overcoming thorns and thorns, like the fiercest domineering knife, the sky above the sky would be split by him directly. But what happened next changed his expression drastically. After his knife cut into the eternal wave, it actually disappeared without any effect. How is this possible? He was surprised. He looked at the wave. It was not just a wave, but it seemed to be an eternal kingdom, an immortal legend, and a worldwide great figure was ruling. The eternal wave beat over, he gave a sudden stop, and his body was blown away. He didn't resist, but turned around and ran immediately, because he saw that if he forcibly resisted this kind of wave, he would end up being swallowed by it. As strong as the half-god, he can only flee in embarrassment in front of the eternal tide of the empire. But at this moment, the divine light of the eternal kingdom has spread to the entire battlefield of God. Source of this article. #C2045 shot immediately. The eternal divine light is like a vast ocean, covering the entire battlefield of heaven, that is to say, the empire has been swallowed up by the entire battlefield of heaven and has become a part of the empire. What a great divine power this is! The battlefield of heaven no longer exists and has become a history. Inside the Empire, earth-shaking changes have already taken place. With God's battlefield swallowed up, the energy of the transformation makes the Empire a bright pure land everywhere. The world of survival is improved, and it will be improved with the promotion of the world. All the citizens of the Empire enjoyed benefits. We are about to hit the Emperor realm. Hongmeng, the great Emperor of longevity, poison ancestor, God, demon, Tao, Ming, etc., who have already stood at the peak of power in the eternal road, have all received huge benefits. Their understanding of the Emperor's realm is getting deeper and deeper. When the Empire is promoted to the upper world, there will inevitably be an earth-shattering change. As a member of the Empire, you will also enjoy this wave of bonuses. The power of this wave of dividends will make them emperors. It is the Emperor of Heaven, not the Ascended Emperor. In the future, the benefits may not be so huge. However, if Xuanhuan can annex more gods, forcibly plunder their power, and supplement them with external power to create a bigger god, he will continue to be promoted. When the Empire devoured the battlefield of the heavens, the Empire was truly manifested and established itself in the realm of the heavens. Xuanhuan's eyes contained vastness, seeing through the boundless world. In the past, the Empire could still hide in the tomb of the sky, covered by chaotic rules, but now it will let all the gods know where he is. But this is also inevitable for the development of the Empire. It is impossible for every powerful empire to hide it, and he doesn't care. Next, Xuanhuan knew that he would encounter more challenges. But there are challenges. It will make people's hearts warm. He looks forward to it. The world of existence was born out of non-existence. The first god in the world of heaven is the King of Heaven. The world at that time was far less than 1/10,000th of the size it is now. It was opened up by the King of Heaven and many gods led by the King of Heaven. The heavens were dissatisfied with the peace of the King of the Heavens, so a war of overthrow broke out, which is the War of the Heavens. Xuanhuan's voice resounded throughout the Empire, and all the people of the Empire were listening. Existence is born out of non-existence. Who heard it thoughtfully? The world of heaven is limited, but it is also infinitely huge. Every god represents a heaven and earth with perfect Taoism. It is impossible to make everyone work together with peace and ideals. Only by developing great power, becoming the strongest overlord, and gathering together as one with the power of the Empire, as the strongest way. Xuanhuan said. With the Empire as the foundation, it accommodates many gods, and each god belongs to a part, so as to create an infinite world. Gord's wisdom is profound. Listening to Xuanhuan's words, he feels that he is getting closer and closer to the realm of God. He is transforming. Since he joined the Empire, let his world become a part of the Empire. Don't have other thoughts, but seize the opportunity. Existence is born from non-existence, and infinity is created in infinity. Xuanhuan's words spread throughout the Empire immediately. The birth of existence out of non-existence is the appearance of the heavenly world. And creating the infinite within the infinite is to enlarge the infinite creation of the heavenly world. Countless people thought about it, and many people had great insights. Yanran, I'm ready, I'm waiting for you in the Empire. After Xuanhuan completely devoured the battlefield of heaven, he sent a message to Yanran that it was time for them to sacrifice to heaven. For him, accumulating slowly is a waste of time, an unnecessary thing. The battle to hunt down the gods is about to begin. He also knew that once he started, there would be no turning back, and he would never be able to retreat. The news about him has been spread, and Yanran will come over as soon as she finds out. The heavenly tomb disappeared, and the heavenly tomb also disappeared. An eternal empire appeared in the place of the heavenly tomb. It was that empire that annexed God and promoted the whole country. That empire is called the Xuanhu Empire, the Xuanhu Heavenly Emperor. All the eyes of God are here. For the heavenly tomb, it is not a big deal in the eyes of these gods. Annexing the heavenly tomb is not the most difficult thing, the most troublesome thing is to suppress the resentment of the 5 gods. As far as they are concerned, they also have the ability to devour, but it will not be worth the loss to suppress the resentment of God. A dead god is of little value. They can also see that that empire is not yet the heaven realm. I don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and I want to take a shortcut to save a long time of accumulation to become a god. Demons and heretics, every god is accumulated over a long period of time. If you do this, the end of the god will be very miserable. The moment he becomes a god, the empire will collapse, and you will die back. God's will is being conveyed, and many people think that the Xuanhuan Empire is courting death. The 5 thoughts of the gods, coupled with the entanglement of many heavenly emperors, are enough to destroy this empire. However, he is able to suppress these 5 thoughts now, which also shows that the Emperor Xuanhuan is not an easy character. There is a voice from God, there is a great possibility to achieve God, but his achievement will stop here when the tomb is annexed. God did not achieve it in this way. Xuanhuan Empire, Xuanhuan Emperor. The feeling of gods will in the martial arts world. Wu Shangtsang stepped in a time and space that didn't seem to exist, his sharp eyes pierced the sky, and he suddenly saw the location of the Xuanhuan Empire. It's him. He doesn't pay attention to the Xuanhuan Empire, but to the Xuanhuan Emperor. It was the man who defied his majesty. Originally, he still couldn't find the identity of the mysterious heavenly emperor, but now when he saw the Xuanhuan Empire, he completely understood that it was him. He thinks more than any other god. He has a very deep relationship with the god of reincarnation. He will not be ignorant of the hidden dangers of devouring the heavenly tomb, but since he dares to do this, he may have the guidance of the god of reincarnation, so he has certain certainty. Wu Shang said to heaven. Suddenly, under his gaze, a peerless figure reincarnated in all ages appeared. Her gaze also spanned the infinite sky, and she saw Wu Shangsheng at once, waved her hand lightly, and the light of reincarnation shot out, bombarding Wu Shangsheng's place. Wu Shangsheng countered with a fierce punch. He said indifferently, Samsara God, good means, you have such a close relationship with a person who has not yet achieved God, there must be some plan, the King of Heaven is dead, and his era will never come back. He desperately wants to destroy the Xuanhuan Empire, but at this moment, there is the god of reincarnation. The god of Samsara was speechless, he looked at the god of Xiaowu, and entered the Xuanhuan Empire. Yan Ran, you're here. I'm ready. Our plan should be ready. Time waits for no one. You already have a goal to deal with. Let's take action immediately. Chu Yuan immediately communicated with Yanran. #C2046 Sun and Moon God. The celestial tomb disappeared, the eternal kingdom appeared, and a powerful man named Emperor Xuanhuan appeared in the world of heaven. Although it caused some fluctuations, it did not cause too much movement. The gods are all high above, detached from the world, unless it is a battle where the gods fell, other things, even new gods appearing, they don't care too much. And now Chu Yuan is going to discuss with Yan Ran to do a big and earth-shattering event. Sacrifice to God. Once this thing is done, it will inevitably bring about a bloody storm and boundless turmoil in the entire upper world. Very good, Chu Yuan, your strength has reached a peak at the moment, and the next step is to be promoted to the realm of the gods. With your strength and mine, we can do it. Yan Ran looked at Chu Yuan and knew that he was stronger than when he Wu Shangsheng, with a dominance that broke the world. That's right, I have to become a god first, and with the strength of a god, I can suppress everything, and then I can silence all dissatisfied voices. Chu Yuan Dao, Yan Ran, tell me, who should we deal with first? The sun and the moon are heaven. Yan Ran said. God of the sun and the moon? Chu Yuan mobilized the huge memory bank, and he knew that the sun and moon god was also a god before the war of God, and his strength was also ancient and powerful, much stronger than the evil god. He controls the power of the sun and the moon, the cycle of the sun and the moon. It is the sun and the moon. Yanran continued, Sun-Moon God, I am no stranger to him, the battle of God, the fall of the King of Heaven, his power was divided, a pair of eyes of the King of Heaven was taken away by him, the left eye was refined into the sun, the right eye the eye is refined into the moon. Refining the eyes of the King of Heaven into artifacts. The King of the Heavens was full of treasures, and his death was a gluttonous feast for the living gods at that time, and he divided up everything he could. Cut the sun, the moon, and the sky. Yanran also had a murderous intent sweeping through her. Said, sacrifice his heavenly world to your eternal kingdom, take back the eyes of the King of Heaven, and become the sun and moon in your eternal kingdom, illuminating the heaven and earth, so as to stabilize the foundation of your eternal kingdom. She chose the Sun-Moon God to act, also based on her strength and help to the eternal kingdom. I have no objection, and it is not too late. We will kill immediately. We must use thunderous and swift means. When others can't resist, we will kill the sun and the moon. When the sun and the moon are cut, they will be killed in the sky. There will be violent fluctuations in the world, but by then the dust has settled. Xuanhuan is fierce-willed. Killing God, what a great feat. Although some gods pay attention to the empire now, they don't pay too much attention to it. However, once the gods are beheaded, the situation will be completely different. Yanran, you and I join hands to create a great new era. While Xuanhuan and Yanran were talking, they immediately began to travel through time and space, locked on the sun, moon, and heaven, and teleported away. A place that is not dominated by God can be reached in an instant. However, the Sun-Moon realm is obviously not successful. It can only reach outside the world barrier, and cannot break through. Moreover, the closer you get, the more you will be sensed by the Sun-Moon God. Xuanhuan, the Sun-Moon realm has arrived, and it's right there. Xuanhuan and Yanran stopped. They looked at a boundless world shrouded in layers of vitality. It was a world of God. From the outside world, they were extremely shocked, and the divine light radiated magnificently. Xuanhuan could feel that the Sun-Moon realm was still expanding, not within the celestial realm, but outward. Every god is creating a bigger world all the time. He pierced through it at a glance, and within the sun and moon world was the twilight light of sunset, which was dim and brilliant in color, and it was the moment when the big sun was about to set and the moon was rising. At this moment, the sun and the moon coexist. But those were the eyes of the King of Heaven, completely turned into a divine weapon. The moon rises and sets, the sky and the earth cycle, and this process is going on again and again. I have fought against the evil gods before, and the power of the sun and moon gods is much stronger than him. Xuanhuan saw through it with a glance. Xuanhuan, the sun and moon god, already knew we were coming. Yanran said. If you know it, and there is nothing to say. You and I will go straight in, break the defense of the heaven world, find the real body of the sun and moon god, and kill him. Xuanhuan said. The powerhouses in the sun and moon world are like clouds, although they are not as powerful as in the martial world, but besides the sun and moon, there are also many heavenly emperors. Among them, the two most outstanding heavenly emperors are one called Yari Heavenly Emperor and the other called Huiyue Heavenly Emperor. Power, not God, but also has the will of God, as his right arm. Yanran said. The Emperor of Heaven. Emperor Huiyue. These are the two heavenly emperors that the sun and moon god painstakingly cultivated, and too much painstaking effort has been put into them. He extremely hoped that these two emperors could achieve the realm of the gods and become the little gods in the sun and moon realm. Think about it, the sun and the moon have become gods, and he, the biggest god, will have a huge increase in strength. But even if you have the will of God and God spares no effort in cultivating it, it is too difficult to become a god. After the attack, Yen ran, "You go to stop the sun and moon god first, and I will attack. In the shortest possible time I will kill all the emperors in the sun and moon realm, break down all the foundations, and join hands with you." Xuanhuan Dao. He knew that this first battle to slaughter God would be his most critical and difficult battle. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but if you open up this situation, it will be much easier in the future. If we divide the strength of the gods, those who are like martial arts, thunder, gods, and demons can be called top gods, and the sun and moon gods are powerful gods. This kind of evil is common. Yen Ran is also the pinnacle of heaven. The power of reincarnation is mysterious and powerful. With the strength of her pinnacle god, at the level of power, it is enough to suppress the sun and moon god. Reincarnation god, you have reappeared. At this moment, within the sun and the moon, there was a voice that came out. It was the sun and the moon, who did not show his real body, but only saw a huge and vague shadow. He didn't know that goddess Yanran had come here for her purpose, but she felt a murderous intent to do something bad to him. And that Xuanhuan, who appeared in the heavenly tomb. The eyes of the sun and the moon locked on Xuanhuan. These two people suddenly went outside his heaven, what exactly they wanted to do, but he would not be afraid. If it's a guest, I welcome it. If it's an enemy, even if you are the god of samsara, I will not be afraid of you. The sun-moon god already knew that there must be no good things for the two of them to come, so his attention was almost all on the samsara god. The samsara god is the top god, and she has a great reputation. But even so, he would not be afraid of her. As for Xuanhuan, it has some strength. But if he is not a god, he is just a small role, and he doesn't deserve too much attention from him. He was able to swallow all the celestial tombs. It seems that it was all with the help of the reincarnation god. Yen Ran, let's do it. I will break open his sun and moon realm with the blade of catastrophe. Xuanhuan made a move immediately, and the two didn't say much. #C2047 Attack the sun and moon realm. This time, he came to the sun-moon realm with only one purpose, to sacrifice to the sun-moon god. Naturally, he would not talk nonsense with him, and would only kill him with the most terrifying means. Seeing Xuanhuan make a move, sun-moon god locked him with a terrifying will, but he still didn't pay attention to him. In his opinion, devouring the heavenly tomb is nothing. Can it be done without the help of reincarnation god? His gaze was still firmly fixed on the samsara god. It's a pity that he didn't know that Xuanhuan had fought against Wu Shangshang, otherwise, he would not have thought so. After all, Wu Shangshang would not publicize such a disgraceful thing. God of reincarnation, do you want to take action against Ben Tian? The will of the sun and moon god is full of anger, even if you are the top god, but directly attacking his world of the gods, this is undoubtedly provoking him and not taking him seriously. Yen Ran was speechless, just locked on the sun and moon, and the artistic conception of reincarnation was expanding. I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. The heavenly will of the sun and moon is oppressing. I don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. The reincarnation god and this man named Xuanhuan are too arrogant. They dare to directly attack my sun-moon realm. When we are soft persimmons, can we knead them at will? Humph. Reincarnation god, we can't do anything to her, but this one who is not god must kill him. That's right, kill, you must kill. If you don't kill, where will I put the dignity of the sun-moon realm? My sun-moon realm is going to stand on the top of the sky. Anyone who dares to provoke us will pay a painful price, which is more painful than losing their lives. Kill, kill, kill him. In the sun-moon realm, there are a large number of strong men, all of whom are full of murderous intent, wishing to rush out immediately, kill Xuanhuan, and then go and wipe out his empire. However, they did not act immediately, but communicated with the sun and moon, and waited for his order. How wise is the sun-moon god? Today, the samsara god suddenly came to the door, and he felt a strong threat. Break the sun and the moon. Xuanhuan's aura reached its peak in an instant. Holding the blade of catastrophe in his hand, the power of the god's artifact erupted in an instant, and the majestic emperor stepped out to control the eternal universe. He shattered the world with the power of catastrophe. The sound of heaven and earth collapsing suddenly resounded, shattering the sky, and the numerous restrictions outside the sun and moon world, the infinite crystal wall, all encountered the wave of mass extinction, and big gaps appeared everywhere. God's artifact, the power of catastrophe. When the sun and moon god saw the blade of catastrophe, their thoughts also fluctuated. The blade of catastrophe slashed directly on the sun-moon world, and at that time it had the power to destroy all worlds. The divine light of catastrophe raged, and immediately, the heavy barriers that enveloped it were broken. That's an artifact from the heavens. He actually directly broke the defense of our sun-moon realm. The breakthrough of the defense of heaven and earth also made them look a little dazed. How could the barrier of their world be breached all of a sudden? There is an incredible miracle contained in that divine artifact. The moment the world barrier of the sun-moon realm was broken, Xuanhuan's emperor's body had opened up the sky and the earth, and he stepped in directly. The invasion of outsiders directly caused a counterattack from various forces. Xuanhuan's majesty was unshakable. When he swept his eyes, the entire pattern of the sun and moon world was in his eyes, and the blade of catastrophe floated in front of him, continuously releasing the light of catastrophe. Every light of catastrophe is the greatest harm to the world. Bold, you dare to enter my heavenly realm directly. This is a provocation, a complete provocation. The divine artifact in his hand must have been given to him by the god of reincarnation, but if he wants to act recklessly in my sun-moon realm with a divine artifact, he is looking for death. That's right, he's throwing himself into a trap. Let's see what else he can do. Even if he understands the will of God, he is not really God. It's over, he's over, he can't get out of the sun-moon realm, and his only end is to be killed. With boundless anger, many strong men in the sun and moon world burst into anger when they saw Xuanhuan's presumptuous and bold actions. His sun-moon realm stood tall in the sky. How had he ever suffered such humiliation? Samsara, what do you want to do? The sun and the moon said, can you take back the eyes of the king of the sky? Well, if you want to take it back, then you can come. You think this day will fear you. The eyes of the gods have been integrated with the sun and moon world of this day, and cannot be taken away. The sun-moon god thought that the god of reincarnation came for the eyes of God, and would not think too much. Her real purpose was to sacrifice herself. Otherwise, the sky will burst into boundless anger. The gate of reincarnation. The gate of reincarnation is rippling with extremely strong light of reincarnation, as if deducing the eternal reincarnation of the creatures in the world. And after the door of reincarnation was opened, Yanran directly came to the heavenly realm of the sun and moon god, and confronted him head-on. I don't see you through the ages, reincarnation. I don't know if your strength is stronger or weaker. The sky of the sun and the moon is shrouded in the infinite light of the sun and the moon. There is the fierceness of the sun and the coldness of the moon. The two different auras perfectly coexist and blend together, which is magnificent. So what about the reincarnation god? He sun-moon god is also not a character to be messed with. The power of the sun and the moon twisted and twisted like a taiji diagram. Immediately, the sun and the moon god urged his peak powerful power to hit the samsara god fiercely. Yanran also used the gate of reincarnation to shoot the beam of reincarnation. Rumble. Two forces, transformed into two wills of God, came together in a terrifying and fierce confrontation. The battle against the gods is not only at the level of strength, but also the will of the soul, fighting in all aspects. Looking at it now, neither the samsara god nor the sun-moon god confronted each other head-on, but two torrents were fighting fiercely. In the eyes of the weak, it was two great wills of heaven and earth fighting. But in Xuanhuan's eyes, this is completely different. He saw two different laws of God. That is the true face of the Sun-Moon God. Xuanhuan saw the true face of the Sun-Moon God. God knows what you did. In the eyes of ordinary people, God is mysterious and ubiquitous. God knows what you do, and it is almost impossible to see the true face of God. Because you are not eligible. Even the eternal heavenly emperor can't see the real body of God in a hazy way, and will be blocked by a mysterious force that can't be seen through no matter how he looks at it. This is the keeping of God's own mystery. But Xuanhuan was different. If he couldn't even see his true colors, what would he sacrifice to God? He saw that the sun and the moon looked half old, full of wisdom and old age, like a middle-aged man who is about to enter his old age. And he knows that the appearance of the sun-moon god in each period is also different. When Chaoyang is born, he will become a vigorous youth, and as the sun rises, he will gradually become a youth, and the most peak adult. With the arrival of dusk, it will slowly age. In the long night, he will become an old man, waiting for the next cycle. Therefore, the change of his appearance means that the focus of his power will be different. #C 2048 Break the balance of the battlefield. Every god has its own god law. The law of heaven is an important part of the achievement of God, and it is an important foundation for them. If the Emperor of Heaven wants to become God, he must have the will of God and the world of God, these two most basic elements, and then create his own law of God, so as to integrate them and serve as a link for promotion. These 3 points are indispensable. It is too difficult to create the law of heaven, and it is almost impossible to copy others, and everyone has his own path. The sun and the moon god used the changes of the sun and the moon, his own changes, and each state has different abilities. I saw him changing from a half-old man, from the light of dusk to the dazzling light of the scorching sun. His body gradually became tall and straight, becoming a middle-aged man, like the sun at 12 o'clock, at its peak. With the power of the sun, his strength is fierce and domineering. With the power of the moon, his power can master many methods. And he also has the strongest state, which is the coexistence of the sun and the moon. He not only possesses the dominance of direct confrontation, but also possesses powerful spells, but he will not use them until the critical moment. But there is a price to pay for being strong, but this will undoubtedly consume a lot of his god's origin. Seeing that the sun and the moon blasted out endless scorching sunlight with one punch, and turned into a lava purgatory, he wanted to repel the Reincarnation god with the most domineering strength, and tell the Reincarnation god that this is no longer the time for the battle of the gods. Times have changed. Under the scorching sun, the god of samsara remained unmoved. With a light wave of her hands, the power of the sun and moon god was suppressed, and the strength of the top god was fully displayed, crushing and hitting the opponent. The sun, the moon, and the heavens attacked again, and the heavens' methods were pushed to the extreme. Every god represents a law. What I want to do is to incorporate all the laws of the gods into the empire, control everything by myself, and spare no effort to help the people of the empire to become gods. Every time a god is achieved, there will be more one kind of heavenly law. I will also be strong at the same time. This is the real way of infinite power. After Xuanhuan became the god, what he had to do was not to suppress, but to help, and like the king of the sky, he helped other people to become the god. But he is different from the king of heaven. He gathers all the laws of the heavens into one body, and integrates all Taos into one body, always maintains his peak and strongest combat power, and becomes an immortal hero. It can be said that the more gods there are, not only cannot overthrow him like the battle of the gods, but will become stronger and stronger. The strength of the empire is his strength. Of course, the premise of all this is to wipe out all the gods who disagree in the world of the gods and draw on a piece of white paper. Her strength. When Sun Moon God fought against Yan Ran, he also clearly understood her strength, which was even more terrifying and powerful than during the Battle of God. The reincarnation method of reincarnation is also a very weird method of the gods. Even if I explode into the sun and moon state, I am definitely not her opponent. Her reincarnation method is too weird, so the victory or defeat of this battle is not up to me, but to him. In an instant, the sun and the moon looked at Xuanhuan. All emperors, kill this person. The sun and the moon god issued an order. He could see that Xuanhu was the key at this moment. Kill him, and then all the emperors in the sun-moon realm will join forces to form countless scorching suns and bright moons, and together with him to attack the samsara god, they can repel her. Why does God cultivate a large number of strong people in his own world? This is the best answer. After hearing the voice of the sun and the moon, Yanran still had an indifferent expression. She believed that Xuanhuan had the ability to solve all this as quickly as possible. I'm here. Xuanhuan said. The samsara god has the strength to completely suppress the sun-moon god, but he cannot kill him, so he needs to break this balance by himself. And this battle is not fought for others, it is a crucial battle fought for oneself. Of course, he will use all his strength. Follow God's orders. At this moment, receiving the order of the sun and moon, all the emperors were dispatched. The sun, the moon and the gods echoed each other, countless suns and moons rose and fell, and the beams of light struck vertically and horizontally, all aiming their power at Xuanhuan. Although the sun-moon realm is not as powerful as the martial arts realm and the thunder realm, it is still as strong as a cloud, and there are not a few heavenly emperors and monarchs. This lineup can be called terrifying and luxurious. With the strongest heavenly emperor standing at the forefront, the emperor followed closely behind, and countless eternal gods behind, showing the powerful background of the sun-moon realm. Under the attack of my sun-moon realm army, this person will definitely die. The will of the eternal gods is locked. I know his identity now. He appeared on Wu and Lei's heavenly battlefield. He also killed Xingwu Tiandi, which aroused the fury of the Wu world. Understood, it was God of Reincarnation who took him away. It turned out to be him, he is the mysterious heavenly emperor. Humph, killing the Xingwu heavenly emperor, can we be arrogant in my sun-moon realm? Don't we have a peak heavenly emperor? Not only a peak heavenly emperor, but we also have a semi-god who has comprehended the will of God and surpassed the peak heavenly emperor. Led by Emperor Sun Yao and Emperor Hui Yu, gather the strongest forces and kill him directly. Behead him, and we will go to support God, repel the reincarnation god, and let her steal the chicken and lose nothing. Many suns and moons are suspended, and each sun and moon shoots out terrifying and infinite power. The strong brilliance gathered together, not to mention some peak emperors, even half-gods would be directly bombarded and killed by them. They thought. Xuanhuan was able to leave the battlefield of God that day, entirely because of the reincarnation of God. In the sun and moon realm, Sun-Moon God also let go of the origin of God, and helped his subordinates kill Xuanhuan as quickly as possible without entanglement with him. When that person named Xuanhu dies, gather all the power in the Sun-Moon realm to deal with reincarnation. Through this battle, let Ben Tian comprehend the law of her reincarnation. It is absolutely impossible to regain the eye of God. The sun and the moon said to heaven. Rumble. Rumble. The rumbling sound of the sun and moon's suppression. 2.5 gods, the Sun Emperor and the Bright Moon Emperor. Xuanhuan's eyes looked directly at the two strongest people in the Sun-Moon realm except the Sun-Moon God. The Emperor of the Sun, exuding the scorching sunlight, was tall and majestic, and he looked like an extremely domineering person, and the will of God was also suppressed all the time. The Emperor Huiyue was a woman with a beautiful face, and the cold moonlight spread out. These two half-gods were carefully cultivated by the Sun-Moon God, and their own strength is extraordinary, coupled with the blessing of the entire Sun-Moon realm. They are not afraid of such gods as the evil god. Huiyue, don't get entangled with him, directly mobilize the strongest force, crush him with absolute strength, and don't give him any chance to fight back. The Emperor of Heaven had a strong tone. Being valued by the Reincarnation God, his strength should not be underestimated, but in the face of absolute strength, it is useless. The two strongest heavenly emperors, Sun Yao Tiandi and Huiyue Tiandi, communicated in an instant, booming, led by them, mobilized the power of the entire Sun-Moon realm, turned into a torrent of destruction, and killed the past. #See 2049 Sun and Moon Catastrophe. Boom. The torrent of the sun and the moon swept out at this moment, and they all came from the same realm. Their powers could be perfectly integrated together and converged into a stronger and more shocking torrent of supernatural powers. In their view, in front of this terrifying force, the sky will be broken by them, let alone this person is a heavenly emperor. There are two of them in the half of the sky, not to mention there are so many strong men in the sun and moon world, giving them strength and blessing. It is impossible for this person to be hands-on. When their power gathered together, they could destroy all the strong men except God, and turned into a torrent that traversed the ages, hitting Chu Yuan's body in an instant with the most violent posture. In just an instant, the place where Chu Yuan was completely submerged. Okay. He was hit by our power, and it is impossible to escape again. What kind of martial arts? He is just a dead dog now. No, he is not even qualified to lead the whole body. Arrogant, you are arrogant, this is the price you have to pay. Everyone, increase your strength again, push it to the limit, and don't give him any chance. This will be the place where he died and become his cemetery. Amidst the many voices, their strength reached another limit, earth-shaking, the sun and moon divine light destroyed everything, and shone in on Chu Yuan. But just the next moment, they felt something was strongly wrong. Although under the impact of the torrent of the sun and the moon, this person is like an indestructible, completely indestructible peerless existence, even if the impact of the torrent of power cannot be wiped out. He's not dead yet. What happened? In the face of our strength, how could he resist? Don't panic, he must have a treasure given by the Reincarnation God, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to persist until now. As long as we increase our strength, he will definitely be destroyed. In the face of absolute power, nothing can stop it. They made a sound, and their strength rose again. Rieo Tiandi, Ji Lai, saw a towering shadow in the torrent with his eyes. He didn't move, just stood there calmly, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. It's very wrong. Emperor Huiyue was thoughtful, and suddenly his face changed, and he shouted, no, he was not destroyed by us, and he didn't use any gods to resist. He was completely blocked by his own strength, that is to say, we didn't attack him at all. He does damage. How is that possible? Emperor Sun Yao also found it a bit unbelievable, how fierce our power is, with the origin of God. Not to mention him, even some weak gods can penetrate his world, let alone him. Increase the power, he will always be destroyed by us. That is. Emperor Huiyue will look again. She finally saw what was wrong, and she was shocked in her heart. No, it's very wrong, he is actually devouring our strength. The heavenly tomb was annexed by an empire before, and he wants to swallow us all in the same way. Finally see through Chu Yuan's purpose. He is devouring the power in the sun-moon realm. Eat our strength. Emperor Rieo also noticed it, and he was shocked. How did he do it? No matter what they think, Chu Yuan's devouring of the heavens has already begun. He is like the most terrifying master of devouring the sky, every attack is swallowed by him, not only cannot destroy him, but is continuously swallowed by him. He absorbed all the power from the bombardment into his body. In this devouring, he became more and more magnificent. The power that devoured the heavens struck across the entire sun-moon realm, broke through the barriers of the world, and plundered the origin. His emperor's majesty and will had already suppressed all the strong men in the sun-moon realm, and he actually felt shivering fear. You can't bombard him in this way, otherwise it will be sent to him to devour. Emperor Rieo shouted, the opponent was far more difficult than he imagined. He was not afraid of Xuanhuan attacking and killing tyrannical people, because there were many strong people in the Sun-Moon realm, but he was afraid that Xuanhuan's swallowing would make their strategy of crushing with strength completely fail. As soon as you blast out a powerful force, you will be swallowed by him immediately. How can you fight this? Xuanhuan glanced across, although the force they joined forces to attack just now was indeed fierce. Not to mention mysterious, but pure power is stronger than all evil gods, but in his eyes, it is just energy swallowed by him. If there is no real suppression of God's will, it will send energy to him. After Xuanhuan completely annexed the heavenly tomb, his own strength went up to another level. End the battle in the shortest possible time. Xuanhuan can't waste time with them, and later changes will happen. He understands this truth very well. If the time is delayed longer, it is very likely that other gods will take action. The Emperor Sunyao looked at the majestic Xuanhuan, and knew that even though he was also a half-god, the gap between them was huge, just like the gap between the evil god and the top-notch god like Wu. But half-god is also half-god, and should not be insulted lightly. Kill him in the fiercest way. In the raging flames, a spear appeared in the hand of the Emperor Sunyao, and on top of his head, the eyeball of the King of Heaven, which represented the sun, also shot out power. Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense, his thoughts flashed in an instant. He gripped the blade of catastrophe tightly and slashed out again. He wanted to let the people in the Sun-Moon realm see his invincible strength. No matter how many people there were, they would still be ants and mobs in front of him, and they would all be killed. The war in the world of heaven is cruel, and there is no moral kindness. Weak, even God, will be slaughtered by others. Boom! The huge damage brought by the blade of catastrophe immediately set off a boundless storm, and the originally stable Sun-Moon realm suffered an unprecedented blow. The power of the catastrophe tore apart, and countless divine lights shuttled back and forth, causing the destruction of the world. There were a lot of cracks in the whole world, and there were heaven and earth cracks everywhere. It is not so easy to destroy the world of God. Sun-Moon God suppressed it with his own power. Even if the power of the blade of catastrophe was activated to the strongest, Xuanhuan could not destroy the whole world. But the law of the Reincarnation God completely suppressed him, leaving the Sun-Moon God with no time to care about him. Xuanhuan's supreme power, the blade of catastrophe, has been cut out, and the divine power of catastrophe runs through the epic river, and directly descends on their camp. Defense. The two heavenly emperors responded immediately. But when Xuanhuan stepped forward, the majestic one seemed to be at the same level as the entire sun and moon world, and his hands pressed down on the blade of heaven. Bang bang bang. Destroying all the power, it immediately broke their defenses, resulting in layers of shattering. The Emperor Sunyao and the Emperor Huiyue relied on their own strength and were able to resist, but they shook violently. And many emperor realms were repelled, and some spurted blood. But the kings and celestial beings behind them were not so easy. The kings were howling, and were directly penetrated by the power of the catastrophe. More eternal gods were evaporated, leaving no bones left. At this moment, he caused a huge killing. #C2050 slaughter. This blow caused huge damage, and a large number of eternal gods were vaporized. Although these eternal gods have no effect on the foundation of the Sun-Moon realm, their death is a great shame, and they were attacked by others and killed. Just like if someone directly entered the empire, Xuanhuan would also burst into a strong anger and give the order to kill. Damn it! Rieo Tiandi was filled with endless anger, and his whole body was like a god in the sun. This person's strength was so strong that he never expected that he could break through their defense alone, and challenge their strength by himself. Even if he is half god, but in a solo fight, he still can't compete with him. Even if such a character is not God, he still has the strength comparable to God, but how could such a character appear? He had a strong premonition that once this person became the real God, he would be the most powerful. No matter how strong you are, I will not be afraid of you. The Emperor Sun Yao broke out with the strongest fighting spirit, and his anger broke out. Holding a spear, he was unyielding, and his aura was perfectly combined with the eyes of the gods. His every move had great majesty, bringing a shower of meteors and fire. Huiyue, this person's strength is beyond our expectations. Only you and I are qualified to fight him head-on. Now obey the Emperor's order. Huiyue and I will fight head-on. My supernatural powers. Emperor Rieo issued an order, and shot straight through, piercing through fiercely. Emperor Huiyue also made a move. Her magical weapon is a magic staff, which can be attacked from close by and cast from a distance. Immediately, the sun and the moon came together. When the eyes of the sky, the two sun and moon eyeballs are shining, two beams of light lock onto Xuanhuan, turning into the sun and moon domain, and they mobilize the power of the artifact. The rest of the powerhouses gathered into a series of powerful supernatural powers to assist at the same time. Xuanhuan confronted the Eye of God with one blade, and lit the flames of war with one palm. Rumbling. The shattering of the world was shrouded in flames of war. Brilliant and resplendent Shenhui, thousands of troops are attacking, he alone is enough to kill all the strong men in the world of heaven. His majesty at this moment is unimaginable. Now, standing there, he was like a piece of sky. The vast emperor's body stepped out, and the eternal waves were impacting, and the waves were so powerful that they drowned everything that resisted. Facing Xuanhuan, Emperor Rieo felt a huge shadow appeared in his mind. His mind was shocked, and a big hand broke all the spells, and directly swept him away. Emperor Huiyue shot at Xuanhuan with a divine light, which was extremely cold, but when he strode forward, a wave of air roared and hit her, and she was also knocked into the air immediately. The havoc blade stands overhead, creating havoc all the time. As soon as he dropped his hands, he created an eternal Big Bang. During the Big Bang, he arrived in many emperor realms in one step. No, he wants to kill those emperors. Having experienced Xuanhuan's strength, Emperor Huiyue knew very well that those emperor realms could never be his opponents. Xuanhuan looked at a celestial emperor emitting a scorching sun, without any supernatural powers, he just crushed it down with the greatest force, causing the celestial emperor to burst and explode. What? The heavenly emperor made a tragic sound, and was directly crushed to death by Xuanhuan's power. Scorching Sun Emperor. The Sun Emperor roared. Those who cultivate the power of the great sun belong to his lineage. Bang bang bang. The bang explosion, when he stepped forward, many kings were directly shaken to death. Xuanhuan struck mercilessly and piled up a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood at the eternal level. His eyes locked on another emperor, walked over to him, and directly shocked him to death. He shot again and again. As soon as a woman made a sound of resentment, Xuanhuan's emperor body crushed over, and the sound of the explosion was drowned out, and she disappeared. No, you dare to slaughter us, I am not reconciled, you will die a miserable death. How can I die in the sun and moon realm? This is impossible, I will not die, I will not die. The strong man in the sun and moon realm is roaring, this person is the most terrifying great demon king, the bloody butcher. Xuanhuan was directly the crushing power, and a strong man was blasted by him. Seeing him walking over, he didn't look like a person at all, but a huge world crushing the plate. Every time it is crushed, a large number of eternal gods will die, including Emperor Realm. Seeing Xuanhuan continue to kill so cruelly, the powerhouses in the Sun-Moon realm were a little confused. What's wrong? How could they be slaughtered like this in the celestial realm where they lived? Xuanhuan's crushing of heaven and earth is a large-scale obliteration, not one by one, slowly. In just a short time, Emperor Sun Yao and Emperor Huiyue saw that a large number of strong men on their side had been slaughtered, and they were immediately emptied. Bastard! The Emperor Sun Yao couldn't bear it any longer. the divine light of the great sun spread fiercely, and the power was driven to the strongest peak, and the strongest means were activated. The sun of heaven and earth shines all over the world, and the fire of heaven is inextinguishable. He rushed over directly, to stop Xuanhuan's killing. But this day the Emperor of Heaven is also on his must-kill list. How could he allow him to block his time? As soon as he raised his hand, it was a big millstone, bombarding it. The Sun Yao Tian Emperor only supported for a moment, and then vomited blood. It was not an enemy at all. You are half god, and I am half god. Why is there such a huge gap between us? Emperor Riao was extremely sad and indignant. The power of the Xuanhuan Ganges sands turned into hundreds of millions of divine lights, and the catastrophe of heaven and earth spread all over the sun-moon realm, enveloping them like an invisible net. Locking on the eternal gods, the power of catastrophe was pushed out, and each one was bursting. Looking at the sun-moon realm now, it is densely covered by countless flames of war, and the explosion of the eternal gods is the most splendid fireworks. The fireworks are all lit by the eternal gods. Xuanhuan is supreme, and no one can be his opponent. He came in front of an emperor, and under his invincible power, the soul of this emperor collapsed. A big hand pressed down in the air, and his head burst open, and his energy was swept away. In a short period of time, under Xuanhuan's killing, half of the strong men in the sun and moon world were killed, which can be called unbearable pain. This is even more tragic than the war of destroying the country. It is the battle of destroying the sky. Evil, you are the biggest evil. The sun and the moon also burst into boundless anger. His people, the strong men he had painstakingly cultivated, were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. The wrath of God is burning. God of reincarnation, don't force me. The sun-moon god saw that if he was killed by this person again, all the powerhouses in the sun-moon realm would be wiped out, and even the Sun Yao Heavenly Emperor and the Huiwei Heavenly Emperor would not be able to keep them. The power of Shenwu directly broke his plan. Yanran's response was nothing else. She directly used the most powerful force to suppress the sun and moon, and created an opportunity for Xuanhuan to sweep the sun and moon world. #C2051 Destroy the Foundation. With the power of one person, many powerful men in the sun-moon realm were bloodbathed, and their army was vulnerable to Xuanhuan. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of people is just a gift. How can he be so powerful? Looking at Xuanhuan's sky-like majestic figure, a thought called fear inevitably arose in their hearts. With one move of his hands, the energy froze, and a world-destroying millstone was pushed across. This big mill is obliterating the world. Kachacha, with the crushing of the big millstone, the sun-moon world was about to crack. No, he must not be allowed to continue. God is fighting fiercely with reincarnation. If our battlefield is defeated, it will have an extremely severe impact on God. The Riao Heavenly Emperor regrouped and flew up again, blasting out his fists continuously. The rising sun is vast, and the great sun is at its peak. He moved violently, like the heavens and the earth had just opened. In the darkness and chaos, he rose from the horizon day by day, and suddenly hit the peak moment. This means that his strength has also reached a peak. Moon. At the same time, Emperor Huiwei also had a cold moon appear. The power of the sun and the moon, reflecting each other, quickly rotated to form a kind of perfection, and in this cycle, they actually formed a kind of domain world similar to God. Under Xuanhuan's great oppression, they are actually growing themselves, and they want to achieve their own divine law. Block him. Sun and moon coexist, infinite loop. The two of them bloomed with the most powerful brilliance. For the sun-moon realm, they can give up their lives. Xuanhuan was expressionless, and his plan could not be affected by their obstruction. His body was oppressed, and everyone felt a kind of darkness in their hearts, which was about to suffocate. Kill. Although this man is powerful, it also made them feel a sense of scalp numbness, but they had no way to retreat, they could only bite the bullet and kill directly. He stood there, like an endless world, vast and boundless. The sun, the moon, and the stars collided, carrying the will of the two heavenly emperors. Xuanhuan showed his power, and these two people are still blocking him, bang bang bang. The collision of two stars wanted to smash his world, but it was always outside his domain and could not be broken. We can't break his domain with the power of the sun and the moon. The Sun Emperor's way. Even if it can't be broken, he must not be allowed to continue killing. My Sun-Moon realm's loss this time is too great, beyond the limit we can bear. Emperor Huiyue said. Just as their voices came out, Xuanhuan grabbed it with his big hand, and a suction force brought the sun and the moon together. He wants to swallow our sun and moon, it's impossible. Emperor Rieo's face was ferocious, and he used his offensive technique, heaven-shattering kill. But when Xuanhuan saw his sky-shattering kill, his expression didn't change. He pressed down with his supreme fist, broke everything, and directly collided with that day. His punch seems to have reached the limit that a kind of strength can reach. This day was immediately wiped out and exploded into countless rains of light. Puff. The shattering of the great sun also caused the Emperor Sun Yao to suffer a strong backlash, swallowing a mouthful of blood suddenly. As soon as the Emperor Huiyue changed, Xuanhuan crushed the moon directly under the pressure of his big hand. Xuanhuan's power runs through the past, present and future at this moment, endless time and space, and turns into a moment of eternity, condenses into a kind of eternal divine power, and hits the two of them. Boom! As soon as they suffered the moment of eternity, their wills were about to collapse. Xuanhuan's will was comparable to God's will to block the audience, and he had reached the peak of the peak. He punched again, bringing thunder and lightning, the destruction of the catastrophe. A peak emperor of the sun and moon world was destroyed by this punch. No one can stop his ferocity. How can we stop him? There were such roars in the sun-moon realm. The sun-moon god was even more angry, but he was even more aggrieved. Once upon a time, being forced into such a situation, he couldn't watch Xuanhuan continue to kill, but the samsara god didn't give him a chance to rescue him. The gates of eternity are opened. He walked into the gate of eternity, and walked out like an ancient legend, directly in front of the Emperor Sun Yao. Although he only walked in and out, the boiling of power seemed to have undergone billions of years of changes in the portal. Boom! His eternal divine light boiled, and God's will suppressed the Sun Yao Tiandi, making him feel that his will was about to collapse, and he couldn't function anymore. His eyes could not be calm, as if he saw the most terrifying monster. Xuanhuan's power was shocked, and he forcibly cut off his connection with the Eye of Heaven, and he shot so fast that he had already forcibly pulled the Emperor of Heaven into his domain. This kind of domain can only be broken by God. But does the Sun-Moon God have a chance to make a move? The Sun Emperor just made a sound. Xuanhuan had already ignited the beacon fire, and under his hands, a beam of heavenly light, like a pillar of heaven, directly pierced through the head of Emperor Rieo. What? A man like Rieo Tiandi screamed out in pain at this moment. The power of this divine light directly pierced and shrouded his whole body, and his divine will was shattered in an instant, turning into many will fragments. Boom! There was a kind of big explosion in his body. The power of this big explosion is also violent and extraordinary. It can penetrate the heavenly world, and the whole person becomes a radiant energy. The gate of eternity produced suction, and the energy after the big explosion of the Sun Emperor was distorted. Under Xuanhuan's single-handed manipulation, it was directly swallowed by the gate. Swallowing this power is more effective than killing dozens of emperors. He has the will of God, which is like gold, the best thing for promotion in the world. Sunday, he's dead. Emperor Huiyue couldn't feel the breath of Emperor Sun Yao anymore, and he seemed to have eaten the biggest bitter fruit in his mouth. Kill. She also knew that there was no way for God to save her. Once Riyao died, it would be her turn next, and she had no way to run away. She transforms herself into a moon, becomes the moon. This moon wheel is also extremely powerful, imbued with the most powerful force in the body, splashing cold moonlight, spinning quickly, and heading towards Xuanhuan. In a desperate fight, Emperor Huiyue is also an extremely decisive person, never indecisive. When Xuanhuan saw the moon wheel spinning towards him at high speed, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the moon wheel at once, and forcibly stopped her spinning. This moon wheel represents the Emperor Huiyue, and she can clearly see her drastically changed face. Xuanhuan grasped the palm of his hand, and there was the sound of the crescent of the moon, and a raging fire was burning on it, without any mercy. After the moon wheel burned the divine fire, it was thrown directly into the gate of eternity. His thoughts of God were also transmitted to the entire sun-moon realm, and there was no longer any resistance to the Emperor of Heaven who was against him, and all the eternal levels were exploding, at the foundation of the sun-moon god. #C2052 Anger. The endless destructive aura enveloped the entire sun-moon realm, bringing about a huge collapse. As soon as many eternal gods were contaminated by the power of the catastrophe, they immediately exploded completely. This was the greatest catastrophe encountered in the history of the sun-moon realm since its creation, and the creatures inside suffered the greatest massacre. This is the battle of exterminating the sky. There will be no so-called benevolence when all the creatures die all day long. God. Those eternal gods were shrouded in catastrophe, and they wailed, praying to God to save them. The sky of the sun and the moon was boundless in anger, and there was a rumbling sound from the sky and the earth, and boundless anger descended. He had never been humiliated like this before, being beaten into the house by others and slaughtered wantonly. If God of Reincarnation did not stop him, he would make this person suffer the most terrifying wrath of God. At this time, the god of Samsara struck mercilessly, and the divine light of Samsara struck, shaking the sun and moon god back again. Sun-moon god also had grief and indignation in his heart. Reincarnation, reincarnation, you will die badly. The sun-moon realm encountered the biggest war in history, and was covered by two strands of divine vitality outside the sky, forming a barrier that even the will of the gods could hardly penetrate. Now, there are already some gods who know that great changes have taken place in the sun-moon realm, but they don't know exactly what happened. It is very likely that there is a battle between the sun and the moon in the world. But even if they knew about the changes in the sun-moon realm, some gods wouldn't care too much. Many gods exist side by side, and each god is an individual with its own will. Although it is rare for the gods to take action, it is not impossible. Just like, when Lei and Wu battled to open up the battlefield of God, there was also no god to intervene. Let them fight the battle in the sky, and it is not good for them to intervene. Yan ran. After Xuanhuan dealt with the strong men in the sun-moon realm, he soared into the sky, rose up, and came to the field where God fought. His breath is boundless. Demonstrated tyrannical strength. Those obstacles have been resolved, and now it is time to kill the sun-moon god. Sun-moon god's left eye is the sun, his right eye is the moon, and he locks on Xuanhuan firmly. His hatred for Xuanhuan is even higher than the Samsara god. After all, the Samsara god was the top god when he was the king of the sky. He stood at the pinnacle of the sky and was a level higher than him. But this person is something. No matter how powerful he is not God. He slaughtered all the strong men under his command. The loss is one aspect, and the shame is the greatest. Samsara, do you think that I can hand over the eye of God? This is impossible. Even if you destroy the sun-moon realm today, you will not be able to take back the eye of the King of God. The sun and the moon said with an absolutely strong will. Although his sun-moon realm was almost wiped out, and there were no strong men left, it was impossible for him to hand over the eye of God, nor was it possible to destroy the sun-moon realm. The eyes of heaven are the eyeballs of the King of Heaven, and the two eyeballs are two divine artifacts, the most suitable artifacts for him. How could he hand them over? The sun-moon world is gone, it doesn't matter. As long as he is alive, it can be recreated. He himself is the most important. As long as God does not die, he will make a comeback. Until now, he still thinks that the reincarnation of the gods is for the eyes of the gods. After all, it is simply impossible to kill a god. Yanran directly used the strongest strength to destroy him. Xuanhuan devoured a large number of strong men from the sun-moon realm, and his power reached its peak. With a shock of his strength, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the starry sky of the universe collapsed. With him as the center, a terrifying black hole was formed. The aura that devoured everything made people shudder. Xuanhuan stared at the sun and the moon. Even if it is the sky, it will be slaughtered this day. Xuanhuan took the initiative to attack the sun and moon, the sky and the earth changed color, he became stronger, hundreds of millions of brilliance exploded, and with a movement of his palm, a sword that slaughtered the sky slashed down. With this sword, a big gap was split open, and a jet-black aura of destruction burst out. Presumptuous. Sun-Moon God felt insulted. He pushed his hands flat, exploding the divine power of reincarnation. Countless suns and moons rushed out, and the masculine and domineering force pierced Xuanhuan's eyes, trying to blind him. He can't deal with the reincarnation god, can't he also deal with you? He also knew that the sun-moon realm was bound to be destroyed, and there was nothing he could do about it, but this person couldn't let it go. He made up his mind that even if he consumed the source of the sun and the moon this time, he would not hesitate to kill him in order to avenge the sun and the moon realm. There is no shame in being unable to deal with God. And if he is not even a god and can't deal with it, it would be a shame, and he will definitely be ridiculed by other gods in the future. Xuanhuan also saw that Sun-Moon God was about to give up on God, and turned to deal with him with the strongest force. In fact, in the War of the Gods, destroying the world of the gods is not the most difficult thing. As long as several gods join forces, the world of a god can be completely destroyed. The hardest and most difficult thing is to kill God. If the gods don't kill them, what's the use of destroying their world? It will only make them more angry, and they will take strong revenge, and they will attack your heaven world in the future. Under God's blockade, your people can't even leave the realm of God. If God does not kill, it will cause endless harm. The Sun-Moon God is also thinking about this idea. He sees that the Samsara God is probably helping this person become a god, so he wants to seize the eye of God and stabilize the world. Then, he will focus on Xuanhuan and look for opportunities to sabotage him. It was still the time when the King of Heaven was peaceful. He helped a person to achieve the gods, and helped them open up the world, and no one would take the initiative to attack others in the world. However, with the destruction of the King of Heaven, the matter of attacking the heaven and earth is too ordinary. Boom! At this time, the power of the sun and the moon sublimated, and he used the great supernatural power of extinction, which followed his hands, and the ocean of lava covered the sky and covered the earth, completely sweeping towards Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Yanran didn't make a move. Xuanhuan's aura was mighty, and the eternal battlefield was built. Wu Shangshang dared to fight recklessly. Suddenly, the eternal god fist, like the moment of eternity, directly collided with the sun, the moon, and the sky. Do you dare to fight against Bentian? What Sun-Moon God used was the scorching sun god fist, with fierce power. The two fists exchanged in the sky and the earth, and the brilliance went straight to the sky and the earth, as if penetrating out of the heaven world and reaching a place that does not exist. He suppressed Xuanhuan with the strongest force, and immediately, there was a continuous shocking sound. In the peerless collision, Xuanhuan was enveloped by the thick fire of the Yang God. Barry! The sun and the moon covered it with a big hand. But in the next moment, Xuanhuan walked out from the flames of war. His eternal divine body could hold all power, and he also counterattacked with a big hand. Unrivaled power. Xuanhuan and Sun Moon God punched each other, but they were not suppressed by each other. It was able to counter my strength. Sun Moon God also noticed the unthinkable. Is this person really not God? The gate of reincarnation also builds the domain of reincarnation. The law of reincarnation blocks the sun, the moon, and the heavens, turning it into a desperate place to bury the gods. #C2053 can't escape. Sun Moon's face was solemn. Up to this moment, he still hasn't figured out the reason why God of Reincarnation suddenly came to him. Is it really for the eyes of God? When the King of Heaven fell, he was not the only one who shared his wealth. He faintly had a strong premonition that this premonition might kill him. He doesn't care about the fact that the powerhouses in the Sun and Moon world were swept away. Now he knows that his condition is not good. Fighting with Xuanhuan's tricks makes him have a combat power comparable to that of God. It is difficult to solve the problem. This is very scary. If he is not careful today, he may have to pay a huge price. The sun and the moon shine together. The Sun-Moon God cannot underestimate the opponent. The eyes of the gods were boiling, and the two divine lights coexisted, with the power to melt everything, and bombarded Xuanhuan. This person was a key point for him to break the deadlock. Xuanhuan used the blade of catastrophe to burst out the light of catastrophe. This artifact. The sun and the moon saw that the blade of catastrophe was extremely powerful, and it did not know where it came from, and it could bring about the collapse of the world. Xuanhuan soared into the sky, and directly attacked the sun and moon god with invincible domineering power. With one punch, he condensed a monstrous force, piercing through the ancient river. Just you. The sun, moon, and heaven are based in one dimension. The heavens have absolute oppression over those below the heavens. They are detached from heaven and earth, not bound by the heaven itself. They can transcend the outside world, stand in a dimension of heaven, and no amount of attacks from heavenly emperors can bombard them. He just stood there and ignored Xuanhuan's attack. Boom! But in an instant, the power of this punch broke this dimension. With the will to destroy everything, it broke the realm of God, allowing Xuanhuan to come directly to the Sun-Moon God, sweeping the infinite world. Strong fist. Fight against the sun and moon. He himself is also representing the eternal kingdom at this moment, the moment of collision, that is the big collision of two heavens and earth. You can break into my heavenly dimension. Sun-Moon God was also shocked. This person is almost destined to become a god, and what I am afraid is lacking is accumulation. He also couldn't suppress Xuanhuan with willpower. The heavens and the world, infinite reincarnation. Yanran continued to attack, pushing the power of reincarnation to the limit, and the light of reincarnation was everywhere. If every light of reincarnation hits the body of the sun and moon, it will have a powerful lethality. She restrained the sun and moon god and weakened his power. The light of the sun and moon in the sun and moon sky was strongly suppressed. Eternal battlefield, rule the world. King Xuanhuan was in the world, his body was full of strength. Without Yanran's help, he would naturally have no way to deal with the sun and moon, but now, it is completely different. He attacked with both fists, bang. The infinite divine light soared and penetrated into the sky. Every time Sun-Moon God hits, a large number of worlds are created to block them, but every time Xuanhuan hits and sweeps across thousands, all these powers are wiped out. Sun-Moon God fist. Sun and Moon God had the sun in his left hand and the moon in his right hand, and an infinite vision appeared. The undulating power of the sun and the moon rose up, and immediately swept Xuanhuan's whole body, bombarding him with the law of heaven. He once again entered the dimension of heaven. Even if this person has the power to break the dimension of heaven, he still has to rely on great strength to do it, and he cannot enter it as he likes. Once in the dimension, at that moment, time seems to have passed thousands of years. He stretched out both hands, and the sun-moon storm roared horribly. There were extraordinary sun-moon particles in it, rumbling through and tearing Xuanhuan apart. But Xuanhuan never moves. In the storm, the sun and moon god strode forward, covering the sky and covering the earth. A beam of sun and moon divine light suddenly blasted down, and what was burning blazingly was his origin and will. This day, the source of the gods will destroy your body. The sun-moon god locked Xuanhuan completely, and with a bang, the sun-moon domain was killed. A huge explosion immediately resounded around Xuanhuan, destroying all fluctuations. Countless suns and moons smashed down hard, and the infinite power was poured in, making the greatest determination. The sun and moon gods also became ruthless this time, burning their own sun and moon sources. The eye of heaven also underwent a huge change. 2 beams of brilliance were torn off, carrying a terrifying will, as if 2 shadows appeared, one left and one right to kill Xuanhuan. This is but a moment. Xuanhuan added all kinds of power to resist the killing of the sun and moon in an instant. His power spans the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing the heavens of all worlds, changing the eternal battlefield, and the flames are everywhere. An emperor of the whole world is bravely resisting the destruction of the sky. He pushed with both hands, and the smoke and flames were overwhelming. The bombardment was 10 times and 100 times stronger than before. He also felt the huge pressure, but the sun and the moon god also noticed the difficulty of this person, and his strength attacked again and again. But this person is like an undefeated emperor. No matter how fierce the attack is, he will never retreat. I don't believe I can't destroy you today. The sun and moon god also roared. The falling of billions of suns and moons ignited his anger, and the tyrannical supernatural powers of the gods plunged him into an extremely dangerous situation all at once. Xuanhuan was not afraid at all, and fought against the sky. Although the sun and moon law of the sun and the moon made him shake again and again, and the real fire of the sun and the moon had the power to burn everything, but he still maintained his own stability. The sun, the moon, and the heavens pressed their hands again, and the heaven and the earth descended. Xuanhuan also raised his palms to match the hands of the sun and moon god. Boom! It was another monstrous explosion. I don't know how much the surrounding world has been shattered. If you get close, the aftermath can directly kill the Zunzan Emperor realm. This can't kill him. Sun-Moon God's series of attacks were extremely domineering, but he still couldn't kill Xuanhuan, which made him deeply feel how difficult this person was, and he was even more troublesome than some gods. If there is no god of reincarnation watching over him, even if this person is in trouble, he will have enough time to play with him slowly. However, the fact is that not now. This person's strength is comparable to that of God, and God of reincarnation is on the side. I can't get entangled with them today. Sun-Moon God is absolutely calm. No matter how angry he is at this moment, he still has to endure it. As a heaven, he has absolute tolerance. If you have a grudge, you can retaliate later, but not now. He grabbed the eye of God with both hands, and 2 strands of divine power shot up into the sky, trying to break the blockade of the gate of reincarnation. A god, if he wants to escape, it will be extremely difficult to stop him. The god of reincarnation was silent, and only used the gate of reincarnation to construct the blockade of reincarnation in the heavens, and in this kind of reincarnation, it seemed that countless reincarnations were reflected, all of which broke out an incomparable attack on the sun and moon god. Samsara, admit it today, you are very strong, but if you want to stop me from leaving, it is impossible. The sun and moon gods of the sun and the moon are tearing the sky and the earth, trying to break all the blockades. The gate of reincarnation is suppressing forcefully. And me. Xuanhuan swung the blade of catastrophe, and then launched an attack on Sun-Moon God. #See 2054 Altar of Worship. If the Sun-Moon God wants to break the blockade of the Samsara God, he must use all his strength and cannot be distracted. If it is an ordinary person, even if he is a half-god, he doesn't care. With his strength, he can't hurt him at all. But Xuanhuan was different. This person was too strong, enough to threaten his qualifications. He is also anxious inside. This person can break through his dimension and attack him. You dare? The sun, the moon, and the sky were furious, and the sun, the moon, and the dust, the infinite light, turned into the power of the domain, and shot out in all directions, to resist this person's killing, and he was trying his best to break the blockade. However, the situation was not as he wished. At the level of strength, the samsara god can be completely suppressed, and with Xuanhuan's actions, his situation has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Boom. The blade of catastrophe has the attribute of bringing catastrophe to the world and destroying the sky. Xuanhuan's strike seemed to penetrate the sky and shatter time and space. He swept away the sun and moon realm with one blade, and immediately the majestic emperor body appeared in front of him. You wanna die? The sun, the moon, and the sky were suppressed by the eyeballs of the sky, and the divine light that shot out from the sky locked the attack of the blade of catastrophe. At the same time, with a wave of his arm, a string of bracelet beads flew out. There were 2 colors of sunlight and moonlight, and there were a total of 18 beads on it. There are 9 suns. There are 9 moons. 99 supreme. This is the god's artifact that he refined himself, the sun-moon god bead, and its power is even more powerful in the eye of God. Although the eye of heaven is the eyeball of the king of heaven, it is a divine weapon made from other people's eyeballs after all. How can there be one that he personally polished and refined, with such a huge power? He hadn't used the sun-moon god orb before, just to guard against Xuanhuan. As soon as the sun-moon divine bead came out, it was only the size of a hand bead. But suddenly it skyrocketed to the point where the stars were huge, and the terrifying power created a vortex of light. Inside, 2 people rushed out. One is a middle-aged man with endless masculinity. And one is a young man with a face as cold as ice. But no matter what his temperament is, it is his appearance, which belongs to the inner spirit. His energy exploded inside, and the sun-moon god bead attacked Xuanhuan. There are also divine artifacts. At the moment when the sun-moon divine orb was about to suppress Xuanhuan, his expression changed drastically, and the world was shaken. The sun-moon god bead didn't hit Xuanhuan that day, but at the moment it hit, a giant tower appeared and collided with the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity bloomed with its own brilliance, resisting the attack of the sun-moon divine bead. Now that he decided to kill the god of sun and moon, how could Xuanhuan not be prepared? Of course, the sun-moon god could tell that the giant tower was not an ordinary god's artifact. When his sun-moon god orb hit it, although it caused a big explosion, it did not shake him. He was extremely puzzled. These 2 artifacts are very powerful, but he has never seen them before. Where did they appear? With another wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the gourd appeared. The lid of the gourd opened, and the divine light of exterminating the sky swept out. The torrent immediately collided with the power of the eye of heaven. 3 divine artifacts. He used 3 divine artifacts at once. At this moment, no one can stop Xuanhuan. With the blade of catastrophe, he tore apart, reversing the chaos of yin and yang, and annihilating the sun and the moon. He immediately brought out the power of the collapse of the sky, and slashed at the body of the sun, the moon and the sky. Ordinary power naturally cannot harm the sun-moon god. But the blade of catastrophe is different. The tearing at this moment caused a huge loss of his god origin, and the essence of the sun and the moon flowed out, which was all his blood. Under Xuanhuan's beheading, he bled. It was the blood of God, the blood of heaven. Once the god of samsara was suppressed, the god of sun and moon was suppressed and flew out. The 3 god artifacts simultaneously suppress the sun and moon gods, as well as Yanran's Gate of Reincarnation. Xuanhuan and Yanran flanked each other, not giving Sun Moon God any chance. Are you forcing me to slaughter the sky? A god is not so easy to slaughter. If you force me to a desperate situation, neither of you will end well. The Sun Moon God was shouting loudly, staring at Xuanhuan and the Samsara God with angry eyes. Although the battle was fierce before, it didn't hurt the Sun Moon God's root, it really drove him into a hurry, and no one would feel good about a god who went crazy. And these two people actually wanted to completely block him, making him suffer endless attacks. Xuanhuan, slaughter the sky. Yanran ignores the threats from the Sun and Moon God. Rumble. There was a terrible loud noise, and a huge thing appeared, rippling with a terrifying breath. It turned out to be an altar, bigger than the universe. That altar contains the texture of heaven and earth, the breath of reincarnation of heaven and earth, and powerful power. Now the sacred fire of reincarnation is also burning on this altar. Altar. Sun Moon God was shocked, looked at the altar, and suddenly realized, you are here to sacrifice to this day, not for the eyes of God, from the very beginning, you are to sacrifice to this day. He felt a deep chill. He finally understood, what is the eye of God? The Samsara God and Xuanhuan came for him, otherwise he would not have specially built an altar to sacrifice him. Because of the inertia of his thinking, he didn't immediately perceive the other party's intentions. Indeed, who would have thought that the other party would come to sacrifice him directly? Now he has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The opponent enters the Sun-Moon realm with the altar. Moreover, Samsara God and Xuanhuan teamed up, and there were many divine artifacts, which made it extremely difficult for him to escape even at this time. If he had estimated the opponent's purpose from the beginning, he would not have fallen into this situation. If he had known, he would not have fought with them, and would have directly led the strong men from the Sun-Moon realm, abandoning the Sun-Moon realm, and left directly. At that time it would be difficult to deal with him. He can go back indefinitely in the Sun and Moon realm. But now, he has no choice. Sacrifice to the gods of the Xuanhuan Empire. The divine light of infinite reincarnation, along with Yanran's voice, filled the sky with the power of sacrifice, presided over the sacrifice, and wanted to sacrifice the sun and moon to the heavens. You have to sacrifice this day to this person, and let him become God. Sun-Moon God is aware of the opponent's purpose, but he is also timid, offering sacrifices to God, allowing others to achieve God, and the goal of this sacrifice is himself. As the mighty Sun and Moon God, he has also fallen into this situation. Wishful thinking, you guys are going too far. Do you really think that today is a soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will? I tell you today, if you bully others too much, you will eat yourself back. Reincarnation, do you know how many people want to kill you? Today the news of the sacrifice to this day has spread, and there will be no place for you in the world of heaven from now on. The Sun and Moon God broke out a roar of shame. Sacrifice him, this is more disgraceful than destroying many powerhouses in the Sun-Moon realm and breaking the world. In the battle of the heavens, the heaven and the earth were broken, although not many, but a lot of things happened, and the sacrifice is to treat him as a powerful energy to achieve others. A sacrifice to God. Yanran didn't pay attention to his roar, and started the sacrifice directly. #C2055 Sacrifice to God. The altar of sacrifice to heaven. The Sun and Moon God saw that the altar was running, and there was a stream of sacrifice power. With an extremely bad look on his face, he recalled something. The King of Heaven also built an altar to sacrifice to the heavens, gathering the power of many gods, and using it as a transfer, so that the heavens can unite and quickly create more worlds. Moreover, the altar for offering sacrifices to heaven will also store energy to help others ascend to heaven. The Sun and Moon gods have enjoyed such treatment. It was an altar of beauty. The King of the Sky is a hero, but such a hero ended up extremely tragic. He was overthrown by the god he cultivated by himself, what a grief and indignation in the end. Back then, the king of the gods, his ideals were shattered during the decisive battle. He personally activated the altar to become the most terrifying and destroy those gods. However, the real altar has also been shattered, and the reincarnation god is also simulated and prepared for him. The power of the sacrifice is densely distributed in the entire sun-moon realm. In the already dilapidated world, countless cracks appear at this moment, and the origin of the world is disappearing. The divine light of the sacrificial ritual locked on the sun and moon god, and began to sacrifice him. How could I be sacrificed by you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The sun and the moon roared. This altar for offering sacrifices to heaven has mysterious, unpredictable, changing everything, immeasurable profound power. He slammed his fists together, and the endless sun and moon rose up, trying to break it. Xuanhuan, I suppress him with the gate of reincarnation, lock him with the altar of offering sacrifices to heaven, and suppress his strength to the weakest. You come to attack, kill him completely, and sacrifice him. The god of samsara is cold and ruthless, and speaks cruel words. Okay, I'm here to attack, it's time to completely deal with him, a god, you have to sacrifice, the sun and the moon god, today your fate is doomed, and it can never be changed, even if you are sacrificed alive by me and the reincarnation god. Xuanhuan knew that once he completely sacrificed the sun and the moon, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. Ion, Havoc Blade, Gourd. The three divine artifacts are also firmly locked on the sun-moon god. In terms of strength, the sun-moon god is not as good as the joint efforts of Xuanhuan and the samsara god. The number of eternal artifacts is also not comparable. He strode forward, manipulated the most powerful force, sacrificed to the sky, and weakened his power to the lowest level, a force that seemed to descend from the sky from the ancient god mountain. The sun and the moon rotate. The sun and moon god will never give up struggling at this moment. The light of the sun and moon roars and strikes, using his method to shake the sky and break the attack of this person's power. You will be sacrificed. Xuanhuan was like a trial of fate, and he activated the eternal god fist. The majestic, boundless and majestic power pierced through the world, and directly blasted on the body of sun-moon god, pushing him out. Reincarnation. The god of reincarnation locks on the god of sun and moon with the power of reincarnation. She has constructed the reincarnation of all generations, and in each life, she is pulling the reincarnation god into a reincarnation world, so as to weaken his strength, disintegrate his will, and perform sacrifices. If it weren't for Xuanhuan's main attack, even if the power of reincarnation had an impact, it wouldn't be so huge. Therefore, his heart was extremely sad and indignant. Xuanhuan launched a stronger and fiercer attack in an instant. The trumpet of Miatian was blown, the drums of war were broken, and the torrent of gold and iron horses made his attacks more and more fierce. His power rendered the world in the color of war. Sun-moon god bears such a violent force, even if he is god, it is difficult to bear. The altar of offering sacrifices to heaven descended on his head, with the gate of reincarnation as the eye of the formation, and the sun and moon were so suppressed that it was difficult to move, and a beam of light reaching the sky bombarded him. He paused suddenly, under the power of the sacrifice, his god origin was burning and disintegrating, and was absorbed by the altar. How could it be sacrificed today? The sun and the moon were filled with grief and anger, and he could clearly feel that his strength was weakening. As a sky, he never thought that he would fall. But this time, he thoroughly felt the threat of death, which was even greater than during the War of God. He struggled crazily. How could the sky be broken? Xuanhuan's power was like the sky and the sea, and the infinite power also submerged towards the sun and the moon. The power of the explosion cracked his whole body, and the source of blood flowed out. At this moment, with Xuanhuan's manipulation, several divine artifacts also became a part of the altar for offering sacrifices to heaven, and the eyes of the movement suppressed the sun and the moon. One day was suppressed by them, unable to move. Xuanhuan came again, looked coldly at the sun and the moon, and there was a violent collision, which hit his body heavily, hitting him almost to burst. He and Yanran stood by his left and right, leading the sacrifice and killing together. Sun-Moon God tried to break free from this unfavorable state several times, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. The other party had already prepared everything. He hates it. If I had known that they were coming to sacrifice me, I would have never ended up like this. Under the power of the altar, his divine origin is being weakened by the continuous sacrifices. Moreover, the altar was also engulfed in a huge devouring black hole, and it was the Emperor Xuanhuan who was devouring his power. As one goes up and down, his end is bound to be tragic. How can I be sacrificed and die in this way? The sun and the moon roared, even if this day falls, you will never be granted your wish. If you want to use my strength to achieve God, you are dreaming, this is impossible. The huge and vast origin of the sun and moon sky is surging, blazing very violent brilliance. He actually wanted to destroy himself directly, and the violent power was overwhelming, and he wanted to break through the blockade of the altar and rush out. However, the Sun-Moon God has been forced to such a situation, how can he make his wish come true? The Reincarnation God displayed a series of reincarnation seals to strengthen the altar, and at the same time weakened his strength with greater sacrifice power. He probably doesn't really want to destroy himself, but wants to explode all the origin of the gods, and let his god consciousness escape for the last fight. Xuanhuan saw his plan. Rumble. The altars for offering sacrifices to heaven, blessed by multiple pieces of divine artifacts, suppressed this huge energy. With Xuanhuan's punch, the eternal long river and the invincible domineering spirit directly used the greatest strength to bombard the Sun-Moon God into the altar, completely covering him. As soon as he was blasted into the altar, the refining power around him increased violently, causing the Sun-Moon God to feel intense fear. Yanran, I will manipulate the altar with you and sacrifice him to the end. Xuanhuan and Yanran have completely blocked the Sun-Moon heaven. Although he was still struggling violently inside the altar, he was just meat on the chopping board and couldn't resist anymore. The strongest blessing of the strength of the two, the effect of the raging flames, every moment passed, there was a shockingly huge energy rushing out. The gods are not imperishable, otherwise the 5 gods would not die in the celestial tomb. The cooperation between Xuanhuan and Yanran has already determined his fate. At this time, he is just a mass of energy, and there is no possibility of escaping from the altar. #C2056 Kill God. The entire Sun-Moon realm has been blocked by the power of sacrifice. Sun-Moon God was even bombarded into the altar of offering sacrifices to heaven. The double suppression of Xuanhuan and Yanran, coupled with multiple divine artifacts, made it impossible for him to break free again. The origin of a stalk is distorted into the shape of the sun and the moon. The power of the sun and moon god is being severely sacrificed, and every moment that passes, his power will be weakened, making it even more impossible to escape. In fact, if he had known the purpose of Xuanhuan and Yanran from the beginning, he would still have a great possibility to escape. It is a pity that he missed a golden period and miscalculated the purpose. This is what caused his current fate. But beheading a god is indeed difficult. Yanran has the strength to completely suppress the sun, moon, and heaven, plus Xuanhuan's strength, so many artifacts, she suddenly calculated and sacrificed him. Now, with the sacrifice of the sun, moon, and heaven, the eternal kingdom is full of light and brilliance, and the long river of origin is being washed over and over again. Every time it brings the heaven and earth more stable, and it is transforming towards the real world of heaven. It is simply incalculable to calculate how majestic and vast power a god possesses. At the moment when the time in the world of heaven passed, Chu Yuan reversed the situation in the empire for millions of years with absolute supernatural powers. Every moment is millions of years. How much has this changed the empire? At that time, the source of the gods of the sun and the moon entered the empire, and the structure of the eternal empire was quickly stabilizing its foundation, and it was evolving towards the real world of the gods. Within the empire, the brilliance of breakthroughs came and went one after another. The realm of the Emperor of Heaven. A few moments passed. God, Demon, Dao, Ming, Emperor Chongqing, Hongmeng, Immortal Ancestor, Poison Ancestor, they have broken through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor in succession. This is the real realm of Heavenly Emperor, not the realm of Emperor who was forcibly promoted. Chu Yuan offered sacrifices to the sun and the moon. It's not to forcibly increase their strength, but to refine them into strands of God's perception for them to absorb and break through. Then change the flow of time and give them enough time to comprehend. They can have impressive achievements in such a closed eternal road. They are all baptized by great waves and thousands of epochs. It is not a problem for them to break through a heavenly emperor. Boom. The altar of offering sacrifices to heaven gradually calmed down, and the sun and moon heaven were completely sacrificed to the empire and to Chu Yuan. The sun-moon realm collapsed and destroyed, and countless creatures disappeared, being buried with God. The cruelty of the battle of destroying the sky, the destruction of the whole day. If Chu Yuan wants to strengthen himself, there is absolutely no mercy at all. At this time, he was surrounded by a wave of extremely bright power, and every movement of his hands and feet had the power to collapse the heavens and the earth. The sun-moon god gave him all the power after being sacrificed that day, allowing him to enter a new field, and his strength was much, much stronger than before. His own transformation and the evolution of the eternal kingdom can all bring him a huge increase in strength. Chu Yuan, you are much stronger than before. You are not God, but you are better than God. Yan Ran watched Chu Yuan's changes, and nodded. At this moment, Chu Yuan's strength is very strong, and he has already stood at the pinnacle of the heaven realm. Just imagine. Who can have this qualification? Take God as a sacrifice and make yourself successful. Sacrificing a real God will bring about greater changes than devouring the entire celestial tomb. The living gods have obtained their God law, but my current strength is much stronger. When Chu Yuan spoke, he had an invincible domineering air. With a thought, the eyes of God turned into sun and moon, rising and falling on top of his head. He grasped it, and the sun-moon divine beads turned into a string of hand beads again. The spirit inside made a scream, and disappeared into ashes. It was refined by the sun-moon god, so it is naturally impossible to keep it. He has now fully accepted the wealth of the sun-moon realm. Sure enough, only plunder can be faster. If he is allowed to accumulate by himself, how long will it take? He doesn't have the patience. Chu Yuan, you should also be promoted to God. Yan Ran said. I can step into the realm of the gods almost any time and anywhere, but if I can kill and sacrifice several gods before that, my eternal kingdom will lay a more stable foundation. In this way, my power it will reach a more invincible state. Chu Yuan uttered shocking words. Killing a sun and moon god is not enough for him to dislike him, and he wants to kill the god again. Is it true that all the powerful gods are Chinese cabbages? Can kill at will. Although there are some strong men in the world of heaven, they are very rare. If his words are spread, it will definitely arouse the anger of the heavens, and they will directly use the most powerful means to kill him. Sacrificing to the sun and moon gods makes you eligible to be promoted to the gods immediately, but sacrificing more gods will allow you to obtain the greatest benefits and become the strongest god. Yan Ran also knew that it would be no problem for Chu Yuan to become god now. There is another reason. Chu Yuan said. Because you become God, and the heaven and earth of God appear, your attention will rise to a level that cannot be concealed, and you will lose the opportunity to take the initiative suddenly. Yanran is so smart, she immediately understood the truth of Chuyuan's words. You are using me to conceal your existence. Yes, my eternal kingdom can annex the heavenly tomb. Although it brings shock, it is not a god, and it will not be infinitely magnified. Moreover, when those gods know your existence, they will think that everything I do is helped by you. Yes, all the attention will be on you, because I am not God. No matter how strong I am, I will not make them afraid, only God will make God afraid. Chuyuan said. For example, this time, even though we beheaded the sun and moon god, when the news is delivered, it will cause drastic changes in the heaven realm. However, they don't know the situation of this battle and think that our attack is simply to face and kill the sun and moon realm. Those who are strong inside will not know that the sacrifice of the sun and moon god is a joint action between you and me. Chuyuan said calmly, the aura of God cannot be concealed. Whatever I do now, I will think of it because of you. And indeed it is. Even if Wu and Lei knew that Chuyuan and Samsara were amazing, they would never have imagined that the battle would be like this. If you don't become God, you will never be able to enter the true eyes of God. Chuyuan, I already know your purpose. You are using my cover to hunt God again. You should also have a purpose, and you want to be caught off guard again. Yanran said. She knew that Chuyuan was almost God, but he didn't take the initiative to step forward, and there were still so many divine artifacts, it was very likely that he would sacrifice to God again. Evil God. Chuyuan said the name of the god he wanted to kill. Yanran, I will immediately take the altar of sacrifice to heaven and all the artifacts, and go to the world of evil to sacrifice to the gods of all evil. It's not easy to come up with a bump. Next, there will be one after another gods will to lock you in. Chuyuan took the divine weapon, executed the will of the gods, isolated himself from prying eyes, and left the sun and moon realm. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me, I will stay here, attract all the attention, and buy time for you. Yanran said to Chuyuan. #C2057 The heavens are now. The fall of a god. The breath completely disappeared. The sun-moon realm is gone. Almost in an instant, there was a monstrous shock in the heavenly world. All the gods were alarmed, and they all looked at the location of the sun-moon realm, unable to believe it. God, the sun and the moon, he has fallen. Sun-moon god survived the battle of God, got the eye of God, and made good fortune. He would die at this time. What happened in the sun-moon realm? From the outbreak of the battle of the gods to the present, only a short time has passed, and the sun and the moon have fallen. Many thoughts of God collided, and their hearts were shocked. This is not a trivial matter, it is more unbelievable than breaking into the world of heaven. In fact, after the war of the heavens, the world of the heavens has never been peaceful, and some gods have been killed, but it has never happened that a god as ancient as the sun-moon god was killed. It is very difficult to kill a god like the sun and moon god. If they were wiped out after a long battle with God, then they could accept it. Samsara god, she beheaded sun-moon god. Wu and Lei's minds crossed time and space at once, and when they saw the reincarnation god, their expressions were awe-inspiring. They had met the god of reincarnation before, and she would be the first to pay attention to her sudden move like this. What they were most puzzled about was how the Samsara god was so powerful, and what method she used to kill the sun-moon god. You must know that the sun-moon god is not an ordinary god. Although it is not the top, it is still first class. As for Chuyuan, it's not that I didn't think of the existence of this person. But not too concerned. Besides Samsara, there is a demigod called Xuanhuan. She supported Xuanhuan, she should have been prepared for the purpose of dealing with other emperors in the sun-moon realm. Wu and Lei thought about it. Reincarnation, you have reappeared. Suddenly, a terrifying will came from across the air, and the boundless devilish energy twisted and gathered, condensing into a huge devil's face, full of devilish energy, and the devil's tyrannical will. The god above the devil, the creator of the devil world. Yanran looked over. Her power of samsara fights against the power of demons. The power of reincarnation is not completely specialized in one attribute, but it seems to have all attributes. The demon god is also the most powerful god. In the battle of the god, the demon is also the absolute main force. After overthrowing the king of the god, he gained huge benefits. There are countless demons, some are selfish, evil, gloomy, and cruel, and some are holy, brave, and fearless. The demon god is the most complicated. Back then, beside the king of heaven, he was a holy demon, who was willing to contribute to the growth of the heaven realm. However, no matter whether it is a god, a demon, or a warrior, all gods dare not claim to be the strongest god. Because although the king of heaven is dead, no one can reach his height, and a huge shadow still hangs over the hearts of these gods. And whoever dares to claim to be the strongest god will end up attacking them in groups. Whoever wants to become a figure like the king of the sky will not let him achieve it. This is a no-no. You sacrifice to the sun and the moon. The demon's boundless thoughts swept over him, as if he wanted to trace back the process of the sun-moon god being sacrificed, but Yanran's power made it impossible for him to trace back. Samsara, what do you want to do? If other gods sacrificed to the sun and moon gods, perhaps it would not have caused such a big commotion. But reincarnation is different. Back then she was firmly on the side of the king of heaven, and this point had to make others think more. Do you still want to start the battle of the gods again? Although you are strong, you no longer have the king of the gods. Your appearance is just to let us kill you again. The tyrannical power of the devil makes people frightened. A vast demonic thought was suppressed, and the demon actually shot directly, and the demonic energy rolled into the boundless demon realm. This is not the first time he and Samsara god have fought against each other. In the battle of God, they were opponents. Don't show your real body, but you want to deal with Ben Tian as the incarnation of God? Yanran's majesty in the devil also showed her majesty. Let this day see how strong you are and how you killed the sun-moon god. Although the devil is rebellious, he also knows the difficulty of the reincarnation of the gods, and he is bombarded by waves of power. He has gained huge benefits from the battle of the gods, and he is stronger than before. Faced with his attack, Yanran remained unmoved. The power of her reincarnation swept across, the sky was roaring, and all worlds were collapsing. Reincarnation god, you shouldn't reappear. At this moment, a blood river also swept over, and a blood-colored man appeared in it. It was the blood god who came. Back then, he won a lot of blood from the king of heaven, and he also fed himself up. In terms of real combat power, this blood god is not comparable to Lei, Wu Dingshang, but he is extremely difficult to deal with. It is much more difficult to kill him than Sun-Moon God. Now, many gods believe that reincarnation is not a good thing. In fact, there is indeed no good thing. Reincarnation and we meet again, but unfortunately, we can't stand in the same camp. A strong man, carrying the power of 10,000 monsters, came here slowly, staring at Yanran with an extremely dignified expression. The god above the demon, the creator of the demon way. Although there is an ancestor of all monsters in the empire, this monster is the real monster, and it is just a breath simulated by the eternal rules. Reincarnation, he has to die. There was another fierce voice, and at this moment a black-haired old man came out, with the aura of Wu Xuanhuan, the god of top strength, as if controlling the universe from beginning to end. Yuan-Shi God. The beginning of a Yuan, the end of a Yuan, from beginning to end, from beginning to end. Wu and Lei also showed up. Huge contradictions can also be let go in front of the reincarnation god, and they don't want to see any remnants of the battle of God. Immediately afterwards, another one appeared. It is such a magnificent scene that many gods appear, and only the reincarnation gods have such a big face, so that these gods show their real bodies one after another. Without him. She sacrificed to the sun and the moon, but she didn't know her purpose, so instead of slowly guessing, the easiest and quickest way was to destroy the sky. She controls the power of reincarnation in all realms. You sacrifice to the sun and the moon, which is a violation of our taboo. The power of the gods is like the sea. The power is monstrous. A god is locked on the reincarnation god. And the gods who are showing up now are not ordinary gods, each of them is of the same level of strength as the sun and moon gods, and ordinary gods like the evil gods can't get involved. Reincarnation God has this qualification, which deserves their attention. Although many gods gathered, they still did not relax. They seemed to have killed the reincarnation back then, but this person reappeared as if the reincarnation was immortal. The power of reincarnation is extremely difficult to destroy. Yanran watched the appearance of many gods and remained unmoved. She had her purpose. #C 2058 one hit. At the same time, Xuanhuan has also come to the world of evil. He also knew the situation Yanran was facing. Many gods besieged her, and they also wanted to hunt down the reincarnation gods and seize the power of reincarnation. But Xuanhuan believes in her strength. The power of reincarnation is extremely strange. They have the strength to defeat Yanran, but it is extremely difficult to kill her, otherwise she will die in the battle of heaven. Now, look at him here. He wants to resolve the battle in the shortest possible time and sacrifice to the evil gods. In that case, a lot of attention will be shifted to him at once. Although Xuanhuan has the power to be promoted to God at any time, he wants to take this opportunity to accumulate for himself again. He stared at the world of all evils, which was the real lair of the ancestors of all evils. It was full of gloom, and the breath of despair and evil permeated the air. There was no peace in his world, only bloody fighting. Reincarnation God, all heavens gather. Evil God also naturally felt many ancient and powerful divine powers, but with his strength, he was not qualified to participate at all. Although I am God, I have no way to participate in it. Let's fight, and let the world of God become more chaotic. I want to absorb and gather more evil breaths. The more chaotic it is, the more help I will have. Evil God has his own schemes. When he chuckled, his face suddenly changed. Who? Booming. The power to destroy the heavens and the earth burst out endlessly. Crackling, like a volcanic eruption, the heavens and the earth are collapsing, and the myriad evil realm suddenly suffered extremely severe damage. The sound of the world collapsing makes people tremble with fear. With such a terrifying power, even the evil god thought for a moment that God was attacking him. Immediately afterwards, in the endless shattering, he saw a gigantic altar, which broke through the barriers of the world and brought about a waterfall of energy. In the center of the altar, there is also a thick, distorted rainbow of energy penetrating into the depths of the evil realm, creating a cloud-like wave, which is extremely spectacular. As soon as the altar comes out, it breaks the realm of all evil. Although he is also a god, he is far inferior to the sun and moon god, and can break through directly. Who is it? Seeing that the altar was breaking through the barrier, the evil god was suppressed, and a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. He created the Tao law with both hands to create the heaven and the earth, so that the altar could not come down. He still didn't know who was bombarding him, but he just saw behind the altar, a huge blurry shadow, controlling everything, and descending with the altar. But the power of the altar is too heavy. The palm of the existence controlling the altar made a pressing gesture, and all the resistance of the evil god was useless, and the barrier was exploding with a bang. As soon as the altar fell into the world of evil, a wave of sacrificial power blocked all the world of evil, and immediately began to sacrifice to this world of heaven. You are sacrificing my world. Evil God's face changed, and the terrifying power of the altar made him immediately notice that the whole world was disappearing. Such a change made him unable to defeat him no matter what. The power of all evil. When the evil god was startled, he urged the power of all evil, the evil runes condensed, and a rune knife slashed at the blurred shadow behind the altar. The fuzzy shadow grasped it with both hands, and the power of Weian was directly shattered the moment the rune knife struck. The unparalleled impact of the altar was completely fixed in the world of all evils, and Chu Yuan's devouring power also turned into an invisible vortex, covering the entire world of all evils. Who are you? One Ei god is extremely vigilant, and he knows that this person is powerful in an instant, and even surpasses him. It is very likely that someone took advantage of the reincarnation god to appear and took the opportunity to deal with him. But he is not afraid at all. Even if he is not an opponent, he is still God. At worst, he will abandon his evil world and let him escape by himself. Evil God. The sound of Chu Yuan moving mountains and rivers resounded. How could it be you? When the evil god saw this person's true face, he was taken aback. How could he not know Chu Yuan, but he actually took the initiative to fight in his own world. A person who is not God dares to attack him. Boom. One evil god stared at Chu Yuan. He always felt that this person was very different from before, but his dignity as God made him rush over, and one evil's big hand slapped him hard. Chu Yuan's big hand also slapped it hard. The monstrous power, the brilliant energy that came out of the palm of the hand made the evil god feel an unbearable force. His power was actually shattered directly, and the source of the gods in his body was shaking, and the backshocked power made his mana unable to stabilize all of a sudden. That terrifying power made the evil god wonder if this is the same person. Your strength. The evil god looked at Chu Yuan and felt that he was much stronger than before, so strong that he couldn't be sure that he was the same person. Of course. Today is different. Now that Chu Yuan completely devoured the heavenly tomb and got all the power of the sun-moon god, he was almost God, except that he hadn't taken the initiative to be promoted. Naturally, it would make the evil god feel this way. What are you going to do in this world? One Ei god was calm, and felt very uncomfortable. His own world barrier was suddenly broken by him. Destroy the sky. Chu Yuan activated the altar with incomparable sacrifice power, and devoured all the abilities with devouring power at all times. At this moment, he has not really stepped out of the realm of heaven. If he really reaches that step, he does not need an altar. His devouring power can swallow all the evil realms. The power of sacrifice erupted torrents in the world of evil. You are sacrificing my world of evil. You want to destroy the sky. Knowing Chu Yuan's intention, evil god felt a kind of absurdity, but the power of the sacrifice made him unable to calm down. Sacrificing to the heaven and the earth, I want to use this to achieve my own realm of heaven. The evil god was full of murderous intent, and the god swept out the sky and covered the earth, and shouted, no matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to sacrifice the world. It has never been possible to destroy the sky without reaching the realm of the gods. Even if it's not Chang Tian today, it's still God. He was drinking Chu Yuan, and at the same time, pushed his strength to the strongest. This person is not kind. He has fought once before, and he will never underestimate this person. Yeah? Chu Yuan has eternal domineering. No one in the world can do it. I can do it. The first person will let me do it. All evil gods, I know you still have tricks, but all conspiracies and tricks are in front of absolute power. It is vulnerable. Sacrifice to God, sacrifice to the evil world. As soon as he moved his hands, the forcibly plundered sacrifices began to plunder. Vulnerable? When the evil god heard Chu Yuan's words, his face immediately turned ferocious. This vulnerability should be what God said to Daijing, but now it is the other way around, and he actually said that his strength is vulnerable, which is the greatest humiliation to him. #C 2059 Sacrifice to Evil. Boom! The evil god, with his cultivation base, used his peak power to launch a terrifying attack on Xuanhuan again, with waves of evil aura, trying to break the altar. Although he didn't know the real details of Xuanhuan, he had a high level of cultivation after all, and he had enough confidence and confidence. Although the other party came with Tian's will, God's own life is the most important thing, but it is also difficult to abandon his foundation until the last moment. The evil power is like tarsal maggots, densely covered in layers, and if it is contaminated on the body, it will corrode the soul. However, Xuanhuan also released unparalleled power, the will of the gods, and the mighty power broke out at this moment, and the destructive storm directly tore through the world of evil. Being suppressed by Xuanhuan's will, the evil god seemed to be hit on the head, and would stop functioning. He actually felt that the other party's will was still above his own. Xuanhuan would never get entangled with the evil god. Suddenly, multiple strands of divine artifact power erupted from the altar, and each strand of power was pressed down like a horse. Evil god knew that Xuanhuan had the divine artifact, but when he saw the altar, his expression changed. The Tower of Eternity, the Blade of Havoc, the Gourd, the Eye of God, and the Sun and Moon divine bead, all 5 divine artifacts released their brilliance and had the power to overwhelm all worlds. These 5 artifacts are the eyes of the altar, and they can block all evil realms at once. How come there are so many divine artifacts? The evil god was also dumbfounded. He himself only had the god of sin orb he had refined, but the other party actually took out so many. In front of him, the god himself became poor all of a sudden. Even God cannot refine God's artifact without limit. The Sun-Moon god had only refined the Sun-Moon divine bead during his long years, and the god's eye was still the eyeball of the King of Heaven. The eyes of the heavens, the Sun-Moon divine bead. Evil god suddenly saw these 2 artifacts again, and couldn't calm down anymore. That belongs to the sun and the moon. Just now, the Sun-Moon god died in the hands of the Samsara god. Could it be that god of reincarnation handed over God's artifact to you? His mind flashed in an instant. One evil god was about to abandon the one evil realm directly. He knew clearly that he couldn't go on fighting, otherwise he might fall here. The other party has too many divine artifacts. He suddenly condensed the power of the evil world into one ball, and began to destroy himself, rumbling, the sound of heaven and earth shattering, knowing that he could not keep it, and he would not leave it to Xuanhuan. Blockade of all worlds. With his domineering strength and the operation of the altar, Xuanhuan transmitted a great force of blockade, which stopped the operation of the world of evil. He attacked immediately. With incomparable monstrous power, Xuanhuan strode forward in big strides, came rolling in, ruled all worlds, killed with one blow, and locked all evil gods in his power. This force is shocking and invincible. Kill. The evil god hit Xuanhuan violently. But the supreme power of Xuanhuan has the power to destroy the heaven and the world. In the flash of lightning, he sent out continuous bombardment. Each blow was shocking through the ages, repeatedly bombarding the body of the evil god, knocking him back steadily. He dominated the battle. The tide of evil. More evil forces came rushing out. Looking at the majestic Xuanhuan, the evil god also had a feeling of being suppressed. He felt that he couldn't even run in front of him. The gloomy force roared. Behind Xuanhuan, a devouring vortex appeared, and it hit him only to be refined. His palm fell out of thin air, covering the body of the evil god. Boom! Evil god suffered such a blow, and his body shook violently. The evil god's body was cracked and cracked. He endured it, staring at Xuanhuan with gloomy eyes, and suffered a lot. He was also thinking that he wanted to break the predicament, but the other party completely suppressed him with 5 divine artifacts. He only has one artifact, and the artifact is absolutely unbeatable, and the only thing he can count on is his own cultivation. But Xuanhuan won't give him time to think. As soon as he pressed his hands, the altar fell down in the most ferocious posture, and the boundless force turned into divine light, locked on the evil god, and oppressed it fiercely. The power of this altar is too powerful, it is the most monstrous power, and it crushes the sky of all evil gods until it is shattered. Xuanhuan didn't compete with the evil god, he just wanted to suppress the evil god with the most violent force. And when the altar fell, it seemed slow, but the damage it caused was too great. The entire world of evil is constantly collapsing, destroying, and destroying. The infinite source of heaven and earth seeps out, but is swept in by the altar. This is especially when he is under the pressure of the evil gods, and the damage he has suffered is too great. Fight the sky against the sky. The evil god gritted his teeth, and more evil forces erupted. Sweep away all evil. As the altar continued to fall, the breath of light filled the entire world of evil. He shattered his divine law with brilliant light and brought his own law. You are hateful. The hatred of the evil gods, and a sense of helplessness arose in my heart. Sacrifice to God. The sound of Xuanhuan's sacrificial offering resounded, and the sacrificial fire was ignited everywhere. With the billowing power, the 5 divine artifacts were all dazzled crazily. This was suddenly seen, the sacrificial fire gathered into an ocean of flames, flooding the world. A wave of power, the sacrifice was going on, immediately turned into a bigger ocean, and rushed towards the evil god. Not good. Evil god's face changed dramatically. He clearly knew that he must not be enveloped by the sacrificial Wang Yang, otherwise, it is very likely that he would be finished, and a heaven would be wiped out by him like this. He used all kinds of power again and again, even trying to avoid Xuanhuan's sacrifice. However, the altar locked him tightly, and no matter how much time and space he created, it was shattered by the altar. Boom! With Xuanhuan's hands trembling, the power of the altar exploded to the strongest, and all the magic power in his body was gathered in Wang Yang, and the strongest sacrifice began. This sacrifice swept through thousands of worlds, endless dimensions, and the rolling power swept all the evil gods into it. The evil god is struggling in the ocean of sacrifice, trying to get out, and the deep sins are impacting, but it is still impossible to break free. If Xuanhuan hadn't obtained the power of the sun and the moon, he might still escape. And now, it's impossible. Xuanhuan completely controlled the situation. Hearing the curse and wailing of the evil god, a god was completely sacrificed by him, and disappeared forever in this world. I'm not reconciled, I'm not reconciled. In the process of offering sacrifices, the evil god is desperate. He tried to pollute Xuanhuan with his evil power, but all the power would become bright and beautiful after being transformed by the altar, becoming a brilliant energy source. #C2060 Eternal Change. The evil god was suppressed by Xuanhuan into the altar of worshipping heaven. All his energies were completely sacrificed to Xuanhuan and the eternal kingdom. The level of the entire empire was being promoted, which was an evolution from a mortal to a god. Now that Xuanhuan has obtained the power of the evil gods again, he is powerful enough to take a crucial step anytime and anywhere. And his realm can't be described as semi-celestial, but quasi-celestial, without the slightest obstacle, just waiting for that step to break through. The 2 gods laid the foundation for him to achieve God. The source of evil. As soon as Xuanhuan grabbed it, the source of evil floated in front of him. This god's artifact is very evil, and the heavenly emperor will be killed directly if he uses it, but Xuanhuan has no intention of destroying it, but will keep it. As long as there are living beings, there will be evil, and the evil will be released. I put the source of evil within the empire, absorb endless evil, and make it the real source of evil. As soon as Xuanhuan swallowed his strength, he took away the source of evil. He also knows. Now it is impossible to suddenly attack other gods. The fall of the evil god will soon be perceived by other gods, and everyone will know of his existence and be on guard against him. Once there is a defense, it is impossible to use the method to deal with the evil god. Certainly. He doesn't care either. After this time, he will be promoted to the power of the gods immediately, and once he reaches the gods, his power will have an unparalleled growth. At that time, it will be crushed with absolute strength. At the same time, faced with the powers of the gods, Yanran surrounded her and him in the middle, laying down a net, as if to kill her, leaving no chance of life. God of Reincarnation, your era is over. The gods are very afraid of the Reincarnation god. The beginning of $1, the end of $1. Xuanhuan god cast an extremely powerful spell, which is a circle, representing the eternal power, across the sky, and bombarded directly. The divine light of reincarnation seems to form countless mirrors. When Xuanhuan god's power blasted down, there was a strange scene, and he passed through the body of Samsara god directly, like a reflection on the water. The law of reincarnation of all heavens and eternal times. Xuanhuan Shangtsung frowned. Reincarnation god is notoriously difficult to deal with, otherwise, in the battle of God, everyone would think that she was killed by bombing. And she just appeared in front of you. This is reincarnation, as if she is immortal, and I don't know what method can be used to completely end her. And Samsara god's attack power is not strong, in fact, it's only relative, it can't compare with Wu and Lei who are powerful and domineering. She uses the reincarnation method to create her own reincarnation dimension, and shuttles through reincarnation. At the beginning of Yuan dynasty, God said, "Boundless sea of blood." A torrential blood river swept over, and the blood river was filled with extremely pure energy, and countless vortexes appeared in it, and each vortex was violently swallowing. The Samsara god pierced her eyes, and she suddenly walked out of her own Samsara dimension, raised her palm, and just clicked. This sea of blood immediately collapsed. Budo. Wu seized this opportunity, and he punched him. It was a simple punch, without the slightest fancy, but this punch gathered thousands of mysteries of martial arts. But when he punched, the divine light of reincarnation pierced through it, which made his blow useless. Too weird. Wukong has extremely domineering power, but facing Yanran's power at this moment, it is difficult to attack her. This is the law of reincarnation. Do you really think that these gods really have to die because of the death of the sun and moon god? Is she from the camp of the King of Heaven? It's not too early to be profitable, especially in the sky. It's just an excuse. Their real purpose is to reincarnate God's reincarnation law. Okay, God of reincarnation, you are worthy of being the right arm of the King of Heaven, and you have been trained by him. Your method of reincarnation is indeed mysterious, but you should have died in the battle of God long ago, and there is no need for you to continue to exist. An ancient and powerful god, full of murderous intent, persecuted Yanran. Just when they were about to continue their work, a breath of falling from the sky suddenly fell down. The sky is gone, and the sky has fallen again. Which god has fallen? Evil god, he is the one who fell. The fall of the evil gods caused these gods to have a meal, and fell suddenly. It's him. Wu and Lei were the first to cross time and space. When they looked over, Chu Yuanxiong's domineering figure stood there, standing on an altar, facing him from afar. He is not God yet, but he is already quasi-God. Chu Yuan's aura moved the sky. Although the evil gods are very common among the gods, even the top gods look down on him, but the gods are gods after all, and they cannot perish casually. But now, it just died in his hands. This is even more dreadful than reincarnation god. It has never happened before. Someone actually slaughtered the sky with the realm of not being a god. This is that divine martial arts who annexed the tomb of the sky. God of reincarnation is here to create time for him to kill all evil gods. The great change in the past, this person appeared almost at the same time as the reincarnation god. What does this represent? The mind of God is shaking. Suddenly, at the place where Xuanhuan was standing, a wave of infinite coercion came down, and Wu unexpectedly came to Xuanhuan's side in an instant, and descended on him with the martial art of destroying the world. Wu. There is also a deep murderous intent in Xuanhuan's eyes towards Wu. He burst out with quasi-god power, punched the sky, and Wu immediately fought together. The power of that punch was a shocking explosion. Xuanhuan's body was tall and straight, and he would never bend when he was bombarded by strong force. At this time, he and Wu Jing punched each other face to face. Wu's punch was frustrated. He clearly felt that Xuanhuan's strength was much stronger than before, and he did not have the strength to absolutely suppress him. You are interesting. The power of martial arts is earth-shaking. Thousands of martial arts condense a blow, and under the blow of the heaven-penetrating martial arts fist, his towering and irresistible body moves forward. My power is infinite. Xuanhuan stood on the altar, and it was also a punch for the emperor to rule the world, smashing all martial arts powers. The result of this blow was that although Xuanhuan didn't take advantage of Wu, he didn't suffer either. But the meaning of this is different. The other party is only a quasi-god, but Wu is the top god. Reincarnation and the appearance of this person is not a good thing for the heavenly world. The simplest and neat way is to kill these two people. Anyone who interferes with the operation of the heavenly world should not exist. With God speaking, extermination is the easiest way. These gods have no opinion, and they do not allow the existence of aliens that interfere with the operation of the gods. Where do I come from? Whether the road has an end, whether the sky has a limit. #C2061 Mind. Suddenly a person appeared. He walked in the aura of the gods, muttering in his mouth. His eyes were dull, like a paranoid person who went crazy and lost his wisdom and thoughts. God of the soul. As soon as the gods saw the spiritual god, they immediately showed a look of vigilance. The oldest group of gods with souls is even older than Wu Lama, and wherever there is a soul, there is him. The king of the gods is the first god, and the spiritual gods are the second batch. He is the right-hand man and the most staunch supporter of the King of Heaven, and he has the same ideals as the King of Heaven. During the battle of God, he went crazy and fought against all the gods, and he became what he is now. Reincarnation God, Soul God. At the beginning of the battle of the heavens, the two most powerful in the King of Heaven camp. Now, the spiritual god seemed to feel the power of the gods, and suddenly came here. He was walking on the battlefield, and because he was already crazy, he didn't know what he wanted to do. A god seemed to block the way of the spiritual god, and he saw a force from the spiritual god directly blasting past. The god was startled, and immediately stepped back, but the power of the soul still swept him, and the obsession with the god of the soul made him feel as if he would lose himself. God of the soul, what is he going to do? All the gods looked at the chaotic battlefield of the spiritual god alone, and didn't want to get close to him. Soul. Yanran's previously plain and indifferent face finally changed a bit, staring at the spiritual god. That crazy look reminded her of the high spirits of the spiritual god. At that time, he was not like this. But the collapse of the concept of the King of Heaven is the collapse of his heart. The spiritual god looked at Yanran, as if he heard her call, opened his mouth, his eyes were still in a daze, and it was impossible to recover just because of her words. He suddenly looked at the blood-filled heaven. Without any warning, he directly killed the god of blood. With the power of the apex god, his palm covered the sky and covered the earth, rumbling and killing down terrifyingly. Mind, you are attacking today. The blood god was shocked. The boundless river of blood swept out, and the blood god was not afraid at all. Even though he knew that the spiritual god was the top god, at this moment he was a person whose obsessions were about to collapse. Tao's blood fist immediately hit the spiritual god. There was still a strange blood in his eyes, and he even wanted to take advantage of the extremely bad state of the soul to seize and control the blood in his body. But he thought too much. When the power of God in the soul hit, it exploded, the sea of blood. The power of the mind turned into a spiritual fist. The power is second, and the most terrifying thing is the artistic conception, which makes a terrifying shadow in the mind of the blood. This shadow is like a seed, which is rapidly taking root and sprouting, and is about to become a demon. He is in a state of confusion at the moment, and it is not accidental that he is in love with the blood god. He has the breath of the King of Heaven, which is the blood of the King of Heaven, and no matter how he refines it, he can't erase the breath. He hated everything. The person who shattered his ideals back then was the one who stood against the King of Heaven. Psychic fist? No. This is no longer the psychic fist, but the psychic fist. With one punch, he will bring forth boundless psychic demons, and infiltrate his psychic will into the will of God. The way of the devil. The power of the mind is very powerful, and God also has his own mind. At that time, God of the soul created a beautiful world with the power of the soul, and his soul was peace-loving and beautiful like the King of God. However, now it has become a kind of demon. Demon. The god of blood was violently bombarded by the god of mind. That kind of destructive power was not strong, but he really felt that his will was being polluted and it was difficult to expel it. The damage caused by this kind of will pollution is too great, and if it lasts for a long time, he will be overwhelmed with demons, and thus become the same as the spiritual god. No god is willing to bear the power of this pollution. The reincarnation god looked on, silent and silent, wishing to bring a beautiful soul to the world. God is polluting the world with the power of his demons at this time. From one extreme to the other. At this moment, the power of inner demon pollution swept out, and a kind of black air that was hard to see was crisscrossing. Breathing a wisp of it would make God feel uncomfortable. As the most poisonous force corrodes into the body. Even the gods are like this. If the Emperor of Heaven, he will go crazy immediately. With the vertical and horizontal movement of the heart demon god fist, it is turned into a sea of pollution, covering many gods in it, especially the blood god who was hit at the center, is in a bad state. His sea of blood is no longer as pure as before, and black air is rising. The blood god kept roaring and roaring, trying to expel this force. On the other hand, thunder god's thunder power is absolutely domineering, dispelling all evil, and a dazzling thunder light sweeps out, and arcs of lightning surround him. Let me see how powerful your inner demons are. Thunder god blasted out a thunderous blow, and in an instant, he was overwhelmed with domineering aura, and the polluted breath dissipated one after another, using the strongest power to eliminate the demons in his heart. Boom! The soul god turned his target, drew his long fist, and bombarded with the power of the heart demon. The power of the sacred and the inner demons are contending with each other, and the brows of the sky above the thunder are also frowned. Although he didn't appear as defeated as the blood god, and he still stood firmly, but the power of the inner demon was everywhere, and even his thunder would be polluted. Although the spiritual god lost himself and went to an extreme, he is even more difficult than in the battle of the gods. This is the feeling of the gods. When the soul god was at its peak, it was the top god, and the power of the soul suppressed the heavens, but now, although it is already confused, it even wants to transform itself, and it will cease to exist. But now his strength has once again reached a peak in this confusion. It can be said that the stronger the power of the spiritual god, the closer to the time when he will truly transform into a Tiao. A beautiful soul has turned into a demon. Even the top gods such as gods, demons, martial arts, thunder, etc., are afraid that they are not willing to fight against the god of the soul. Their joint attack has the strength to kill the soul god, but if he is beheaded, the power of the heart demon will be completely erupted. This eruption pollutes the heavens, even the top heaven cannot bear it, and it is good that the power drops, because of it. I'm afraid that the power of the demons in the heart cannot be driven out within the cycle of heaven and earth. It can be said that the spiritual God is like a source of curse that can erupt at any time. No one wants to touch him. It is best to let him self-destruct and disappear by himself. Soul, your ideal has collapsed. Although you are here, your heart has already left with the fall of the King of Heaven. However, when you have an ideal again, there is still the possibility of restoring your soul, and there is still hope. God of Samsara watched him quietly. Suddenly she walked into her own door of reincarnation and disappeared in front of everyone. #C 2062 promoted to God. Reincarnation. God left, no one stopped. Because it cannot be stopped. Originally, the gods wanted to seize the power of reincarnation, but because of the disturbance of the spiritual god, their plans were shattered, and no one wanted to fight with the spiritual god who had gone mad. One after another, the gods withdrew their power. In the same place, only the spiritual god was left. His expression was still confused. He walked aimlessly in one direction, and gradually disappeared. He still has obsessions in his heart and is still pursuing. The appearance of the gods this time brought about a shock in the world of the gods. Some gods have already foreseen that the years to come may not be so peaceful. Possibly, there will be big changes and big wars. This war will enter the next era and change the pattern of the world. But some ancient gods did not regard this as a big threat, and no matter how big a war is, it is impossible to replicate the huge and tragic battle of the gods. There is always only one King of Heaven, and he has been overthrown. Now there is no one who can achieve the achievement of the King of the Sky. It is impossible for the God of Reincarnation to make a comeback, but they also know that with the presence of the God of Reincarnation, the years to come will not be so peaceful. Be wary though. Xuanhuan has also returned to the Empire in an instant. His aura is like the sky and the sea, and he is king of all worlds. He has the power of terrifying, and his will and mind must break through the infinite obstacles. Yanran, I have also seen the spiritual god once before. The mind that created a beautiful world turned into a demonic thought that pollutes and destroys the world. One extreme has reached another extreme. Xuanhuan said quietly. God of the soul, he is different from me. Yanran looked calm, and said, he is too paranoid. The ideal of the King of Heaven is his ideal, he regards it as everything. This is the reason why he goes to extremes, and when his ideal collapses, it seems that his life is also lost. There is no ideal. Then reshape an ideal. In fact, in the eyes of the spiritual God, he sees everything as dark now. If he brings light, he can get out of this obsession. Xuanhuan said. He needs to have an ideal, let him go out. Xuanhuan, although the method you want to use is different from the King of Heaven, but the final essence is the same, and this may make the soul go out of heaven. Yanran pondered for a moment, and said, but at this moment, the heaven of the soul has become an extremely terrifying source of curse. If you want to regain the light for him, you must first bear that curse. It's okay, I have absolute confidence, I have no fear of cursing me, but to be able to get out, in fact, the most important thing is to see God himself. Xuanhuan said. I know. Yanran understands. After Xuanhuan achieves God, he will be able to use the power of God, and his idea of eternal unity will illuminate the ideal road for the spiritual God, but it depends on whether the spiritual God approves Xuanhuan's road. If he doesn't approve, he will still be stuck in this state. But as long as the spiritual God approves, he will definitely support Xuanhuan as if he is standing on the side of the King of God. All the way Xuanhuan walked, all his goals were precisely for the eternal unification. Because of me, many gods are already paying attention to you, which will cause huge trouble. Yanran said. You can't have both fish and bear's paws. If you have something to give, you can have something. Without you, Yanran, I would not have the power to sacrifice to the sun and the moon, and it would be impossible to kill all evil gods alone. I can't hide my strength. There has never been a strong person in this world who cannot be targeted by others. We should take the initiative to fight and create a new era. The Chunyuan Empire has been fighting for so many years, and they have seen these things very thoroughly. Only by taking the initiative can we take the initiative. Indeed. Yanran understood that without this method, Chunyuan would not know how long it would take to accumulate enough strength to be promoted to God, let alone be as powerful as he is now. Of course, although many gods now know the existence of Chunyuan, it is impossible to directly regard him as the King of Heaven. There is only one King of Heaven, and he has become taboo. Also, Chunyuan, when you reach God, you don't need to let God out of the state of transformation first. Yanran said. She and the spiritual God are the right arm of the King of Heaven. If they all gather around Chunyuan at once, people will have to think that he has the ambition of the King of Heaven. Everything is under my calculation and control. Chunyuan closed his eyes, and the power circulated for a moment. The time is up. I want to be promoted to the realm of God immediately. There is no obstacle to my promotion, there is no catastrophe, and no one can stop it. His invincible ambition immediately spread to the entire empire. At this moment, he is beginning to ascend to the heavens, with the fastest speed and unstoppable power. Consecutive sacrifices to the sun and moon gods, the evil gods have given him enough strength to reach this level. Once God is promoted, his strength will increase exponentially, and he will become one of the most powerful men in the world of God. And when he became a god, he would have enough power to forge the Shenwu Xinjian into a divine weapon. This is his exclusive artifact, refined by himself, and it represents the peerless majesty of the eternal divine martial empire. With a single strike, it is invincible. At this moment, his own spirit, his emperor body has entered a mysterious dimension. His will shrouded the Shenwu Empire. This feeling is as if he himself is detached from heaven and earth, not in the world of heaven, but in an extremely mysterious dimension. His eyes, when looking at the Shenwu Empire, were beyond the sky and the earth, seeing the whole picture in. This is definitely not the wool covering the empire, because the empire is in the realm of the heavens, and it is as if he is not in the realm of the heavens at this time. I don't know the true face of Lushan Mountain, just because I am in this mountain. Chunyuan's state can be watched with eyes beyond Mount Lu and outside the world. He feels the surroundings, a strange feeling, stretching out his hands and feet is a non-existent world, but as long as the power reaches a kind of God, the world can be created. With the power of God, create existence out of non-existence. Chunyuan's voice resounded throughout the empire. At the same time, the brilliance of the entire empire has changed drastically, and there is a real breath of God, and the lights of the world, shuttled vertically and horizontally, are the colors unique to the world of God. 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 The people of the empire erupted with the voice of God. They also looked forward to this moment. What a great process it is to promote the national dimension. They looked up at the sky, and saw a vague and huge shadow, with infinite imperial power, dominating and manipulating everything, pushing the empire towards the heavens and the world. This kind of change will take a long time in the empire. However, Chunyuan's time accelerated, and the time he was in was completely different from that of the empire. Huge forces are transforming the empire, the foundation has been laid firmly, and it is time for the tall buildings to rise from the ground. God created the heaven and the earth. With Chunyuan's promotion, there has been expansion within the empire, and this expansion is not the expansion that swallowed the tomb of heaven before, but he is creating his own world. #See 2063 God's Perspective. The empire is growing huge. Every time it expands and becomes larger, it is Chunyuan who is creating the world, not an expansion that swallows the original world. The power that only God can have creates the world of existence from the non-existence. This also shows that Chunyuan is ascending to heaven. When others break through, they will encounter all kinds of tribulations, but Chu Yuan has no such threat at all. His accumulation is too powerful, and his ideas are too great. Everything is a matter of course. In the empire, a rain of light descended, incomparably brilliant, as if ascending from a feather, ascending to the fairyland. However, this is not the ascension of one person, but the ascension of the entire empire and countless people. When he was promoted to the heavens and created the world, there was also a stream of eternal vitality flowing out, which was the purest energy of heaven and earth brought about by his promotion. Each ray of energy has boundless power of good fortune. Breathing in a ray of energy can directly promote you from a mortal to an eternal god. Other gods also have this kind of energy when they are promoted to this realm, but it is not as powerful as Chu Yuan at all, so much. The people of the empire have enjoyed the benefits of Chu Yuan's power promotion. Hu! A shrill and wailing sound resounded, and that demon face condensed by many gods was about to burst out, causing boundless and huge damage at the critical moment of the world's transformation. As soon as the devil's face soared into the sky, a force that suppressed the myriad worlds came crashing down. It is the real power of God, not the power of the emperor. Although Chu Yuan had the power to kill all evil gods before, he was not a god after all. Now that he was promoted, he would directly smash this huge devil's face into pieces. After the smashing, the devil's face still wanted to condense, but he had no chance at all. The devil's face was completely condensed by the power of Chu Yuan, and the evil was turned into good. At the same time, the lightened energy descended into the eternal kingdom, nourishing the empire. God. Yanran looked at Chu Yuanqing quietly. She seemed to see that a new and greater era had arrived. Invincible. 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 After the people of the empire really felt that the eternal kingdom had been promoted to the realm of heaven, and their greatest majesty had become the real God, they all roared and gathered in boundless faith. This is God, a figure standing on the top of heaven and earth. Moreover, their majesty is a God that is not an ordinary God at all, but the strongest God. The direction of the heart is eternal and invincible. Chu Yuan transmitted the 8 characters with the voice of God. Someone has achieved God again. At this moment, all the gods looked at this place. The achievement of a god, the birth of a heavenly world, brought great shock, and this fluctuation cannot be concealed. The Emperor of Divine Martial Arts achieves the gods. The gods are familiar yet unfamiliar with Emperor Xuanhuan. This existence has become a god at an incredible speed. Before that, they didn't know that there would be such a person. They all know that this person is a god, powerful enough to be terrifying. No matter how strong he was before, and he didn't have the ability to create the world, he would not be regarded as a member of the same circle. But now it is different. Xuanhuan is God, and he is already a member of this circle. A world of gods based on the empire, then this god must be extremely aggressive and ambitious. Another tyrannical existence appeared between heaven and earth. The eyes of the gods are watching. In the same dimension, in the same time and space, a great existence appeared. He looked down at the world above and controlled the invincible power. Facing the prying eyes of many eyes, he displayed his domineering and invincible strength, directly shattering their prying eyes. It's domineering. All the gods took back their thoughts. At this time, Chu Yuan's eyes could see the whole world of heaven, as if he was looking at a map. He could clearly see all the marked points and clearly knew the location of every world of heaven. In the past, he could only fully see his own eternal kingdom, absolutely unable to achieve this kind of enveloping eyes. This is also the shroud of God. It is also God's perspective. Seeing everything is from a detached perspective. He saw the God realm above the gods, the world where the gods live in glory and glory, and there are countless powerful beings who claim to be gods inside, and the strength of the gods is also standing at the peak of the world. He saw Wujia. In the world of martial arts who practice martial arts, everyone is a martial artist who can break through the sky with strength. God's Hell World. Xuanhuan also saw the Hell World, which is self-contained and reincarnated, with 18 levels of hell, just like the 18 levels of hell, following a law. For example, the Hell Heaven in the multiverse is a small devil in the Hell realm. His eyes flicked across the sky one by one. Based on this observation, Xuanhuan can know how many gods there are in the world of heaven, and the world of heaven they created cannot be concealed. However, this cannot be regarded as absolute. There are also some gods who are also creating the world, but they do not open up their own inherent world, they just create and create, making the area of the world of the gods bigger. This kind of creation is difficult to lock their position, they will isolate their breath. Just like Yan Ran. She did the same, she didn't take the initiative to create a world of reincarnation, but in the heavens, her power of reincarnation was everywhere. The sky can reach any place in the sky in an instant, and it is this kind of fixed-point teleportation like looking at a map. It can be said that the whole world is under the eyes of God. In some realms of the gods, there is not only one God, the little god, and the big god. Xuanhuan said. The world of the gods has been developed for so long, such as the powerful world, the world of gods, the world of demons, and hell. There will still be some small gods in this ancient and powerful world. These little gods were all accomplished with the help of the big god, otherwise they wouldn't have integrated their own world into it. There are pros and cons to this approach. The cultivation of the little gods is largely for the sake of the big god, and they will contribute their strength, and their own achievements are also limited to the big god, and they will never be able to surpass him. But without the help of the great god, it would be difficult for the little god to achieve it with his own strength. There is something to gain. In the realm of the gods, there are heroes fighting for hegemony, and the weak gods may also be annexed by the powerful gods. Xuanhuan's thoughts flashed in an instant, and the void around him seemed to have turned into eternity. In an instant, there was an endless distance. The power of his god spread out, and large swaths of heaven and earth within the empire expanded toward non-existence, and in this process, a piece of his own condensed god stone appeared. A kind of fetish attached to the creation of heaven and earth. With the will of God, he is opening up the world all the time. Xuanhuan, you have become God. Yan Ran also came to Xuanhuan's latitude at this time, and said to him, Yes, I have achieved God. Xuanhuan said. During the speech, the voice of the system also resounded. Ding. The host has completed the main task, achieved God, and obtained the God-level fate selection system X1. #C2064, the real face of the system. This time, Xuanhuan saw that the system's rewards were completely different from the past. There was no so-called fate point, and it was directly a so-called God-level selection system. After he was promoted to God, it seemed that the system was rewarded to him. It's more of a control. Although he claimed to have owned the system before, it was a passive application, mechanically obeying the various tasks and rewards issued by the system, without any autonomy at all. But now, he got the whole system. Only in the realm of God can you fully control the system and become the master of the system. Xuanhuan Dao, let me completely unveil your mysterious veil. He is already a god, and his realm has been cultivated to the top, and there is no realm above it. Even if he is the king of heaven, he is also a god, and he has not escaped from the realm of heaven. His wisdom, his mana, turned into a force transcending heaven and earth to analyze the system, which seems to be illusory but real. The system has existed for so long, and its secrets will finally be revealed. His face was unusually calm at the moment. He didn't have the kind of anticipation and ecstasy after revealing the secret that needs to be known. Instead, it didn't change, as if things were going to happen. Everything was so natural. System space. The system space comes with the system, and the internal world is boundless and mysterious, as if it also represents a world of God. His spirit suddenly crossed into a mysterious and unknown realm, and at the same time condensed to him with the power of the spirit. What he saw was a completely gray world with air currents drifting. This stream of air is the original air of creation. There is no existence for no reason, the system is just its name and code, and no matter how it exists, it is just a rule and a program. Xuanhuan knew that only by reaching the real God can he enter this field. Although the system chose him, it is also favored by God's will. If he dies halfway, the system will leave with him, looking for the next host, until someone controls it. The rules of the system, the rules of God. Xuanhuan's spirit suddenly enveloped the mysterious field. It's like peeling cocoons, analyzing every strand of knowledge. In this realm, a moment is also an eternity. I know. It was only now that Xuanhuan finally figured out where the mysterious power of the system came from, and it suddenly dawned on him that everything was connected in series. It's about the King of Heaven. First there was the world of heaven, and then there was the King of Heaven. It was not until later, after a long period of development, that 100 flowers blossomed, and so many powerful men of heaven appeared. The system is the rules of the heavenly world, and it is also the original will of God. But at that time, the original will of God was weak, like a newborn baby. The King of the Sky created the world of heaven with great power, making the world bigger and bigger. At the same time, the rules of the will of the sky and the earth are also being strengthened as the world grows bigger and the number of creatures increases. Why does the King of Heaven not have his own world? Because the entire world of heaven can be regarded as his world. He created the world with good faith, and researched countless things, all of which exist in the system time and space, which is the original will of heaven. The system time and space is equivalent to the original time and space of the heaven world. Most of the things that Xuanhuan obtained were created by the King of Heaven, such as various warships, which never appeared because the King of Heaven only created them. The things created and developed by everyone can also be placed in the original time and space of the system. And this system also has its own will, but it is somewhat similar to eternal rules. It is a mechanically fixed method that operates like a program, and cannot have its own thoughts, like a real creature. The name of this system was obtained by the King of Heaven. The so-called system is the operation of a kind of rules. It does not give any self-conditions, just let it operate in a fair and selfless way. The King of the Sky hopes that the system can truly operate the world of the sky and expand the world to become bigger and bigger. Therefore, the system represents the rules of God's will at that time, the rules of the system. The word system itself represents a kind of regular order. In ancient times, everyone contributed to the creation of the world, and the power of the system was also greatly increased, because it had no feelings of its own, and its operation was impartial and selfless. He had expected this before. Now it's just certain. The system is the rules of God's will in the upper world, which maintains the operation of the world. Xuanhuan said slowly, but that only represents the era when the war of heaven has never broken out. At that time, the gods could feel that there was a huge and vast power covering the heaven world. The bigger they created the world, the greater the power of this rule, which also made them feel panic. The King of Heaven is the first god, who knows what conspiracy and tricks he laid out at that time. They think that this rule is the will of the King of Heaven, and no matter how hard they try, they are all little gods. The King of Heaven did not explain either, because he knew it would be useless to explain. This kind of rule was not created by him at the beginning. It was the existence of the heavenly world that appeared from non-existence, and it followed the emergence of heaven and earth, giving birth to its own operating rules. The battle of the sky broke out, and the King of the Sky fell. And with the fall of the King of Heaven, the heavens and the earth were shattered, and the peace in the past was lost, and the system carried the original time and space into a special energy and disappeared. And the disappearance of this kind of power made them more determined to shatter the conspiracy of the King of Heaven, completely smashing his power, and there is no power to restrain and suppress them anymore. The system represents the operation of the rules of the previous heaven realm. It is the previous heaven realm, not the current one. Xuanhuan's eyes can see through the entire original time and space, and it is still running, like the brain of the gods, a terrible computing machine, and treasures are born in the original time and space. Now, with the eyes of God, he can completely see through the entire original time and space, and see endless treasures. In the past, these treasures had to be released through various tasks, and only by completing their assessment could they be rewarded. The so-called healing potion is actually a kind of power from the system, so it has that powerful and terrifying power. But now, he is the cultivation base of the gods, and all the treasures in the original space of the system belong to him, and he can claim them all. Naturally, there will be no fate point, all kinds of things. It's all his, and still need to exchange it? The so-called fate point is also a kind of contribution point, which can be exchanged for things. In the past, the system may have had several masters, but it is impossible to know all his secrets until God. But now that Xuanhuan has got the real system and completely controls it in his own hands, there will be no more tasks to be released to him on his own initiative in the future. Become God, he is not the host, but the master of the system. The status is worlds apart. Since there are no more system missions in the future, I will issue missions to myself and the entire empire. After Xuanhuan took control of the system, God's soul also got a leap. #C2065 tool. It was not until this moment that Xuanhuan completely owned the system, from the passive use in the past to the current control. This is leaps and bounds, and only the realm of the gods can control it. After all, Xuanhuan's realm has already stood at the peak of the world, and there is no limit to break through. All he can do is accumulate and accumulate. The system is the former world of heaven, representing the origin, rules, providence, and fairness. The hope of the King of Heaven and the gods and their beautiful hearts. This is not as simple as the simple rules of origin, it represents too much. The departure of the system's power covering the world of heaven began with the fall of the King of Heaven, and it even upholds a will, which is the pursuit of the King of Heaven. This is the true face of the system. Xuanhuan has a clear mind. The system inherits too much. In fact, with a move of his mind, he can transform himself into the largest system, which can be applied to someone, or can be transformed into hundreds of millions, so that all the people of the empire can have a system of auxiliary cultivation. With his invincible strength, it is enough to support. His will is shrouded, and he can also issue tasks by himself, let the host complete them, and then he will reward him with various rewards. Of course, these rewards did not come out of thin air, but required his creation. He projected an idea to a certain place in the heavens and myriad worlds, so that others could have a system, just like the mysterious selection system he got. Every god is the master of creation who created the world, and their powerful will envelopes the world of heaven. This kind of will, everyone is equivalent to a system. Xuanhuan's heart is sharp. At this moment, I thought about a lot. God is equivalent to the existence of the system. His divine will seem to ascend to the realm of the King of the Heavens, the heaven of the heavens. Then the King of Heaven leads the heavens and the earth to create the world, which will make the system stronger. While God's will is fair and selfless. He also wanted to make the system the strongest in the world and dominate the operation of the world, but in the end, he failed. Xuanhuan can also understand the plan of the King of Heaven. Doesn't he really know that the more gods there are, the greater the ambition will be, and the good things will be destroyed? He knows it, and he already has a way to deal with it, which is to use the system to replace a certain person. The system is not a certain person, but the gathering of countless forces. The cultivation of the gods is to strengthen the system and instill the will to love the good, so as to make the world of the gods continue to run. In this way, the more gods there are, the stronger the power of the system can be, and it can be created forever under his leadership. However, the system is a system after all, it is impartial and selfless, it can be fair without one's own emotions, and everything can be done within the system program. But it was precisely the impartiality that caused the King of Heaven to fail. In all things, there is no absolute fairness, only absolute strength. Under the premise of absolute fairness, one must first have absolute strength. Xuanhuan understands this very well. After all, the system is a mechanical program. When God's ambition becomes bigger, it will no longer be able to suppress it until it completely collapses. Only yourself is the most important. Think about who dares to resist you and who dares to destroy your plan when your own strength is invincible enough. The end of destruction is killing. Xuanhuan knows very well that ambition cannot be suppressed, you can only destroy ambition, and the King of Heaven will only fail if he yearns for beauty too much. The King of the Sky has turned it into the strongest system according to the rules of heaven and earth in the sky world. He does not control the system. I can own the system, but the method must be different from him. Xuanhuan said. I can also create an imperial system and endow it with powerful, fair, selfless, and other abilities, but one thing is, the system must be firmly controlled by me. Xuanhuan can manipulate and build the system, but the sole control of the system must be in his hands. He wants to walk a path of power and make all the voices that disobey him disappear. Only domineering can suppress everything. The mistake of the King of Heaven cannot be made, it is destined to be a dead end. Xuanhuan is not the King of Heaven, he does not have so much kindness, his kindness is for the people of the empire, sober understanding, without a thorough bloodbath from top to bottom, is impossible. As an emperor, he not only has benevolence in the world, but also has the cruelty to wash the world with blood. Now, he sees the world as three levels. The heaven realm is the fundamental place for the survival of living beings, the place where all things are bred, and then the strongest system is created to maintain the operation of the huge god. And he is the one who controls the rules of the system. The world of heaven is the first layer. The system is regarded as the second layer. And Xuanhuan is on the third floor, the strongest floor. Bang! After thinking about this, his mind became completely clear. All the mysteries of the system are revealed. Xuanhuan's spirit returned, he took control of the system at this time, and started to build a stronger system in the empire. In his eyes, the system is a tool to maintain his rule. Xuanhuan, after you became God, you have fully understood the great opportunity. Yan Ran looked at Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan thought a lot just now, the real time is only an instant. That's right, I do know everything. The true identity of my huge chance is the power of the former God's world, the power of rules, God's will, as a system. Xuanhuan did not hide from Yan Ran. This is not necessary. With his current strength, is there anything he can't say? The system, the King of the Heavens and the will of the heavens in the world, changed into the will of the heavens system. He wanted to absorb the power of many gods and become the strongest existence, but the system is only a tool after all. Its advantage lies in its lack of selfishness, and its flaws are also this. Yanran's wisdom is as high as the sky, and she can understand everything with just a touch of Xuanhuan. As the right arm of the King of Heaven, she felt the existence of the strongest will of God at that time, but she never overthrew it. She never thought that this strongest providence would be transformed into a system, and it would be in Xuanhuan's hands. No wonder she had a feeling in the dark that she wanted to help him. Looking at Xuanhuan again, he has become God, and his strength is no less than his own, even to a certain extent, she is stronger than himself. A tool is always a tool. No matter how powerful a tool is, it must be controlled by people. Xuanhuan, I know your purpose. The system can exist, and you have to be the one who controls the tool. Yan Ran said. Her ideal is the same as the King of Heaven, but her acting style is different. For her own ideals, she can use all means, but she is not so much peace-loving. The road of the King of Heaven has been proved by facts. If it doesn't work, then change to another road, and use Chu Yuan's more domineering and cruel method. That's right, I built a system in the empire, and then spread the power to the entire world of God. Only the strongest can suppress everything. There is a domineering air in Chu Yuan's words. #C2066 Icebreaking. Immediately, the great and invincible will swept across the empire. All the subjects of the empire felt a change. Chu Yuan's plan starts with his own empire. Chu Yuan has already reached the sky, so the system will no longer be as illusory as before, and with the power of the sky, the system has become the system of the empire. The God-level selection system is not perfect because of the outbreak of the Battle of Heaven, or it is a system that can grow infinitely. Now, he turned the system into a system not belonging to him alone, but a system of the entire empire. This will make the entire empire stronger. The strength of a tool is one aspect, but the most important thing is that it cannot have its own wisdom and feelings, which is what a tool needs to do well. In the past, all kinds of tasks were issued only for him alone. But now in the empire, everyone may suddenly get the release of the system selection, and get all kinds of incredible rewards. After all, as far as Chu Yuan is concerned, with his current strength, there is no need for the system to issue tasks for him. The system can grow. The stronger the empire, the stronger it will be, and the stronger I will become. This is a cyclical relationship. Chu Yuan's great will to view the empire. He's happy with the change. Naturally, Yan Ran could feel this change better. The power of the system had enveloped the empire, and this system had become the most powerful tool in Chu Yuan's hands. The system must have the ability to do everything. And Chu Yuan wants to control this omnipotence even more. Chu Yuan, what's your plan for the next changes in the situation in the upper world? At this moment, Chu Yuan and Yan Ran were standing in a place that did not exist, and the whole picture of the heaven realm was in their eyes. 4 words, break the deadlock. Chu Yuan Dao, although I have become a god, even if I sacrificed 2 gods before, the gods will think that all my actions are to use the fastest strength to. To become a god, one would not think too much that I would do something crazier than the king of the gods. Although a god is alarmed, it is still within their acceptable range, and they don't understand my strength too much. There is another reason. You are very powerful. I am not as good as you in some aspects. Every god is an individual and will not have the same will. Yan Ran said something important. Indeed. Chu Yuan is strong enough to let everyone know that he is the strength of the top gods, and he has reached the most powerful realm. 2 apex gods sit in town. What a huge price to pay to deal with him. But when I really threaten them, it's different. When God faces a huge threat, he will unite, just like the battle of God, to overthrow the king of God. If Chu Yuan watched the fire, he couldn't understand anything with his wisdom. And the way to break the deadlock is to take the initiative to kill a powerful god, not the kind of evil god. If this step is made, the world of heaven will be full of flames, and the flames of war will be ignited by me. Chu Yuan saw it too thoroughly. Nowadays, the world of heaven does not allow characters like the King of Heaven to appear. Yan Ran said. Everyone wants to annex God and strengthen themselves. Everyone wants to become the strongest existence, but if you take this step, you will be the enemy of God and you will be besieged and killed. Chu Yuan has an invincible demeanor at this moment. Such as gods, demons, Wu, Lei, Yuancher, etc., these top gods don't want to swallow the gods. Do they strengthen themselves? How slow should they be cultivated by themselves? Don't they have the strength to annex the weak god? Of course they have. For example, Wu, with his domineering strength, is completely capable of killing the kind that annexes all evil gods. But they can't do this. The top gods form an invisible restraint. After the king of heaven is overthrown, this natural alliance does not exist. Whoever does this is, because you want to have the ambition of being the king of the sky, and you will be attacked by groups. No one wants to take the lead and become a public enemy. It is also this invisible tacit restraint that has brought the world of heaven into such a strange deadlock. Although there are also cases of annexing the gods, they are rare and within the allowed range. But the deadlock will always be broken. Yanran said. Yeah, the stalemate will not exist forever. Someone has to get out, and let me break this deadlock. Chu Yuanxiong's invincible self-confidence. With a wave of his palm, he condensed into a complete map of the celestial realm, and suddenly a puff of smoke rushed out, and the flames of war ignited. For my ideals, there must be an absolute voice in the world of heaven, and I will spare no effort to support you. Yanran said. I have just achieved God, and I won't act immediately. I still have other things to do. Chu Yuan was immersed in the empire. The divine fire of the heavens is burning, and countless energy infusions are poured into the Xuanhuan divine sword. This is to promote it to the divine weapon of the heavens, by means of invincibility. The artifact of the empire, and also the artifact with which he created the empire, has His Majesty. The divine martial sword will also become the strongest weapon for him to kill all enemies. It is only a matter of time before it transforms into an artifact of the gods. Now, in the empire, amidst the endless national destiny, there is a huge altar, and Chu Yuan's condensed majestic power has been infused into the altar. He is undergoing a deep transformation of this altar. Although Yanran created the rudimentary form of the altar for offering sacrifices to heaven, it was not enough. Chu Yuan wanted to revive the altar of offering sacrifices to the heavens of the King of Heaven, and even surpass the king in terms of power. This altar is bigger than a huge universe. All kinds of grotesque colors are constantly flashing, and the power of sacrifice can make the gods tremble. A completely different power from the altar of the King of Heaven. Yanran said. An altar is an altar, but the attributes of power are different. The altar of the King of Heaven is a wonderful property. But what Chu Yuan created was murderous. He is going to forge the altar and use it to sacrifice to the gods who are against him, to seal the heavens into the altar and sacrifice everything they have. This is the real sacrifice to heaven, the sacrifice of sacrifice. This gigantic altar is rapidly taking shape. With its immeasurable power, the weak god will feel the horror of the whole world being swallowed up by it and sacrificed to it when it sees it. The time of the empire is controlled by Chu Yuan himself. Wow! The power of a kind of divine weapon burst out, and the divine martial sword soared into the sky, shooting out boundless and brilliant brilliance, and an invincible aura was also transmitted from the sword. As soon as the gourd saw the Xuanhuan Xinjian, he had a feeling that if he slashed at it, his gourd would be directly divided into two halves. My divine martial sword has become an artifact of the heavens, and the altar for offering sacrifices to the heavens has the power to offer sacrifices to a stronger heaven and earth. Next, it is time for me to break the deadlock. Lord Chu Yuan came to the world of heaven and was choosing a target. #C2067 Open War. Finally, Chu Yuan was about to start. He knew that even if he practiced slowly like this for a long time, it would not have much effect. He is growing, can't others grow? There is no realm in the cultivation of the heavens, it is nothing more than the continuous strengthening of the will and the accumulation of the heavens, otherwise there is no channel. Those gods had been cultivating and accumulating in the age of the King of Heaven, and they had been instructed by the King of Heaven. How powerful their accumulation was, how could Chu Yuan accumulate slowly and compare with them? If that's the case, then there is only plunder. Why do some ancient strong men train their subordinates to become little gods? Because every time there is one more little god, one's will and the realm of the gods will be greatly strengthened. After all, it is not possible to annex other gods casually now. The only way is to use this method. If Xuanhuan wants to continue to be strong and completely suppress the gods, the cultivation of the little gods must be carried out, and the plan to annex other gods must be carried out. Annexing a god is a huge improvement for him. Xuanhuan, you have to act. Yan Ran looked at Xuanhuan, who had already picked up the martial arts sword, and said to him. His move was the beginning of the flames of war. That's right, I'm going to take action. This time, I'm going to use the most swift and violent means to kill a god without giving others time to react. And I've already chosen this target. It's him, the god of blood. Xuanhuan is going to attack the sky of blood. Although the blood god is not the top god, his difficulty is no less than that of the top god. He has the possibility to become the top god. Xuanhuan would not give him a chance, but would treat him as a sacrifice. Knowing the reason of Xuanhuan, Yan Ran said, "The blood is heaven, there is a sea of blood, it is very difficult to kill him, but if you refine his blood world, Xuanhuan, you will get great benefits." Waiting for my good news. Xuanhuan locked the blood world. One step, cross-boundary teleportation, can directly reach the blood world. The blood world is huge. Through the world barrier, you can see the inside. It is a world of blood sea, boundless, and it is still expanding. Every wave of blood whizzing up is the purest energy. There are many blood creatures living in the blood world. The blood god can completely turn other people into blood and fill his own god world. During the battle of the gods, he plotted against some seriously injured gods and melted them into his blood world. The heaven above the blood suddenly felt a kind of restlessness, the chaos of the sky, and the omen of catastrophe. He looked sharply. Outside the blood world, an extremely majestic figure shattered the barrier of the world, holding a sword in his hand. He broke his blood world with a slash, and descended directly. Xuanhuan, it's you dare to directly break the blood world of this day. The god of blood finally understood where this restless feeling came from. He saw the Empress Yuan clearly and became angry. This person broke his world directly. This is a kind of provocation. Don't take him seriously and want to start a war with him. But now, it's different from before. He is also God, standing on the same level as himself. Anger turns to anger, but the opponent's power to directly break the world makes him unable to ignore it. In front of God, it is useless to condense the brand of strength. His real body appeared, and his bloody eyes stared at Xuanhuan, to know his strength. If you don't reach God, you have the strength to sacrifice to the evil god. If it is said that the sun and moon gods were sacrificed before because of the reincarnation gods, then the evil gods were sacrificed by him himself. He has become a god, how terrible will his strength be? He looked over, and the opponent gave him the feeling that he was invincible, and the power of will completely suppressed him. Xuanhuan, what are you doing here? God of Blood shouted. Xuanhuan's speechlessness was the biggest answer. With a wave of his hand, there was a rumble, the sky and the earth were broken, and the altar of offering sacrifices to heaven appeared, and the blazing light of offering sacrifices swept across. You have to sacrifice this day. The blood god was furious. Is this person so crazy that he is going to be sacrificed immediately, as if he has become God, invincible and lawless, no one can stop him? Blood, you will be the first to be beheaded and sacrificed after I became God, and all your power, accumulated through the ages, will all belong to me. Xuanhuan is strong, breath swallowing the sky. His aura seems to take blood to a higher level, to be the sky of the sky. Then it's an honor today. The sky of blood suppressed his anger, the sea of blood was churning and roaring, and he said coldly, you think this day is such a good sacrifice, but if you take the initiative to enter the blood world of this day, you are putting yourself in the most dangerous situation. God, it is the most inflated moment, now that you leave, you don't have to worry about it today, otherwise a big war will be of no benefit to you and me. Even though he was provoked, the blood god still didn't want to fight Xuanhuan. He knew that this person was extremely powerful, and in a real battle, he would be severely consumed. For him, the gain outweighs the loss. He can endure God's provocation. At this moment, he also mobilized his strength to the strongest. In the blood realm, his strength is boundless, so as to counter the power of Xuanhuan and force this person to retreat. He didn't think that this person could really sacrifice himself, and he also thought that it was very possible that he came to find him to sharpen his strength. Since I'm here, there's no reason to leave. Xuanhuan stepped on it with one step, and the blood world was shaken. The blood realm must offer sacrifices. This world was sacrificed, and the combined power of the Sun-Moon world and the world of all evils was not as strong as him, so it helped him too much. Since it is necessary to ignite the flames of war in the heavens, how can there be no tyrannical and invincible strength? Xuanhuan, don't bully me too much and force me to fight you. The anger of the blood god can hardly be suppressed. He is also cautious whether Samsara will make a move. If she makes a move, it is absolutely impossible for him to be their opponent. Do you want to start a war between heaven and earth? Well, since you are obsessed with obsession, I will fight with you today, and I will still be afraid of you. The blood god is also extremely proud. No matter what he said, he had no choice but to fight. In the blood world, I am the only one in the world, let me see how powerful you are. The god of blood attacked, and the fierce will of God suppressed Xuanhuan first. With the tyrannical power of God, he waved his sleeve, and a sea of blood drowned Xuanhuan. Blood. The god of blood is the ultimate attack. The blood-transforming power penetrated into Xuanhuan. This was to transform the power that would kill Xuanhuan into the energy of his blood realm. As for those who survived the battle of the gods, how many people did not have their own cards in the bottom of the box? Xuanhuan stood there, and the sea of blood rushed, but he couldn't get close to him. At this moment, the god of blood also felt extremely troublesome. His power of transforming blood is a kind of deprivation of will, and if he is weaker than him, he will be more or less affected. However, but he felt that his own blood could do nothing to him. In other words, his will is stronger than him, not as good as the other party. #C2068 can't compete. Xuanhuan's will is very strong, and any attack against it will be useless. He has the ambition to be invincible, to overthrow everything, to suppress all the powerful in the sky, and to create the only empire, and he puts his level as an enemy of the heavens. But the blood god just wanted to develop his own blood world, and retreated to a certain place. There is no way to compare the gap in the purpose of this confidence. His will is extremely strong, and ordinary means will have no effect on him. I can only use my natural advantages to force him out of my blood realm and fight him. It will not do me any good. I cannot fight him head-on. The god of blood thought. He is also angry. There are so many gods, why did they find him? Is he the best to bully? The sea of blood is boundless. The god of blood showed his monstrous strength as a mighty god, and the blood circle revolved around him, and he slammed it with his palm, and there was a boundless sea of blood rolling and rushing. Runes were formed in the sea of blood, and madness swept towards Xuanhuan. At this time, Xuanhuan also started his first battle, to become god. The altar was swept by the divine light, he was unparalleled in the world, pressed with his big hand, and the sea of blood collapsed when it reached him. With his majestic body, the blood world will be suppressed by him and trampled under his feet. The blood god dare not be careless, until now, he still doesn't know the real details of this person. The power of the sea of blood boiled, and a blood-colored divine fire spewed out, which began to attach to Xuanhuan's body. He faced the battle head-on with his thick and boundless origin. Suddenly, he turned into a blood man, and the blood god punched out. Xuanhuan was tall and straight, and he threw out a punch that smashed the world, boom. The huge blood giant shattered and condensed into a blood man again in the sea of blood. He is difficult to deal with here. His strength. Blood God's offensive ability is not strong, and in absolute terms, in a strong god. He is the strongest group, but the opponent has the strength to crush him with a single punch. Okay, you are very strong, but you can't be humiliated today. The blood god strode forward again. He is no longer like complete blood, but a kind of blood-colored glass, which reflects the blood-colored brilliance, and looks indestructible and cannot be broken. His blood-colored glazed palm also had great strength, and the blood-colored brilliance burst out, and he shot with all his strength, and was in the realm of the sky, rushing to kill Xuanhuan. He had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He felt that his situation was more dangerous than in the War of God, and he might even fall, and he couldn't ignore any premonition. Facing the attack of the blood god, Xuanhuan also responded with the strongest counterattack. God's war is breaking out. Xuanhuan is in the realm of the sky, the king is in the world, and in the midst of the wilderness, there is no one who dares not to follow. He suppressed the power of the 10,000 realms, and with a clap of both palms, even though the blood god had nothing to hold back, the fact is that he was still infinitely suppressed by him. Xuanhuan's temperament was too strong, violently shaking, the sea of blood was torn apart. The sky above the blood has the suppression of the blood world, and they all feel the huge suppression. In Benshin's blood world, no one can deal with Tiao. The blood god roared. The torrential sea of blood condenses millions of oceans, forming a huge vortex, and each vortex has the power to devour, as if countless bloody hands are pulling Xuanhuan into it. Based on the difference, Xuanhuan responded with the power of devouring. His most powerful devour. In the past, it was very difficult for him to forcibly devour the essence of God, but now it is different. His eternal devouring suddenly swallowed, bang bang bang, all the vortexes were shattered. In an instant, Xuanhuan turned his back on the guest, splashing. How many seas of blood were swallowed? With this swallow, Xuanhuan knew that he had received too much energy in his eternal kingdom. But this is only an extremely weak part of the entire blood world. When the blood god was frightened, he panicked again. At this moment, he could feel the blood level drop. How terrifying is his divine power! If he swallows it like this, the blood world will cease to exist. You still want to swallow? In that instant, millions of seas of blood were separated, and immediately condensed to a high degree, turning into only raindrops of blood, like rain hitting plantains, crackling and passing through Xuanhuan cave. In fact, the blood god wants to control Xuanhuan's blood. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Xuanhuan didn't defend, but grabbed a lot of blood with his big hand. More blood drops rushed over, Xuanhuan turned on the horizontal push mode, and the eternal storm tore out, and he rushed over directly against the force of the blood drops. With a slap of his big hand covering the sky and the earth, the sky above the blood was shaken violently, cracks appeared in the indestructible glazed blood body. He hastened to fix it. But in an instant, Xuanhuan's more violent attack came down in an instant. With all his strength, all kinds of visions boiled, and the aura of sweeping away turned into the power of destroying the sky, destroying the blood god again and again. Suffering such a blow, the blood god retreated again and again. The shocking collision completely shattered the world barrier of the blood realm. The blood god was completely suppressed by Xuanhuan's attack. In a split second, Xuanhuan bombarded out in an eternal split second, and the blood god only saw a flash of divine light, and then suffered a piercing pain. He flew upside down, exploding all over. This is not the most critical. The most important thing is that his will has been severely hit, showing signs of cracking. His power directly shakes the will of God. The blood god can't calm down, the opponent is stronger than he imagined. Destroy the sky. Xuanhuan folded his hands, and in an instant, divine light swept down, moving forward without hesitation, destroying the blood world. All the destroyed power was absorbed by the altar, and sacrificed into it. He, the god of blood, is watching Xuanhuan strengthen himself in the battle. I can't let you go on. A bloody sharp blade appeared in the hand of the blood god. This is his god's artifact, the blood blade, with sharp sawtooth on it, and if the sawtooth is torn on the body, it can bring out a big wound and bleed out. The blood god killed the past with a blood blade. Xuanhuan glanced indifferently, grabbed the divine martial sword, and immediately fought with the blood blade. On the altar, the havoc blade created a catastrophe that destroyed the world. His attack was too violent, and within a short period of time since the start of the war, he had already caused huge damage to the blood world. The bloody sky is also very gloomy. More sea of blood rushed out. Blood pool. Xuanhuan swept the blood world with his eyes, and directly penetrated to the deepest mysterious place, placed it in the deepest part of the sea of blood, and saw a blood-colored pool. This blood-colored pool is the most powerful artifact of the blood-colored heaven, and the blood-colored brilliance flowing out of it is the purest and purest. The foundation of the entire blood world is in this blood pool. This seemingly majestic and boundless blood world was actually created by the transformation of the blood pool. #C2069 My heart is my heart. The bloody sky looked embarrassed. In his own territory, his own field, where he has the greatest advantage, not only did he not get any advantage, but the result of the battle was completely suppressed by others. At this moment, he encountered the greatest crisis in his life, and he could never compare with this moment. Blood and rain. The sea of blood is boundless. Blood washed the world. Blood-stained mountains and rivers. In a row, the blood gods performed countless kinds of divine arts. His strength roared, pushing his strength to a new peak, and he attacked Xuanhuan continuously. The sky began to rain blood. This blood rain has a strong corrosive effect, and can penetrate the origin of heaven and earth. This time, he also fought hard. He had to expel Xuanhuan from his blood world, no matter how much he paid. Facing the crazy counterattack of the god of blood, Xuanhuan seemed very easy. All his counterattacks were easily repelled by him. The invincible power pushes out horizontally, and the god who is as strong as blood can only retreat in front of him, completely demonstrating the power of dominating the heavens and being the only one who is invincible. Hero dominates the heavens. The blood god also felt the will of the other party. His face was extremely dull. If it wasn't for his special strength, he would have been suppressed by the opponent long ago. What frustrates him the most is that all the methods he used to control blood have lost their effect, and have no effect on him at all. Blood flowed like a river. The god of blood unleashed his terrifying power again. The god of blood Tiao charged forward. Xuanhuan pushed ruthlessly, breaking the blood god. My heart is the heart of heaven. My will is God's will. Xuanhuan's will enveloped the entire blood world. He is standing in the realm of a kind of heaven. At this moment, even the blood gods were terrified. He was horrified to find that his blood world was being controlled by him, and his god was nothing. Rumbling. Under the impact of endless divine power, the blood world suffered the most serious damage. All planes were torn apart, and all self-defense mechanisms were broken. The plane collapsed. Waves of sacrificial power filled the entire blood world, and the energy of the blood world was sacrificed by the altar. Every wave of sacrifice made the blood god feel extremely distressed. If this goes on, the blood world will be over. I fight with you. The blood god roared. Suddenly a huge blood-colored god rushed out, and the blood-colored god hit Xuanhuan like a star, not using supernatural powers, but exploding with a bang. Good. The blood god is using his boundless blood sea power to gather the god and bombard Xuanhuan. Just for an instant. The bloody gods rose densely into the sky, like locusts, and bombarded Xuanhuan, completely exploded, and the shock waves generated by so many could kill ordinary gods. You will have to pay a huge price today. The sky above the blood became hideous, and he couldn't believe that such a terrifying impact of energy would leave him unmoved. How long has he been practicing, and how long has he been practicing? Xuanhuan had everything under his control. Seeing the impact of the god, he pushed with both hands, and a swallow that swallowed up the heavens appeared. All the power that exploded, without leakage, entered into his devouring body. The blood god also knew that this person possessed extremely strong devouring power, and wanted to use huge power to prop up his devouring, and make him suffer a huge price. But he was desperate. The engulfment of Xuanhuan, he seems to be a bottomless pit no matter how much power he injects, and it is impossible to burst it no matter what. In other words, it's not that there is no limit, but that his strength has reached the limit of the opponent. The method of using the blood to explode completely lost its effect. Xuanhuan became stronger as he fought, and he was already sacrificing the entire blood world with ruthless means. If this continues, I will be completely sacrificed by him. The blood god also understood that if he wanted to get out of this predicament, he could not still have the idea of preserving his strength, so he had to use the strongest means. You are vicious. Suddenly, the blood world changed. The blood that originally covered the boundless blood realm disappeared in an instant, and all gathered towards a center, and a person appeared in this center. This man is also god of blood. He collected all the blood, and all the creatures living in the blood world entered his body, and one person represented all the energy. Think about how strong his strength will become when this kind of energy is highly condensed, as if his 5 fingers were originally spread out, but now they have become a clenched fist. This shows that he is going to abandon this blood world, and although there is a big loss, it is stronger than being sacrificed by him. And at this moment, a pool of blood appeared on the chest of the blood, which was his most powerful artifact, which turned into his heart. The blood pool makes the sound of a beating heart, and every beat is transporting energy, which is extremely pure energy. Xuanhuan, you can persecute Ben Tian until you are very powerful, but it is not enough if you want to completely sacrifice Ben Tian. If Ben Tian is weak, it is impossible to survive the battle of God. The sky above the blood drank fiercely. In a state of highly condensed strength, he soared into the sky, and the bloody power filled the sky and the earth. The power of this punch has the divine power to break through all obstacles in the world. The blood world is gone, so leave him an empty frame of structure. As long as he is still there, he can slowly open up. For God, they are infinite lives, and cannot die. He had a strong premonition. This person's battle will not end here, this person is very strong, and then he may light the flames of war from the gods, set off a bigger war, and threaten other gods. The battle of the gods is very likely to break out again, because of this. But at that time, the gods will inevitably react, not allowing a character similar to the king of the gods to appear, and they will take action to kill him. There is no need for the blood god to fight him recklessly. He was burning with a boundless divine fire of blood, and was about to rush out. Xuanhuan's power was like a tide, and God's magic power was sweeping across. Seeing that the blood god was going to break his blockade, the power was overwhelming, and a big hand was facing him to block it. Today's road is unstoppable. The god of blood is going forward indomitably, his strength has been pushed to the limit, and he really has an unstoppable momentum. Boom! But Xuanhuan's power has sealed the sky, and the power of the altar has sealed off the entire world. His majestic figure swayed with his palm, as if the level he was standing on was higher and deeper than the sky above the blood, and the moment he immediately covered it with his palm. Click! The power of destruction acts on the whole body of the blood god. His whole body was shattered, but fortunately, there was a pool of blood supplying him with energy, otherwise his whole body would be completely shattered all of a sudden. But even so, he was very uncomfortable. The power of Xuanhuan made him unable to leave. Xuanhuan used the eternal realm of heaven, and at this moment, standing at a higher level than the blood realm, an incomparably great power has wrapped around him. He raised his hands, as if creating a bigger and stronger sky, covering the blood world. #C2070 The End of Blood. The blood god became the strongest state, burning the blood of the gods, but with his current strength, under the suppression of Xuanhuan's palm, he retreated repeatedly and blocked in the blood world. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan is beyond his imagination. As soon as he becomes enlightened, he has the strength to suppress and kill the gods. His ancient god can't compare with Xuanhuan at all, the gap is too big. You. The blood god stared at Xuanhuan again. At this moment, he had an extremely terrifying feeling, that is, looking at this person, he seemed to see the most powerful existence in the world, just like seeing the King of Heaven back then. No, apart from being equally powerful, he is completely different from the King of Heaven. The King of Heaven is kind and beautiful, but this man is extremely powerful, with war and killing, he will destroy all who disobey him. He knew very well that when he had this feeling, it was because his heart was already afraid of this person, and a lingering shadow had been planted. Xuanhuan strode over. He brought the flames of war, killing, and destruction. If this heavenly realm is not broken first and cleaned up and down, it will be impossible to create an eternal unified empire as he wishes. He slapped the bloody sky with his burning palm, and immediately, the whole body of the bloody sky was on fire, and streams of blood energy were refined. In the case of being blocked by the altar, all his refining energy will be absorbed. Kill, I am the god of the sky, with the divine power of the blood path, how could I die here, even if you are a stronger heaven, I will use the supreme divine power to break you today. After all, God of Blood had experienced the battle of God, so he forcibly calmed down and analyzed the situation in an instant. He operated the supreme blood fist, the power changed, and one punch shook the world. He forcibly bombarded Xuanhuan, and there was also a kind of tyrannical will of blood flowing backwards. He still doesn't believe it, he really will die here. The surging blood fist wanted to shake Xuanhuan's blockade of heaven. Xuanhuan controls the world. The power is always locked on the blood god. In the world of heaven, he is stronger than the sky above the blood. If he can't even solve him, let alone fight for hegemony in the heavens. He also punched out. In this punch, he created an infinite world, and the heavy power wrapped the heaven of blood. The entire blood world is already under his control. His great will was suppressed, and the blood god felt that his thinking was frozen, his will was frozen, and a terrifying force immediately destroyed him. Inevitably, the blood god suffered an extremely severe blow. Fight with you, if I can't break your blockade today, I will die today. The god of blood no longer cared about any serious wear and tear, the heart turned into the blood pool was beating violently, and every beat was like a pacemaker, which would bring him infinite power. Infinite blood light is erupting, and groups of blood shadows are violently impacting. Xuanhuan stands tall and doesn't care about any of his resistance. The heaven's law is being used vertically and horizontally. The power to control everything is to make the blood god unable to break through his blockade, no matter how he rushes. You're trying to drive me to a dead end. Under such circumstances, the blood god is also getting more and more desperate. He has clearly exerted the strongest power in his life, but he has broken the blockade that this person cannot. Absolutely. As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, the blood god felt even greater terror. Every sky is a sky, but when he looked up, he saw a bigger shadow looming over him. It was Xuanhuan's sky that covered his sky. This is the big sky devouring the small sky. Xuanhuan didn't use any fancy power with him, that is, the strongest power was approaching directly, and with overwhelming force, he didn't give the blood god any chance to struggle and fight back. Under this terrifying heavenly suppression, the whole body of the blood god was bursting, blood splashing everywhere. He shouted angrily and rushed out, but Chu Yuan just raised his arm and sent him flying. Ju Tian, Tu Tian. Chu Yuan's magical powers were displayed one after another, Ju Tian, Tu Tian, and their moves were to force the blood god to death, without giving him the slightest chance to fight back. The blood god retreated again and again. Suddenly, he saw the death-like brilliance of dusk in his eyes, and endless darkness was coming, which was a sign of the end of the sky. He already knew that his blood world had completely fallen into this person's blockade. The burial bell of death and the vision of the falling sky are already being produced for him. Xuanhuan, are you really going to drive me to a dead end and not give me a way out? He roared, extremely sad and angry, never thinking that he would be reduced to such a fate. You have no second way. Chu Yuan's Tu Tian gun slashed at him, and the blood god burst into a heart-piercing roar. This method of slaughtering the sky is a serious blow to the sky, and the sky will not be able to bear it. Rumble. At this moment, the huge altar was also suppressed like the ancient mountain. The divine martial emperor activated the great devouring technique with both hands, forming a huge vortex, trying to swallow him in. He knew that once he was swallowed into the altar, he would be completely finished, and there would be no chance of surviving. He turned into a wave of blood god's will to attack violently, but the fact is that the more violently he struggled, the greater the despair he brought. The sky and the earth roared, and Chu Yuan smashed the sky and the earth. Fight, I will fight with you. The blood god has no other choice. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention, you can receive them. The last benefit at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Public number, Book Friend Base Camp. His heart was beating violently at an abnormal speed, and every time he beat, his strength expanded a bit, as if he was about to explode. He wants to explode his strongest power, to break Chu Yuan's blockade. Of course, he didn't want to die completely, but he had no choice but to use this method. Maybe it was possible to escape from his will, otherwise there was really no chance. Violent fluctuations. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he also exerted his most powerful power, and immediately pressed down on the altar with his palm, and with boundless strength, he sacrificed the blood to the heaven. The power of sacrificing to God also reached its strongest at the same time. Burst. The sky above the blood exploded completely, and the blood splashed all around, which could directly wipe out a heaven and earth, forming a terrifying bloody storm, crashing into the altar. Chu Yuan's image has become extremely great. At this time, he has surpassed the dimension of the heaven world, overlooking everything the blood god has done. He manipulates the altar, and no force can destroy it when it hits it. All the blood shadows were blocked. Why? The sky above the blood howled and roared. He has used such means, why still can't escape his sacrifice? He was unwilling, he was angry, he was desperate, and he didn't want to be destroyed just like that. Sacrifice to the blood world. #C 2071 win over. The god of blood was sacrificed. His earth-shattering cultivation was owned by Chu Yuan, and all his power was sacrificed by him, and then transported to the empire, making it even stronger. The world needs to be created by Chu Yuan himself, but his power can make the power of the empire reach a peak and make the power of the empire more stable. Every time he devoured a god, Chu Yuan could feel the great increase in power. Especially the mighty power of the god of blood is an unparalleled tonic, and one can clearly feel that one's own power has almost saved tens of billions of years of hard work. Sure enough, devouring the sky is the fastest way to practice, plundering all the power of others. Chu Yuan is in a strange state at this time. To become the heaven in the sky, he is also the sky above other heavens. This is also the status of God's dominance, so that all heavens need to obey his orders. Inside the empire. Moment of eternity, moment by moment. After sacrificing the blood to the gods, this kind of energy made the strong men of the empire, such as Tuming, Immortal, Qianquan, and Duzu, some of the eternal levels who had already achieved a great reputation on the eternal road, all achieved the eternal emperor realm. There are also a large number of kings breaking through. Think about how noble a god is, and if he is completely refined, the increase will be so huge that it is almost impossible to calculate. This is the power of God above blood, who, as a great expert in the empire, has also received great benefits, and the power of the gods has also been instilled in him, allowing him to undergo a huge transformation. He knew that if the emperor continued to kill like this, he would have great hope to achieve God. Xuanhuan, he has killed the god of blood. Yanran stared at the heaven realm, the blood realm had been wiped out, the curtain had been lifted, and the flames of war had been ignited. Xuanhuan also returned to the empire at this time. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly world shook and had a huge impact. In a short period of time, 3 gods fell one after another, and this speed of fall could not have occurred except during the War of the Gods. And their downfall is all related to one person. The god of blood is no ordinary god, and his fall caused even greater shocks. The god of blood was beheaded. It was Emperor Xuanhuan, and the new god beheaded the god of blood. A newly promoted god has the strength to kill the god of blood. How strong is his strength? It's not that the god of blood is too strong, but his strength is too strong. What is he going to do? The thoughts of the gods are colliding. The world of heaven is not peaceful anymore. Xuanhuan's shot broke the deadlock that lasted for endless years. An invincible strong man showed his strength and invincible ambition. He beheads the gods and sacrifices himself. Every time he beheads a god, his strength will increase enormously. If it continues, when all the gods are beheaded by him, his power will reach an invincible level point. After guessing this person's intentions, the gods can't be calm. Some people want to annex all the heavens and create an empire that is only me. His will is more cruel than the king of heaven. In fact, the annexation of all the heavens, no one in the heavens would have thought of such a thing, but the reality is here. Whoever dares to do this will end up being besieged by the heavens, and no one can bear the price. But now someone is doing it. He thought he was the king of the sky, but is he already invincible in the heavens? But even the king of the sky was overthrown by our joint efforts. What he did was to kill himself. He can kill the blood god, which shows that he is extremely powerful. Now, although many gods can see Xuanhuan's ambition, each god is an independent individual. Thinking of the strength of that person, it is impossible to unite and react immediately. But there is one thing, Emperor Xuanhuan has been deeply remembered by the gods. The god of blood was beheaded, and I will be remembered by all the gods in the future. Maybe there are already gods planning to destroy my heaven in this way, but my footsteps will not stop because of this. After Xuanhuan returned to the empire, he said. The thoughts of the gods are colliding. Xuanhuan, they will not allow people like the king of heaven to appear, and they will take many actions. Yanran said. This beheading of blood god really stabbed a big hornet's nest. I know. Xuanhuan said indifferently, Yanran, but this is not something that must be done, is it? Yes, gods, demons, hell, evil, law, martial arts, thunder, light, yuanchi, etc. Although they are not at odds with each other, they are only relatively speaking. Once there is a common threat, they will let's unite and attack the Xuanhuan Empire. The sky is the sky, once we fail, it will disappear. Yanran said, the reason why they didn't make a move now is because the combined strength of you and me poses too great a threat, which makes them deeply afraid, but it won't last long. I know everything, and I see other things. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment, and said, actually, those gods with top strength are also tired of the current situation. Seeing that I have broken the deadlock, they will not deal with me immediately, but have their own plans. I know that everyone wants to annex other gods, to strengthen themselves. In today's world of heaven, gods are certainly the top existence, but there are actually some. Whoever dared to make this step before would be attacked by groups, while Qiyu did it, broke the deadlock, and muddied the water. Qiyu, Yan Ran is so smart, she can't see this. Although Qiyu has done some earth-shattering things, those top gods have their own plans. They want to regard Qiyu as the biggest opposition. When the war starts, all the spearheads will be pointed at Xuanhuan, and they will attack and devour those powerful and ordinary gods. I thought that whoever dared to do such a thing would be attacked. Now that there is such an existence as Xuanhuan, there is no taboo about such things. Yan Ran, I can see that it is very likely to evolve into such an ending. Xuanhuan continued, after I ignited the flames of war in the world of heaven, the ancient and powerful heaven will take the opportunity to expand the situation and annex the weak heavens. In the end, there will only be a few strong heavens and earths, and the weak heavens will not be there. Then they will fight against you. Shot. Don't underestimate those gods will seize the opportunity and make things that they wanted to do but couldn't do before. You're right. Yan Ran agreed, but no matter what we do, after we take the initiative to attack this time, we will be the focus of everyone, no matter whether they will choose to do as you said. War is inevitable, and the opponent is also boundless and powerful. Everything is within my expectation. Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan, not all gods will become our enemies. I think if there are gods, we can win us over and become part of the Shenwu Empire. Yan Ran said again. #C2072 Precious. Oh? There is also a god who can be brought over. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and meditated, and then smiled. Yan Ran, I know what you are talking about, the treasure world, the treasure above heaven, the #1 artifact in the sky, the most powerful magic weapon, and the #1 refining weapon in the Sky Master. Although his strength is not the strongest, he still has the power of the top gods, and he does have the possibility of winning over the empire. Yes, it is the heaven above this treasure. Yan Ran nodded and said, his main body is a magic weapon treasure. Of course, he has received great benefits from the King of Heaven. Without the forging of him by the King of Heaven, he would not be able to become God at all. The King of Heaven stood together, but in fact they did not attack the King of Heaven, which is really helpless. Be wise and protect himself. He has seen the failure of the King of Heaven, and remembering the friendship of the King of Heaven, he can only do this. This is the only thing he can do. Xuanhuan said. If we bring Treasure God into our camp, the improvement in strength will be huge. He has forged endless magic weapons, and every creature in the treasure world is a powerful magic weapon. Yan Ran said. If Bao can stand on our side, it will be of great help. Xuanhuan agreed, it seems that I must go to the treasure world immediately and have a good talk with this treasure. He can still protect himself wisely in the battle of God, but this time the times have changed, and he no longer has this opportunity. Xuanhuan, what are you going to talk about? Yan Ran said. How can we talk about it? Naturally, I will be emotional with him and understand him with reason. Xuanhuan said. Yan Ran understands that Xuanhuan's move is based on emotion and reason. If he is obsessed with Bao Shongsong, the end will be extremely miserable. Okay, this time I will go to Baojia with you, and I also want to have a good talk with Bao. When Xuanhuan and Yan Ran were talking, they were immediately teleported outside the treasure realm. In front of him, a huge world appeared. The outside world was isolated by the world barrier. It was a bright color, which turned into a thick crystal wall, covering the treasure world in groups, forming a huge formation. This is a relatively closed world of heaven. Ordinary people cannot enter the treasure world, after all kinds of treasures live there. As for Xuanhuan's arrival this time, he didn't directly break it like he did with the blood god, but stood outside, waiting for Bao Shongsong to welcome him. This is unrivaled ambition. With his strength and the sensation he caused, Nabeo should know that he will make the most sensible choice. In the treasure world, there is not only one god, but there is another person besides him. Xuanhuan could see that the other god appeared after the god. Bao, don't you come out and meet? Yanran said. God of Reincarnation, and Emperor Xuanhuan. It is a great honor for you two to come here. You didn't even say hello in advance when you came. You didn't make any preparations for this day. Pa appeared. Bao is an old man with black hair, dressed in white, and looks like a kind and wise old man. But you can't underestimate his strength because of this, he is the strongest magic weapon in the world of heaven. He looks relaxed with a smile on the outside, but in fact he is extremely dignified in his heart. How could Emperor Xuanhuan not know that even the blood god died in his hands, and he is a ruthless character? Those who come who are not good will not come. The Emperor Xuanhuan and the Samsara god didn't take action directly because they still had something to talk to him about. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced Bao's body, and he saw through him immediately. This treasure is no longer in the shape of an inherent magic weapon, but a mass of energy, which can be transformed into countless kinds of magic weapons. Being pierced by Xuanhuan's gaze, Bao's heart became more dignified. When I come to Baojia, do you want me to come in and have a seat? Xuanhuan said lightly. Give red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes. Please come in, both of you. Bao also knew that with the opponent's strength, no matter how he blocked it, it would be useless, and Baojia's barrier could not stop it. It would be better to let the two of them in generously. As soon as Xuanhuan entered the treasure world, the precious light radiated everywhere, bright everywhere, and the mist rose up, which was beautiful and beautiful. Every breath of vitality was the true energy of Wanbao. Taking a breath was very effective in cultivating the spirit of treasures. This is a world most suitable for treasure cultivation. But here, Xuanhuan saw countless tyrannical magic weapons, all of which had their own wisdom. These weapon spirits treat their magical body as if it were a person's body, and their wisdom is the soul, and they control themselves, and there is no such thing as a master. If the gourd can enter the treasure world, he has a great possibility to become a god. Xuanhuan said. The gourd itself is also a tool spirit, and also an artifact of the gods. If he receives Bao's guidance and breathes infinite treasure's true energy, his possibility of becoming a god will be infinitely magnified. His eyes swept away. Of course, I can also see that the power inside Baojia is very strong. Even if Baojia doesn't make a move, ordinary gods can be killed with the help of Baojia's great formation. Of course, this kind of killing is to actively enter the treasure world. Please enter the Wanbao Hall, both of you. Bao didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Who dares to relax? Not to mention that the Samsara god was a famous god in the era of the King of Heaven. Even the recently risen Emperor Xuanhuan is also a remarkable figure. During the brief contact, Bao had already given birth to the idea that he was not as good as him. The Wanbao Hall is a hall full of divine light, and it is also an artifact of the gods. The artifact spirit born inside also has the power of the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. It can be said that the entire treasure world is composed of treasures. There is still a god in Baojia, let's all appear together. Yanran said. Bao paused for a moment, then nodded, and said, Tianlu, you can come too, since God of Samsara wants you to listen to the conversation, let's listen together. Good. A masculine male voice came in. Tianlu was originally manipulating the formation in the depths of the treasure world, and was always on guard against possible changes. He walked in. This is a big man, tall and majestic, like a giant tower, with a kind of craftsmanship all over his body, like a furnace that is always burning with flames. The body of this big man is a huge furnace, called the sky furnace. Throwing all kinds of materials into the sky furnace can be made into treasures. He was refined by Bao himself, and was used to create the heavenly furnace for treasures. Later, he gave birth to a powerful spiritual wisdom. Under Bao's training, he was promoted to the realm of the gods. It can be said that Tianlu can achieve today's achievements entirely because of Bao's single-handed cultivation. Without Bao, he would not be where he is today. And the strength of this Tianlu, although not as good as the Sun-Moon God and the Blood God, but its combat power is also stronger than the Evil God. Samsara God, Emperor Xuanhuan, you kill the Sun and the Moon God, the God of all evil, the God of blood. The prestige is known to all gods, and the gods know how powerful you are, but you appeared in my treasure world today, just say what you want. While Bao is speaking, he is also using his power to let the world know how powerful he is. See 2073-2 choices. Bao and Tianlu never dared to relax in the face of Xuanhuan. Two powerful beings from heaven came to his treasure world, and he already had a premonition of what was going on. And if there is a real war, although his treasure world is much stronger than the blood world in terms of hard power and soft power, but he also knows that his treasure world will inevitably be destroyed at that time. For Baojia, Bao paid too much. Zhan and Samsara came to the treasure realm, so naturally they have something important to come to you. It is related to the current situation of God, and it is also related to your future. Xuanhuan was absolutely majestic, suppressing Bao Shangtian in aura. At this sudden moment, Bao was in a trance. What he is facing seems to be a heaven, which is higher than him in terms of level, and has reached a realm dominated by God. He secretly said in his heart, this Emperor Wu of God possessed such strength, not long after he became a god. Emperor Xuanhuan, it is undeniable that your strength is extremely strong, even above mine. Bao admitted that Xuanhuan was much stronger than him. Before you beheaded the god of the sun and the moon, the evil god can also be said to use the power of God to sacrifice, so that you can be promoted to God's promotion faster, and you sacrificed blood to God. You are paying attention to stirring up war and breaking God. The peace that lasts for endless years. Do you want to set off another battle of God? Bao said calmly. Bao, you are indeed very smart. I want to set off a battle of the gods, which will be bigger than the battle of the king of the gods, completely subvert and change the pattern of the gods, and create an era of eternal martial arts. Facing Bao's words, Xuanhuan directly stated his purpose without hiding anything. Strong enough to be unscrupulous. A greater battle of the gods. Bao was calm and wise, and he also froze for a while. Unexpectedly, he admitted so simply. Although many gods have vaguely guessed his purpose, admitting and guessing are completely different. His ambition is so great. Thinking of the battle of the gods that caused all the gods to fall, he felt a deep trembling from the soul. It was simply a disaster. In fact, as far as Bao is concerned, he does not have such great ambitions. He concentrates on refining treasures and strengthening his own treasure world. He thinks very little, just follow the King of Heaven to create the world, and he never thinks about fighting for hegemony or not, which is not attractive to him. In the battle of the gods, he was able to remain neutral because of his strength. As long as he doesn't help the King of Heaven, no matter whether he makes a move or not, the power of the King of Heaven will be weakened virtually. Just as Tianlu was about to speak, Bao gave him a look, and then he said, the battle of the gods is a battle that all the gods don't want to start, Emperor Xuanhuan. No matter how strong you are, if you start it rashly, the end is very likely it will be wiped out. Once the great wheel of war starts, there is no possibility of stopping. The battle of God will start in my hands, and it will end with me. A new era will also start with me. There is invincible confidence in Xuanhuan's words. Are you trying to win me over to your camp? Bao said calmly. Bao, without the help of the King of Heaven in your refinement, you would not have achieved what you are today. The King of Heaven's ideal is to pursue greater infinity in the infinite. Why I help Xuanhuan is precisely for this purpose. In today's world, there are too many skies and too many voices, ideals cannot be realized. Yanran said. The ideal of the King of Heaven is not my ideal. My ideal is to manage my treasure world well, to forge more treasures, and to have more treasure creatures. I don't want to see war, but my emergence as the King of Heaven is indeed true. It has helped me a lot, but what can I do in that situation? I have never shot against the King of Heaven. There was also deep helplessness in Bao's tone. The King of Heaven has failed, and his ideals have also collapsed. Reincarnation, let me ask you, do you think you can succeed if there is another battle against heaven? Bao asked. It is undeniable that the King of Heaven has failed. Although he is strong, his actions are doomed to failure. He wants to create a fair and selfless world. Everyone is working hard in a better direction, but this is doomed. Will fail. Without the strength to suppress everything, there will be no justice, selflessness, and beauty. Yanran said, this time, all resisting worlds will be wiped out, and the battle between heaven and earth will unify all voices, creating an eternal era. Destroy the world of resistance. Bao was also shocked. Same goal, but completely different approach. Their approach is more bloody, cleaning up and down, and starting all over again. This will cause the biggest war, and I don't know how many days will fall. Tianlu couldn't help but said. Although he is also a god, but with his ordinary strength, he will die the most in the battle of the gods. There is no way, there will be no new era if there is no destruction and no establishment, and there will be no tragic war. Yanran's tone was indifferent. Samsara, I know your purpose. You want to win Bentian into your camp. If Bentian doesn't follow suit, will you also take action and destroy Bentian? Bao Dao. Thinking of the sliver of friendship between you and me who created the world and the hope that you might be a faction, this time Xuanhuan and I will appear in your treasure world in a peaceful way. Sun, moon and blood are the best examples. Yanran said. Peace? When Bao heard it, he wanted to curse. No, it's scolding the sky. What kind of peaceful way is this? The two peerless powerhouses standing at the top of the heavens directly appeared in his treasure world, and with the strongest strength and blunt words, they did not give him any rebuttal at all. I don't want to join any war, just like the battle of God. Bao said. The times have changed, the sky has changed, and the strategies have changed. Bao, you should know that it is different now, and your obsession will bring you disaster. Receive cash red envelopes, read the book and get cash. Follow WeChat. Official account, book friends base camp, cash/coins are waiting for you. Yanran said. Bao Moran. Times have changed. At that time, the Battle of Heaven was a battle where everyone knew that the King of Heaven was the strongest, in order to overthrow him. But now it is a divided situation. There is an existence called Emperor Xuanhuan, and if he wants to end the split, he must go through a bloody war. He knows better. If he doesn't help, it is equivalent to helping people who are opposite to Xuanhuan. And if Xuanhuan wins, it will be too late to get to know him by then, and Xuanhuan will not let him go. He was thinking, this is a decision of camp selection, it is very difficult for him to play. He understands very well how impossible it is to provoke a battle against God and win it. Bao, you are very valuable, and I am reluctant to destroy your treasure world unless it is necessary, and when I give you time to think, I will also give you 2 opportunities to choose. Xuanhuan said. Impressively, in the eyes of Treasure God, a god-level choice was announced. Option 1, join the Xuanhuan camp, students. Option 2, refuse to join the Xuanhuan camp, die. #C2074, the right choice. Xuanhuan gave Bao the 2 choices of life and death. Now that he has become a god, and the system is completely in his hands, no one is qualified to issue choices to him, only he is qualified to issue choices to others. Now that Bao is still hesitating and vacillating, he will talk to him calmly when he has not made a final decision. But he must be pressured to see the situation clearly. Bao Dao, although you are strong, my treasure also has absolute power. Otherwise, I would not be able to remain neutral in the battle of the gods. If you forcefully attack me, I will open the barrier of the treasure world and let more gods gather. Maybe we treasure realm will suffer catastrophe, but it will not be beheaded by you like blood. He is powerful. This is where his confidence lies. Do you really have to see clearly the general trend of the future? Xuanhuan Dao, even if you can leave now, if I don't absorb you into my empire, you will be safe and sound. This battle between heaven and heaven is completely different from before. The outbreak of a full-scale war will enter the next stage. In an era, the treasure world is missed by many gods, and whoever gets your treasure, the most powerful magic weapon in the gods, his strength can jump to an incomparably powerful level. Those top gods who don't think about treasures, who don't want to attack him, all think of the countless treasures in the treasure world. But the containment of all parties made it impossible for anyone to take action against Bao. It can be said that not only Xuanhuan is thinking about him, but also the ancient gods are thinking about him. Bao also knew that it was very likely that once the war started, he would be targeted by other gods. This is where he hesitated. Is there really no choice but to be loyal to your Shenwu Empire today? Bao looked at Xuanhuan. There is no choice. I don't need to talk about the pros and cons. You know it very well. Xuanhuan's aura of dominating the world enveloped Bao Jia. Bao, you have your current strength, because of the King of the Sky. The current situation does not allow you to hesitate. Follow us and experience a vast war, so that this world enters the next era. You can also be undisturbed in the future, rest assured Lian Bao, but if you don't follow, the pattern of this world will destroy you. Even if we lose, the world is still the same. Do you think you still have a choice? Yan Ran said. Bao suddenly turned into a kind of soul weapon, with a tyrannical soul aura, and entered a soul domain. Xuanhuan just looked at him. His will also reached within this soul realm. In the soul domain, Bao Wuyan, he turned his strongest strength into soul power, fighting with momentum, and suddenly had infinite power, and with the magic weapon, he was able to slash Xuanhuan's soul. When Xuanhuan saw the beheaded Bao, he was majestic and motionless, and the sky was in the sky, and God ruled, and punched him away. His power swept all directions, his will was suppressed, and he was unshakable, which made Bao's soul power shattered immediately, all soul domains disappeared, and he returned to reality. Bao's tentative blow, at this time, shocked him deeply. This person's strength is too strong, and his will cannot be shaken at all. He may not be as powerful as the King of Heaven yet, but his overbearing will and decisive and ruthless actions are incomparable to the King of Heaven. And he can also see that the more powerful people his empire absorbs, the stronger his strength will be. His soul will act, just to use an invisible confrontation, to test. Otherwise, if a great war breaks out, it will be irreparable and impossible to deal with. Do I still have a choice? Bao asked bitterly. The strongest magic weapon among the heavens, treasure, if you become the god of the empire, you will be my right-hand man. You did not participate in the first battle of the gods. You should participate in this battle of the gods. Xuanhuan saw his bitterness and gave him a step down. Give red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account, book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes. Yes, I can escape once, but I can't escape again and again. Emperor Shenwu, God of Reincarnation, you are right. Instead of continuing to look at the current situation, it is better to change the universe together, witness a new world, a new era, and complete God's journey. Wang's ideal, to do what he failed to do. Pa already understood. The steps have already been given to him. If he is not sensible, he will be greeted with the wrath of Emperor Shenwu. This person's strength is too strong, it is impossible for him to be an opponent. If he disagrees, the treasure world will face war, and I don't know how many magic weapons will be destroyed. And he also knows. I can't refuse it myself. He said that sentence, on the one hand, to give himself a face, and on the other hand, he wanted to see the advent of a new era. As God, he can't see through anything. He is strong, but he will be slaughtered when he meets a stronger one, and this is also a place where strength speaks. Bao, you made the most correct choice, and I am also pleased. With Bao's choice, the choice that meant death was instantly shattered. With the addition of Bao, the strength of the empire has been greatly increased. Emperor Xuanhuan, I can fight for you, but what will happen to Baojia in the future, and what position is it in? Bao asked. Now that he has decided to join Xuanhuan, then Bao has to consider for Baojia next. You are still the master of the treasure world. Follow my direct order. The treasure world will not be damaged and will be accommodated in the empire's heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said. Pa nodded. He knew that Emperor Xuanhuan was the greatest heaven, which contained many small heavens. What's more, there are countless magic weapons in the treasure world. These magic weapons already have their own lives and intelligence. They are like living people. Their existence cannot be determined simply by magic weapons. What should they do? Bao has concerns. If the magic weapon has life, it is not just a magic weapon. He was worried that those magic weapons would be sent by Emperor Xuanhuan to be used by others, and they would suffer a kind of slavery. Baby, I know your concerns, but with life, it is equivalent to the people of my empire, they will still be themselves, no one can forcefully control them, and I will not let them be selected and used by others. They are independent individuals, and the only thing they have to do is to exert their own strength and contribute to the subsequent conquest of the empire. Xuanhuan dispelled his worries. With the words of Emperor Xuanhuan, I feel relieved. Bao has no worries. Once this great emperor made a promise, he would never change it. My treasure and Tianlu are both good at forging weapons. The powerful in the empire need to forge magic weapons. We can help. This is also our responsibility. Bao Dao. Although my heavenly furnace is not as good as the heaven of treasures, as long as I have enough energy, I can forge the emperor armor at will. Tianlu Road. For other gods, forging magic weapons is only for needs, and will not waste a lot of time taking up their own cultivation. But for Tianlu, he likes to do this kind of thing, which is his kind of cultivation. The magic weapon is born with spiritual wisdom, which can enter the treasure world and accept the cultivation of the power of the treasure world. From this moment on, the treasure world is part of the empire. Xuanhuan Dao, I will lead you to open up a new era and witness a new world. #C2075 Severe Storm. Pa joined the empire. His joining not only allowed the empire to have one more top god, but also allowed the empire to gain the huge heritage of the treasure world. In a large way, it made up for the lack of strong players. Xuanhuan knew that the more powerful people in the empire, the more powerful they would be, if they were strengthened by their faith. Emperor Xuanhuan, should my joining of Baojia be announced to the public, or should it be kept secret so that others don't know about my relationship with the empire? At the critical moment, the biggest sensation erupts. Bao asked. Both are good. Yan Ran just said. It is true that both are beneficial, but in my opinion, there is no need for this. The news cannot be concealed. It is better to directly announce that the treasure world has become a part of my empire, and let the news spread vigorously. Wouldn't it be better to do so? Since everyone knows about my ambitions, and there are some people who are waiting to disrupt the situation, I will grant their wishes. Xuanhuan said lightly, I just want to set off a war of heaven and directly start the next era. In this kind of war, any conspiracy will be useless. Only the strongest strength can be used to fight an upright battle. In the face of absolute strength, all obstacles will be crushed. In this battle, the only way to rely on strength is to conquer all directions. Bao nodded. As a strong man who chooses to be neutral in the battle of the heavens, he immediately announced that he has become a part of the empire. This kind of shock will be extremely huge, and it will attract all eyes to the empire. However, after Emperor Xuanhuan killed the Bloody Sky, those eyes were already on him, so he didn't care. Let go of the barrier between the two worlds, let the empire and the treasure world merge, and from then on, they will communicate freely. Xuanhuan then said again. With the power of God, any place can be teleported instantly. Now that there is no barrier between the two worlds, they become one family. My treasure is heaven, and the treasure world has become a part of the Xuanhuan Empire since then. Bao's voice also passed out. Pay attention to the official account, the base camp of book friends, pay attention to get cash and coins. Baby, you are now going to the empire with me. Xuanhuan took Bao directly to the empire. Inside the empire, there is a magnificent vision, an eternal imperial city, exuding the most sacred light, and the rolling luck spreads out, shaping an immortal empire. This is within the Xuanhuan Empire. Bao Xiu was advanced and wise. He suddenly felt a different power, and said, Emperor, in the empire, there is a very unusual power that seems to be everywhere, and it is very great. You're talking about the system. Xuanhuan Dao, this is the system of my empire, and it is also a kind of operating rules. It issues various choices, various tasks, and represents various opportunities. Every citizen of the empire will suddenly get a systematic choice, and also represents the origin of the empire. The King of Heaven once shaped the system with the original will of heaven in the heaven world. He hoped to make the system the strongest existence in the world of heaven and lead the heavens with justice and selflessness. The more heaven there are, the stronger the will of heaven and the system will be. Therefore, let the world of heaven have beauty and peace forever. But the King of Heaven has failed, and a just and selfless system cannot suppress ambition. Yan Ran said. So the Emperor is also using the system to shape fair and selfless operating rules and preside over the operation of the empire. This is different from the King of Heaven. The Emperor is the one who controls the rules. Bao immediately understood Xuanhuan's purpose. Everyone is restricted by the operation of the rules, and those who violate the rules will be punished, and the Emperor stands at the highest level, presiding over the operation of the system. Your ambition may be able to resist the system, but not the greatest emperor of martial arts. Only absolutely invincible strength can suppress all ambitions. Only being invincible in the world has the right to shape the rules. Xuanhuan Dao, from now on, you will follow Bao, and let him teach you how to become the possibility of God as a magic weapon spirit. The gourd has seen the heaven above the treasure. Who was also very excited at this time. This is the #1 treasure refiner in the world, with the support of the emperor and the help of the treasure, the possibility of him becoming a god is too great. The emperor will then conquer the heavens, kill more gods, and sacrifice with the power of the gods. With my guidance, there is a great possibility to break through and be promoted to the realm of the gods, but this also depends on his own good fortune. Bao did not refuse. The gourd is also a treasure, and he is willing to teach the treasure. Now that he has become a part of the empire, he must also consider his future status. If the gourd also becomes a god, plus the Tianlu, then the line of treasures will have 3 gods, and his position will be more stable. Therefore, he is willing to cultivate with his own ability. Bao, although I won't let the treasures in the treasure world be controlled, but I will fight in the heavens, and then you will organize an army of treasures to go out with the empire. You will handle this training task. Xuanhuan said. I will handle this kind of thing. There are many treasures in my treasure world, and some treasures have incredible abilities. They cannot be formed into an army by common law. Only if I am proficient in these can I do it perfectly. Bao Dao, under my leadership, Bao Jia will completely believe in the empire. It's time to let the powerhouses of the heavens know how powerful he is in the treasure world. Good. Xuanhuan said. At this moment, he is standing inside the empire, and more and bigger worlds are being created, and in the process of creation, endless energy is sent to the empire. God can create something out of nothing. With the addition of Bao, the big training of soldiers and the big refining of weapons have also begun. It can be said that under his actions, every army of the empire is armed to the teeth. Xuanhuan even created a variety of equipment blueprints under the conversation with Bao, put them in the system, and built them automatically. This is a reversal of status. He has changed from passively using various powerful forces of the system back then to dominating the system, using his own great power to enhance the power of the system. The Baojia and the Shenwu Empire are actually merging together, breaking the barrier of the world. In this case, it is not an annexation, it seems that Baojia is taking the initiative to become part of that empire. Baoguai radiates, what's going on? Why does Baojui have a deep connection with that Shenwu Empire? At the same time, the changes in the treasure world immediately attracted the attention of the gods. Could it be that treasure realm, Treasure Shangshang has joined the Shenwu Empire and become a part of them? This news immediately caused a violent storm. The name of the god of treasures is too great, the number one craftsman in the heavens, more or less, many gods have invited him to forge artifacts. And there are countless treasures in the treasure world. And Bao itself is a god with top strength, the strongest magic weapon. With the strength of the Emperor Shenwu himself being strong enough, and getting Bao, the strongest divine weapon, to what level will his strength skyrocket, and will anyone else be his opponent? The most important thing is Bao's attitude. Bao was neutral during the Battle of the Heavens, but this time he suddenly joined the Empire, which also showed that he was also going to join the war. #C 2076, the starter of the Third Era. The merging of the treasure world into the divine martial arts had an enormous impact, even greater than the sacrifice of the god of blood. Bao Shengsheng, a strong man who has not even participated in the War of the Heavens, will join the Shenwu. Does he think that the Shenwu will last forever, or the two reached some agreement that others do not know? But no matter how guessed, the fact has happened. There is a huge shock among the heavens. Damn, this treasure actually took refuge in the Shenwu Empire. This incident is very strange and very strange. What does this mean? It seems that after the Battle of the Heavens, the world of the heavens will undergo great changes from ancient times. In the devil world. At this moment, there are 4 strong men. These 4 powerhouses are all the strength of God. In addition to the demon god, the pioneer of the demon world, there are 3 other gods who are lesser gods and belong to the demon world. They are called the 2nd demon heaven, the 3rd demon heaven, and the 4th demon heaven. The 2nd magic sky is the strength of the mighty god. The 3rd and 4th demon heavens are the strength of ordinary gods. The 4 gods also showed the profound strength of the demon world. In the history of the world of heaven, the first era is the era of the King of Heaven, which represents beauty and peace. The second era is the era when all the heavens coexist and heroes compete for hegemony. It seems that it is about to enter the third era. Song Shang said quietly, and this third era is an era of chaos and reshuffle. The third era represents chaos. The second magic way. Demons are warlike and are not afraid of chaos. It's just that what I didn't expect today is that this sudden appearance of the martial arts will bring about the third era. The demon god was also a little surprised. Damn, the current situation is already very clear. Datshin will lit the flames of war. He destroyed the blood of the gods and conquered the treasure world. Want great people. The second magic way. The third devil said coldly, he still wants to become a greater figure than the King of Heaven? That's courting death. No one wants to achieve success, but no one dares to take this step easily. It is undeniable that this person is very powerful, but in my opinion, he has not yet reached the point where he is invincible. Often the first person who can't bear it and starts a war will end badly. The fourth demon heaven also said. This person is not simple, he also thought of this, but he is still so good, it's okay, let's use his hand to ignite the chaos in the upper world. The second era has lasted for so long, and the deadlock should be gone. Give red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes. The god of the devil is very indifferent. In fact, there are some powerful gods who want to start swallowing the sky and weakening the sky to strengthen themselves. After a long stalemate in the second era, although there were wars, the scale was not large, and there were many more gods in the realm of the gods. However, the top gods like gods, demons, martial arts, and thunder are almost all from the era of the king of the gods, and those who have experienced the battle of the gods represent the strongest. In Mo's mind, he didn't include Xuanhuan in the second era. He positioned Xuanhuan as the initiator of the third era. If the devil obtains the treasure, the strongest divine weapon in the sky will be even stronger than the gods of the gods. The second magic way. Demon, what should we do in the demon realm next? Next, Xuanhuan is the initiator of the third era. In the eyes of the heavens, it must perish and sacrifice him. However, now it is still necessary for him to open up the situation and cause greater war and turmoil. The way of the devil. When the curtain of the third era is completely lifted, my demon realm will begin to annex the weak heaven, supplement it within the demon realm, and strengthen the strength of my demon realm. The way of the devil. We are not the only ones who have this kind of thinking. Second Matian said. All the top heavens will start to be annexed. There are too many weak heavens, and their existence is for the strong heavens to annex. This upper heaven world does not need so many heavens, a few are enough. The demon god is cruel. The third era is an era of mutual annexation. Whoever swallows up the sky will be more powerful. When should Xuanhuan deal with it? Below a certain level, the heavens can't unite. To deal with Xuanhuan, in addition to the Xuanhuan Emperor, there are also Reincarnation and Treasure. This is not an easy force to deal with. As the opener of the third era, it's not uncommon for him to have this kind of strength. The demon god is very calm. It is not something that can be done in a day to sacrifice and kill Xuanhuan, it needs the efforts of all the top gods to do it. Whether it is a demon or a god, if you dare to attack Xuanhuan, you are being treated as a knife by others. Every day has its own will, and it doesn't mean that if it is united, it will be united, and it will be for its own interests first. There is something more urgent than this day. What I have to do in the demon realm is to get the greatest benefit in the third era. The eyes of the god above the demon looked at the god realm at this moment. In the first era, it was not that there were no top-notch ones. It was only after the king of heaven was overthrown that other demons gained incomparable benefits that they had the status they have today. All the gods have felt the opening of the third era, just like a big curtain has been lifted. It is like a demon looking forward to the opening of the third era. Such as those top gods. And the powerful god is also vigilant, not only wants to seize the opportunity of the third era and become the top god, but also guards against being swallowed by others. And ordinary gods, they are the last ones who don't want to see the third era. Their strength is also a god, but compared with the big sky that existed in the first era, it is much worse. For example, there are 4 gods in the demon world. It is too costly to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan first. After they are in chaos, they will be the first to bear the brunt and be annexed and sacrificed. Once the top god made a move, how could the ordinary god resist it? What they want is how to survive in the third era. They don't want the third age to come, but they won't follow their will. The God realm is also the God heaven. The divine light is brilliant, and there are endless and powerful gods living there. Those who open up this world are called gods. God's strength is extremely powerful. He is recognized as the strongest in the second era, and other top gods recognize that he will not be God's opponent in a solo fight. However, although the gods are strong, they have not yet reached the height of the King of Heaven. The strength of the King of the Sky represents the entire era, and his sky is the world of the sky at that time. There will only be more little gods in the God realm than in the demon realm. The third era has begun, and the heavens are about to usher in chaos. Xuanhuan personally opened the curtain of the third era. At this time, he is the one who breaks the deadlock. When the third era begins, my God realm will inevitably make the biggest reaction. All the gods are watching us. That's right, my God realm is the strongest in the second era. We will become the only one in the third era, end the third era, start the fourth era, and sacrifice to the Xuanhuan Empire. Facing the arrival of the third era, the gods of the God realm are fierce and high-spirited, and have made all preparations. #C2077 The Direction of Heaven and Earth. God, as the strongest God in the world of heaven today, naturally has his own ambitions. He wants the whole God to spread the will of the divine way, and to create a world that belongs to gods with gods as the main ones. For Xuanhuan's strength. Now many people are puzzled, and no one knows how strong his specific combat power is, but what is certain is that, as the initiator of the third era, his strength is very strong. All kinds of wills in the heavenly world are colliding. And Xuanhuan, who is in the middle of the empire, stands tall in the sky with his great figure, condensing the overall map of the heavenly world. Under the cover of his will, it seems that he knows everything and has nothing to hide. Now the changes in the empire are also very huge. Absorbing Baojia is to make Xuanhuan's foundation deeper. The altar exists high, revealing two auras. One is the cruelty of conquering and offering sacrifices to God. And one is for the good in the empire. And this altar, after Bao joined and with his help, became stronger and stronger. Bao also nodded secretly. All those who did not cooperate with the outside world had the will to kill with cruelty. For the inside, it is natural to use methods like a holy emperor, benevolent and generous. He also sighed lightly. The King of Heaven was too idealistic back then, thinking that as long as the system was successful, all ambitious people could be restrained, and he kindly wanted to tolerate it. Those who achieve great things don't care about small details, and don't pay attention to any kindness. The first era, the second era, and the third era, the division of this era is very interesting. Xuanhuan also received the will of the times. The first era is the era of the King of Heaven, which ended with the outbreak of the War of Heaven and the overthrow of the King of Heaven, and the second era is the present era, which ends with the appearance of Zhen. In the third era, Xuanhuan, you are the well-deserved pioneer. This era will be an era in which all the heavens compete and annex each other. Yanran said. Emperor, there are only two possibilities for the third era. The heavens are annexed, the empire is defeated, and finally, there are a few giant heavens left to enter the fourth era. Bao said, then the fourth age has recuperated for a long time. Each giant sky accumulates recovery power, and a battle of giant heavens will break out. In the end, there will be only one remaining, ending the fourth era, and ushering in only one world. Or, our empire won the final victory in the third era and ushered in the eternal unity of the fourth era. Although Bao had no choice but to join the empire before, when he thought of the subsequent war, he felt excited. The general trend of the world, separation and reunion, the first era is unity, and the fourth era should also be unity. Xuanhuan Dong sees through everything as if watching the fire. This principle applies no matter where it is placed. The winner decides everything. Yanran said. Now with my appearance, the curtain of the third era will be gradually lifted. Although it is still calm now, It is waiting for me to make further actions. I will do what they wish, and I will also let the third age be the shortest of all. Xuanhuan has infinite arrogance. The three of them were no longer in the time and space of the Empire at this time, but jumped out of the sky, looked down at the whole sky, and looked at the map in the most intuitive way. The auras of different heavens are very different. Some heavens are panicked, their origins are shaken, and they are afraid of the third era, while some heavens are full of fighting spirit and are actively preparing for war. Look, the Emperor, the Demon World, the Martial World, Thunder Realm, Evil Realm, Dharma Realm, Hell, Light Realm, Primordial Realm, and other big heavens have all shown their will to annex them. Bao focused on the name of the top day. These big heavens basically existed in the first era, the era of the King of Heaven. Naturally, there is no doubt about their strength, and each of them has the possibility of becoming a giant sky. In fact, he also felt a little scared when he saw the aura revealed by each day. Even if he doesn't join Xuanhuan, the arrival of the third era is unavoidable and will not follow his will. If that time really comes, given the special nature of his treasure world, don't even think about becoming a giant. Those top gods are afraid that they will not let him go, and will attack the treasure world to strengthen their foundation. It is an excellent choice for him to join Xuanhuan. Baby, you understand now, this is your chance. Yanran said. I understand it completely. Since you can't resist the times, you can only obey the times. Bao said. He was silent for a moment, and then said, now among all the heavens, we don't count. The gods in the God realm are the strongest. Even if I fight against him, I am far from his opponent. In the battle of God back then, God also withstood the frontal attack of the King of Heaven. God. Xuanhuan set his sights on the God realm. How can Xuanhuan be unfamiliar with the word God? It does represent a kind of strength. The civilization of the gods has spread far and wide, and there is no one who can be called a god. It is the same in the Eternal Road. Their civilization has spread too much. And this God is also the ancestor of all the civilizations of gods in the heavens, the God of eternity. All the divine ways are spread by him. Reading to get cash, follow VX Public. Public account, book Friends Base Camp, you can also get cash for reading. He saw the God realm, that God realm is too huge, it is not a place where mortals and the weak can live, and the creatures inside are all powerful gods. The volume of the God realm is also the largest in the world. God became enlightened earlier than me. The first God is the king of the gods, the second God is the God, and the God is also the founder of the second era. He presided over the battle of the gods. Without him, the battle of the gods, I'm afraid I won't win. Yanran said. The second God. Although it is not comparable to the battle of the gods, this is enough to show the power of the gods. He must also want to plunder and accumulate the strongest power in the third era, and create the strongest god realm that covers the heaven realm. In the battle of the gods, the surviving gods all got great wealth, such as the sun and the moon gods got the eyes of the king of the gods, but the gods were different, he got the wisdom of the king of the gods. Reincarnation said, in the beginning, he created the world with the king of heaven, and got too much wisdom from the king of heaven. Wisdom. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed sharply. Wisdom is the most important thing. Even the king of heaven has been overthrown. What's the use of getting something from him? Only with wisdom can you create the most powerful weapon. With wisdom, you have everything. Bao Dao. This god has never made a move since the battle of the gods. He has the wisdom of the king of the sky and his own wisdom. The two complement each other. No one knows how strong he has become, but you can't if you deny it. The power of God is unimaginable. He will become our biggest opponent, and he will even get huge benefits after the end of the third era, just like overthrowing the king of heaven. Bao looked dignified, not daring to be careless towards God. It seems that God will be the leader, and I will break out a battle with God that will determine the direction of the times. While Xuanhuan was speaking, his eyes were fixed on the God realm again. #C2078 God. God is definitely an extremely terrifying existence, the second God in the world of heaven. He received the wisdom of the King of Heaven. It was also God who led many strong men to start the battle of heaven and overthrow the King of Heaven. God himself has also received huge benefits, and has achieved his current status of strength. In the world, everyone knows that God has great ambitions, and wants to become a greater existence than the King of Heaven. But his strength is dreadful. For the birth of Xuanhuan and the beginning of the Third Era, God expressed his welcome, or even he himself was looking forward to the advent of the Third Era. Doesn't God want to personally inaugurate the Third Age? He wanted to too. But he learned the lesson of the King of Heaven. He knew that if he opened it by himself, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to deal with the joint attacks of many gods. This is a no-no. But now Xuanhuan appeared. With deep calculations, he let this person open it, which is a taboo in the world, and he will even add fuel to the flames, making the flames of war even more intense. Then he plays the role of a terminator and a savior, ending the Third Era and allowing him to enter a stronger Fourth Era. With his authority, calling on all the strong ones is enough to start another war similar to the King of Heaven. In this way, the benefits he gets will be maximized. Of course Xuanhuan also knew that God was planning, but the Third Era always had to start, and sometimes the test was the biggest, and the harvest would be more in the end. If you are not destroyed in the flames of war, you will be strong in the flames of war. This is what can't be broken. I know God's plan. Xuanhuan said slowly. Emperor, there is no world barrier in the God realm, it is a completely open world. Bao. A completely open world, without any restrictions, that is, there will be no obstacles to entering the God realm, even God can freely enter and exit the God realm. Xuanhuan said. Generally speaking, every heaven realm will be shielded by the world barrier, mainly to prevent the sudden transmission of heaven, which will cause huge damage to one's own world. God is fearless. He is not afraid either. No god is stupid enough to go to the God realm to destroy them, otherwise they will give God a reason to kill them. It is also because God has enough strength to suppress all this. The Third Era will begin, and the gods are still open, which also shows that if there is a god who wants to become the heaven of the gods, he will also welcome him, give him protection and join him. Xuanhuan said again. This god. Yanran said coldly, with our hands, with the flames of war we started, if he wants to use this opportunity to strengthen himself, he is still the same as before, without any change. But God's calculations are too deep. He never dared to take the initiative to uncover the Third Era, but the Emperor has such courage and fearless determination, which is incomparable to God. Bao. This is the biggest difference between Emperor Xuanhuan and God. Emperor, fear nothing. The more Bao understands Xuanhuan's ambition, the more he can understand that greatness. Xuanhuan Emperor. Suddenly, a voice came out of nothingness. God. When Xuanhuan looked outside the sky, he first felt an extremely great power. In the infinite divine light, a figure was condensed. This figure was enveloped by the breath of God. He represents dignity, strength, aloofness, wisdom, extraordinary, etc., as if all the beautiful words in this world were created for him. This is a god, but not his real body, but the condensed form of his divine will. Xuanhuan looked at God across time and space. Beyond the heaven realm, there is no heaven and earth that does not exist, and it is impossible to appear, but the power of God can create heaven and earth at any moment, and create a place for oneself to exist. God, don't you even show your real body? Yanran had no expression on her face and her voice was very cold. There is no difference between the will and the real body. God's voice also has no emotion, but he is different from Yanran's coldness, as if God should have this kind of voice, indifferent to all living beings, and let all living beings believe in him. He is no longer an ordinary God. I'm not interested in arguing with you. Yanran said, I know your purpose, but you still want to copy the battle of the heavens. Very well, you won the battle of the heavens, but it is still unknown who will win the battle of the heavens this time. Those who try to subvert the pattern will inevitably end up miserable. Your existence is only to promote the development of the upper world. Shinto. No need to say more, it's okay, God, your will is very strong, there is no difference between the real body and the will, and I will have a confrontation between wills with you. Xuanhuan stared at God, also did not attack with his real body, but condensed his will. He knew that God's purpose was to have a confrontation with him, and at the level of will, he didn't want to fight directly with him. His will is majestic and majestic, he is the greatest emperor, the moment he condenses, he steps outside the world, and the boundless world is created and presented under the guidance of his will. You are qualified to be my opponent. God's will looked at Xuanhuan. As the initiator of the third age, this person indeed occupies a very large weight in the heart of God. He doesn't pay attention to other gods, but this is the only one. He felt a familiar yet unfamiliar force within the Shenwu Empire, and this person had the same ideals as the King of Heaven, but his actions went to two extremes. He also wanted to get all of Xuanhuan's power as his stepping stone, allowing him to completely dominate the sky. He also had a strong premonition that if he got the power of Xuanhuan and absorbed his essence, then he might not be the strongest in the heaven world, but the invincible who suppressed all the heavens. The strongest and invincible are completely two concepts. The King of Heaven is also the strongest, but he was also overthrown. And invincibility is invincible in the world, any combination will be useless, and will be easily suppressed by him. He is also very clear that it is impossible for the world of heaven to remain in this state of division forever, and it will eventually be unified. A battle between will and will. Bao also firmly condensed two great wills, the confrontation outside the heaven. This is a rare scene in eternity. God has not made a move for a long time, and no one knows how powerful he is. And the Emperor is a rare figure in the ages. Two rare characters collided together. God can't help Xuanhuan. He wants to use the collision of wills to steal and understand Xuanhuan's power and wisdom. But Xuanhuan also needs to take this opportunity to understand the power of God. Both parties have the same purpose. Yanran has a clear understanding of everything. This is a natural opposition. The positions of Xuanhuan and Shen will make them unavoidable old enemies. It is impossible for them to coexist in the same heavenly world, and they will inevitably end up being wiped out. #C2079 Gather the general trend. Rumble. Under the confrontation between the two forces of will, there was a violent explosion sound, and the endless creation air flow gushed out, which unexpectedly evolved into a part of the heaven world, a new world of heaven and earth. However, this kind of heaven and earth world does not belong to the empire and the god realm, but to the land of no man. After all, this is the result of the power confrontation between the two. God. A vast mind emerged from the will of God. At this very moment, he is the most noble existence between heaven and earth. When everyone sees him, there is only one thought: surrender to him, praise the greatness of God, and dedicate all their faith to him. But Xuanhuan's will is different. What he showed was not dignity, but supremacy, the only overlord between the heavens and the earth. The king ruled the world, and his overwhelming aura that no one could fight against. Under the direction of his power, the eternal battlefield appeared, and he was on the battlefield. The royal driver personally conquered, and the flames were everywhere, and the gold and iron horses, and the torrent, all gathered around him. With this momentum, gods block and kill gods, demons block and destroy demons, no one can stop them. The fight between Xuanhuan and Shen's will was not fancy at all, and it kicked off directly. The two great forces collided violently with their absolute domineering and their own divine law. This kind of confrontation of wills does not seem to be as intense as the fight between the real body and the real body, but it is also very dangerous. The weak will be directly destroyed by their divine law. The impact of the will of the two brought about a vast, magnificent, and immortal picture, and everyone who saw it could only marvel. In this kind of confrontation at the level of will, Bao also felt the terrible will. If an ordinary god fell into the middle of the confrontation between the two wills, he would definitely be bombarded and unbearable. Rumble. These two wills formed a strong spiritual storm, turning into waves, fighting against each other turbulently, sweeping through waves in a terrifying fight. Even Bao, at this time, would not place himself in the wave of the storm. The splendor of the god realm and the flames of war of the empire also converged into an even more astonishing vision. The rays of light are all over the sky, intertwined and gathered into torrents. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp light. Once again, the two forces collided fiercely, bringing a misty rain of brilliance, and then both disappeared. In this confrontation of wills, neither Shen nor Xuanhuan seemed to have the upper hand, and it ended in a draw. Domineering, controlling, all in one, the sky in the sky. God willed. The strongest God's residence, all living beings in the world must believe in it, and the greatness brought about by worshipping the God, you stand in a kind of heaven, that is, a higher realm. Xuanhuan slowly withdrew his strength. Although the confrontation between him and God was short, they both understood each other's strength. However, Xuanhuan and Shen stood at different angles. As the bringer of the flames of war, he was on the offensive side, while Shen was on the defensive side, so he naturally had an advantage. God is very strong, he will be my great enemy, and he is good at taking advantage of himself. Xuanhuan said. He thought it was impossible to destroy God now, and it was impossible for God to destroy him alone. Emperor, what shall we do next? Bao asked. The God realm has an open attitude, and I will also open the empire without setting up any barriers. I welcome all beings and God to join my empire. An empire that wants to conquer the God realm will not be afraid of any war. We will meet the biggest battle with an open attitude. Xuanhuan said. After his words fell, there was a violent frenzy. Originally, the empire was shrouded by a thick force, but now it is different, it is completely open, all the light is emitted, so that anyone can reach the empire. And this kind of will sweeps across the entire heaven, and everyone knows it in an instant. I started the third era, I ended the third era, and brought the unity of heaven and earth in the fourth era. I welcome all sentient beings and all gods to join the empire. Together with me, I will create a great unity, a bright and beautiful fourth era. Era. Call the Xuanwu Empire, give the faith to the empire, and you can immediately enter the empire. Xuanhuan's voice resounded so that everyone could hear it. He is about to start the third era, gathering the power of the era. And he only spoke half of it. The other half is that if you join Xuanwu, you can get the bright and beautiful fourth era together with him. On the contrary, those who become the opposite will be conquered by the empire and will be his opponents. This news immediately aroused intense discussions. The Emperor Xuanwu still wants to attract living beings, even the heavens to join them, and he has spoken out his ambitions, so he will definitely stand on the opposite side of the heavens and the heavens. With his words, those powerful gods will definitely not join the Xuanwu Empire. But he is also occupying the general trend like this. Countless people are thinking. That being said, as long as a strong man with a certain level of cultivation can see that the arrival of the third era is unstoppable, it will inevitably advance. Once the war in the third era starts, all the heavens will fall, let alone some eternal level. Those who are most worried are some heavenly emperors, those who rely on the big sky at their backs are fine, but those who do not have great power, know that they will only be cannon fodder in that kind of war, and they can't protect themselves at all. There is no way, I will fight, and if I go all the way to the end, I will join Xuanhuan. This Xuanhuan has reincarnation gods, treasure gods, and heavenly furnace gods. With the unfathomable power of the gods, perhaps they may open the fourth era of great unification. A strong man from the heavenly emperor thought of it this way. With my strength, once the flames of war start, I will be cannon fodder and have no power to protect myself. Instead of struggling like duckweed, it is better to fight once and go to Xuanhuan. It may be a dead end, or it may be a bright road. A newborn powerful forces need manpower, there are a lot of vacancies, good opportunities to make contributions, and those big heavens, what's the use of going, will there be a place for me, and they will be consumed by them as cannon fodder. Sure enough, as soon as Xuanhuan's declaration came out, he occupied the general trend of the world. In a short period of time, a large number of beams of light rose up in the vast world of heaven and directly entered the empire. Those who join know that entering Xuanhuan, although there will be dangers, but it is also possible to obtain boundless opportunities and benefits. And the people who joined were not only the heavenly emperor, but also several half-gods who possessed the will of God. They also know that once the empire's war machine is in operation, it will kill God, and after the energy of God is sacrificed, they will bear the brunt of it, and they will also get huge benefits. It's worth them joining. There are also some weak gods who are actually hesitating. They are deciding what to do and which camp to join. However, the current situation is uncertain, and they are all waiting for the development of the situation before making a decision. #See 2080 Introduction. Whether they like it or not, the curtain of the third era has been slowly lifted. This is something they cannot prevent. However, the heavens haven't made any big moves recently, and they are still very calm. Under this calm, there is a turbulent undercurrent and the brewing of killing. Emergency armaments are being prepared every day. In an ordinary period, it is difficult for a sky to fall. But once the war starts, it is common for the sky to fall, just like raising goo, and the most powerful one will eventually appear. They are all waiting. And this waiting, Xuanhuan also knew, was waiting for himself, which ignited the flames of war more intensely. Recently, no less than 30 emperors have joined the empire, and there are 3 people in the half-god. As time goes on, more people will be attracted. Bao Dao, that's right, the times are changing now, and only the gods can have a chance. He has already joined the empire, and has long since abandoned those unrealistic ideas, and his life has been closely linked with the empire, tied to the same warship. That's not enough. Xuanhuan Dao, there is still a lack of an introduction to completely ignite the flames of war and start the third era. He is ready to wage war. In fact, Xuanhuan can develop for a period of time now to attract more powerful people, but this is obviously meaningless. The empire must go through greater wars at this moment to be strong. Only by his unrelenting attack will the heavens be afraid of him. Xuanhuan, tell me, where are you going to attack? Yan Ran said. In this battle, it is meaningless to choose the weak god. I will not take the initiative to conquer the weak god. It will change the situation and push them to join the empire. Xuanhuan Dao, Dutian Shin Chao, use this battle as the note of the era, destroy Dutian Shin Chao, enter the third era, and start our eternal unity. Dutian Shin Chao. Bao said thoughtfully, Emperor, how do you want to fight this battle? I don't need to fight this battle. Yan Ran, Bao, you two will lead the armies of the empire and the treasure world to fight and attack the Dutian dynasty. With the strength of the two of you, you can completely kill the Emperor Dutian. That's enough. Xuanhuan looked at the entire sky, and said, and I will sit in the empire and coordinate your actions at any time. He wants to train troops with the capital gods, so that the momentum of the people of the empire will reach a boiling point. Needless to say, the army of Baojia. But the army of the empire, plus the ones he cultivated and those who recently joined the empire, have not yet been baptized by the war, and this opportunity is just for them to be baptized. There is no way to grow without being in the flames of war and experiencing the test of blood and fire. Okay, I understand. Yanran said. Bao Dao, I haven't fought for a long time. I am the #1 treasurer in the heavens, and also the strongest soldier in the heavens. This is his arrogance. Soldiers are precious, and there is no need to delay them slowly. The third era will be the shortest era. The eternal moment is exchanged for eternal immortality. The fourth era will be an eternal era, an immortal era. Chu Yuan sits in the empire. All gods. This is a heavenly world in the form of an empire. Although Emperor Du Tian is not a top-notch god, but his strength is placed among the powerful gods, he is also the top-notch one, and he has raging ambitions. Not only that. In the Du Tian dynasty, there is also a god, who is the general of the empire and commands the army of the empire. General, have you seen that the sky above has turned red? It's the color of blood, and it's the color of war. This Tiandu has been established for countless years, and finally it's about to usher in a turning point. The emperor of the Du Tian dynasty was extremely tall. He is like a sky pillar, propping up the sky and the earth. Facing the arrival of the third era, he is excited. Emperor, this is a crisis and a crisis at the same time. If we can seize the opportunity and survive in the third era, we can be promoted to the top heaven. The general is also an extremely majestic man, who controls the power of soldiers and horses. In fact, this great general is not a little god, he is also an independent god, but he belongs to the Du Tian dynasty, and created this kingdom with Emperor Du Tian. Both the general and Emperor Du Tian had experienced the battle of the gods, but at that time, they were just ordinary gods. Later, knowing that based on their strength, cooperation will make them strong, and division will make them weak, so they opened up the empire together. The arrival of the third era has made them more aware that they must be closely united. Yes, there are great opportunities in great crises. Emperor Du Tian said, don't rush, wait for the next move of the gods, and then wait for all the heavens to take action, and the flames of war will start. It's time for us to take action, annex those weak gods, and strengthen ourselves. That's right, even though I can't compete with those big heavens, they are the most powerful in the powerful gods. Even if those top gods want to attack, they will not come to deal with them. Weak ones will not be annexed. Come and swallow our hard bones first, pay a high price, they are not that stupid. General said. So we're just getting everything ready and biding our time. Emperor Du Tian wants to flex his muscles. Almost all the top gods have experienced the baptism of the battle of the gods, before they have their current strength. Suddenly there was an incomparably huge depression in his mind, as if he was about to suffocate. The sky of Du Tian Shenqiao cracked open, and a huge army descended like heavenly soldiers and generals, opened the world barrier of Du Tian Shenqiao, and started fighting with them directly. Just like the scene of the end of the day, the entire Du Tian dynasty was caught in a raging war. The torrent of the Imperial army is extremely vast, and they don't talk nonsense with them, and immediately fight. Battle. Emperor Du Tian was still ambitious just now, but immediately cold water was poured on his head. Seeing this countless army, he didn't know that this was the attack of the Xuanhuan Empire. The god of reincarnation, the god of treasures, and the god of heavenly furnace. As soon as Emperor Du Tian saw these three gods, he knew that the other party had used the most powerful force to destroy his Du Tian dynasty. The general's complexion also changed drastically. Are they going to use Muo Du Tian to sacrifice the opening of the third era? The two gods were full of grief and anger in their hearts, and the posture of the other side made it clear that they regarded them as sacrifices. Let's go, abandon the heavenly god dynasty. But the Emperor of Du Tian will not shout stupid things about why you are here to attack me. He was very decisive, even the heavenly god dynasty didn't want his foundation, and he was about to run away with the general. The sun and the moon are the gods, the evil gods, and the blood gods are the lessons of blood. Although he is confident in his own strength, he can't kill him alone against a top god with his strength, but at this moment when two top gods attack together, he will definitely not be an opponent. The two gods are soaring into the sky, and they are about to run. #C2081, the third era has come. The altar for offering sacrifices to heaven is no longer what it used to be. Bao actually participated in the creation of the altar for worshipping heaven in the sky of heaven. Now with his shot, more divine artifacts are used as the eyes of the formation, and the power has become extremely powerful. This immediately blocked all escape routes from Dutian Shinchao. I can't escape. God Lord Dutian felt that the sky was blocked, and his heart was shocked, but the strength of God quickly calmed him down, and said gloomily, God of samsara, God of treasure, I have no grudges against you. You guys, why do you want to come to me Tian, using the most cruel and ruthless means? This is the style of your Xuanhuan empire, arrogant and unreasonable. He also knew that he couldn't escape, so he used the world as a reliance, and maybe there was a turning point. His power is incomparably magnificent, driven to the strongest, although he is not the top god, but he is also a powerful god, and he also has his own dignity. Truth is only in power. Yan Ran just said such a sentence. The opening of the third era is destined to be accompanied by blood and war, and the fall of the sky. You, the heavenly god dynasty, also want to gain benefits in the third era. Sacrificing to the altar of heaven, using Dutian as a sacrifice, offering sacrifices to Dutian, for the prelude to the 3 ages begins. Bao ignited the flames of war and shouted loudly. Rumble. A gust of air filled the Dutian divine dynasty. This was the power of sacrifice. A mighty sacrifice began, erasing the world of heaven. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Tianlu was also drinking heavily. There was a huge furnace in front of him, and the inside was burning with a raging divine fire. Under his urging, flames like fire dragons bombarded down one after another. Take this day as a sacrifice, you are unreasonable. Emperor Dutian was extremely sad and indignant when he heard others say that he was a sacrifice. This was trampling his dignity under his feet and trampling it hard. But he put up with it. Because it is not an opponent. Samsara God, treasure God, in fact, you don't have to sacrifice this day, we have another way, I can be in alliance with you. If you want to start the third era and achieve giant heaven, I can also do it for you and dedication. How about this? Emperor Dutian really didn't want to fight to the death. Kill. Reincarnation God, how could Bao talk nonsense with him? How to start the third era without offering sacrifices to the heavenly god dynasty? Rumbling, the sound of destroying heaven and earth. The huge force directly crushed the Dutian dynasty, the sky and the earth were broken, the gap was opened, the world collapsed, and the sound of doomsday resounded throughout the sky and the earth. Imperial Army. The Treasure World Army. They all turned into a torrent, rushing directly into the inner city of Dutianshan. Jade is not cut, not a device. The army cannot be strong without training. Although the Dutian dynasty also prepared a powerful army for the third era, compared with the army of the empire, there is no way to compare it in terms of momentum. Too much deceit, you guys are trying to force me to my death, don't give Ben Tian any chance of survival. Emperor Dutian roared. Fight and fight. Since they don't give us a way to survive, we will fight them. Only by fighting a bloody path can we have the possibility of escaping. The general's face was grim. Before leaving the teacher, he encountered a disaster of destruction. Samsara God, treasure God, let me deal with this man, and kill Emperor Dutian. The sky furnace exploded, prompting its own god's artifact to crash into it with a bang. The two top gods are peerless powerhouses who have been famous since the time of the King of Heaven, and it is already a great honor for him to come together to destroy the heavenly god dynasty today. I haven't shot for a long time. Bao turned on the magic of heaven, and the artifact of heaven appeared in his hand, which was a knife. Bao is different from other gods. He does not have a so-called flesh and blood body, but is an ever-changing true energy of treasures, without a fixed form, but can be transformed into any divine weapon. He slashed with a knife, showing a very strong attack. Emperor Du Tian fought recklessly, but after this blow, he felt a huge gap. Right now, he is only using the magic of the heavens to transform into a divine weapon, and his strongest state is to condense himself into the strongest divine weapon, bursting out with the power to cut heaven and earth. And if this divine weapon is in the hands of a supreme being, its power would be unimaginable. The reason why Bao Zhongli was allowed back then was because he didn't want Bao to become a magic soldier and be controlled by the King of Heaven. Otherwise, even if he could overthrow the King of Heaven, the price he would pay would be too great. After all, the third era is different from the first era. Bao knows deeply. Back then, if he stood on the side of the King of Heaven, although he could kill God on a large scale, he would not win. The King of Heaven has already completed his mission. But this era, the world of heaven has entered a new era. In this instant, the knife disappeared, and it turned into a huge giant cannon. For God's cannon, bang! The infinite energy was condensed, and it exploded suddenly. Yibao is mysterious and ever-changing, and there is always an artifact suitable for the battlefield. This giant cannon locked on Emperor Du Tian and bombarded him directly, not only tearing apart the world of heaven in a large area, but also smashing him to pieces. And this giant cannon is also bombarded again and again. You. Fortunately, Emperor Du Tian was not an ordinary god, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago, but at this moment his state is definitely not comfortable. He is also angry. If there is only Bao Shengsheng, even if he is strong, it is impossible to push himself to a dead end. He has enough ways to escape. However, the god of reincarnation was using the law of reincarnation to block the escape route, making it impossible for him to leave. Looking at the collapsed dynasty, his anger swept across the sky. With a ferocious face, he fought back fiercely, and he would never give up until the last moment. If you put it in the past, this most direct sacrifice, appearing in the sky, will definitely arouse the vigilance of the heavens, and it is difficult to sit back and watch you attack so arrogantly. But now, those big heavens knew about it, but they were all silent, waiting for the fall of Emperor Du Tian to start the third era. Samsara, there is no need to waste time with him. I will use the strongest method, and you will also attack at the same time. Sacrifice Du Tian. This curtain will finally be completely lifted. The power of 1,000 treasures was directly driven into the altar by him, and it was activated as a powerful magic weapon. With unlimited power, the altar was suppressed against Emperor Du Tian. Every time it falls, it means that a large piece of the world is disappearing. The strongest attack of Samsara and Bao, the real lore method, is already being used. The third era has arrived. Xuanhuan appeared outside the empire at this moment, with a blank expression on his face. With a gentle pull of his hand, it was like lifting a curtain, opening the curtain of the third era. And his gaze also looked to all walks of life. #See 2082 Chaos. After all, the third era opened at the fastest speed. In the Du Tian dynasty, the war has been carried on to the end. Although Emperor Du Tian struggled with all his strength, under the influence of Samsara and Bao, without any intervention from the outside world, his fate was certain to die. The sound of screaming and screaming. Emperor Du Tian was blasted into the altar by Samsara and Bao, and immediately blazed a sacrificial fire. The god was screaming, and all his strength was sacrificed to the Shenwu Empire. Even when Emperor Du Tian died, the great general was naturally not spared, and was beheaded and sacrificed. Once Emperor Du Tian died, it represented the complete arrival of the third era. Epic will forever remember him as a sacrificial offering from the Third Age. That is to say, at the moment he was sacrificed, the flames of war for annexation ignited ragingly in the entire heaven world, and each god started his own annexation battle. The Third Era has opened. Yanran watched the changes in the world, with endless reincarnation flashing in her eyes. The flames of war are burning, the Great War has begun, and all the heavens have already started. Bao also said. He saw the flames of war, he saw the future, it was the fall of the heavens, and the beginning of the second battle of God. As soon as Emperor Dutian was sacrificed and the Third Era opened, the war broke out, and the gods of all the heavens had already prepared their momentum to start their war. That's the Thunder Realm, the god of thunder has already started, and his army in the Thunder Realm is killing an ordinary god. Bao Dao. He saw an endless army dressed in thunder armor and shrouded in thunder and lightning, attacking a world of heaven. During the attack of the Thunder Realm, the ordinary god couldn't resist at all, and a large area of the world was destroyed. In the past, although Lei also had the power to suppress and kill ordinary gods, he didn't dare to act so ostentatiously, otherwise it would definitely cause other big heavens to attack. However, it is different now. You are making moves every day, seizing this opportunity, and growing yourself crazily, no matter what you do. The Third Era will inevitably experience a period of chaos first, then gradually annexation, and finally a decisive battle. It's not just thunder, like martial arts, like hell, like the devil world, those top gods have already started their battles. With Yen Ran's eyes sweeping, she could see the flames of war in the entire heaven realm. Let's go back to the Empire first, and the Third Era has begun. This is an era of annexation by the heavens. Yanran opened the gate of reincarnation at this moment, and led the army back to the Empire in an instant. You are back. When Xuanhuan saw them, he smiled. This kind of small-scale battle didn't require him to do it at all. Xuanhuan, the war of the Third Era has begun. Yanran said. Here we go. While Xuanhuan was speaking, he waved his hand, and suddenly a huge mirror surface appeared. On this mirror surface, it was divided into several pieces, and each piece showed a battlefield. That's the war in hell. Bao immediately said. He saw a huge hell world with as many as 18 floors, and it was a divine artifact refined by the gods of hell. In each layer, there is a hell king ruling, annexing, and shrouding a world of heaven. As soon as this hell was enveloped, that heavenly world fell into a bloodbath in an instant. Hell represents the gloomy, dark and corrupt, all kinds of negative emotions, and it is also the place of reincarnation. In hell, besides the god of hell, there are two powerful gods. Bao Dao. At this moment, on the huge mirror surface, there are also several existences with monstrous demonic energy, and they are also attacking a world of the gods at the same time, with the demon god as the leader. That god is just a god who is similar to the evil god. Where could it be an opponent? It didn't take long before it was breached and completely swallowed up by the demon realm. He also saw Wu Shangshang, destroying the sky with Wu, and the heaven and earth of a god was directly broken by him. And so on, too much. And the arrival of this Third Era can be described as extremely tragic, and the heavens are weeping and crying. Ordinary gods died, as many as 5 or 6 gods at the beginning of the war, and almost those big heavens used their strongest strength to ruthlessly oppress the past and collapse the world. This scene shows how fragile and vulnerable those ordinary gods are in front of the great heaven. And these heavens were annexed by the giant heavens, and it can be seen immediately that the power of those giant heavens has suddenly expanded. As expected, only plundering is the fastest way to strengthen oneself. Emperor, although all the heavens are fighting and annexing, there is one day that is an exception, and that is the God realm. They are unmoved, and the divine light is still bright, and they still have an open attitude. Bao frowned. God doesn't fight in the way of conquest and plunder, he strengthens himself in another way. Yanran said. Fusion. Of course Xuanhuan could see through it, and said quietly, all the heavens are annexing, and if the gods don't go to war, it doesn't mean that he doesn't take action. He intentionally waits for the situation to deteriorate. When those gods are threatened by the heavens, he will, with the attitude of the savior, let the heavens be like the gods, accept his protection, and become one of the gods and his gods. Good. God has exactly this purpose. Instead of annexing the heavens, he is sending out a signal that you can come and seek refuge with me and merge into the God realm. God's purpose is to create a world of gods. Only God is the real God, and he is the God of gods. Because for a god, letting God become a god in his God realm is far more beneficial than him annexing it. In the past, it was simply impossible for him to become a god in his God realm, and to be ordered and mobilized by the gods. How could heaven be willing to be someone else's heaven? But now, it's completely different. It is true that becoming the god of the God realm will be restricted, but under this kind of conquest, the weak heaven cannot survive at all, and it is better to be able to preserve itself than to be annexed by others. The second battle of the gods is also completely different from the first battle of the gods. Everyone had a common goal in the first battle of the gods, to overthrow the king of the gods, and there would be no internal conflicts, so the second era had a period of peaceful development. But the second battle of the gods itself is annexing each other, making each other different. Don't other top gods know the purpose of God and don't want to learn God's way? They know, but they can't do anything about it, and they can't learn God's way at all. They are not as powerful as the gods. Although the gods are gods, their strength cannot be simply compared with the top gods, but the sky of the sky, the God of gods. Comparing with God, it is because he thinks he died not early enough. Only by annexing and strengthening oneself as much as possible is the right way. This God, Bao dignifiedly said, he is using the third age to achieve his great cause. He has obtained the wisdom of the King of Heaven and learned his lessons. He wants to create a real God realm. His God realm is divided into multiple dimensions. There is the world of mortals, ascending to God, and the second layer of God realm, while he himself is on the third layer, the sky above the sky, the God above the gods, commanding the gods. Yanran said. This approach is very similar to Xuanhuan's approach. It can also be seen from this, that this God is an extremely extraordinary existence. Xuanhuan, what are you going to do? Yanran asked. I won't let them get what they want. I will control how the third era will proceed. Some gods should keep some gods, and some gods can't keep them. Xuanhuan released a domineering and invincible aura. After the opening of the third era, with infinite momentum, he has already stood at the level of the sky in the sky. #C 2083 Imperial Strategy. Kill what should be killed, and what should be kept. Both Yanran and Bao could understand the meaning of Xuanhuan's words. Some weak heavens, drifting with the tide, can be absorbed into the empire and become part of it. And the peak heaven like a god must be destroyed naturally. When I started the third age, I will inevitably end the third age and lead the empire into the fourth age of eternal unity. Those who should be killed are gods, demons, martial arts, thunder, law, hell, and light, Yuanshi, Xia, these powerful gods. It is almost impossible for them to be drawn into the camp of the empire, so I will not think about pulling them into the camp of the empire, but will kill them and capture them God's law. Xuanhuan explained his strategy. The ones who should stay are those weak gods. Those weak gods can't change the overall situation. Killing them will not help the empire very much. I will not take the initiative to save them, nor will I take the initiative to attack them. But if they call my name and are willing to enter the empire, I will accept them. Different from God's strategy. The gods are not attacking, and try to gather stronger forces in the third era. But Xuanhuan is different, he is full of aggressiveness, he will destroy those top heavens, but at the same time, he will tolerate those ordinary gods with a tolerant attitude and give them a way to survive. The current situation is still unclear. When those weak heavens know the pain and fear, they will understand what they should do. At that time, the only chance for them to survive is to join our Xuanhu Empire. Bao said. There is no god to turn to the empire. That's because they know that when the situation changes to a certain level, all the heavens will unite to overthrow the Xuanhu Empire, just like overthrowing the King of Heaven. As long as the empire maintains an invincible posture, there is no room for them not to seek refuge. Yan Ran said. Okay, let's see how the situation changes. Chu Yuan looked at the mirror of war. The flames of war in the Third Era are completely burning. The big sky is annexing the weak sky and becoming a more terrifying giant sky. And the strong sky is also annexing the weak sky, making itself a big sky. Ruotian can only feel uneasy. In the past, they were lofty and incomparably noble gods. However, with the advent of the Third Era, they discovered in horror that they had become prey, and that the nourishment of other people's world was being harvested by others. This dynasty, the status fell from heaven to hell. After all, the worst thing is weekdays. The current world of the gods is really chaotic to the extreme, those gods have found out. This is even more terrifying than the time of fighting the king of the gods. At that time, after all, it was to deal with the king of the gods, and there were many top gods in front of him. But now, it's really a battle for the throne, bloody battles all over the world. Those top heavens also have a tacit understanding, and they don't start wars with each other. They hunt first and carve up those weak gods. After the opening of the Third Era, the Xuanhu Empire didn't start fighting anymore. Are they waiting for those weak heavens to take the initiative to join him? That's what God does. No, he's different from a god. No matter how strong a god is, he doesn't dare to have the idea of unifying God, but this person really has it. His strength is unfathomable and cannot be treated with common sense. There will inevitably be weak heavens who seek refuge with Xuanhu, and we will devour them first. When the situation is clear, just like dealing with the King of Heaven, destroy the Xuanhu Empire. The thoughts of many first-class gods are fluctuating. If Xuanhu had been killing wildly after starting the Third Era, they wouldn't be so afraid, but the opponent's posture made them feel a kind of confidence and unfathomable control over everything. It is precisely because of the fear that if there is a delay, there will be changes, and the annexation speed of these top heavens has also accelerated. This moment. In a place in the sky, an old man in white jumps in the world of the sky for a while, and shuttles outside the sky for a while. His expression is extremely anxious, as if he has encountered great terror. Damn it, evil, those weak gods haven't been completely conquered yet you came to conquer this world. This old man is called Xuanhuan God, a powerful god, but he is not as powerful as the sun-moon god and the blood god. He was attacked by the evil god, and he was running away desperately. Although he is a mighty god, it is impossible for him to be Xie's opponent. The gap between the opponents is really too big. It can be said to be extremely embarrassing now. But what made him panic was that no matter where he fled, he was always shrouded in evil will. Even if he escaped to the sky, his speed of creating the world was not as fast as evil. Xuanhuan, don't run away, the Third Era has opened, your mission has been completed, that is to be annexed. The terrifying voice of evil is transmitted, not to mention fighting against him, even hearing the voice will feel evil into the body, unable to control oneself. What followed was an extremely huge face shrouded in grey aura, ferocious and terrifying, with eternal evil thoughts. This day is also God, and I will never let you devour it. Xuanhuan roared to the sky. If you can't escape, accept your fate, accept your fate. That gloomy voice was coming, and the sky was about to collapse. In an instant, the huge face descended on the top of Xuanhuan's head, and the dense evil energy turned into grey evil fire, which began to envelope Xuanhuan in it. In just a split second, Xuanhuan Shangsong fell into the monstrous power of evil. This is the strength of the top god. After the battle of the gods, some powerful and ordinary gods were actually born, but almost all the top gods were born. From this point, we can also see the difference between the top gods. Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. After being shrouded by evil, he felt the opponent's strength was unmatched, and his own will was being wiped out violently, which made him immediately struggle. Boom! An evil will impacted Xuanhuan's soul, causing his body to freeze suddenly, making him unable to resist. He felt that his will was too weak in Xia's will, and he could not compete with the opponent. I can't be refined by evil, otherwise, if I practice all over the body, I will practice for thousands of years, and it will be all over, and it will belong to others. Xuanhuan God sticks to his will. He also didn't expect that the third era would come, and the changes would be so fast. Originally, he was still thinking about seizing the opportunity in this era and making himself the top of the world. However, the fact is that he thought too much, and even the sky was wiped out. Sink. The huge face transformed by evil has terrifying power. He exerted the power of eternal sinking, and suddenly a sluggish wind blew out, causing the will of heaven and earth to be blown out at this moment. At this moment, Xuanhuan God is like a candle in the wind, crumbling. When the evil killing came, he gave up his heavenly world. If this continues, I will be wiped out by him. No, I am not reconciled. God Xuanhuan roared unwillingly, he knew that he had only one way to go. Great Emperor Xuanwu, Xuanhuan is willing to pledge allegiance to you and to be integrated into the empire. Please also send down a powerful force to save my life. #C2084 Realm of Heaven. God Xuanhuan knew that if this continued, he would die. His only way out now is to call the name of Emperor Xuanwu. Except for Emperor Xuanwu, even if he called God, he would not come to save him. Because although God will accept God who takes refuge in him, he will not take the initiative to save people. He wants to be an organizer, just like the leader of the alliance, just like the battle of God. Xuanwu is different. He can do anything. Call for Emperor Xuanwu. Xia also gave a meal. God Xuanhuan, I heard your call. At this moment, a strong force directly bombarded the huge face, and immediately, this face was directly turned into gray gas by a ray of light. The power that enveloped Xuanhuan and the heavens was crushed by Chuyuan. Emperor Xuanwu, you are indeed very powerful. You may even be a more powerful character than the King of Heaven. We will have a final battle to end the third era. Xia's voice came out, and he also knew that he would not be the opponent of Emperor Xuanwu if he fought alone, and the time was not yet. The evil just left. Xuanhuan was stunned. Emperor Xuanwu was too great, the evil that could kill him receded so easily. He saw a figure approaching, although it was all from the sky, but he felt a gap between the sky, and immediately said, Xuanhuan has seen the great emperor, and is willing to serve you. He originally wanted to create a great cause in the third era, but the cruel fact has already made him fully aware of it. In this era, all he can do is turn to a greater existence. This is also the sorrow of Ruotian, who doesn't even have autonomy. Xuanhuan, return to the empire with me. Chuyuan took Xuanhuan back to the interior of the empire one step at a time. We have another companion. Bao also laughed. Xuanhuan, when you join the empire, you become a member of us, and together we will open up a greater and more glorious fourth era. I have seen it. In this era, only being loyal to the emperor is the wisest choice. Xuanhuan said. A new era has opened, and the flames of war are burning even more fiercely. Xia chased and killed Xuanhuan Shang, but the story of being directly rescued by Emperor Xuanwu also spread all over the world. Although some weak heavens also have their own ambitions, the facts make it impossible for them, and they are now facing the hunting of many big heavens, and they are also anxious. As long as you join Emperor Xuanhuan, you will be rescued by Emperor Xuanhuan, which also turns on a bright light. Ever since such a scene appeared, some weak heavens simply merged into the god realm, believing that the gods can still destroy the Emperor Xuanhuan, just like dealing with the King of Heaven. There are also some weekdays, after encountering an irresistible attack, they will call the name of Emperor Xuanhuan, and then Emperor Xuanhuan will descend with great power to save them. The Emperor's strategy is the most correct. Conquering the big sky and saving the little sky will strengthen our strength more than our random killing. Bao was deeply impressed by the Emperor's vision. After the opening of the Third Era, although the Empire did not take the initiative to fight, the weak heavens took the initiative to join the Empire because of the threat of death, willing to become a part of the Empire. And these gods are alive, which can make the Empire stronger. Hateful, when we kill those weekdays, we only need to call on Emperor Xuanhuan, and we can get his rescue. In this way, the power of Xuanhuan is growing rapidly. Also because of Emperor Xuanhuan's attack, our speed of destroying the sky has been greatly slowed down. It can't go on like this. Compared with the King of Heaven, Emperor Xuanhuan is even more difficult to deal with. And God, he doesn't make a move either. God will not take action now. He has his own plan. He is taking this opportunity to strengthen himself and determine his own advantages. Many gods have already turned to God. It's too bad for us to go on like this. Everyone, let's fight together and see how much Emperor Xuanhuan can save. The ideas of the various top gods are colliding. The course of this third age is completely different from what they imagined. As the initiator of the Third Era, Emperor Xuanhuan will not do things as they wish, but will control everything in his own hands, in a way that makes the opponent more uncomfortable. This Third Era, I won't let it last for too long. This is a transitional era leading to the Fourth Era. Xuanhuan looked at the mirror, and countless wars were staged. The world is completely chaotic. In Xuanhuan's vision, the Third Era is not an era in which all the heavens are annexed and powerful, but an era in which he sweeps away. The Emperor is not like us. Bao looked at Xuanhuan. He found that after the Third Age was fully opened, the Emperor was different from them. He looked at the majestic figure, looking down at the vastness of the ages, as if he was standing on a higher level than them, standing in a realm of the sky. Heaven in the sky is a realm that stands at a higher level than the gods, and can always be more magnificent and powerful than them. With his strength, he couldn't fight the Emperor at all. Xuanhuan is also God, but he is a different heaven, a higher level of heaven. This is a kind of realm, the sky in the sky. What kind of realm the King of Heaven has reached, I can't reach it, and today's heaven realm, there are only two people who can reach this level, one is Xuanhuan, and the other is Shen. Yanran said. Pa nodded. The power of God is indeed terrifying. But he believed that Emperor Xuanhuan was more terrifying than gods. God didn't even dare to open the curtain of the Third Era, and the Emperor himself opened it. In this regard, the heart of God is not as good as that of the Emperor. Maybe the God has his own considerations, but he doesn't have the Emperor's ambitions. Look, the flames of war are burning even more. Looking at the flames of war, Xuanhuan had a different meaning in his eyes, as if he wanted to burn up all the decay left over from previous eras. Xuanhuan, what are you going to do next? Yanran asked. Naturally, it is the end of the Third Era. The longer the Third Era lasts, the more catastrophic it will be. I started the Third Era, not for them to annex it. Such an annexation is meaningless. I will use my means to make the Third Era. The Third Era is ushering in the biggest decisive battle, and the eradication of all the top gods is the opening of the Fourth Era. Xuanhuan said slowly. You're going to make a move. Yanran nodded. She knew that Xuanhuan was going to make a move to deal with those top gods, and indeed, it was meaningless to deal with those weak ones. Those who interfere in the Fourth Era are the top gods headed by gods. And she also understands that once the top gods start, this will undoubtedly speed up the unity of those top gods and start the decisive battle with Xuanhuan. However, this is also inevitable. The devil world is jumping now, even destroying ordinary gods, and taking them with a knife. Xuanhuan locked the location of the demon realm, opened the portal, and directly fixed the demon realm, and then said, "It's time, I'm waiting for their great alliance. A new era can only be achieved after going through the baptism of war." #C2085, come to the devil. Demon world. In the devil world, it's not completely dark. In that special devil energy, there is also a unique, holy light. During this period of time, the demon world, with its powerful strength, wiped out several weak heavens and annexed them. Not only did the demons get huge benefits, but even more so in the world. My demon realm is about to give birth to the fifth demon heaven. At this moment, there is a demon breaking through the realm of God. Originally, it was difficult for this demon to become a god, but the changes of the times will bring a lot of killings, and the death of the old generation will be exchanged for the promotion of the new generation. As far as Yumo is concerned, within the framework of his demon world, the more little gods he breaks through, the greater his power will be enhanced. Demon, if this kind of killing and sacrifice continues, more demon heavens will be born. Although the Emperor Xuanhu prevents them, all the top gods will attack together. He can't stop it. The second magic way. The third Matian also answered, "That's right, the power of my demon way will definitely flourish in the third era, and after that, I will gain huge benefits in the battle to kill the Emperor Xuanhu, and in the fourth era, I will achieve great achievements. God, to the most glorious moment, to compete with God. God has cultivated to the sky of the sky, and I am almost there. I will realize the sky of the sky, and I will become the devil of the devil." The devil knew that although his strength was strong, he was still not as good as God. He was only a little short in the sky, but this had trapped him for endless years. In fact, why are the top gods so powerful? Because they are all infinitely close to the sky. The realm of this field is what they are after. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity even more. We must not allow God to gain great benefits, but use his power to destroy Xuanhu. The second magic way. Although God has profound calculations, he must be the absolute main force to deal with Xuanhu. Today, in this era, he will achieve the power of the devil among my demons. Demons have great ambitions. The sky in the sky, reaching this field, can be called invincible in the world. His expression changed, the fifth demon heaven has been accomplished. He showed a gratified smile. He speculated that the chaotic annexation of the third era will continue for some time, and he will use this time to let more demon heavens be born in the demon world. I am the fifth demon heaven. The fifth magic sky is a burly middle-aged man with bronze skin, who controls the great power of magic. After he achieved it, he immediately continued to create his own heavenly world and merged with the demon world. Okay, I have another demon heaven in the demon realm, let's quickly help the fifth demon heaven to consolidate its strength, and then fight for the demon realm. The other three demon gods also said happily. Use the power of the four demon heavens to kill those weak forces, and this demon will guard the demon world, and other top gods, to deal with the rescue that may appear at any time from the Emperor Xuanhu. The demon's ambition is getting bigger and bigger. This is their best way to deal with Emperor Xuanhu. In fact, they have also contacted Xuanhu. If Xuanhu does something like this again, Xuanhu will not sit idly by, because he also does not want to see Xuanhu become stronger. Sudden. Just when the devil world was happy because of the appearance of the fifth magic sky, a huge force directly broke the world barrier of the demon realm, a brilliant light beam penetrated down, and a person descended directly into the demon realm with an inviolable supreme majesty. With the power of Xuanhuan, he can teleport to heaven and earth at any time. No. The fifth demon heaven was consolidating the realm of the heavens that had just been achieved, when he saw a figure appearing in the place where he was with an irresistible posture. Xuanhuan Emperor. No, he wants to kill 5th Demon Heaven. We can't let him kill 5th Demon Heaven. The demon world was shocked and angry. But it's too late. Xuanhuan's invincible power shook the 5th magic sky. With his absolute strength, he bombarded and smashed the 5th magic sky. It was too late for anyone to rescue him, including the devil. After killing the Eternal Gate, the 5th Demon Heaven collapsed with a scream, and all its power was absorbed by the Eternal Gate. Although the 5th Demon Heaven has become a god, but the time is too short, and he is just an ordinary god, so how can he be the opponent of Xuanhuan, the creator of this era? The 5th Demon Heaven also set a record. He had the shortest time to become god, and he was beheaded. Xuanhuan Emperor. When Moe saw Xuanhuan directly killing him in his demon world, his demon energy boiled and his anger reached the extreme. Since the opening of his demon world, whoever came directly like this and killed a demon sky, in the simplest and rude way, completely ignored him as a god. And the opponent's strength is too strong, any world barrier is useless. The sky teleported across the sky, coupled with the strength of this person, it was useless to defend against it, and could only be passively endured. What do you want to say? Xuanhuan brought the killing and said in a cold tone. Xuanhuan, do you want to directly destroy the demon world of this demon? This demon is not the god of the sun and moon, let alone the god of blood, not the weak ones you have eliminated. If you want to destroy this demon, you can try. Mo stared at Xuanhuan firmly. Even though he said that, he didn't dare to be careless. The opponent's ability to open the third era is enough to show his strength. The speed of this person's rise is unexpected. And this person is also at the same level as the gods. Mo's strength is very strong, among the top gods, he is enough to rank in the top 5. It makes no difference. Xuanhuan knows that the devil is very strong, but there is no difference. All the gods are his opponents, and there are gods who are stronger than the devil, and he doesn't care about his opponent. Standing in the demon realm, he is so confident and mighty. He's too arrogant. He doesn't take my demon world seriously and despises us. He regards us as the opponents he dealt with before. Arrogance is too arrogant. Do you really think that the devil world is weak and can be bullied? He is thinking too much. Looking down on my demon world like this, he will pay a huge price. He also killed 5th Demon Heaven. Hearing Xuanhuan's words made no difference, the anger of the demon world was instantly ignited, and the infinite flames of demons gathered towards Xuanhuan. Although Mo was also angry, he remained absolutely calm. Emperor Xuanhuan, it seems that you are going to attack my demon world this time. Well, this demon will fight with you. I have fought with the King of Heaven, but I have not let this demon die, let alone you. Demons also have infinite arrogance about their own strength. He admitted that Xuanhuan's strength is very strong, but not strong enough to scare him. His boundless magical power swept out, allowing himself to reach the strongest moment. He does not deny that this will be his great enemy, and he needs to deal with it with all his strength. Everything will become history. Only in the 4th era, the great unity of the empire will become eternal. Xuanhuan's eternal power locks on the demon ancestor. He is not interested in slowly making the 3rd era chaotic, but wants to open it with absolute power, starting from the demon world before the decisive battle begins. The 4th era is the era of demons, not your era. Boom. The demon also shot in an instant. #C 2086 God I am invincible. The demon looked extremely serious. Although angry, Xuanhuan went directly to the demon realm, but he also knew that this person was very powerful, this battle was inevitable for him, and he had no way to retreat, so he could only fight him. He was also angry that so many top gods didn't look for them, why did they have to look for him? But after thinking about it, it was precisely because of his strength that he had the value to let him deal with it, so he directly attacked his own demon world. At this moment, Mo looked at Xuanhuan. He even had the feeling of facing the King of Heaven. The heavens and the sky were not at the same level, which made him absurd. No matter how strong he was, how could he be as good as the King of Heaven? Give all your strength to this demon. The devil clearly knew that facing the gods, it was not about having a large number of people, but about containing all the power in one body to create the strongest one. His devilish energy dissipated in an instant, and immediately all the devils in the sky melted into a wave of devilish energy, and all the devils in the devil world gathered in the devil in an instant. He wants to challenge Xuanhuan with the most prosperous posture. Kill! Mo Gao shouted, his demon energy boiled, and the other party came to the house, and there was nothing to say, only to fight him, and suddenly a demon god punched out. This demon god fist contains the true meaning of the holy demon, the demon of courage, the demon of evil, the demon of decay, the demon of darkness, the demon of hideousness, and so on. The devil is complicated. The power of demons can be dark, but also brave and fearless. Just like two extremes, neutralized together, it becomes the power of magic. This is different from hell and evil. The forces of hell and evil are total darkness. The demon's punch came, the flowers bloomed and fell, and the infinite magic universe was born. As a top god who is enough to rank in the top 5 in the world of heaven, his strength can be imagined. To fight with Xuanhuan, you don't need to be fancy, just fight with the strongest strength. Xuanhuan stepped into a world higher and deeper than demons. Facing the impact of the devil, his Invincible will completely envelop the devil, bursting out the power to subdue the devil. He slapped down hard with the palm of his hand, immediately enveloping the devil in it. Boom! Mo shot with all his strength, breaking through the obstacles of Xuanhuan. At this moment of fighting, the demon knew Xuanhuan's strength. Although he had only a short time to become a god, he stood at a higher level than himself in the field and was the creator of the third era. At the same time, there was also a feeling of no anger in his heart. Forget about God, after all, he is the second god and has existed longer than him. And in such a short time, you have completed a level that you can't even cross, and you have reached the sky. Demon heart fearless. The devil's storm swept out, and there were tearing winds everywhere. His strength was condensed, showing the strength of the top heaven, and every punch was the mighty power of the devil. Xuanhuan's heart remained unchanged. If it was an ordinary god, he would have been unable to escape under his palm, but the demon has the power to fight back and struggle. But he didn't care. If he couldn't suppress even a demon, what would he use to deal with the powerful men of the heavens? His dominance and invincible momentum, with the unification of heaven and earth, and his decision to create the fourth era, turned into a terrifying aura and directly crushed him with a bang. In the demon realm, two forces are crisscrossing, launching a world-shattering duel. The strength of Xuanhuan and Mo fought, and the news of the fight was transmitted to the entire universe. There is a war in the devil world. Those top gods noticed it the moment the two powerhouses met. It's the Emperor Xuanhuan who is fighting against the demon. The divine martial arts directly descended on the demon world. The demon also used his most powerful posture at this time. They used their strongest strength to fight almost instantly. The top gods are extremely concerned about the battle in the demon world. No one dared to underestimate Emperor Xuanhuan. However, they are also very unfamiliar with the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan, and they don't know how much power he hides, and the demon body is ranked among the top 5 in the heavens, and only gods can overwhelm him. Therefore, they also wanted to use this battle to see clearly the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan, his strength is too unknown, it almost opened the third era as soon as he was born. They also understand that it is impossible for demon to be the opponent of Emperor Xuanhuan. If they don't even have this strength, the third era will not appear, but they must know the gap. It just happened to take this opportunity to learn how powerful he is. They won't make a move for now. Actually, They also imagined the opening of the third era. Compared to Xuanhuan, they wanted God to open it up. Although the God is also powerful and terrifying, they are familiar with this God after all. It stands to reason that the third era has just started, and it should be the time to annex each other. Why did Emperor Xuanhuan first go to Shangma, a powerful existence? Some of the top gods have doubts. The progress of the third era is completely different from what they expected. Wu Lung said coldly, he doesn't want to delay with us in the third era for too long. He will use the strongest force and the shortest time to have a decisive battle with us. At this moment, the devil also knew that the eyes of all the heavens had gathered in the devil world. But no one will make a move now. He was also very dissatisfied in his heart, but he also understood that this was to use him to test the details of this person. Everyone, today I will fight this person first, and see his details clearly. The monster shouted loudly. Demon, use your strongest power. My empire, Haina annexation, has the beauty of containing everything, and also has the dominance of annexing everything, any power, I can accommodate it in the empire. In Xuanhuan's tone, he just regarded the devil as a force. His aura is extremely domineering, it is to extinguish all discordant voices, he is stepping in the realm of the sky, and he has an invincible domineering. Everyone who sees him will have a feeling that he is the real eternity. His way can accommodate everything and swallow everything, and hegemony and beauty coexist. This allowed the heavens to better understand his horror. For example, the King of Heaven represents beauty, but this person is different, and has the overbearing power to suppress everything. The power to control. Everything is in the power of your own hands. This also let the heavens know how powerful he is not limited to the attributes of a certain power. For Emperor Xuanhuan, all his attributes and powers can be used for his own use and become his own. This is terrible. He wants to control all the power. Many gods gave out cold shouts. But within the demon realm, Xuanhuan's will to be invincible has spread to the entire world, and the two peerless existences have taken the lead in starting a confrontation at the level of spiritual will. My will. In the confrontation of Xuanhuan's will, Mo Zai sensed his terror. He could not grasp the true meaning of his magic way, and was directly controlled by his power. At the level of will, the devil is completely defeated. This person's infinite mana, the level of heaven and earth, far surpassed him. Xuanhuan took a step, the sky and the earth roared, it was the hand that suppressed the demons. #C2087 Endless. Boom. With a push of Xuanhuan's palms, an eternal force enveloped the entire demon world. The splendor of the empire, the light of the eternal age, immediately made the devil fall directly into his domain. Xuanhuan is the sky, and the devil is also the sky. But Xuanhuan is a level higher than him. At this moment, when Xuanhuan pulled his palm, a vision erupted. It seemed that a huge wheel appeared, crushing the entire demon world, shaking and collapsing the demon world. As soon as Mo saw the wheel, his face was gloomy. This is the wheel of the times, which represents progress. The irresistible general force is rolling over, and all those who stand in front of the power of the times will be crushed and cannot be stopped. Therefore, although Xuanhuan took the initiative to start the third era, he became the first bird and was hated by the heavens, but he also got the general trend of the era. Magic. The devil knows deeply that in the face of this general trend, the more you are afraid of him, the faster he will lose. In an instant, he gathered infinite magic power. As soon as his power changed, he turned into a holy demon. His whole body was bright, without darkness and decay, and a powerful force rushed out. He fights against Xuanhuan with the strongest magic power. Xuanhuan stared at him silently, the devil was just an opponent standing in front of him. He promotes the general trend of the times, just like the controller of the direction of the sky, the rumbling power, surging with wind and clouds, brings about the collapse of even greater power when it approaches the demon. This is a big trend, I want him to stop. The demon strikes again, the demon sky appears, and there are countless shadows in it, and these shadows are all kinds of demons, gathered into boundless magic power, overwhelming power. He wants to create an era of demons. Of course, this era of demons is only a small era, a part of a great era. He knows. Although the Emperor Xuanhuan controlled the general trend of the Third Era, he hadn't truly become enlightened after all. In his own era as a demon, the power of Matian should be able to compete with him. In the battle between heaven and earth, in addition to strength, there is also momentum. No matter when, the momentum cannot be broken. Emperor Xuanhuan is completely transforming the power of the Third Era into his own power, and the devil is also urging his own era of magic. This is the power of the two eras fighting against each other. The heavens pay attention, not letting go for a moment. In the era of demons, the demon master rises and falls. The devil roared, he is the manipulator of the era, pushing the era of the devil to bombard the past. My power is infinite and unstoppable. With a will that is absolutely higher than that of the devil, Xuanhuan used the Third Era as a springboard to shape the great unification of the Fourth Era. In an instant, the two eras bombarded together. With this bang, the entire demon world split apart, and boundless waves spread wildly around. Although the era of demons is strong, it only represents a demon, and the demon wants to turn everyone in the world into a demon. But Xuanhuan was different. In the general trend of his era, all forces belonged to the era, and there was a huge gap between them. Boom! Xuanhuan controlled the sky and controlled the earth, the era crushed, the era of demons collapsed, and countless visions were crushed one after another. The demon was swept up by the general trend of the times, and his body flew out. The demonic energy was vented, and he suffered a huge blow, but fortunately, he was powerful and was not directly crushed to death. The general trend of the times, if it wasn't for my deep cultivation, if I didn't reach the top, I would be directly crushed to death by the power of your general trend. The devil's voice was dull. He suffered a great loss, the power of his own era was vulnerable in front of him. All the laws of heaven are under the control of the empire. Xuanhuan's voice was high and passed through the heavens. He strode forward with invincible steps and walked directly in front of the demon. He punched out, it was a rolling wave, the power of the era was turbulent, and there was a vision of a boundless era. Back then, with the help of the King of Heaven, many gods appeared, and the King of Heaven also needed to gather all the magic of the gods. Xuanhuan used more domineering power to control all the laws of heaven. Come! The demon turned into the strongest troll, and shouted, my body is the sky. His huge demon body stands here, representing the demon world. But when the power of Xuanhuan's era swept over, Mo also trembled violently. He found himself surrounded by the infinite wave, and he was only a part of the wave of the era. He wants to turn my power into a part of his era. Demons guard their hearts. Boom. The vast sky of demonic waves erupts, and the demon is manipulating his own demonic power. In the demon's heart, he is fearless and will not terrorize any opponent. No matter how strong the opponent is, the demon will defeat him. Boom. A stronger fight has begun. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan is supreme, his light is radiant and brilliant, and he firmly suppresses the demon. When he slaps it with one palm, it is like the sky, and it has the power to shatter all worlds. The power he manifested was too great to stop. He is invincible if he follows the direction of his heart and promotes the general trend. Waves of invincible force swept out, with destructive fluctuations. Xuanhuan slapped Mo's body with a palm, which immediately made Mo tremble violently. This is the day to destroy his demon way. Xuanhuan's hands trembled, and the ocean of the era completely submerged the demon world, and he was the only one who ruled all the heavens and worlds. This is the greatest power, and Emperor Xuanhuan seems to have become the ruler of the heavens. The power of that era was rushing and surging, and the infinite shocks were actually disintegrating the will of the demon, making him completely become a part of entering the fourth era. This kind of confrontation of power made Mo very uncomfortable, and he was crushed by the general trend of the times. Xuanhuan suppressed infinitely with both hands, making Mo helpless. His Mo Tian had been firmly suppressed by his opponent. The power of magic, fearless. Now the environment where the demon is in is like being in the sea, and he suddenly swells to become a bigger troll, allowing himself to stand instead of being overwhelmed by the opponent's strength. Xuanhuan came from the sky and created a realm higher than the devil. He bombarded with one punch, and he bombarded Mo's body hard. Under the attack of this kind of absolute power, any supernatural powers and any means lost their meaning. Immediately, the huge demon body was knocked down, and the world was completely suppressed. The blazing light exploded, the demon collapsed, turned into infinite magic energy, and then regrouped. Your strength. The devil's voice contained extremely complicated emotions. In the attack of this person just now, he felt irresistible, and he had no way to block it. Annex, the era. Xuanhuan operates with the most invincible posture and the most terrifying power of swallowing the sky. After completely suppressing the power of the demon, he will completely swallow the demon into his empire. Even if he is the top god, he must be swallowed. The demon's body twisted immediately, the boundless demon energy was first sucked away, and then swallowed by that force. The devil wanted to break the blockade of the era, but this person started the third era, and with the general trend of the third era, he couldn't escape. Even Mo, the top god, is completely suppressed by the power of Xuanhuan. The heavens were shocked. This person controls the great power of the era. He wants to kill us and make sacrifices to start the fourth era. Do you want to see this demon completely swallowed by him and come to you one by one? Mo knew the gap with Xuanhuan, and roared. Just after his roar, the glory of the gods, a wave of God's power bombarded Xuanhuan's blockade from the outside. It is God who wants to bring the devil out of the predicament. #C2088 Summoning the Mind. God made a move. Although he didn't care about the death of the demon, all the top gods in the heaven world were also enemies who hindered him, but they could die in his hands, but definitely not in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan. If he kills a top god, his strength will take another huge leap. The strength of the enemy is the cruelty to oneself. The divine power is brilliant, directly sweeping the wave of the Chu and Yuan eras, and stalemate with it. Save the devil. At the same time, multiple forces bombarded over, joining hands with God. Those top gods also don't know how to watch a demon being beheaded by Xuanhuan. Good. Seeing the opportunity, the demon soared into the sky. His demon body swelled up and turned into a violent impact. These multiple huge forces also locked on Xuanhuan at the same time, and the world was about to be annihilated, turning into non-existence. However, Xuanhuan's expression was extremely calm. He held the universe in his hand, and as soon as his power was reversed, when the demon was about to rush out, it exploded with a bang and turned into a black hole. Under this impact, the demon also exploded. The billowing devilish energy is being horribly swallowed by this black hole. He's devouring my strength. Feeling the rapid disappearance of his origin, Mo felt depressed, but he was also very willing to break his arm to survive, abandoning a lot of strength, and rushed out of Xuanhuan's blockade. But at this moment, the many peaks of heaven's power bombarded him, setting off boundless waves, but Xuanhuan still stood still, as if he was not affected. Xuanhuan saw that part of the magic's power jumped out, and his expression remained unchanged. His fierce eyes swept across the sky, and said in an invincible tone, I am standing here, who of you will fight with me? He wants to invite a fight. But his word was heard, and the heavens fell silent. No one jumped out to fight Xuanhuan. In the battle with Mo, he had already proved his strength. Even if it is a god, it will not make a move at this moment. Wu, you make a few shots, I will give you a chance to fight with me. Xuanhuan even directly named Wu. Snort. Wu is not an idiot, he also knows that he is no longer this person's opponent, and he will not jump out and say that he wants to play a fair fight duel with him. If there is fairness, there will be no war of the gods, and many gods will unite to deal with the king of the gods. Don't you even have the courage to fight me? You still want to gain benefits in the third era. Xuanhuan's voice was mighty, and he overwhelmed others with force. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Your existence is just a sacrifice for us to open the third era and enter the fourth era. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Wu responded. Although Wu is warlike, he will not break his heart because of Xuanhuan's words. No matter what method he uses, winning is the best method. I am waiting for you, let's start the decisive battle, you will all become sacrifices of the fourth era. Seeing that they would not fight alone with him, Xuanhuan only said this sentence. In his eyes, these top gods who are hostile to him are sacrifices, using their heavens to sacrifice an eternal era of eternal unity. You too will be a king of heaven. Said sinisterly. The king of heaven is not a good word. Although it means strength, it also means failure. It is said that the existence of Xuanhuan is just a pavement for the fourth era. Battle of the gods. God also spoke a word. This is going to be the shortest era. Xuanhuan didn't say much. After this sentence, he declared war. Xuanhuan, the great war of the third age is about to begin, and it will be another battle of God. Seeing Xuanhuan return to the empire, Yanran immediately said. This decisive battle was faster than anyone imagined. Xuanhuan did not follow their routine and slowly annexed them. His attack on the demons was exactly the signal for the decisive battle. The decisive battle is about to begin. Xuanhuan Dao, Zhenhui will end in the shortest time and start the fourth era. If there is no action from the gods and the heavens, the devil will surely die. Bao also saw the great strength of the emperor, and said with admiration, after this battle, they also know the power of the emperor. I am afraid that there is only one person, that is God, but God is not as powerful as the emperor in terms of courage. God wants that kind of emperor who is invincible in the world, and he himself started the third era. Yanran ruthlessly said, let this battle begin. This will be a worldwide war with no frills, only positive confrontation of strength. Whoever controls the most powerful strength will win this battle. Nowadays, the top gods in the heaven world include gods, demons, martial arts, thunder, hell, evil, yuanchi, law, and light. These 10 are the top gods. Bao analyzed the comparison of the strengths of the two sides. It seems that their strength is indeed very weak, only Xuanhuan, Bao, and Samsara are the 3 strong men standing at the pinnacle. In the face of the decisive battles of this era and the great battle that changes the world, ordinary gods are of little significance, and only the top gods have the ability to influence the battle situation. Although this side is not as powerful as the opponent's top god. But Bao knew that they had an emperor whose strength could not be calculated with common sense. 10 top gods. Xuanhuan said slowly. He has fought against some top gods. And that light is a rather peculiar god, he controls both the ultimate light power and the ultimate dark power. He is the god of light and the god of darkness. Xuanhuan, they know, you won't play with them slowly, headed by the gods. These 10 top gods have gathered together at this moment, discussing the battle of the gods, just like the overthrow of the king of the gods. Yanran also said coldly. God's decisive battle will eventually break out, which is why I don't delay with them, because it is unnecessary. Xuanhuan is fearless and fearless. Okay, before the start of the decisive battle, there is still a force that may be drawn into the empire, that is, the spiritual god. His ideas have collapsed. I will rebuild his ideas for him. His soul is lost. I will find it for him. Way back. Xuanhuan said. Spirit God. Bao was also shocked. Spirit God is also a top god. If he can join the Imperial camp, it will be a great help for us. Spirit will join us. I know him, the fourth era, the eternal era of Imperial unity. This reason is enough to make the soul go back and stand with us. Yan Ran is very confident about this. I have come to call upon the god of my soul. Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted. Heart. After tearing through the heavy fog, Xuanhuan saw where his soul was. At this moment, he was extremely lonely, walking on a road in a daze, looking for his own ideals. Soul, I will pass on to you the concept of the fourth age, for the eternal age, the era of great unity. Xuanhuan shrouded his soul with a brilliant divine light to help him get out of this state. #C2089 Reunite. After this battle finger, the demon world has been completely broken, and even the demons have given up here. At this moment, the top gods all came to the outside of the sky, built the domain of the sky, and discussed matters concerning the battle of the sky. Everyone, you have also seen that the strength of Xuanhu is so strong that we cannot be his opponent alone. My example is the best proof. The top gods gather. The top 10 beings stand on one side, forming 10 kinds of powers of the gods. Xuanhu, he didn't know where he came from. He rose up suddenly and opened the third era suddenly, but one thing is certain, his power is even like the king of the sky at that time, and his individual combat power is unparalleled. The demon also glanced at the god shrouded in infinite divine light. Xuanhu is very powerful, but Xuanhu Emperor does not have the fearless ambition and arrogance of Emperor Xuanhu, and appears deep. Of course, this ungodly approach is wrong. People with great ambitions will either be destroyed in the war, or push all their opponents across the war. And sometimes, the longer you wait, the more you can win the final victory. You can't fight him alone, and we won't give him a chance to fight alone. Yuanshi Shonsung said, even if his strength is not as good as the King of Heaven at that time, but standing in the same field, and different from the King of Heaven, he is more cruel and ruthless, and he will sweep away all the heavens who resist him, so that there will be no one in this world who can disagree with him. Such a character is terrifying. The 10 top gods gathered here, and they knew that this battle might even be more tragic and difficult than the first battle of the gods, and they would pay a greater price. God, what do you think? In a ball of dazzling light, one person can be seen faintly. But in this kind of divine light, an extremely bright darkness can be seen again, and the sky above the light spoke. Start the battle of the gods again, all the gods can only unite, just like killing the king of the gods. Xuanhu said slowly, Xuanhu, the creator of the third era, his mission is to open the third era for us, like the king of heaven, his mission is to bring about the first era. The Great War of the First Era brought about the development of the Second Era. The Great War in the Third Age will bring about the development of the Fourth Age. That's right, let's start the Battle of the Gods immediately. That Xuanhu is also ambitious, and he doesn't want to wait for the heavens to delay it slowly. That's okay, since that's the case, let's do what he wants, let's have a battle of the gods. Some battles can't delay for too long, otherwise there will be unexpected changes. Wu also burned with fighting spirit. His words spoke to the hearts of the gods. Xuanhu is changing too fast, and he is also worried that if he is given time, what drastic changes will happen to his world. This person will be more difficult than the King of Heaven. Only by destroying them as soon as possible can they feel at ease. His fourth era is an eternal unification, which is not in line with the core interests of these top gods. And they also know that this time the battle of God is different from the first one. There are some things that don't need to be said. Fa is a middle-aged man who created the era of spells and mastered all kinds of spells. He said, "We have also cooperated before. There is nothing to arrange for this battle. We can only fight him with the strongest strength. If we win, we'll be able to share the benefits of the third era, and even some of us can reach the height of the sky, and if we lose, this day will not talk about it, everything, all kinds, will be ashes." Among the 10 top gods, only one person reaches the sky of the sky. They are all just infinitely close to this level. With their wisdom, they also know that God also wants to dominate the heavens, but now Xuanhuan is the biggest opponent. Although God is in the sky, he still can't bear the combination of all the powers. The fourth era will be an era of heaven in the sky. They know better. If Xuanhuan dies, and the fourth era comes, only the sky in the sky can become a giant sky. They all have to seize this opportunity. Let me be the leader, kill Xuanhuan. God knows, he's the only one who takes the lead in this kind of thing. I wanted to annex Xiaotian first, but Xuanhuan forced me to have a decisive battle with him. It's okay, we should destroy Xuanhuan first, and then go to divide up those Xiaotians. This world doesn't need so many days, a few are enough. Xia also said. In fact, what he most wanted to say is that one is enough, that is, he is evil. And this is what all the top gods think. In the fourth era, there are no small heavens, only the interaction between giant heavens. Everyone, get ready to go, release the news that we are going to start the decisive battle of the heavens, and let those little heavens decide whether to take refuge, be neutral, or stand on the opposite side. Hell also said. This is the most essential difference. In the first battle of the heavens, whether it was Dadian or Xiaotian, they were closely united in order to overthrow the King of Heaven. However, this time, the so-called release of the news meant that those little heavens were not given autonomy, whether they were to be annexed after being beheaded, or to honestly and actively integrate into the giant sky. My God, he's back. God suddenly spoke a word. What, the spiritual God has returned? The heavens were taken aback. Immediately, I heard Yuancher God say, the spirit God has already lost himself and fell into a madness. He has come back? Among the gods in the sky, only the Emperor Xuanhuan has the means to let him come back. Then, the God of God Emperor Wu, there is another peak God. This is not good news. A top god will let them divide the power of a top god to parry and deal with it, thereby reducing the power against the God of War Emperor Wu. 10-4. Although there are great advantages, who doesn't want their advantages to be as big as possible? This God has expected it. God was not surprised. The spiritual God will inevitably stand on his opposite side, the side of Emperor Xuanhuan. At this moment, he also has more wisdom at work. Could it be that he just wanted to start such a battle with the gods? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Even if the spiritual gods join in, so what? There are 14 top gods in the world, and there are no other top gods. We still have a huge advantage. There will be no fear in the hearts of these apex gods. There are still more of them. Spirit and Reincarnation were also on the side of the King of Heaven back then. How about the ending? It's not a miserable defeat. The strength of Emperor Xuanhuan has not yet reached the height of the King of Heaven, and we are not the same as before, so this battle, he has no chance. Yes. After a long period of accumulation in the Second Era, they have divided up the huge wealth of the King of Heaven, and each of them is so powerful that they are much stronger than before. With much stronger strength, they felt that they would not fail against Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan Empire. Yan Ran looked at the heart that had returned and was no longer confused, and said, Soul, you are back, and you have a goal to fight for. #C2090 War is coming. Reincarnation, treasure, I'm back. At this time, the spiritual God is no longer as confused as before, with no light in his eyes, but he has found himself again and has a firm idea. Under the transmission of the ideas of the fourth era of Chu and Yuan, his spirit and ideas have all returned. The fourth age is also the age that God most desires and wants to see most. Xuanhuan Emperor. Looking at Chu Yuan in his heart, God bowed deeply. It was he who brought himself back from being lost. The fourth era is an era of eternal unification. In the unification, it is peaceful and beautiful. Infinity is created in the infinite. Let's see if this world can really reach a limit. Back then, the King of Heaven brought beauty and prosperity, but he can't suppress his ambitions. Only absolute power can suppress all ambitious people who break the beauty. It was your fourth age that awakened me. For the eternity of the fourth age, my heart is willing to defend with my life. The spiritual God can give his life for the fourth era. The opening of the fourth era must go through a bloody war. It will be opened with the blood of God, and we will have a big battle to fight. Chu Yuan's voice boomed, and he said, I have seen that they have formed an alliance, and they are trying to launch a war of heaven to overthrow the King of Heaven, and their power has also been aimed at the Empire. The battle of God, we lost once, but this time we will not lose. The voice of the spiritual God is very firm. He also knew that his life had been entrusted to the Empire, and if he lost this time, his will would completely collapse. Without war, there will be no new era. If there is no destruction, there will be no establishment. The original must be broken. Yan Ran also said coldly. The pursuit of endless years is finally approaching the last moment. With the spiritual God, we are even more powerful, this time we will definitely win. Bows will also boiled. We will win, there will be no surprises. Chu Yuan looked at the sky world, and said calmly, the third force has also appeared. The third force? Bao's expression moved slightly, and he immediately saw that hundreds of days seemed to have moved, and they merged together, becoming an even bigger giant sky. In this giant sky, there are so many wills, there are hundreds of them. Alliance of the Heavens. Bao Dun said, the current situation is completely different from the first era. Headed by the gods, the 10 top gods have formed their alliance of gods. They want to reenact the battle of the gods, but besides the 10 top gods, there are more heavens. In fear, they knew that their strength could not be compared with the emperor or the gods, and they did not want to be cannon fodder, so they united and became an alliance of the heavens. In order to protect themselves, the so-called alliance was formed under the helplessness of the situation. Although it is said that ordinary gods are not as powerful as top gods, whoever becomes a god has made countless efforts, great opportunities, and great wisdom. They also want to fight, and they don't want to be cannon fodder. In addition to not wanting to become cannon fodder, the alliance of the heavens also wants to benefit. If the empire and the gods lose both sides in the battle, they also want to share the huge benefits. They look forward to the passing of the former heavens and let their future heavens grow stronger. The spiritual god said, hundreds of days gathered, although there is no top god sitting in the town, but the momentum is not insignificant. Emperor, what do you think we should do? Bao said. The alliance of the heavens, hundreds of days, seems to be powerful, but it is actually a mob. In my eyes, it is like a chicken and a dog. It is vulnerable. Don't pay attention to them. Our opponents are gods, those top gods. Chu Yuan didn't pay attention to the so-called alliance of heavens at all. This kind of alliance is okay when the situation is good, but it will collapse when it encounters setbacks. Alliance of the heavens? It's a joke. Can hundreds of weak heavens gather to fight against us? Don't bother with them. When the decisive battle in the third era is over, it's time to clean up the so-called alliance of heavens. Those top gods also put the alliance of heavens in their eyes. The appearance of the All Heavens Alliance did not attract much attention. At this time, both Chu Yuan and those top gods were preparing for the decisive battle. Before the decisive battle, Chu Yuan's empire still welcomed God to join with an inclusive and open attitude, but some gods did not join the alliance of heavens, but directly entered the empire. The Great War of the Third Age has begun. Chu Yuan didn't prepare for too long. He would not spend time on these meaningless preparations. The first real war of the Third Era has begun. Bao Dao. Get ready, go out with Chu Yuan to create our Fourth Era. Yan Ran said. War. The spiritual god can only respond with this word. God, demon, Wu, thunder, hell, evil, law, light, Yuancher, you 10 top gods, fight me. Just like you did against the King of Heaven, fight me. Chu Yuan's voice was powerful, and he stood outside the empire. At this moment, his invincible spirit is shaking. With his back to the empire, he is actively inviting battle. Shenwu, if you want to fight, we will fight with you. Wu Gaoda's divine body came down, with the dominance of breaking the world. His eyes stared at Chu Yuan indifferently, and the blazing martial arts divine fire was burning. This person no longer wants to delay with them. But why don't they want to destroy this person as soon as possible? If you want to fight, then fight. God also communicated his will. His divine light is infinitely brilliant. This time it is not a condensed will, but a real God descending, the most noble and powerful divine residence, controlling peerless power. The top 10 top gods also appeared one after another. Their strength deduced 10 kinds of heavenly methods, struck across the sky, shattered the endless universe, gathered together rollingly, and slapped towards Chu Yuan. This is not the first time they have collaborated. And now they are working together again for the common good. The power of these 10 top gods is so vast that when they bombard Chu Yuan, they can destroy everything. However, Chu Yuan seemed calm, without any pressure. His power to control everything caused all the attacks to disperse in front of him. There was nothing he could do. Although there was no direct collision, just this moment of confrontation let them know how powerful Chu Yuan is. Samsara, treasure, god of mind, they are standing behind Chu Yuan. The 4 powerhouses face the top 10 powerhouses, although they are inferior in number. But the momentum is not bad at all. Shenwu, it is very likely that he is stronger than we imagined. This is an idea produced by the 10 top gods. The Emperor Shenwu has a fearless will and a dominance to control everything. However you plan to fight, I will accompany you. Chu Yuan's voice broke the sky. #C2091 Battle. The Great War of the Third Age has arrived. The 14 strong men are confronting each other, starting the most tragic battle of the gods, which will change the future pattern of the world of the gods and determine the direction of the Fourth Era. It was an incredibly short era. Compared with other eras, the Third Era is only a moment in front of the previous 2 eras, but it has brought eternal glory. Although the 14 strong men did not launch an attack immediately, the collision of that momentum was rumbling and infinitely spectacular, arousing the great destruction and great creation of the heavens. Power destroys the original world, but immediately creates a new world. Their battle is finally about to begin. Hundreds of heavens and earths in the All-Heaven Alliance gathered and merged, and they were also watching extremely heavily. Although their strength cannot compete with Shenwu or the Alliance of Gods, they are still a huge force and have the strength to protect themselves. Their battle must be extremely fierce. What we have to do is to unite together. The best thing is that both sides pay a huge price, and we take the opportunity to reap the benefits. That's right, our single strength can't compare with them, and we may become cannon fodder if we turn to any side. Only in unity can we have hope. No one can ignore our strength. Just watch their battle. The Alliance of Heavens waited and watched. But in fact, neither Chu Yuan nor Shen took the Alliance of Heavens too seriously. Bao, you also maintained a neutral attitude in the Battle of the Gods, but this time you will join the Shenwu Empire. Understand, this is another Battle of the Gods, and the ending will still not change. Wang is the best example of him. You can still remain neutral when you withdraw. Xie faces Bao Dao. The times are different. This is the third era. I was neutral at the beginning because the King of Heaven had no chance of winning. But in this era, I saw the dawn of a new era. Next, it will inevitably be an era of eternal unity. Any unrealistic ideas are useless. You can win once, it is impossible to win a second time. The Emperor is not the King of Heaven. He will not give you any chance. Bao's tone was firm. He has no way out. Can he still be neutral? The end of neutrality will be miserable, and he will not do such a stupid thing if his power is completely divided by a certain party. Evil, you know your way back. If you give up all your resistance and integrate yourself into the Empire, the Emperor will accept your power, and let us work together to create a truly eternal unity. Bao Dao. He actually persuaded Xie in turn. And he did not cheat. As long as these top gods are willing to give up resistance, Xuanhuan will indeed not settle accounts after the autumn, and let the great power of the Empire accommodate and control everything. But this is obviously impossible. Differences do not seek each other. Different roads make it impossible to walk the same road. I have my own way. Evil ways. Samsara, Treasure, and Xin are now firmly standing on Xuanhuan's side, defending him to create a fourth era of eternal unification. But each of the top 10 top gods has their own calculations, and they are unwilling to follow the path of others, but want to use their own strength to become giants and pursue their path. This is the battle for the road. Then there is nothing to say, there is only one battle. A peerless magic weapon appeared in Bao's hand. God, he has already stood in the sky, and only you can confront him head-on. Although you haven't made a move in endless years, you should make a move, completely suppress him, and create opportunities for us. Magic way. Yuan Shishang also said, yes, although he is more domineering, more ruthless, and more ambitious than the King of the Sky, he has not yet reached the height of the King of the Sky, and you are not what you used to be, with your strength enough to suppress he. He controls the general trend of the third era, but we also represent our respective eras, Yao said. They want God to fight against the most mysterious and terrifying Emperor Xuanhuan. This is not to make God pay the greatest price, but only God stands in the realm of the sky, and only he is qualified to fight the Emperor Xuanhuan head-on. The failure of demons is an example. Heaven and the sky, Emperor Xuanhuan. The god walked out slowly, and the divine light passed on, creating the world of the god, and the majesty of the god spread, and he was the most noble. The divine power of the God is extremely terrifying. This is the power of the gods above the sky, the gods above the gods. All the gods look at God, and the influence of the realm of the gods on the gods is so great that even the top gods will be affected, thinking that God is a level higher than them. The power of this level is enough to suppress the top god. God reached the realm of heaven and heaven during the Battle of the Heavens, and after a long time, his cultivation base in this realm has become more advanced. If there hadn't been a god emperor, in a single fight, no one will be his opponent. The 9 top gods on the Hessian side secretly said in their hearts. Although they are in an alliance, they each have their own calculations and thoughts, and the most fundamental purpose is only for themselves. There was no God at the beginning, and it was impossible to overthrow the King of Heaven. If Xuanhuan is destroyed this time and transitions to the fourth age, the God may reach the strength of the King of Heaven, and even be stronger than the King of Heaven, but if we enter the fourth age, we can also become the King of Heaven. For these top gods, everyone is an opponent, and God is the biggest opponent in the future. However, no matter how strong the god is, it only represents the future, and now the threat of Xuanhuan is even greater, and his concept of eternal unity is not recognized by anyone. And as long as they are promoted to the sky, it will be a stalemate again. But this stalemate is completely different from the second era. Due to the special environment in the second era, 100 flowers bloomed, and many ordinary and powerful gods were born. But once it reaches the fourth era, there are really only those few strongest worlds, and they can only become small gods in their worlds, and there is no soil for other gods to achieve. Therefore, the stalemate in the fourth era is very different from that in the second era. Emperor Xuanhuan, you are a greater threat than the King of Heaven. The god made a move, showing the strength of the strongest god, and a wave of light from the god world swept and bombarded Xuanhuan first. Okay, God has made a move. His strength is enough to contain Emperor Xuanhuan, and it is our turn to do it next. Let Shen alone restrain the strongest Emperor Xuanhuan, and we will deal with reincarnation, treasure, soul. As soon as they saw the gods shot, the other top gods also released their strongest power. The power of reincarnation is strange and varied. The god of the soul awakens from the state of demons. He is both a beautiful soul and a terrifying demon. In this way, hell, you go to deal with reincarnation. With the power of your rebirth in hell, evil you are good at the power of the inner soul, you go to stop the spiritual god, and we will deal with Bao and kill him. #See 2092 Peak Match. God vs. Xuanhuan. Hell vs. Reincarnation. Evil battles the mind. The rest of the top gods jointly deal with Bao. Disadvantaged in numbers, this seems to be an unfair battle, but Xuanhuan took the initiative to provoke the third era, and he had to bear this unfairness while gathering the general trend. It's still the same as before. Samsara said indifferently. It doesn't matter the means, as long as it is useful. Hell strikes, he looks like a huge energy body. Suddenly the image of 18 levels of hell evolves in this energy body, covering the reincarnation in the sky. There are also some lesser gods and countless hell creatures in hell. They didn't seem to make a move, but they were all integrated into hell. Soul, fight with me. The war between evil and spiritual gods has also begun. This is pinching me like a soft persimmon. Bao's face was extremely solemn. It's not that his strength is weaker than samsara and mind, but quite speaking, the power of samsara and mind is much weirder. Isn't this just pinching him like a soft persimmon? All of a sudden, he exploded with infinite treasure energy, and turned into a supreme pagoda. He used the posture of a treasure to face the powerful, and contributed to the victory of the empire in the fourth era. Go ahead, break the treasure, and divide up his treasure energy. Wu, Demon, Thunder, Guangming, Yuanshi, Yao, and Dharma, the seven gods' powers turned the world upside down, and they turned their own god's Dharma to the strongest, and saw a heavenly and thorough divine light piercing through it. These seven divine lights were so powerful that they all hit the pagoda in an instant, causing the pagoda to shake violently. I can't be the opponent of the seven gods, I can only defend and delay. Panos deeply. His own disadvantage, if the two gods besieged him, he would dare to launch a counterattack, but it is impossible for him to be an opponent when the seven gods join forces. Do you really treat me like a persimmon? If my treasure has no means, it will not be possible to stand for endless years. In the pagoda, there are countless treasures, and there are endless artifacts. The lowest that can be placed inside is the Eternal Emperor armament, plus many divine artifacts to suppress it. He has no reincarnation, and the power of his mind is strange. But he also has his advantages. It's just that he has too many treasures, he is the one with the most treasures in the heavens, he can't beat you, and he can kill you by throwing treasures. He can hold on for a while. This treasure has its own means to become a top god, but it doesn't matter how many treasures there are. If we join hands with the seven gods, you won't have the slightest chance. Wuhong punched, and the pagoda shook violently. I can't do anything, but my treasure, if I lose my life at the cost of destroying all the treasures, I can drag one of you to die with me. Bao shouted, putting on a desperate posture. Do you think this can scare us? Under the hand of our seven gods, all your destruction can be borne for 7 days, and you want to delay time. Mo Dao. An earth-shattering, endlessly destructive battle. Although Bao is also using his strongest power, and the emperor also handed over the altar of the empire to him, he also knows that he must not last long. Samsara and Xian also saw his predicament, but they couldn't do anything at this time. Only Emperor Xuanhuan can break the predicament. In the third era, your ending is destruction. Use your power to open up the glory of the fourth era, the glory of Shinto. God said to Xuanhuan. At this moment, the two supreme powerhouses are both standing in the realm of the sky. They have the same height and the same incomparably powerful power. The biggest difference between them is temperament. Xuanhuan's temperament is domineering, conquering everything, and domineering. The fourth era, the era of eternal unity. Xuanhuan is incomparably majestic, his power seems to surpass the heaven and the earth, it has no limit and is endless. In the rolling tide of the times, he seems to have deduced the fourth era, the power of eternal unity, gathered into the most terrifying torrent. As soon as he pointed it, he immediately brought endless shocks and directly bombarded God. His strength was fully displayed. Even when dealing with the devil that day, he couldn't make him use his maximum strength. He stands at the forefront, launching an attack on God. You are worthy of my God's strongest power. God also recognized Xuanhuan as his opponent. He exerted a power not weaker than that of Xuanhuan, and blasted out with one blow, converging into the torrent of the Age of Gods, which evolved into the glory and eternal eternity of the gods. Boom! These two forces collided together, two equally brilliant magic powers, sweeping across the entire heaven realm, as if they wanted to destroy everything. A battle of this level has only happened with the King of Heaven. With Xuanhuan's eternal blow, he strode forward and broke everything with one punch. Among all the heavens, I am the only one who is brilliant. The glory of the gods, the glory of the gods. The power of God's magic is immeasurable. With the glory and brilliance of the gods, he created a greater God realm, and within this God realm is his divine law. The violent blow between the two is a confrontation of the times, a collision of ideas, and a battle of wills. Xuanhuan raised his hands high, and then lowered them hard, as if he had grasped the era. The vast power actually wanted to break through into the God realm and smash all the glory of God. God deserves to be the strongest in the second era, the main force that overthrew the King of Heaven back then. With the power of God, he actually withstood Xuanhuan's attack, which was impossible for other gods. The two great powers are also fighting in the realm of the sky. This realm is the realm above other gods. Xuanhuan wants to control all the gods, use his strongest power to be above the gods, and fulfill his ideals. God is to be the God of all gods. War. The great era, great power, and great will converged into Xuanhuan's strongest divine fist. He locked on the god, and this great power blasted into the divine realm of the gods. God challenged the great power of Xuanhuan. At this moment, he was also attacking with a fist of God, but immediately, this great force shook him violently, shaking him back. Taking this step back, although he was not injured, it explained a terrifying thing. In terms of strength, Yang Shen may not be as powerful as Xuanhuan. On a certain level, the King of Heaven is not as good as you. God actually uttered such a word of praise. He regards Xuanhuan as his biggest opponent, because the King of Heaven does not have the idea of unifying the world of heaven, but this person does, and all actions of this person are carried out with great unification. His divine light is infinite, his divine light pierces the sky, and all the gods surround him and praise him. The huge world of the God realm also merged with him. God is the strongest, God is eternal. God is not a vegetarian either, he is also launching a counterattack immediately, and the entire civilization of God is swept away, and all of them are turning into the God realm. #C2093, the power of the big one. Believe that you are the strongest. This is the confidence that a supreme being like God must possess. The power of his God spread out, and the tide of gods was raging and brilliant everywhere. If he was allowed to overthrow and behead Xuanhuan this time, and overthrow the King of Heaven for the first time, then he would let the world know that only the divine way is the strongest in another way. In this way, after entering the fourth era, he will gain the greatest general momentum. Otherwise, there is no benefit, and God will not do his best. Huge explosions resounded, each explosion seemed to give birth to more god realms in the heaven and earth, and he was the greatest god between the heaven and the earth. He attacked Xuanhuan with a burst of divine power. However, Xuanhuan just stood still, despite his impact. God is also deeply aware that Emperor Xuanwu is extremely difficult to deal with, and in his heart, a bigger strategy is actually still brewing. The dusk of the gods, the disappearance of the gods. Xuanhuan swept out with a force, and suddenly a great sun representing the civilization of the gods appeared, and the sun of the civilization of the gods was falling rapidly, shining the light of dusk. This twilight power represents an end, the end of the civilization of the gods. Not only can it become the twilight of the gods, but it can also become the twilight of the demons, the twilight of the martial arts, and the twilight of the entire era. Under the twilight, the power of the gods retreated rapidly, as if seeing the darkness of a civilization of gods passing away and ending. Xuanhuan took the dusk with a punch and immediately bombarded it down. Under this power, the visions created by God were wiped out in large numbers. Gods have no twilight, gods have no darkness, gods have no end, gods have only eternity. The high-pitched voice of God resounded. Under his will, the power of twilight was immediately restrained by the fearless belief in God, and the great sun of the God realm continued to climb to its peak. Only he can resist Xuanhuan's twilight power. This is not only the twilight of the gods, but also the twilight of the second era. The old era will end, and a greater era will come. The eternal unification is unstoppable. Xuanhuan started his own epic. His majestic power swept out, breaking the power of gods, as if saying that the age of gods is bound to go to twilight, which is impossible for him to resist and stop. The age of God. God dignified. He met the most powerful opponent in his life, and this opponent, even the King of Heaven, could not give him oppression. The age of gods can only accommodate the power of gods, but my age can accommodate everything. Xuanhuan's greater will swept out. In his eternal unity, there must be not only gods, but also countless powers. He wants the power of the empire to flourish, and all kinds of powers must be possessed. Under this kind of concept, as strong as a god, he can only respond passively. This person is too strong, God can only compete, it is impossible to defeat him. This is what we can imagine. If the gods can defeat him, the gods would have already started the third era. We must kill Bao as soon as possible, and we can't waste time with him. That's right, kill Bao, then use stronger power to kill the soul, reincarnate, and finally fight against the Emperor of the Gods. Bao, go to hell. Seeing the battle situation on God's side, these top gods knew that time could not be delayed. The Emperor Xuanwu has a great characteristic, as if he is getting stronger and stronger in the battle. Immediately, the 7 stronger forces each unleashed their own ultimate moves, and bombarded Bao's body fiercely, tearing the pagoda apart. If Xuanhuan gave back Bao Duo an artifact from the heavens, his strength would also increase after he came to the empire, and he would have already been broken. But even so, Bao is struggling to support. Continue. The 7 gods gathered stronger forces to attack again, and they hit Bao's body in an instant. This kind of attack did not give him any chance of survival, and pushed him to death. And in this kind of battle, it is impossible for Bao to retreat. But at this moment, when their power was about to impact on Bao, a greater force came and separated the impact of these 7 forces. Emperor Xuanwu, you still want to distract yourself from saving the treasure. As soon as they saw that Xuanhuan was coming to rescue Bao, the 7 gods didn't care, because if he wanted to save Bao, he would allocate part of his strength, and the gods would launch stronger attacks on him. Emperor. Bao is also very helpless. I know that this battlefield is not a war for me alone, nor is it a war for you alone, but for the entire empire, for the fourth era. Xuanhuan said. Fourth era, eternal unity. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and the rolling voice was transmitted, and his voice echoed from all walks of life in the world. He wants these people to see the power of his eternal unity, what is meant by the gathering of all the powers, and the truly invincible divine power exerted. Under the operation of his will, the empire bloomed with the most brilliant brilliance. And these radiances were all condensed into a beam of light and gathered on Xuanhuan's body. Under this beam of light was the faith and strength of the people of the empire. Although ordinary gods are not qualified to participate in the strongest battle, but this does not mean that they are useless. Regardless of their strength, the people of the empire can contribute their own strength. The operation of Xuanhuan's unified will was completely concentrated on himself. Eternal unity, okay, let's also give Xuanhuan the power to make him the strongest existence. Yan Ran said, and the power of her reincarnation also turned into a ray of light, becoming a part of the eternal unity. Give all your strength to the emperor. Bao and Shangsong did not hesitate, and gave Xuanhuan all their strength. All the power gathered on Xuanhuan. This method of giving all the power to one person is not new, and the 10 gods did the same. However, there is a huge difference. Originally, with the opening of the third era, many gods felt a strong threat, and some took the initiative to take refuge in Xuanhuan. This made the gods in the Xuanhuan Empire inferior to the top 10 gods combined, but also surpassed any one of them. Also, the most critical thing is reincarnation, treasure, and soul. These are the 3 top gods, standing at the highest level of heaven and earth. In the alliance of gods, each top god represents a powerful and independent individual. They can form an alliance, but it is impossible to give all the power to one person alone. But it's okay here in Xuanhuan. Samsara, Bao, and Xinxin are all willing to give their strength to Xuanhuan. This is the grand unification. At this moment, Xuanhuan is no longer a person, but represents an era, a truly eternal era. I created the fourth era and created the eternal unity. Xuanhuan's voice was magnificent, and his infinite divine light was conveyed even more. When everyone saw him, they saw a brand new fourth era. And along with this kind of power, besides the power of the empire, there are actually many forces in the entire world of heaven that actively injected into the empire and became part of the empire. #C2094 King to the world. In the fourth era, the power of eternal unity converged on Xuanhuan. Standing there, he represents the fourth era, that power, radiating out, the power is rolling, even the 10 gods can feel the irresistible power of heaven. In the face of the fourth era, even the top gods seem weak. The fourth era, this is the real era, an era of eternal light. At this moment, when Xuanhuan's light shines on all walks of life in the world, there are also countless rays of light echoing one after another. In the alliance of heaven and earth, some gods actually broke away directly, came to the empire, and became a part of the era. What alliance of the heavens is really a mess, vulnerable, with no future and no future. The fourth era is the real era we yearn for, a truly bright era. Some gods seem to see the irresistibility of the fourth era, the eternal unity, so they take the initiative to surrender. And their surrender will undoubtedly make Xuanhuan stronger and stronger. Gods and the others really can't resist this time? No, it's impossible. Gods and the others also didn't exert their greatest strength. They even overthrew the King of Heaven. How could they fail so easily? Don't leave the alliance of the heavens. The alliance of gods will show a bigger whole card. At that time, they are likely to fight with the Xuanwu Empire and lose both sides. The worst opportunity. At that time, our opportunity will come. Stick to the power of the alliance of the heavens. Although some gods have left the All-Heaven Alliance, there are still most of them who think that this battle will not end so easily. The gods who can overthrow the King of Heaven will lose like this? No one believes this. They concluded that this battle was not the end, but just the beginning, and there would be more intense battles in the future. Both sides are likely to lose out. Go to the Xuanhuan Empire now and be buried with this era. What they have to do is to wait and see what happens, maintain their powerful strength. Let no one party dare to deal with them easily. At this moment, Xuanhuan gathered boundless power, gathered all the magic power in himself. His heavenly power was like the sea, spreading out. He had the power to suppress the 10 great gods. His current strength is much stronger than before. Facing him, I seem to be unable to take a blow from him. He has gathered all the power, and the 3 top gods of treasure, reincarnation, and soul. His power has reached an unprecedented level, and even the King of Heaven is not as good as him. Eternal unity, this is his trump card. The 10 great gods stared at Xuanhuan, who was like a giant sky, and their hearts were extremely cautious. They knew that Xuanhuan was different from before. The King of Heaven is strong, but he does not have the courage to gather together for an era. He's strong now. Martial arts, now we have to unite and bombard him with all our strength to break his era. We have defeated the King of Heaven, so should we still be afraid of him? That's right, although he has gathered all the strength, we also only need to deal with him alone. Come on, let's fight him, it is unknown who will win. Mo also shouted, hating Xuanhuan extremely. We have no retreat in this battle, only one battle. These 10 top gods represent the most tyrannical power between heaven and earth. Facing Xuanhuan's magic power at this time, he has no fear at all. Use our strongest strength to bombard him and break him. Boom. Also, almost in an instant. Facing the strongest power displayed by Xuanhuan at this time, the top 10 strongest existences raised their strength to a limit, and used their unique skills to bombard them. 10 destructive forces blasted towards the 4th era represented by Xuanhuan, as if they wanted to completely break Xuanhuan apart. These 10 forces are too strong, especially with the leadership of God. The King of Heaven was defeated by their cooperation. But these 10 forces blasted in front of Xuanhuan, although the force was like the sea, rolling, but they did not shake this person. What's going on? This doesn't shake this person. I don't believe it. No matter how strong he is, he can't ignore it. If he can completely ignore it, he will be invincible long ago. The devil roared. The scene in front of him stunned him. He didn't bear 10 forces at the same time, but disintegrated one by one. God saw it. What? Immediately afterwards, they also understood. The 10 top gods seemed to attack at the same time, and the 10 forces also passed together, but this person grasped the subtle moment of difference between the 10 forces in the realm of the sky. He built his own domain, which disintegrated one after another. One after another of power naturally couldn't shake him. Although it was seen that this person was not really able to completely ignore their strength, such a result was also unacceptable. Kill, we have no way out, no matter how strong we are, we cannot be suppressed by him. The 4th era belongs to us, not to him. Divide up the power of his era. Wu burning, this is his true fire of martial arts, the will of martial arts is burning. With his burly body, a huge punch came over, without reservation, it was a punch that broke the times, pierced the sky, and bombarded with the most domineering force in martial arts. He wants to destroy everything with martial arts. Xuanhuan responded to his punch, and his punch was a brilliant power of the times. Boom! With a firm punch, there was a loud noise that shocked the world. Wu's face changed suddenly, his arms trembled wildly, and he was in a stalemate for a moment. The confrontation of this blow actually split his arm, and the bright red blood of God flowed out. The demon also rushed over violently, and the magic fist struck out. Xuanhuan also punched out, and swept across the area. Mozai received his punch, and his magic energy was about to collapse, and his whole body was sent flying. The god of hell has built 18 layers of hell and suppressed it forcefully. But Xuanhuan just walked in and walked out again, and the 18 levels of hell collapsed. He looked at Xia, who was going to interfere with Xuanhuan's mind with the power of his mind and will, but he retreated in an instant, and there was a bright and infinite existence in his mind, which broke his Taoism at once and let him have been greatly affected. It was a terrifying scene. These top gods were not all-in-one enemies in front of Xuanhuan's power. Don't give him a chance. These 10 gods continued to besiege them. They also knew that it seemed that they were only dealing with Xuanhuan alone, but they were dealing with many strong men in the entire era. God shot again. He condensed the sky of the God realm, and used the power of the God realm to kill Xuanhuan. If you only have these powers, they will not be able to resist my power. Facing the power of God, Xuanhuan punched away. It was the sky of the empire. Boom! The sky of the empire directly broke the sky of the God realm. He stared at the heavens and the gods with the eyes of the king. #C 2095 Retreat. With Xuanhuan's current strength, even a god is no longer his opponent. Xuanhuan locked onto Xia one step at a time, and he went straight over. The infinite air wave shook away all the heavens, and with a wave of his palm, the huge sky completely covered Xia's body. Evil exists as a cloud of evil energy at this moment. Facing Xuanhuan's power, he burst out with a piercing voice, and rushed out with boundless evil energy, trying to break the blockade of Xuanhuan's palm. But Xuanhuan's palm strike broke all Xia's defenses. With an evil bang, it was blown up into a cloud of gas. At this moment, Xuanhuan showed his invincible and unstoppable power. When he turned his palm, it formed a huge swallowing force, which wanted to swallow all the evil power. Not good. He defeated Xia. His current power is already lawless. It is hard to be his opponent. With us here, he can't do anything evil. He can't do it if he wants to swallow the evil power to strengthen himself. Seeing Xia being blasted, the other 9 gods burst into roars of anger, and once again headed by God, they attacked Xuanhuan's vortex and rescued Xia from the range of his power. He's too strong. After Xia was rescued, a deep fear and faint fear arose in his heart. It wasn't that his strength was not strong, but that this person's strength was too strong. If it weren't for God waiting for God's rescue, he couldn't escape now at all. Of course, he also understands. This person has brought together reincarnation, treasure, soul, and the power of the entire empire, and it has long been beyond the reach of a single god. Seeing that Xia was rescued by them, Xuanhuan's face remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, Bao turned into a magic weapon. With his strongest power, the power of this magic weapon is unimaginable, bringing a darkness that would suffocate the sky. With a blow from Xuanhuan, everything was going to be destroyed, and Dang even heard a heart-piercing sound. It's a demon. This demon was cut in half by Xuanhuan's divine soldiers. Although it didn't kill him right away, this power was enough to make him suffer huge trauma. Xuanhuan waved his magic weapon and slashed again. This level of beheading, the sun and the moon are dark, and the time and space are chaotic, which is completely destroying the origin of the world. With his current strength, no one can fight him alone, and he is the strongest existence in the battlefield. If this continues, we will have to pay a huge price. We cannot continue like this with him. The demon roared. He was also cut several times, and cracks appeared in the power of the demon. I understand his purpose. He knows that with our joint efforts, even if he possesses the world's invincible power, it will be difficult to kill us immediately, so he will use this method to consume our power. Wait until our power is consumed. When it reaches a freezing point, it is the moment when he will completely kill us. Dharma. At this moment, Emperor Xuanhuan's power was too strong, his light covered everything, their power was suppressed, and no single power could compete with him. At times like these 10 gods, they also endured tremendous oppression and felt extremely uncomfortable. If this continues, they will really only lose. If you lose to him, everything will disappear, and all achievements will belong to Emperor Xuanhuan, and it will have nothing to do with them. At this moment, they all looked towards God. God, the first battle of the gods was fought under your organization. Without you, the king of the gods would not be overthrown. I know you still have a way. Tell us, and we will fully cooperate. Immediately, they were all waiting for God's idea. I do have a way. God gave a definite answer. Okay, what else can I do? God said. Temporarily retreat and continue to fight, there is only defeat, and there is a last resort. If we win, we can obtain the glory of the fourth era. God's voice suppresses fluctuations. We will listen to God, retreat now. The other 9 gods all knew that if they continued to fight, they would not be able to be the opponent of Emperor Xuanhuan. Now they also knew that God still had a way to fight against Emperor Xuanhuan. They understood that God might have another purpose if he didn't say it before. If you want to retreat, first gather your strength to me. God said again. No problem. The other 9 gods didn't think much, and all the 9 peak forces gathered into the body of the god. God got these 9 powers at once, and the aura that erupted immediately was not weaker than that of Xuanhuan, but everyone could see that this was only the power lent to him temporarily. It's not as good as Xuanhuan, who really controls all the power in his own hands. However, this is enough for them to retreat calmly. Sure enough, after God accommodated all the gathered power, his power skyrocketed, and immediately, he wielded an invincible divine power to contend with Xuanhuan. The power still seemed scattered, but at least it wasn't oppressed as before. Is this enough for you to obtain the glory of the fourth era? Xuanhuan looked at the heavens, who had given their strength to the gods, and above his face, there was always the confidence to control everything. At least, there is a possibility of defeating you. The god also said to himself, for this day, I have been preparing for too long. Your existence is beyond my expectation, and it is also within my expectation. The final decisive battle is not this battle, but it will break out soon. The god was retreating, but Xuanhuan didn't chase after him. Xuanhuan watched them retreat, always maintaining the eternal unity, the state of the fourth era, with invincible self-confidence in his heart. No matter what backhands God has, he will always let himself defeat the opponent in the strongest state. His time unstoppable. Xuanhuan, they have retreated. Yan Ran said, God still has a final backhand, and this backhand will make them burst out with the strongest power. God is very wise, and he has made several preparations. Maybe he didn't know that the situation would become like this at the beginning. When they fight again, it will be the real Armageddon. Bao saw Xuanhuan's invincible strength. Don't think too much, there is no other way. If you want to defeat Jin, you need the 10 gods to gather all the power together, and gather all the power on one strongest body. Apart from this, there is no other way. Xuanhuan said. Gathered on one person? The spiritual god thought, and then shook his head, is it possible to gather on the body of the god alone, but is this possible? The 10 gods are not empires, and it is impossible to really give all the power to the gods. This is not possible, and it is even more unrealistic. That depends on the means of the gods, but everything will not be separated. They will create the strongest existence. Only in this way is it possible. Xuanhuan will not be afraid of God's last whole card. The fourth era, the era of eternal unity. His voice is delivered again. #C2096 One way. The first great war of the third era is over. Although Xuanhuan gathered all his strength and retreated from the battlefield, everyone could see that the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan was unparalleled in the world, occupying an overall advantage. Of course, no one understands. If the gods and other powerhouses retreat this time, they will inevitably make a comeback, and the momentum will be even more violent. Who will win the deer? It is not certain who will really gain control of the Fourth Era. This war will definitely start, and there will be no two major forces. In the Xuanhuan Empire, the eternal divine light of the era swept out, shining brightly, and everyone could feel the irresistible and eternal brilliant charm of this power. It seems that only the Xuanhuan Empire is the real land of light, and other roads are dead ends. After the entire empire experienced the First World War, everyone's hearts were also baptized, and they were making great progress, with various breakthroughs emerging one after another. In the final decisive battle, they cannot fight individually, but they can unite as a whole to fight for the empire. The Fourth Age, the Eternal Age. The subjects of the empire are advancing. Xuanhuan didn't think too much about it. Why didn't he go after God and the others before? It was because he borrowed the power of the Great War to transform into the Fourth Era, and his power didn't really reach its peak. But now, he wants to truly melt all the power into one, so that he can truly reach his strongest moment. The Empire, with the gate of eternity open at all times, interprets the vision of the Fourth Age and becomes the storm of the Fourth Age. The Fourth Era is the real era, the era we all pursue and yearn for, where all people are united and all forces are united. The majesty created by Xuanhuan is too great, and the battle with the gods and other gods is enough to prove his strength. Although some gods still wanted to hold the idea of snipe and clam fighting for the fisherman's profit, some gods saw that this was impossible, so they invested in the empire one after another. Once these gods entered the empire, they truly felt the glorious power of the empire. Our strength has increased again. Before the decisive battle of the Ding Era comes, if you can see the situation clearly and become a member of the Fourth Era, you are a part of us, and you are welcome to join. Bao also smiled when he saw the gods joining the Xuanhuan Empire and the Fourth Empire one after another. They can be said to be really strong this time. Only the Fourth Era is the real era, and we are willing to add strength to the Fourth Era. These gods all responded one after another. Together with me, we will open up the glory of the Fourth Era and create an eternal era. Boom! Xuanhuan's voice came out, shaking the soul of God. Emperor Xuanhuan, the great emperor, represents the unification of the Fourth Era. In the empire, all the gods looked at the Emperor Xuanhuan. That great figure stood upright in the sky, sweeping the breath of the Fourth Era, and bursting out with the divine splendor of eternal unity. See Emperor Xuanhuan, see Lord of the Times, and join Lord of Heaven. Although they are gods, they also know that they are also very small in front of Emperor Xuanhuan, the Eternal Age, and the only way out is destined to be integrated into the Fourth Age. Times have changed, this is not the time to fight the King of the Sky. It is also to start the war of the Third Era first, let them know the cruelty of the Third Era, otherwise these gods will not take refuge in this way easily. Great Emperor, there are still a large number of gods in the Alliance of Heavens, who are still dreaming of their own dreams, thinking that they have gained huge benefits. Should we send troops immediately to destroy the Alliance of Heavens? That's right, the Alliance of the Heavens is a gang of mobs. It looks like a huge force, but in fact it can't achieve great things. I also saw through this and left the Alliance of the Heavens. There are gods who have broken away from the Alliance of the Heavens, and they will immediately request the destruction of the Alliance of the Heavens. With the power of the times, I welcome everyone to join. Xuanhuan did not send troops to destroy the Alliance of Heavens now. There is still a short period of time for his decisive battle with the gods and other gods. At this time, he will continue to push the storm of his own era to the strongest, attracting the gods of the Alliance of Heavens to join. Joining a living god is much more valuable than a dead god. Some gods don't cry when they don't see a coffin, and don't know how to choose when they don't see a dead end. Even if he went to destroy the Alliance of the Heavens now, God and God would immediately jump out and fight against him. It's better that way. The luck of the age of the Xuanhu Empire has become more prosperous, and a huge wheel of the times has gathered, trying to crush us. In this short period of time, another god broke away from the alliance of heavens, joined the Xuanhu Empire, and strengthened his power. Momentum. The Emperor Xuanhu has such deep schemes. He deliberately didn't destroy the alliance of the heavens, but directly started a battle with us. His purpose was to let the alliance of the heavens see his strength, take the initiative to let God take refuge, and regard the alliance of the heavens as a source of strength. Land. I didn't expect that a mere alliance of the heavens would actually become a threat because of Xuanhu and his inaction. Emperor Xuanhu, the violent expansion of the luck of the times, like a big explosion in the world, casts a lingering cloud over their will of the sky with each wave. The battle with Emperor Xuanhu had given them a deep understanding of their opponent's strength. He is too strong, they are hard to be opponents. Emperor Xuanhu has become the most terrifying opponent. He is even more terrifying than the King of Heaven at that time. At that time, we could gather a large number of gods from the heavens. But this time is different. Many gods have joined his era. Fighting alone, no one is the opponent of the Emperor Xuanhu, who gathers the power of the era. He has become a taboo that is more terrifying than the King of Heaven. The King of the Sky is different. The King of the Sky is lonely. Even if some gods help him during the Battle of the Sky, he is still lonely, but this Emperor Xuanhu opened up the fourth era by himself. He has done what the King of the Sky can't do. He gathered all his power into an era, and it became his strongest power. Within a world. The 10 top gods all gathered here, and the atmosphere was very depressing. They created a space-time in which no matter how much time passed inside, the outside seemed to be an instant. The power of God is infinite, which is enough for them to carry out their plans. You have also seen that if you fight alone, even yourself will not be his opponent. He represents the eternal era and can accommodate all forces. His ambition is obvious. We are all his obstacles. We'll destroy our obstacles. God spoke in a calm tone. He doesn't need to remind these words, the previous battle is enough to explain everything. God, we all know what you think, just say it, we are now on the same front, and we are also on the same ship. Fa said in a deep voice. Emperor Xuanhu gathers the power of the great unity of the era. If he wants to fight him, there is only one way. The power of our 10 gods also needs to gather together. Shinto, other than this, there is no other way. #C2097 God Sovereign. The 10 heavenly powers unite to gather the strongest power, such as Emperor Xuanhu, who is eternally united and invincible in the world, and we can only fight against it if we clenched our fists tightly. These gods are all the existence of wisdom reaching the sky, how can they not understand the meaning in the myth? They also know that Emperor Xuanhu is already the strongest in the world today, with unparalleled single-handed combat power, and no one is his opponent in front of him who has gathered eternal unity. If you want to break this power, you only need to unite this way. And this union is a real union, not like the one before. The previous one was just an alliance. Each of the 10 gods had their own thoughts, representing 10 strands of will, and the power was dispersed into 10 strands, so naturally they would not be his opponents. There is no problem with the combination, it depends on how to combine. Only when the 10 fingers are clenched into fists can they exert the strongest power. I don't need to say more about this truth. Emperor Xuanhu is already invincible. Do you think our 10 gods are really not as powerful as him at all? God did not immediately speak out his law of union, but asked rhetorically. Mahue said, no, although that Xuanhu is powerful, bringing together the 3 peaks of reincarnation, treasure, and soul as well as many forces, but we have 10 tops, which surpass him in terms of power. The only thing worse is that if we can gather all the power into one and turn it into his power, then we will not be his opponents. God, you don't need to go around in circles with us, just speak up if you have any plans. Wu didn't like God's tone of voice, so he said directly. This God's plan, didn't you guess it? Gather the power of the 10 gods into one, only in this way, we have the strength to start a decisive battle with Xuanhuan, otherwise, if he pushes over, the end will be heaven to die. Shinto. The heavens are silent. Xiayin, God, why do you gather as one? Learn from the Emperor Xuanhuan, let us give you all the power without reservation, so that your strength can reach the strongest level. This is the biggest difference between them and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan can make reincarnation, treasure, and soul give him all the power without reservation, and obey his orders, but it is impossible for God to let the other 9 gods give their power to God. Although God is the realm of the heavens, once he does this, he is willing to bow his head, and even let God start the 4th age, the age of God. With their character, how could they be willing? No matter how powerful it is useless if it cannot be fully assembled. This God knows that you will not give me all your power. I understand the wisdom of the King of Heaven, and instead of giving power to this God, we use another method to create a power that can compete with Emperor Xuanhuan. Exists, and we are all part of it, and everyone can benefit. Shinto. How could he not know that these gods are all proud and arrogant, and they can unite with him, but they can't obey his orders? God, tell me. God said. To make our strengths gather together, but not to bless one person, we merge the heavens and the earth and create the real rules of God. With our power, we can inject power into the rules of God, so that he manifested, materialized, and formed a statue of the strongest age of God, representing our 4th age. Shinto. God of Heaven? The God of Heaven is the most impartial and selfless. It has the greatest power and the beauty of the 4th era. The God of Heaven does not need to be selfish. It only needs power. Let the God of Heaven represent the 4th era. Shinto. He also knew at that time that the King of Heaven and the will of the heaven world were creating the strongest, most just and selfless thing. It is also the system. But the King of Heaven didn't tell him specifically. Now in order to fight against Xuanhuan, he also wants to create something similar to the God of God system, so that the God of God can perfectly gather all the power together. Only in this way can we fight against Xuanhuan. I see. Fideo, God, you have to use this method to truly unite our strengths. We wait for the 10 gods, which represent 10 wills and 10 different wills. Let the 10 heavens merge, and only one will of God will appear, the will of God, representing the 4th era. Accommodating the will of the 10 gods, create a real rule without emotion and without own thoughts. Shinto. Lei looked at the King of Heaven coldly, and said, I'm afraid you already had this idea. If you don't go through a battle, will you agree with the law of this God? Shinto. Also, if they hadn't seen the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan and forced them to such a situation, it would be impossible for the 10 heavenly gods to listen to God's way and carry out the 10-day fusion. We can agree with your idea, but there is one thing I don't agree with. The God of Hell said, we can use your method, but the title of God cannot be used. We must change the title. I think all of you will agree. Today, only the true merger of the 10 great heavens and the earth can defeat Emperor Xuanhuan. This is related to our life and death, and hell is right. The title of God of Heaven cannot be used. The 10-day merger means that we will give up our control over the heaven and the earth, merge all our forces, and create the strongest God of the sky. We will also pay a lot. The 9 heavens agree to the merger of heaven and earth, but they do not agree to use the title of God of Heaven. There is no other reason. The God of Heaven has a word for God. They understand very well that the merger of 10 heavens will become a real giant sky, and the God of God will gather the real power of their 10 heavens. It's not just as simple as a title. It seems to have no effect now, but in the future, maybe even this so-called God of Heaven will become a real God. You must know that once the 10 days are merged, under the same structure, a single God can't resist at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Emperor Xuanhuan was too powerful, let them all know that conventional methods would not be their opponents. They scoff at the idea of God and don't even think about it. It is true that the gods of the heavens cannot be used, and even any relationship between our 10 gods and us cannot be used. Fa mused. He finally gave an answer: the king of the sky can't be used either, so we can call it the master of the sky. The real master gathers the power of our 10 gods and also represents our control over the fourth era. God is in charge. Okay, yes, just use this title. I agree today. If I have no objection, I will call it the Lord of God. God rules all power, and can also rule the power of Emperor Xuanhuan. They all agreed to use the title of God Lord. As long as it is not called a certain God, there is no objection. God did not refuse. He knew that it was impossible to force him to use the title of God of Heaven. He was expressionless and didn't argue too much about the title, and said, "There is no need to delay, let's merge in 10 days, and create God to rule." #C 2098 10-day merge. The merger of the 10 days, the power of the 10 gods will completely become one. There is no way. This is the last resort. If there were other ways, the 10 gods would not choose to use this method. But they also know that if they don't merge in 10 days, it will be over, and now, they still have the strength to start a decisive battle with Emperor Xuanhuan and gain control of the fourth era. The 10-day merger is not about shouting slogans, but about taking practical actions. It requires the merger of the 10 great gods, their spirit, will, and many other things, and they give up their direct control over power without any reservations. However, God's dominion does not represent a certain God, and they can still accept it. The 10-day merger, in this process, there must be no selfishness, otherwise a trace of flaws will be infinitely magnified during the real decisive battle, and the flaws will be caught by Emperor Xuanhuan, and the result will be a failure and a tragic end. God solemnly said, "We all know that when the 10 heavens are merged, we will not be the masters of the heaven and the earth. Let God rule the world, and we will give all the power to God." The 10 gods formed a circle and poured their own strength into it. In this process, even a god would not resort to petty tricks. There is no need for it. The current enemy is Emperor Xuanhuan. If he loses to him, there will be no future. The powers of the 10 great gods are also gathered together at this moment, which is a great fusion of the laws of the gods. Their huge and terrifying power also converged into a will of one mind, and immediately saw a vague shadow slowly appearing. It is not the face of anyone, but it has the power of 10 gods. God is in control. This brings together the strongest formed by their strength. This Lord of Heaven is the ruler of the 10 heavens. It is selfless and has no ambitions of its own. It exists to fight against Xuanhuan and open up the fourth era. The King of Heaven also wanted the system to be the strongest, possessing such attributes. And God created it now. The 10 gods know it well. Although the ruler of God is selfless, God, as the most powerful person, can obtain the greatest benefits. Because his strength is the strongest, the greater his contribution, the more he gets. Rules have no thought, but pay attention to contribution. They also understand why God dares not to use selfishness to create God's ruler. Using this kind of selfless power can actually fulfill his selfishness. However, they can also reap huge benefits. God rules. This is our fourth era. The 10 great powers of the gods are already under the dominion of the gods. They knew very well that now it seemed that God ruled impartially and selflessly, and whoever dared to act against their will would be ruthlessly suppressed, and there was also a restraint that forcibly united them together. But the more selfless you are, the more you can find loopholes in the selflessness and exploit the loopholes. If their fourth era really comes, perhaps the ruler of God can rule for a stable period of time, but it will inevitably collapse as this kind of loophole is exploited. Without the strongest force to suppress it with its own feelings, it will collapse, and this is inevitable. But now there is no such danger. Before Emperor Xuanhuan was defeated, the dedication of the 10 gods to their own power was truly selfless, and they would not make any reservations against the same great enemy. Emperor, look, those 10 great heavens have undergone tremendous changes, their heavens and earth have merged and become a truly giant heaven. The changes on the side of the gods were also seen by the empire at the same time. The past 10 days have disappeared, and turned into a huge giant sky, and this giant sky is rapidly expanding under the leadership of the most terrifying force. 10 days, the real merger united. Yan Ran said coldly, different from the previous alliance, this alliance is the real alliance. They gave up their selfishness and jointly built a giant sky to compete with us. The emperor created the great unity of the fourth era, and they also created a great unity, using the great unity to fight the great unity, and using a world to fight a world. Bao looked there and felt the terrifying power there. The 10 gods are still the 10 gods, there is not one more person, but under this combination, the situation is completely different, and the power is really tightened. Even if the emperor attacks now, it will not be as devastating as before. They are watching the huge changes in the sky, sweeping out brilliant light, also forming the power of the fourth era, and confronting the power of the empire crazily. The confrontation froze almost immediately. What is that? They also saw a worldwide majestic figure appearing in Jutian, exuding a dominant power, without its own thoughts, but with the strongest power. God is in control. They immediately received a wave of will. God dominates? As soon as the gods of the soul pondered, they said, I understand, it is impossible for these 10 gods to give all their power to the emperor willingly like us, so they created a master of the gods, and the master of the gods represents them. The strongest power. God got the wisdom of the king of the sky, so he created the king of the sky. Xuanhuan said calmly when he saw the ruler of God. God overthrew the king of the sky, and continued with the wisdom of the king of the sky, created the ruler of the sky, representing their impartiality and selflessness, the fourth era. No matter how strong the Lord is, their fourth era will surely collapse due to various ambitions, and it is still not a truly eternal era. Xuanhuan gathered the power of eternal unity. Crackling. The infinite oscillating power was transmitted, and he took the initiative to bombard the master of the sky. The master of heaven also used the power of the 10 gods, and immediately fought against Xuanhuan. The 2 fourth eras, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, are fighting. However, the most exciting thing is the All Heavens Alliance. Although some gods left voluntarily before, there are still many gods who should not be underestimated. It is very exciting to see the confrontation between Xuanhuan and Shen. I've known for a long time that the gods will have tricks. As expected, ha 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 ha, let's fight hard, it's best to let these 2 eras be shattered. That's right, they created the fourth era, and we will also create a fourth era. Our fourth era is the era of the heavens, the era of 100 flowers blooming, and it is definitely not the unification of some people. Within the heavens, hundreds of blazing divine lights shot up into the sky. They know that if they want to gain benefits in this kind of war, the most important thing is to have absolute strength, otherwise, it will be no different from courting death. Everyone, the gods created the Lord of God. Although we are not as powerful as them, we will also create a Lord of God, and use this Lord of Heaven to protect our alliance of heavens. The voice resounded, and a Lord of Heaven appeared in the alliance of heavens. #C2099, carve up the alliance of the heavens. Before Xuanhuan and the Lord of the Heavens confronted each other and started the final decisive battle, a Lord of the Heavens unexpectedly appeared in the direction of the alliance of heavens. Although the Master of the Sky is not as good as Xuanhuan and the Master of the Sky, the power gathered by hundreds of gods cannot be ignored, and sometimes it can even change the situation of the battle. Okay, with the Lord of the Sky gathered together, we will have a certain amount of self-protection power, and we will no longer be so weak and deceitful. This Lord of the Heavens condenses the will of many gods and is protecting the alliance of the heavens. Emperor, the alliance of the heavens has actually condensed a Lord of the Heavens. In the Empire, there is the way of heaven. Don't worry about them. Xuanhuan said indifferently. And this moment is on God's side. Lord of the Sky, this is learning from us and gathering all our strength. How dare such a weak thing be called the Lord of the Sky? You are looking for a dead end. This alliance of heavens is still fishing for money. Li's thoughts are simply courting death. The demon shouted furiously. The decisive battle between us and Xuanhuan is about to start. Although we don't care about the alliance of heavens, it is always a hidden danger to put it here. In my opinion, it is better to directly attack the alliance of heavens, break their world, and sacrifice to the gods inside. God's ruler has just condensed, and it is precisely the blood sacrifice of God's power that is needed. The cruel way of hell. With the blood of God, the power of God's rulers is forged. In the new era, they are not needed. The law also said. If we take action against the alliance of heavens, Emperor Xuanhuan will definitely not sit idly by, but the existence of the alliance of heavens here will be an eyesore, said Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is also waiting for us to break the alliance of the heavens and sacrifice to the gods. We sacrifice blood, and Xuanhuan is happy to see him. He will rescue those gods who are willing to take refuge in him. God sees through everything. Whether it is salvation or blood sacrifice, they are all dividing up the power of the alliance of heavens. Attack. Just when the alliance of heavens still wanted to be a third-party force. When the benefits were obtained, a terrifying force first bombarded the All-Heavens Alliance. The Lord of God has come. The top 10 top gods were mobilized together, and there were some little gods in their world, forming an overwhelming force that directly attacked the alliance of the heavens. The world changed color for it. Boom! The sound of endless explosions resounded, and the ruler of the sky raised his hands, and then fell high. The entire heaven and earth, which was connected by the alliance of heavens, shattered crazily and encountered destruction. The seemingly powerful alliance of the heavens is so fragile in front of the ruler of God. God is attacking us. Their Lord is going to break our Lord. Counterattack and counterattack, the world cannot be destroyed by them, or it will be over. There was a voice of incomparable shock and anger in the alliance of the heavens. They forcibly rotate the Lord of Heaven, who seem to be equally tall, and look like cats and tigers, and when they collide with the Lord of Heaven's blow, they appear to be extremely fragile. They thought that even if the condensed Lord of Heaven was against the two sides, at least they were qualified to fight against either side. The hands of God, who ruled over the world, fell down again, with infinite indifference. This terrifying blow caused the alliance of the heavens to tear apart even more. Countless creatures inside saw the end and turned into dust. The Lord of the Heavens condensed their energy and spirit, the origin of heaven and earth, and if they were severely hit, they would also have a violent backlash. Kill the alliance of the heavens. Headed by the gods, the 10 gods used their power to a certain peak, and then immediately bombed again. The alliance of the heavens was broken, and one god was directly grasped by the master of the gods. Immediately, the captured god was sacrificed in blood. How powerful the 10 great gods are, how ancient and modern they are, not to mention that they are united, and it is not something that any alliance of heavens can cope with. The Lord of God began the cruel blood sacrifice. Emperor, the alliance of the heavens has been broken, they are sacrificing to God. When Bowie saw that the heavens were broken, the cruel scene that happened there was also dignified, and he also knew that every sacrifice to a god would make the ruler of the god stronger. And those who saw early on that the alliance of the heavens would not be successful, gave up their ambitions, and took the initiative to join the empire were also deeply grateful. Stubborn and restless, that's what happens to them there. The fourth era, eternal unity. Xuanhuan made his own voice when God ruled the blood sacrifice. At this moment, the All-Heaven Alliance represents a dark end, but here is a place of bright hope. Emperor Xuanhuan, save us, we are willing to join the Empire and achieve your fourth era. We were wrong. We were wrong. Forming an alliance of the heavens is courting death. Only eternal unification is the right way. You save us. The god of the All-Heaven Alliance looked at the eternal land represented by the Empire, and they all cried out for help. The Lord of Heaven was defeated, and their strength could not be gathered together. Although there were many in number, they were no opponents at all in the face of the terrifying existence of Lord of Heaven. The sky has size and strength. In front of God's ruler, they are too weak and can easily dominate life and death. They fully understood that their alliance of the heavens had too much will, it was not pure at all, and there was no great idea. And even the 10 great gods gave up their selfishness and jointly formed a master of the gods. With their masters of the gods full of loopholes, they were naturally slaughtered. Now, only Emperor Xuanhuan can save them. After Xuanhuan heard their cry for help and willingness to fully integrate into the Empire, he immediately acted. His power of the eternal age swept over and brought the gods back to the Empire. Before Xuanhuan beheaded and sacrificed to God to start the third era, now he saves God, like a cycle of reincarnation. If you save them, the god will kill them. Xuanhuan was saving these gods, and the masters of the gods representing the 10 gods were also killing wildly. The speed of the two sides turned out to be comparable. Although the methods used are different, the purpose is the same, all to strengthen oneself as much as possible, and then weaken the opponent's strength. The alliance of the heavens disappeared and ceased to exist. Almost half of the gods entered Xuanhuan's side, and half of the gods were dominated by the blood sacrifices. The alliance of the heavens has also become a joke. They gathered together, thinking that they could accomplish a lot, but in the end they just became the resources and nourishment for the powerful sides. In fact, they have no choice. After the first battle between Xuanhuan and Shen, there was still a very short window of time. If they had joined the Empire at that time, they would not have been slaughtered. But they did not make this choice, but chose to condense the Lord of Heaven. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help them survive. The blood sacrificed many gods, and the rulers of the gods became stronger and stronger, and the power of every gesture represented the ideas of the 10 gods, and opened up the fourth era. On the other hand, Xuanhuan also got so many gods, and the glory of the eternal age became more and more vigorous. Those who were rescued by God knew that it was Emperor Xuanhuan who gave them life. If they didn't want to die, they had to strengthen the power of the Empire and defeat the ruler of God. For the fourth age, the eternal age. A high-pitched voice erupted within the Empire. The will of the entire Empire turned into a stormy sea. Xuanhuan stared at the ruler of the heavens, who represented the 10 great gods, and knew that the final battle was coming, and there was no need to delay the time, and the decisive battle could be started directly. He stepped out of the Empire, the glorious way of the eternal age. The final battle, the battle of the times, come on. #C2100 Final Battle. The final battle has finally come. The alliance of the heavens was destroyed, and the two sides had no rivals except each other. Although it is said that after the destruction of the All-Heaven Alliance, both sides have shared huge benefits, and it should be a truce. After a period of adjustment and refining, the strength has returned to its peak state. But it's not really necessary. When you recover to your peak, others will too. Peak to peak. There is no difference from now. Therefore, Xuanhuan and Shen and the others will immediately start a real decisive battle, and this battle will inevitably be divided between life and death, and there will never be compromises like before. The 10 gods looked solemn. Although their power has reached an unprecedented state of strength, even if the King of God reappears, it will not be an opponent of God's domination, and will be bombarded to death. But now it's different. They are facing the Emperor Xuanhuan, a great enemy that cannot be treated with common sense. The two brilliant forces of the era are fighting against each other in the world. The momentum is terrifying, and the fluctuations that swept out have turned everything into nothingness, and the former world is disappearing into a vacuum. Now only the Emperor Xuanhuan of Xuanhuan and the giant heaven merged with the 10 gods were left. Destroy everything before and create a new era on a new foundation. Xuanhuan, the fourth era you represent is the era of eternal unity, and the fourth era we represent is the era of the 10 great gods. Our fourth era is incomplete. Only by destroying the other party can it be truly enter the fourth era. It was God who made the voice. The fourth era is an eternal era of great unification, forever and ever. Xuanhuan's voice was loud, shocking his heart. Although your gods are strong and have selfless power, the king of gods in those days also created similar powers, but your fourth era will not be an eternal one, and a fifth, or even a sixth era of fighting is derived. He can see through the advantages and disadvantages of the other party's master at a glance. You don't need to take care of this. Even if there is a fifth or sixth, it is also our choice and our promoter, but now, you will not be able to achieve the fourth era. Wu De shouted. How firm their hearts are, at this stage, they will not be shaken by Xuanhuan's few words. And the 10 gods don't know that they will have the fifth and sixth eras, but this is also their philosophy, and they don't need Xuanhuan to shake it. Because none of the 10 gods want to see Xuanhuan become the eternal master. Xuanhuan, you say that your era is an eternal era, but in my opinion it is not inevitable. At that time, you will be the eternal master, you will be the strongest, no one can resist you, you will be a giant mountain, so that no one can step over you, it will become the biggest shadow of all, you can suppress everything with your power, but what will be pursued in this way, everyone will lose motivation because of you. The evil is attacking Xuanhuan. The eternal era, the pursuit of infinite power in a world with limits. Xuanhuan said. He will not shake his idea of eternal unity because of a few evil words. With the strongest force to suppress everything and control everything, he can incarnate as the sky in the sky and manipulate everything. When the King of God died, he was not afraid of death, but regretted. I wonder if there is a limit on this day. Can the creation of existence and non-existence really expand infinitely? Xuanhuan also didn't know. Therefore, after the eternal unity, he is going to pursue this limit. The will of both sides is extremely firm, even if it is death, it is impossible to shake, and there is only one way to destroy the other party's idea, that is to kill the other party. There is nothing to say, let's go to war, whoever defeats the other side will control the fourth era. Xuanhuan shouted in an invincible voice. Go to war. The top 10 gods are also binge drinking. At the same time, the power of the Lord of God has also mobilized the limit, and the Lord of God represents their top 10 gods. The battle between Xuanhuan and the 10 great gods also kicked off immediately. There was no temptation to attack. This was not necessary. It was the strongest attack from the beginning. The forces of 2 eras and 2 different ideas began to collide in an instant. Although it is said that Xuanhuan represents an eternal era, and the other party represents more eras in the future, in fact, they have their own reasons, and they are all equally firm. This first collision, bang! Except for the worlds of the 2 great eras, all other worlds have been shattered. Another collision, more worlds appeared on the basis of the original. However, the world that appeared was shattered again. Creation and destruction, repeated in cycles, are constantly being staged under the collision of 2 great forces. This is the second battle of the gods, and it is also a collision of ideas. Victory! 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 The people of the empire were shouting, with invincible confidence, watching the collision between the emperor and the Lord of God became more and more intense, and a stronger belief was aroused in their hearts. The new era only belongs to the Empire, the eternal era, the eternal unity. Xuanhuan said. The next era is ours. Your destiny is already doomed. The King of Heaven is your fate, and you will be destroyed like the King of Heaven. The 10 gods also shouted. In this battle, no one has any way out, they can only fight until the last moment. Different ways, different ideas, and different ambitions make it impossible for them to stand together. These 10 gods even want to replicate the failure of the King of the Gods. It is true that their power is much stronger than that at that time, but the difference is that their opponents are different. Under the will of life and death on both sides, another more violent collision occurred. Xuanhuan carried the torrent of the eternal era, and with a single blow, it was brilliant, magnificent and vast, and the manna that shook the soul directly hit the Lord of God. Although on the battlefield there are only 2 great beings fighting each other. But Xuanhuan gathered all the mighty powers into one, and he was the greatest, and all the powerhouses in the empire also gave all their power to him alone. The ruler of God is the common force of the 10 gods. In this way, it is impossible to say who is stronger and who is weaker. There is only a bloody battle to see who can stand to the end. Boom! Unparalleled explosions sound to create greater presence out of non-existence. The Lord of God fought Xuanhuan violently once, and the 2 figures froze together. My strength is unmatched. Xuanhuan took a strong step forward, supreme and magnificent, and all the power sent out, forming an unstoppable torrent, and when it hit the Lord of God, it also caused him to retreat. This is no ordinary level war. With one move of Xuanhuan's hands, the general trend of the times turned into an even more violent force, and it blasted towards the Lord of God more violently. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C2101 The strongest collision. A stronger and fiercer battle is going on. With one move of Xuanhuan's hands, the heaven and earth representing the eternal new era were bombarded, and at the same time, the heaven and earth representing the era were also bombarded on the side of God. The bombardment of the 2 heavens and the earth has already surpassed the ordinary mana fluctuations. The power of annihilation can even annihilate any single god. This is the power of 2 eras. For the sake of our 4th era, we must never lose. The Lord of God made a roaring sound. God, they don't think about what kind of era the 4th era will evolve into. They only think about the present, and they have given up all selfish and distracting thoughts and ambitions, and they are extremely pure. Under such circumstances, the Lord of God is extremely terrifying. Aura of God. With the power of God, a halo appeared on the body of the ruler of God, representing strength, courage, wisdom, immortality, etc., the power to praise God. Wu break the sky. God dominates the attack. This is the martial art of martial arts, which is integrated into the dominion. He blasted out with the strongest martial arts fist. The fist of the sky can break everything. And if it is displayed by the ruler of God, the bombardment of the martial arts fist is more than 10 times stronger than that of Zaiwu himself, and it can almost penetrate the eternal unity of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan stood still, and he also punched at the same time, with a head-to-head attitude. This punch immediately collided with the Lord of God. Although the Lord of God has been bombarding again and again, what makes the 10 gods frown is that the eternal era is indestructible, and it seems that no matter how much power they use, they cannot break it. At this moment, Xuanhuan stands there, which represents an eternity, a real eternity. The eternal era cannot be stopped by you. This is the inevitable development of the era. Xuanhuan is a stalwart, with wisdom in his eyes. He raised his hands. Rumbling is the divine light of the 4th era, and it is impossible for anyone to be his opponent. He lashed out vigorously, and in an instant, the Lord of God was shaken back. When the Lord of God retreated, a chain reaction occurred. Their giant sky was shaking, creating cracks, and the battle of strength had already hurt their world. Before the general trend of the times comes, it is unstoppable, and anything that stands in the way will be wiped out. With invincible confidence, Xuanhuan killed the past again. He bombarded it with one punch, representing the purest power, carrying the ideal of the entire empire, that is, the idea of eternal unity, and continued to attack the Lord of God. The giant sky of the entire Xuanhu Empire has turned into the divine light of the times, conveying an idea. The fourth age, the eternal age. The people of the empire roared wildly again, suppressing the Lord of God with overwhelming momentum. Our era is the strongest and the real future. Your era can only represent your era, but not us. The Lord of God also launched a more crazy attack. Two equally splendid torrents collided, as if to sweep the past, present and future, all of this, creating a new era from scratch. Xuanhuan gathered all the strengths in one, and he represented the strongest. With his giant hand, he pushed all obstacles horizontally, and immediately bombed the Lord of God. In the face of Xuanhuan's strong attack, this god of God had no way to retreat, and could only passively withstand a blow. Boom! This explosion, the power it carried was too powerful, and immediately saw the ruthless shaking of the Lord of God, and a kind of mist rose from his body, which was the consumption of power. As soon as Xuanhuan pointed it out, the lawless torrent penetrated from one time and space to another, and broke the halo that God had cast on God's ruler. Xuanhuan's invincible self-confidence, invincible strength, invincible will, controlled the overall situation. He burst out powerfully, with a punch to the sky, booming, and the Lord of God could only passively bear his power and retreat continuously. And every time this collapse, it represents the rout of the opponent's power. At this time, the 10 great gods felt that their hearts had been suppressed by the Emperor Xuanhu. Can't be suppressed by him. The top 10 gods understand that if they lose, they are completely over, and the achievements of endless years of cultivation will be attributed to this person. The Lord of God is angry, it is the anger of their top 10 gods, and the power of this anger is smashed, and the strength is increased again. Xuanhuan pushed with both hands, it is an eternal color, shining out the crystal light, falling on the body of the Lord of God. It seems that there is no direct damage, but it is suppressing his power. The eternal age, unstoppable. Xuanhuan shouted. The Emperor of Xuanhuan came to the world and created the eternal era. Boom! He came to the Lord of God in one step, and the giant fist slammed it so hard that the Lord of God flew out. But encountering such a fierce attack, the 10 great gods suffered extremely serious backlash. They are using their hands to start a counterattack. Xuanhuan was fearless and rammed with the heaven and earth of the eternal era, and then his big hand shrouded the past, and this hand stayed on the head of the Lord of God, always under his control. This gives the Lord the feeling that no matter how they attack, the other party will always be on a level higher than them. What's going on? Yuancher God made a startled voice. Why do I have a feeling that in front of him, I have always been lower than him, and he is not as high as his level? He is like the real supreme master, the master of the era, and how we fight is only a part of the era and is under control. Now that the Lord of God has been suppressed by him, he is completely at a disadvantage, and it also puts them in an extremely bad state. You're right to feel that way. Shinto. God, you know what's going on. Hell Road. He can accommodate all the mighty powers in one person, and he is the strongest himself. Let yourself be in the realm of the strongest heaven and suppress others, and only our God can barely be in the same realm with him, but we ourselves are not as good as his. Shinto. Although he also claims to be the sky in the sky, he understands it very well in his heart. This sky is just a kind of realm, not a real realm. He can be in the sky of other gods, but he can't reach this realm in front of Xuanhuan. He was also crushed on the head. At this moment, Xuanhuan represents an era of great unification and eternity, which completely suppressed them. Then what should we do? The Lord of God is suppressed by him and destroyed by him again and again, we will lose in his hands. The demon roared, if the Lord of God is completely defeated, it will be over, we will all disappear. This is an absolutely unbeatable battle, and they don't want their cultivation achievements to become the wedding dress of others. Boom! The power turned into an endless ocean, submerging the world, and the Lord of God controlled the infinite power. With a push of his hands, countless rays of light beams shot out. Every strike of the rainbow seems to be able to penetrate into eternity. At this moment, Xuanhuan seemed to be in an invincible state. The mana formed the gate of eternity and revolved around him, and every beam of light was disintegrated and absorbed by the gate of eternity. Damn! The 10 gods also shouted angrily. This Emperor Xuanhuan showed a greater power, no matter what power they exerted, they would be disintegrated by him, and they were still devouring their power. He devoured the mana of God's ruler, making himself stronger and stronger, and the brilliance of his era became stronger and stronger, resulting in an invincible belief. The top 10 powerhouses all know that the opponent will become more and more brave and occupy the general trend, so the people in his empire will also burst into greater faith with the emperor's invincibility. At this time, Xuanhuan launched a more domineering attack. With his invincible punch, with absolute will, anyone who dares to stand in front of him will wither away and be destroyed in the attack of war. His splendid power rolled up an eternal torrent, and with a single punch, he slammed into the body of the Lord of God. The Lord of God suffered a critical blow, and his whole body was shattered. The shocking cracks also made the 10 Great Gods Sutra suffer the biggest backlash, and he felt that he was about to collapse. If you don't condense your strength into the Master of God and face this punch alone, you will disappear forever. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan seems to be unstoppable. Xuanhuan stepped into the higher heaven and earth, and his eyes shone with the most dazzling divine light. Break his world! The shouts of the 10 masters sounded. They had already anticipated that this person was brewing an even more terrifying ultimate move. Seeing this, Xuanhuan raised the Xuanhuan divine sword, which was not only his divine weapon, but also the sword of the empire, the sword of the times, the sword of eternity, the sword of creation and destruction. A strong treasure ore arose, and he merged into the Xuanhuan divine sword. It's a treasure. He, the strongest divine weapon, can integrate himself into any divine weapon. Xuanhuan raised this great sword, locked on the Lord of God, which was unavoidable and inevitable, brought the suffocation of heaven and earth, and the rupture of the giant sky. With this sword, he drained the light of the original world and brought the glory of the new era. With the power of the eternal era, he immediately slashed at the Lord of God. This sword is the power to break everything. Under the power of this sword, the Lord of God also looks small, and it is actually torn apart with one sword. Puff! This huge backlash seriously injured the top 10 gods and spit out the blood of the gods. The Lord of God is broken, and they will perish. The people of the empire are extremely excited and have seen victory coming. Our Lord of God is broken. Without God's master, we don't even have the ability to resist his blow. Could it be that we will lose like this and achieve him? These 10 masters are not fear, but a strong unwillingness to fail. No, it's not the last moment. At this time, God was extremely calm, and he made a voice, there is still a last chance, God's master is not really merged, and now I can only really give up all power, and turn it into God's law, God's will, and shape it. The real and strongest ruler of God is perfect, and it is possible to make a comeback. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C2102 Eternal Age, ending. Give up your own body, give up the control of your own will, leave only the power, completely turn yourself into a part of the energy, and create a true master of God. Although the previous master of the gods gathered the power of the 10 gods, it was not really a fusion, and when he encountered an invincible existence like Xuanhuan, it appeared full of loopholes. This and by doing so, even if they win the war, the price they pay will be too great. If their will is freed from the sovereignty of God, they will have no body, strength, and heaven and earth of their own. All that remains is a weak will, losing the power that was strong in the past. Of course, this detachment, even from God, would have the same price. Because their power is given to God to rule. And now the Lord of God, if they leave, they will not pay such a big price themselves. Other than that, there is no other way. This is our only hope. After our fourth era begins, our 10 gods will create the world again, and the 10 wills will be separated from the gods, so that the gods will become the fourth generation of gods. God willing. Shinto. This is equivalent to that they have to abandon the cultivation of endless years and start all over again. But having your own wisdom and ideas is the most important thing. Okay, there's no other way. Once you lose, there's really nothing left, and you won't even have a chance to start all over again. Let's just do it, and make a last-ditch effort. Wu's will is simple, and he agrees to God's method. Lei also responded, as long as our will is still there, what is it to give up our power for a while? If we lose, there is nothing but a fight. Okay, just do this, give up your own power, let God's will master control the gods, all of our gods' power, launch the final attack. Who will kill the deer is still unknown, we still have a chance. These 10 gods have no choice, they have been driven to a dead end, and there is still a chance to do so. I accommodate all power. Eternal age, all-inclusive. Xuanhuan made a mighty voice. Impossible, in your eternity, you will be the strongest. We will always be crushed by you, and we will never even have a chance to surpass you. The 10 great gods are so determined, they would rather give up their power and make a desperate fight, and they would not defect to join the Xuanhuan era at this time. The 10 gods all agreed, and the little gods under his command naturally couldn't refute it. The 10 gods burned light at the same time, gave up the control of power, and immediately saw a real master of the gods condensing and appearing. Now, these 10 powers of God are truly integrated. The last fight, either you die or I live. Deified into divine light, and also transformed into light. His strength is the strongest, and as soon as he is fully illuminated, the Lord of God will be completely and truly formed. We let God govern God's master and assist him. The realm of God's station is the highest, and he will be the strongest when he dominates the gods. The strongest power. As soon as the power of the gods dominates the gods, he feels an unprecedented powerful force. With every gesture, he will open up a new era and destroy any top god's invincible might. At this moment, he became as tall as Xuanhuan. I represent the times. God made a mighty voice. Of course, he also knows that this power does not belong to him entirely. It is the 10 great gods who gave up their power, really burned themselves, and contributed them all, so that they are powerful at this moment. In the past, there were reservations, but now there are no reservations. His body, his strength, are as powerful as Emperor Xuanhuan. This is the last chance. If they can't defeat the opponent in this way, then they will never have the possibility to come back. With a push of his palm, a pillar of light from the sky suddenly appeared on top of Xuanhuan's head, which turned into the strongest force, and it slammed down. However, Xuanhuan waved his hand lightly, and before the light beam of Tianlei fell, it disappeared. Xuanhuan, at this time we are standing in the same era as you, the fourth era, the era dominated by God. God shouted. It was a powerful force he had never mastered. Any resistance is useless and futile in the face of the eternal unity. My era represents eternity, and my era represents impossibility to break, and you are all sacrifices of the fourth era. Xuanhuan said words with infinite confidence. He will take this most powerful ruler of God as the sacrifice of his fourth age, and use their blood sacrifice to accomplish his age. Yes? God did not talk to Xuanhuan much, but explained it with the results of facts. This will also be the most powerful battle in the history of the multiverse, and it will be almost difficult to replicate such a powerful battle in the future. The gods attacked, and he slashed over with one palm, without causing any fluctuations, but the power of this palm surpassed too much. In the past, the top gods would be completely shattered with a single blow. The power of the times transformed by the heavens. The previous master of God could not exert this kind of power. Xuanhuan stood on the spot, fighting for the gods, one palm for another, and he also fought against the gods with one palm. Xuanhuan and the Lord of God represent the ancient, modern and future, and the strongest combat power. It would be great if the Lord of God could enter the Empire and create an infinite world together. But it is also clearly impossible. Such as Xuanhuan will not enter their era. Fate has been doomed and must end in a fall. Choice, fate's choice, this choice, you only have one choice. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a word appeared in the sky. Die. He is giving the other party an irresistible choice. This choice is only death. No matter how you choose, it is impossible to live. His magnificent emperor body oppressed the past, and the great power made the gods see the extreme darkness in an instant, and the road ahead was cut off, as if his fate had been doomed. The roar of the gods was not the roar of him alone, but the common roar of the 10 great gods. This roar shattered the darkness, and the light appeared. He was running with power, and the infinite martial arts power overturned the river and the sea, and he had a strong will to pierce. In addition, the thunder of the sky fell, and the power of light and darkness came. At this moment, the power of the 10 gods melted into a furnace, exerting an extremely powerful power. This kind of union is something that the King of Heaven has never had. Emperor Xuanhuan's sword was suspended, and his gate of eternity also appeared. No matter how strong the opponent burst out, he was not afraid, and firmly believed that he was the strongest and could open up a new era. With eternity in mind, the world is invincible. Xuanhuan was strong to the end, and continued to slaughter the gods who were manipulated by the gods, and vigorously broke them. There were no fancy changes, only an eternal blow, a new era of killing. His eyes shone with invincible divine light, fighting against his opponent. You're not really invincible yet. God and the others must resist the invincible mind of the other party, be invincible by themselves, and not be affected by the other party's choice. The practice of giving up all their strength at this time is indeed very powerful, and they have resisted Xuanhuan's attack, and they have launched counterattacks again and again. This made the 10 gods affirm that only by giving up all the battles would there be hope. In the battle, the past and the future, all of them have turned into the most dazzling power in the war. I'm here to make a choice for you. In the evolution of Xuanhuan's power, the power of the strongest selection system has actually formed. This strongest selection system represents the will of the 4th era. What power is this? The system is invisible, but at this moment they actually feel the existence of the system, as if they saw their past, their own cultivation process, under the interference of a mysterious force. This power. As soon as the wisdom of God turned, he immediately said, that is the power that the King of God once created. With the passing of the King of God, it also disappeared, and it is actually in your hands. After the blessing of the power of the Xuanhuan era, this system has long since changed from what it used to be. Xuanhuan uses the power of the system as the rule of God in the 4th era to run this era, and as the controller of the system, he stands at a higher level than the system. You don't choose, I will choose for you. Xuanhuan's high-pitched voice shook his heart. An enemy of me, an enemy of the 4th era, will surely die, ashes will be wiped out, and all power will belong to my era. This moment. He thought too much. He came to Tiao because of the power of the system, and started the road of hegemony. He has been strong all the way to the present. Finally, he will use the system to end everything from the 1st to the 3rd era, end this cycle, and open a new fourth era. A beginning and an end. In his fourth era, it will be completely different from before. He moved his hands, and the controller of the system had already made a choice for the gods and the others, and the choice was unavoidable, and a strange brilliance suddenly shone out. Under the light of this brilliance, the lords of God are retreating, as if fate is doomed, and their end begins. This power is ending us, erasing everything we have. He seems to have destined our fate, and we will lose without a doubt. No, you can't make them succeed. This God Lord is evaporating the mist, and as soon as the mist ripples out, it is swallowed and absorbed by Xuanhuan. They knew that they could never go on like this. They had to carry out the strongest blow. Suddenly, an attack that gathered all their strength broke out as the Lord of God rushed out. Seeing this, Xuanhuan raised the Xuanwu divine sword aloft again. This sword slashed out, it was a brilliant color, it was an unstoppable force, it cut through the torrent brought by the Lord of God in an instant, and slaughtered him heavily. Xuanhuan uses the system to make choices for them. The power that swept out of the gate of eternity later shrouded them, making this God's master continue to evaporate mist. The absorption of each wave of mist represents the weakening of their power. Are we sure to lose? I don't want to see his eternal age, and I don't want to fail like this. We have practiced for endless years, and we don't want to be someone else's wedding dress. These 10 gods have no hope of victory, and the road ahead is completely dark. If it goes on like this, they will become weaker and weaker until they are completely unable to compete. At this moment, God felt the sorrowful will of other gods, but he seemed very calm, as if he could see through it. In the world of the gods, the first god born is the king of the gods. There are infinite possibilities for the non-existent world, so the world appears, the world is destroyed, everything is destroyed, let all existence once again return to non-existence inside, even if there is a world born in the future, or there is another king of heaven, it has nothing to do with me. God spoke such a voice at this moment. Destroy everything and return to the origin. The other gods also knew what the gods did, and with the power of their destruction, everything that appeared in the first to third eras vanished into thin air, returned to non-existence, and disappeared. As for the fourth era, that hasn't really happened yet. Disappear, destroy. At the last moment, they actually showed unprecedented unity, more united than giving up their strength to gather the King of God. They have no chance of winning, and they can't see the future. If this is the case, then everyone will be burnt and disappear. I don't live anymore, and you don't live either. They absolutely agree with God's way. Existence and non-existence are a cycle, there is no eternal existence, let everything return to one origin. The Lord of God calmed down, and with the will of the 10 lords, a pure flame suddenly burned, which then caused a raging fire. The power inside is rampant, and this divine fire can burn everything that exists. I am afraid that God has already seen through everything today, and he also knows that this will end. The fire burned rapidly and violently, the giant heavens of the 10 great gods were burned, the former heaven and earth were burned, and every time a place burned, the power became more and more violent. A fire that wiped away all traces. We don't want to see your era, so let everything return to the same origin. This is the last voice of the 10 gods. They have no possibility of turning defeat into victory, then everyone will die together and return to non-existence. Compared to being killed by opponents, this is also their best fate. In front of this kind of fire that wiped out everything, only the Xuanwu Empire still exists. And the people of the empire saw this kind of fire burning, with firm belief on their faces, fearless. What are you afraid of? With the greatest emperor here, there is no power that can destroy them. And the final will of these 10 gods turned into a determination to burn the empire and burn all the jade and stone. I represent the 4th era. Your fire is only burning the previous era. My 4th era will exist forever. Xuanhuan's belief is invincible and can resist everything. In the face of this fire, the giant sky of the empire erupted with the most boundless power, and the divine light of the eternal age spread out. Boom! After this fire burned to the empire, it was unable to wipe out the empire, and the size of the empire expanded in waves, squeezing the scope of the fire. The fourth era, for eternity, the pursuit of immortal eternity. Everyone's heart represents a kind of eternity. This fire can burn everything, but it can only burn the power of the first to third eras, and Xuanhuan is now the fourth era, so he cannot burn him. In the end, the fire was extinguished, and the top 10 gods also disappeared, forever becoming history. Not being directly killed and refined by Xuanhuan, this is also their dignity. Xuanhuan, the fourth era has come. Yanran said. The fourth age. All the people of the empire are also feeling the fourth age, the coming of a new age. Yeah, the fourth era has come. Xuanhuan opened his hands, as if welcoming the fourth era, an eternal era. He recalled the past, and thought that at first, the power of the system brought him to Dao, because one of his choices made him the emperor of Dao. After that, he led the empire's battles all the way, until now, the fourth era has opened up in this final world. All of this, the picture of the empire's development and battle, was presented as an image, and it became the most beautiful memory in his heart. These countless people are all part of his memory. At this moment, the giant sky representing the empire is expanding violently, and all the forces can finally unite and expand in one direction to see if they can reach a limit. The age of eternity is also the age that the King of Heaven wants to see. Spirit of God. In this era, with Xuanhuan as the strongest, no one can compete with his status. No matter how many masters and ambitions are born in heaven and earth, they cannot resist his strength. Without the strongest, how can true selflessness be born? Emperor, there is existence in non-existence, that is, the realm of the heavens. Then do you think that if we continue to expand like this, before we reach the limit, will it appear, and other worlds will appear, and there are the same as us? The ideal is expanding? Spiritual God said his biggest question. Yanran nodded and said, I also want to know that if our heavenly world can appear, it means that the more it doesn't exist, the more miracles can happen. I don't know now, but I think it's possible, and there may be more. At this moment, Xuanhuan's eyes saw a deeper world. Maybe. The soul of God has a thorough mind and said, in the eternal era, pursue the existence that may exist. The people of the empire are also questioning and expecting at the same time. If we encounter other worlds with ideas that are contrary to ours, what should the empire do? Bao said. Then fight, the eternal era conquers everything. Xuanhuan said. Our expedition has not stopped, and the footsteps of the empire have never stopped. Pursue the limit we want to pursue. If we encounter the limit, we will break the limit with the strongest force. Our era will never have a limit, only infinite. Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted to the entire empire, arousing the people's boundless confidence and goals. With goals, empires can run forever. Work with me to create the eternal glory of the fourth era. At this moment, Xuanhuan opened the door to a new era. He looked at his family, his people, his empire, all in eternal glory, with an eternal smile on his face. His big hand is open. This is the power to break the limit, the power of the eternal age. A new era has emerged, such an eternal and unbreakable era. High-speed text handwriting chapter list.